Realizing reason. A narrative of truth and knowing. Danielle Macbeth. The world of mathematics is not a world apart. We will not have an adequate account of the physical world and our knowledge of it until we understand better than we presently do the role played by mathematics in our accounts of physical phenomena. And it is not likely that we will satisfy ourselves on that score until we have produced accounts of knowledge, truth, and reality that deal adequately with pure mathematics as well. Benacerraf and Putnam. Preface. When I began this project it had a different title and a more modest ambition. Only very recently did it become apparent to me that not only was I tracing developments in the practice of mathematics, I was tracking also the realization of reason as a power of knowing. In retrospect, I think that it had to be this way. Only after reason is realized as a power of knowing is it possible to recognize the process of its realization as such. And having become clear on the end of project, the book I was actually writing, I became clear also about its beginning, where, how, and when this project seems actually to have started, namely, I now think, with my dissertation in the philosophy of mind written under John Howe Gieland at the University of Pittsburgh in the 1980s. I could not have anticipated then that to understand our intentional directedness on objective reality would require, first, a radically new reading of Freya's Begriffsschrift notation, and building on that reading, the account of the whole of the history of Western mathematics that I offer here. Nevertheless, that, so it seems to me, is what has happened. Mathematics and philosophy have of course been intimately related throughout their history in the West. For Plato, the study of mathematics was a propedeutic to the philosophical inquiry he called dialectic. For Descartes, method in metaphysics was modeled on his new method in mathematics. Leibniz, Kant, and Freya all held that one way or another the practice of mathematics was central to the practice of philosophy. And so it is here. To understand the nature of mathematics is, on our account, integral to understanding ourselves as the rational beings we are. This is due in part to the fact that mathematics, like philosophy, is a paradigm of rational activity. But it depends also on the fact that in mathematics, and only in mathematics, can a language be developed that, like natural language, serves as a medium of our cognitive commerce with reality. Understanding how a mathematical language such as Freya's concept script can serve as a medium of our cognitive involvements in the world is the first step in understanding even our everyday involvements in the world. The most technically challenging material here is not, then, in the chapters on mathematical practice but instead in chapter 7 on Freya's notation. I have aimed, in that chapter, to go into detail sufficient to satisfy anyone who wants actually to work through and master Freya's proof of Theorem 133 in Part 3 of his 1879 Logic, Begriffsschrift. There is much in that chapter that the less committed reader may want to skim. Nonetheless, the details matter. Freya is doing what I claim he is doing, but the only way to see that he is by gaining proficiency in the language. To understand everything that is claimed in chapter 7, by having worked through all the details of Freya's proof that are there discussed, is to have the literacy that is needed fully to understand Freya's notation. A proof in mathematics is of course very different from the sort of narrative that is told here. A proof is a kind of argument, a giving of reasons, grounds, or justifications, and a narrative is not. But perhaps this is too simple. After all, the proofs that mathematicians concern themselves with generally have, as stories do, a central idea on which the whole development turns. And there is development in a mathematical proof. Things happen in a proof, proofs unfold and can have surprising turns. Mathematical proofs, good ones, interesting ones, are, in short, rather like narratives. And narratives can in their way provide reasons, grounds, and justifications insofar as they can help one to learn new ways of making sense of things, and to see how old ways of making sense do not in fact withstand critical scrutiny. If one is trying to change a reader's conception of what makes sense at all, trying to change the space of possibilities within which a reader's thought moves, then a traditional philosophical argument is of little use. Arguments can be formulated only within established disciplinary boundaries, where the rules and acceptable starting points have already been agreed upon, at least in the main. What is needed, and what these pages provide, is a narrative of our intellectual maturation and growth, one that, if successful, will change a reader's way of looking at things. DM. Acknowledgements. In the years I have been working on this project, I have had the very good fortune to lecture on the work to audiences around the world. And some of those lectures, or papers based on them, have been subsequently published. My thanks to the following for kind permission to use previously published material. John Wiley & Sons, The Coin of the Intentional Realm, Journal for the Theory of Social Behavior 24, 143-66, for material in Section 1.3. College Publications, Diagrammatic Reasoning in Euclid's Elements, Philosophical Perspectives on Mathematical Practice, Texts in Philosophy, Volume 12, ed. Bart van Kerkhove, Jonas de Wist, and Jean-Paul van Bendegem, for much of Chapter 2. New School for Social Research, Veit, Descartes, and the Emergence of Modern Mathematics, Graduate Faculty Philosophy Journal 25, 87-117, Sections 3.2 through 3.4. Oxford University Press, Logic and the Foundations of Mathematics, The Oxford Handbook of American Philosophy, ed. Cheryl Missack, material in Section 5.4. Institute of Logic and Cognition, Guangzhou, The Problem of Mathematical Truth, Studies in Logic 2, 1-17, material in Section 5.4. Editions Keim, Proof and Understanding in Mathematical Practice, Philosophia Scientia 16, 29-54, Section 6.2. National Center for Logical Investigation, Brussels, Writing Reason, Logic et Analyse 221, 25-44, parts of Section 6.4. Editions Rodopi, Striving for Truth in the Practice of Mathematics, Kant and Freya, Grazer Philosophisk Study and 75, 65-92, a first attempt at some themes in Chapters 7 and 8. Springer Science plus Business Media, Diagrammatic Reasoning in Freya's Begriffsschrift, Synthese 186, 289-314, a second pass through themes of Chapters 7 and 8. I also gratefully acknowledge the support of the American Council of Learned Societies, which awarded me a Burkhardt Fellowship in 2000, and the Center for Advanced Study in the Behavioral Sciences, where I was a fellow in 2002/03. It was while at the center that I began to work through the literature in the history and philosophy of mathematics. I would not have managed half so well without the excellent research support of the CASB staff. And without subsequent sabbatical leaves, with the full financial support of Haverford College, I could not have continued to progress year by year. I have also been helped and supported by the many, many friends and colleagues in the US and throughout the world, more than I can mention here, who have invited me to lecture on this work over the past decade. The chance to try out my thoughts and formulations on engaged and lively audiences has been invaluable to me. I should like particularly to thank the members of the Association for the Philosophy of Mathematical Practice who provided me many happy opportunities for intellectual exchange, and Norma Gerda, who kindly invited me to give a series of 5 lectures at the Centro de Investigaciones de la Facultad de Filosofía y Humanidades, Universidad Nacional de Córdoba, as I was finishing up the manuscript. The faculty and students in Córdoba provided me with very stimulating and helpful conversations about many aspects of the account developed here. Emily Groschals gave me very substantive, thoughtful, and useful comments on many of the chapters, for which I am extremely grateful, and both Jamie Tapenden and Ken Manders helped me by asking very probing questions at key junctures. The students in my classes at Haverford College, who are often the first audience for my ideas, are also gratefully acknowledged. They are unfailingly curious, thoughtful, satisfyingly critical, hard-working, and truly a pleasure to teach. Finally, I should like to thank Peter Momchilov for his patience and encouragement as this work was underway, and to the 2 anonymous reviewers provided by Oxford University Press for their helpful comments. Contents. Introduction. Perception. 1. Where we begin. 1.1 The limits of Cartesianism. 1.2 Biological evolution and the concept of life. 1.3 The emergence of human culture and social significances. 1.4 The world in view. 1.5 The nature of natural language. 1.6 Conclusion. 2 Ancient Greek diagrammatic practice. 2.1 Some preliminary distinctions. 2.2 Euclid's constructions. 2.3 Propedeutic to the practice. 2.4 Generality in Euclid's demonstrations. 2.5 Diagrammatic reasoning in the elements. 2.6 Ancient Greek philosophy of mathematics. 2.7 Conclusion. 3 A New World Order. 3.1 The Clockwork Universe. 3.2 Vede's Analytical Art. 3.3 Mathesis Universalis. 3.4 The Order of Things. 3.5 Descartes' Metaphysical Turn. 3.6 Conclusion. Understanding. 4 Kant's Critical Turn. 4.1 The Nature of Mathematical Practice. 4.2 An Advance in Logic. 4.3 Kant's Transcendental Logic. 4.4 The Forms of Judgment. 4.5 Kant's Metaphysics of Judgment. 4.6 The Limits of Reflection. 4.7 Conclusion. 5 Mathematics transformed, again. 5.1 Intuition banished. 5.2 Constructions banished. 5.3 The peculiar purity of modern mathematics. 5.4 Prospects for the philosophy of mathematics. 5.5 Conclusion. 6 Mathematics and language. 6.1 Quantifiers in mathematical logic. 6.2 The model theoretic conception of language. 6.3 Meaning and truth. 6.4 The role of writing in mathematical reasoning. 6.5 The Leibnizian ideal of a universal language. 6.6 Conclusion. Reason. 7 Reasoning in Freya's Begriffsschrift. 7.1 The idea of a Begriffsschrift. 7.2 The basics. 7.3 A second pass-through. 7.4 Seeing how it really goes. 7.5 Conclusion. 8 Truth and knowledge in mathematics. 8.1 What we have seen. 8.2 The science of mathematics. 8.3 The nature of ampliative deductive proof. 8.4 Freya's logical advance. 8.5 The achievement of reason. 8.6 Conclusion. 9 The view from here. 9.1 Einstein's revolutionary physics. 9.2 The quantum revolution. 9.3 Completing the project of modernity. 9.4 Conclusion. Afterword. Bibliography. Name index. Subject index. Introduction. In mathematics, it often happens that a problem can be posed long before the resources required for its solution are, or even can be, developed. The Pappus problem, for example, was formulated already in antiquity but could be solved only in the 17th century using the new algebraic resources of Descartes' analytic geometry. Fermat's last theorem was formulated by Fermat in 1637 but solved only in 1995 by Andrew Wiles using mathematical ideas and techniques that were wholly unimaginable in the 17th century. The same is true of our leading problem here, the problem of understanding how mathematics works as a mode of intellectual inquiry. Only very recently have the resources needed for its resolution been developed. And as is the case in mathematics, the reason those needed resources become available only very late is that they involve a degree of complexity and sophistication that is made possible only through the processes of intellectual development and growth of which they are the fruits. Immediately we are faced with a difficulty, in order so much as to understand those resources, the resources that will enable us to achieve an adequate conception of mathematical practice as a mode of intellectual inquiry, we need explicitly to embrace a very different conception of philosophical understanding from that generally assumed today. Although many otherwise quite different accounts could be cited, we here take Dummett's account of the shape any acceptable theory of meaning must take as exemplary of the usual sort of philosophical understanding, the sort that it is generally assumed is needed in philosophy. What Dummett is after is a philosophically illuminating theory of meaning, and that means, he thinks, that the theory must be formulated in terms that make no appeal to meanings. The goal is a systematic description of our linguistic practices, where such a description will give a representation of what it is for the words and expressions of our language to have the meanings that they do. It must embrace everything we learn when we first learn language, and hence cannot take as already given any notions a grasp of which is possible only for a language speaker. In this way, it will lay bare what makes something a language, and thus what it is for a word or sentence to have a meaning. What we grasp when we understand the words and sentences of our language is to be explained as if from the outside, independent of any and all appeal to meanings. Such a theory is reductive insofar as the aim is to reduce meanings to something else, something that is not meaningful in the same way, and it is, if only implicitly, mechanistic insofar as having so reduced meanings it should be in principle possible to build something that can do what the theory describes us as doing in our linguistic practices. The problem with such an account, McDowell argues, is that no such reductive account of meaning is possible. A theory of meaning must be modest, it must start, in the midst of content. If McDowell is right, the meanings that are expressed in our linguistic utterances are inaccessible except to one who already grasps meanings. From Dummett's perspective, this view of meaning makes of it a complete mystery. The only way to demystify meaning is to reconstruct it in a way that makes no appeal to the meanings we seek to understand. How, if not reductively, is the philosopher to understand meanings? The theory of biological evolution by natural selection provides, I think, the beginnings of an answer. Although it is possible to understand processes of biological evolution by natural selection merely mechanistically, as a kind of as-if design the fruits of which are complex biological machines, it is also possible to understand those processes differently, as processes that realize something essentially new, something that cannot be adequately understood in the reductive, mechanistic terms that are antecedently available. The basic idea is this. In inanimate nature, before there have evolved any living beings, there are only physical, strictly law-governed processes. There are no norms and no significances but only processes that are fully explained by appeal to various exceptionless laws of nature. In inanimate nature, things are merely caused to happen. Iron is caused to rust by there being moisture on it. And, again, one might think that the behaviors of animate beings are similarly caused to happen. Certainly it is possible so to explain various processes underlying such behaviors, for instance, the chemical processes that are involved in digestion. But digestion is not merely a chemical process. One misses something if one thinks of digestion only at that level of description insofar as digestion has a role to play in the life of the organism. Digestion is for nourishment. The processes of evolution realize in this way new significances for things. Rain, for instance, acquires the significance of being nourishing for plants. This is not mysterious but a simple consequence of the fact that the modus operandi of biological evolution inevitably accords significance to the capacity of, say, a plant to survive long enough to produce viable seeds that in time will grow into plants. This simple fact, that a living thing is successful if it produces viable offspring, is what enables, indeed requires, our drawing a normative distinction between what is good for the plant, what promotes its flourishing, and what is bad for it, what impedes its flourishing. Early modern philosophers liked to ridicule the ancient Greeks for taking animate nature as their model for inanimate nature. It seemed right to mock them for thinking that mere physical stuffs, such as, say, fire, have natures and powers, for example, the power of fire to move itself upwards. And it was of course an important discovery of early modernity that the behaviors of merely physical stuffs are instead to be explained by appeal to laws of physics. But that by itself is not a reason to understand animate nature on this new model of inanimate nature. Indeed, to think of animate beings on the model of inanimate beings, as nothing more than complex mechanisms the behaviors of which are governed by the laws of nature, would seem to involve precisely the mistake for which the ancient Greeks were ridiculed, only in the converse direction. There is nothing magical or mysterious about the fact that rain nourishes plants, but nor can that fact be reduced to something merely mechanistic. The theory of biological evolution by natural selection enables us explicitly to recognize the intelligibility of the idea that a theory of life must start in the midst of life. It provides, or at least makes room for, a form of understanding that is neither reductive nor mechanistic. Living things, animate beings, are very late fruits of a very long process of biological evolution, and although we have a tendency, inherited from early modernity, to try to understand living things mechanistically, as if they really were nothing more than complex biological machines, it is in this case obviously possible to resist the reduction without being intellectually defeatist or obscurantist. There is, again, nothing intellectually defeatist or obscurantist in claiming that rain nourishes plants, in denying that that fact can be reduced to some fact about inanimate nature. The task for us here is to understand how we might similarly resist any such reduction of mathematical practice and mathematical understanding while at the same time providing philosophical insight into that practice and form of understanding. Clearly no mere biological account can explain the practice of mathematics. The ability to do mathematics is an ability that only certain animals, rational animals, animals with the power of reason have. Our concern is with the nature of this power as it is manifested in mathematical modes of inquiry. First, we need at least the outlines of an understanding of the emergence of rational animals, of how there might come to be any such animals at all. This task, taken up in Chapter 1, is discharged by appeal to certain processes of social evolution that are made possible by the appearance of animals with powers of imitation, cooperation, and cognitive map-making. The appearance of rational animals is only a beginning, however, and reason itself, as it at first appears, is not yet a fully realized power of knowing but only a capacity for critical reflection. Pure reason has, to begin with, the form only of a canon, not that of an organon by which to extend our knowledge. To understand reason as a power of knowing, first and foremost in mathematics, we need to trace yet another process, not now a process of evolution but instead one of maturation and growth. We need, and chapters 2 to 9 aim to provide, a dialectical, historicist account of the realization of reason from its first appearance in ancient Greek mathematical practice through to its full flowering in 20th century fundamental physics. 1. This, then, is a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end, the story of reason's unfolding, its maturation and growth to become a power of knowing, first and foremost in mathematics. But although both the story we tell of the realization of reason as a power of knowing and our telling of that story have three parts, the three parts of the telling do not exactly correspond to the three parts of the story. Because the telling has had to be complicated by certain contingent, historical details, it will help to provide here a brief account of the story that is told, the story of the realization of reason as a power of knowing, as that story contrasts with the telling of it. Our story begins in immediacy, with ourselves as we first find ourselves in the midst of the perceptible things of everyday life. What we know first and foremost at this stage are objects in their natures, as what they are, Socrates, say, as an instance of human being, a particular form of life. Mathematical knowledge, similarly, is knowledge of objects, paradigmatically how to construct them out of canonical elements, points, lines, and circles, because it is in the nature of mathematical objects to be at once unities, wholes, but also and equally to consist of parts in relation. 2 To solve a construction problem in ancient diagrammatic practice is to achieve systematic knowledge of a mathematical object in its nature. And as ancient Greek mathematics in this way investigates the intelligibility of things, so ancient Greek philosophy grapples with the problem of the intelligibility of this mathematical practice, in particular, with the ontological status of its objects, the mathematicals. For the ancient Greeks, perception is the model for intellection, to grasp intelligible things is to see with the eyes of the mind. And as already noted, the animate is likewise the model for the inanimate, as living things have their natures, powers, and characteristic behaviors, so mere stuffs, earth, air, fire, and water, have their natures, powers, and characteristic behaviors. Early modernity, born in the discovery of Descartes' new mathematical practice that is the first actuality of reason as a power of knowing, constitutes a reversal in our conception of knowing and in our most fundamental understanding of the nature of that which is known. As Descartes understands it, his new mathematical practice reveals the power of reason, the pure intellect, as a power of knowing independent of any and all sense experience, and what is known is not objects in their natures but instead relations that objects can stand in, relations that can be expressed in equations and algebraic formulae. To know, for this shape of spirit, is to judge that things are thus and so, to affirm that one's mental representation of some bit of reality is true. All knowing, including even our perceptual knowledge, is now to be understood as constitutively mediated. Descartes' new mathematical practice, which reveals, so he thinks, the pure intellect as a power of knowing, enables in turn a radically new understanding of inanimate nature in terms of exceptionless physical laws governing the motions of matter. This understanding of inanimate nature furthermore comes to provide the model for a mechanistic understanding of animate nature, and even for a mechanistic understanding of the power of reason. To understand the mind, and the power that is reason, it comes to be assumed, is to understand the laws that govern its motions. But how, Kant asks, is knowledge of these laws possible? With Kant, the ancient philosophical problem of the being of mathematical objects is superseded by the early modern problem of synthetic a priori knowledge, and what this problem reveals is that reason has not, pace Descartes, yet been fully actualized as a power of knowing but is, as yet, only a regulative ideal. Early modernity begins with Descartes' discovery of a radically new way of doing mathematics, is followed by Newton's radically new way of doing physics, and ends with Kant's discovery of a radically new way of doing philosophy, critique. In 19th century Germany, mathematics is again transformed to become, as it remains today, the practice of reasoning deductively from concepts, thinking in concepts, denken in Begriffen. And fundamental physics is similarly transformed in the 20th century, in special and general relativity and in quantum mechanics. All the resources are available for a transformed philosophical understanding both of knowing and of the nature of what is known, a new shape of spirit that is and knows itself to be in an essentially mediated relation of immediacy with what is known. This has not happened. The 19th century revolution in mathematical practice and the 20th century revolution in the practice of fundamental physics have not been followed by a revolution in the practice of philosophy. Point 3 As we will see in the chapters to follow, 20th century philosophy has, at least for the most part, remained merely Kantian. Because it has, our telling of the story of the realization of reason as a power of knowing must be a little more complicated than the story itself is. Ancient mathematical practice poses for philosophy the problem of the ontological status, the being, of its objects, the objects that came to be called the mathematicals. Early modern mathematical practice instead poses the problem of synthetic a priori judgments, of how we are able to come to know truths that are necessary but not logically necessary. The mathematical practice that emerged in 19th century Germany poses a different problem again, the problem of ampliative deductive reasoning, of how, by the exercise of pure reason alone, one might extend one's knowledge. To solve this problem is to understand how reason, pure reason, can be a power of knowing. But we can solve it only if we understand that, and how, this is an essentially new problem, much as Kant's problem of the synthetic a priori was, in his day, essentially new. Kant famously remarked that it was Hume who wakened him from his dogmatic slumbers, who showed him the shape of the problem he faced. Hume had argued that knowledge of causal relations can be neither a relation of ideas, because the negation of a judgment about cause and effect is not contradictory, nor a matter of fact, because experience can tell us only what is, never what must be. This is a distinctively modern problem, one that arises only because things are no longer conceived as having their own natures and powers that are expressed in their characteristic behaviors. Once the essentially modern idea of things as governed by exceptionless laws of physics is in place, it is no longer possible to see the behaviors of things as expressive of their natures, and, as a result, a logical gap opens up between, on the one hand, the behaviors to be explained, and on the other, the law that is to explain them. With the advent of modernity, Hume's common-sense division of all knowledge into relations of ideas and matters of fact had, Kant saw, to be replaced by two different distinctions, that between analytic and synthetic judgments, on the one hand, and that between what is known a priori and what is known a posteriori, on the other. Only given this distinction of distinctions is it possible so much as to formulate the problem of the synthetic a priori, to recognize that in addition to analytic judgments and a posteriori judgments there are also synthetic judgments that are nonetheless known a priori. As Hume held, though not in just these terms, that all a priori judgments are analytic and all synthetic judgments a posteriori, so we follow Kant in thinking that all deductive reasoning is merely explicative, that ampliative reasoning cannot be strictly deductive. Because we are Kantian, because the space of possibilities within which our thinking moves continues to be defined by fundamentally Kantian theses, we cannot see that reason has now been realized as a power of knowing, in mathematics in the 19th century and in fundamental physics in the 20th. And because we do not see this, we cannot understand either contemporary mathematical practice, in particular the fact that its proofs can be at once deductive and ampliative, real extensions of our knowledge, or contemporary fundamental physics, in particular the peculiar role that mathematics plays in it. By the end of the 19th century, developments in mathematics had seemed decisively to show that Kant's account of mathematical practice in terms of constructions in pure intuition was fatally flawed. What those developments did not show was just how Kant had gone wrong. Two very different responses emerged. The first, which would come to dominate the philosophical culture throughout the 20th century, was to jettison the idea that constructions have any role at all to play in mathematical practice, and so to hold, with Kant, that without pure intuition to provide it content, mathematics must be understood in terms of the notion of form alone, as strictly deductive and hence purely formal and merely explicative. Point for the second, more radical response was to jettison not only Kant's account of mathematics as founded on constructions but also Kant's account of logic as merely formal and of deduction as merely explicative. Knowing nothing of each other's work, both Charles Sanders Peirce, an American logician, and Gottlob Frege, a German mathematician, pursued this second path. Both held that even strictly deductive reasoning by logic from definitions can extend our mathematical knowledge. Point 5 Only Frege managed to take the further step of showing how this can be by developing a mathematical language within which to reason deductively to conclusions that are ampliative in Kant's sense. Indeed, it will be argued, Frege's language, Begriffsschrift, together with the logical advances it embodies, holds the key not only to an adequate philosophical understanding of advances in mathematics in the 19th century but also to such an understanding of advances in physics in the 20th, and much else besides. This work has, then, three principal and interrelated aims. The first is to trace the essential moments in the historical unfolding, from the ancient Greeks to the present, that culminates in the full realization of pure reason as a power of knowing that is manifested first and foremost in ampliative, deductive mathematical proofs. The second is to provide a cogent and compelling account of how the practice of mathematics works as a mode of intellectual inquiry into objective mathematical truth, and the role that various written systems of signs have played and continue to play in this practice. The third is to develop and defend a new conception of our being in the world, one that at once builds on and transforms the now standard conception according to which our experience of reality is the result of the merely causal impacts on our sense organs and ultimately our brains of physical stuffs that surround us, according to which inside are meanings and meaningful experiences, while outside is merely brute, causally efficacious reality. Point 6 The task here is to overcome that conception. to recover ancient insights into our being as the rational animals we are, but in a way that incorporates also the insights of early modernity. None of these aims, we will see, can be achieved without the others. It is impossible to achieve an adequate understanding of the striving for truth in the exact sciences from within the standard conception of ourselves and our cognitive relation to reality with its meaningful inside and meaningless outside, and the way to overcome that conception is through a more adequate understanding of the nature of mathematical practice together with the profound transformations it has undergone in the course of its more than 2.5 millennia history, the history through which reason is first realized as a power of knowing. It was developments in mathematics that first made the sideways on view possible, and it is further developments in mathematics that provide the resources that are needed to articulate its successor. We need, then, to attend to mathematical practice, and in particular to its development and transformation over the course of history, beginning with ancient Greek diagrammatic practice, through early modern constructive algebraic practice, to the tradition of reasoning from concepts that became dominant in Germany over the course of the 19th century. Chapters 2, 3, and 5 take up this task. To understand reason as a power of knowing, how it is that by deductive, truth-preserving inferences from definitions one can extend one's knowledge, is at the same time to understand the practice of mathematics as a mode of intellectual inquiry, as the striving for truth. But if we are to understand mathematical practice, how it works as a mode of intellectual inquiry, we need to see it at work, and that requires in turn attending to the systems of written signs within which to do mathematics. We need both a clear and self-consciously reflective understanding of the role of written marks in the practice of mathematics and a good grasp of at least the basics of the principal systems that have been developed within which to reason in mathematics, namely, Euclidean diagrams, the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra, and Freya's concept script Begriffsschrift. It is these systems of signs, we will see, that put mathematical reasoning in its various guises before our eyes. What would otherwise be a private mental act of reasoning becomes, with the development of a system of signs within which to reason in mathematics, a public act of reason, one that is amenable to philosophical reflection and understanding. Although nowhere collected together and made fully explicit, there is in this work all the essentials of a theory of notation, and of mathematical notation in particular. Analytic philosophy has always had especially close ties with the sciences and has taken understanding the practice of science as one of its central concerns. Analytic philosophy has also taken as one of its guiding tenets the thought that fundamental philosophical problems can fruitfully be addressed by reflecting on language. Analytic philosophers have nonetheless tended for contingent, historical reasons that will eventually emerge to be quite uncritical about language. It has been assumed in particular that the symbolic languages of mathematics differ from natural languages only in their degree of rigor, clarity, and perspicuity, that a sentence of natural language can be translated without losing anything essential into a symbolic language of the appropriate sort. 7 In fact, there are significant differences between the two sorts of languages, and these differences matter to how we should understand them. First, whereas natural language is first and foremost a spoken language and a medium of communication, the symbolic languages of mathematics, for instance, the language of arithmetic and algebra, and Freya's concept script, are instead essentially written and serve primarily as a vehicle of reasoning. Spoken natural language is fully intelligible independent of written language, symbolic languages are not. Natural languages, at least those that are living rather than dead, also evolve with use, they are constitutively social and historical. Symbolic languages by contrast are self-consciously created, often by a single individual, and they have no inherent tendency to change with use. Finally, as Wittgenstein reminds us in the Philosophical Investigations, natural language is enormously versatile. We do all sorts of things in and with natural language. As Freya reminds us in his little monograph Begriffsschrift, symbolic languages are instead special purpose instruments designed for particular purposes and useless for others. If we are to understand the practice of mathematics as it contrasts with our everyday cognitive involvements in the world, we need to understand much better than we currently do both the essential similarities and the profound differences between natural language, on the one hand, and the languages of mathematics, on the other. Although it is only in Chapter 8, in our discussion of the philosophical implications of Freya's work, that we will be in a position adequately to explicate their essential differences, it will help to keep in mind from the outset that natural language and the languages of mathematics serve very different purposes and function in profoundly different ways. The first pillar on which this work rests is Freya's Begriffsschrift, a two-dimensional system of written marks that was self-consciously designed as a language within which to engage in the sort of deductive reasoning from definitions of concepts that since the 19th century has been the norm in mathematical practice. It is this mathematical language, we will see, that is the resource we need if we are to understand how mathematics works as a mode of inquiry. But that language alone is not sufficient for understanding the practice of mathematics. The second pillar we need is the pragmatist idea derived in part from Kant but then developed further in the work of Peirce and Sellers, and assumed also by Freya, that inquiry is, as Sellers puts it, rational, not because it has a foundation but because it is a self-correcting enterprise which can put any claim in jeopardy, though not all at once. Not only is nothing given as the firm and indubitable foundation for knowledge, whether in mathematics, in the natural sciences, or even, we will see, in logic, no given is needed for knowledge. The fact that we have no Olympian standpoint, no God's eye view from which to see things as they really are, the fact that we are essentially contingent, finite, and embodied knowers does not entail that properly objective truth is beyond our ken. Paradoxical though it may at first seem, our contingency is instead constitutive of our capacity for knowledge of things as they are, the same for all rational beings. It is because nothing is given, because the spontaneity of thought is radically unconditioned and so can call anything into question as reason sees fit, that we can make sense of the idea that in our scientific investigations we are after, and in time can achieve, knowledge of things as they are in themselves, the same for all rational beings. This idea, that the rationality of inquiry is manifested in our capacity for self-correction, for second thoughts, directs us, again, to the processes of inquiry as contrasted with their products, and indicates thereby that we need to consider not only our contingency and finitude but also our historicity, that the philosophical understanding we seek must take the form of a narrative of our intellectual maturation. And, again, it must take this form because our knowledge of things as they are in themselves is an essentially late fruit of intellectual inquiry, an achievement of reason that is possible at all only in the wake of profound cognitive transformations. We begin, as the rational animals we are, in what is understood to be an immediate cognitive relation to reality, then achieve with the rise of early modern mathematics, early modern science, and early modern philosophy what seems to be an ineluctably mediated relation to reality, and only in the end, with the full realization of reason as a power of knowing in the 19th and 20th centuries, achieve an adequate understanding of our cognitive relation to reality according to which we are in a recognizably mediated, and hence stable, relation of immediacy to reality. With the rise of early modern thought there came to seem an insurmountable barrier to understanding truth and knowledge in the exact sciences, a barrier that can be expressed as an inconsistent triad. The reality on which thought aims to bear is radically mind-independent, the spontaneity of thought is radically unconditioned, and yet judgment in the exact sciences constitutively involves rational constraint by the reality on which it aims to bear. The task is to dismantle this barrier so that we may take in our stride the pursuit of truth in mathematics and the other exact sciences. There are two very different ways of conceiving this task. One way is to take our perplexity to be due to some kind of bad, but optional, prejudice. Both Rorty and McDowell, each in his own way, take our problems concerning truth and knowledge to have this shape, McDowell arguing, for instance, that our problems are due to a scientistic prejudice, that they are dissolved once we recognize that nature must not be identified with the realm of law. This seems clearly right as far as it goes. We are, as the rational, autonomous beings we are, a part of nature just as anything else is. But it is one thing to know that this is and must be so, quite another to understand how it can be so. To understand how it can be that autonomous rational beings are a part of nature, the same nature that is the subject of inquiry in fundamental physics. We need something more than a diagnosis of a mistaken prejudice. We need, as I aim to show by example in the chapters to follow, a narrative of our becoming, and we need this because our problem is not like a disease to be diagnosed and cured, restoring us thereby to health, but instead like adolescence, a natural and necessary stage on the way to full maturity. As will become clear, the resources we need in order to resolve our difficulties are not, as they are on Rorty's and McDowell's views, antecedently available. They are instead something essentially new, something discovered only in the light of the difficulties we face. Aristotle's response to the ancient problem of change provides a good illustration of the shape of the philosophical move that I think is needed here. Despite being ubiquitous in our daily lives, change seemed, before Aristotle, to be utterly inconceivable, literally unthinkable. And it did so, we can see in retrospect, because no distinction had yet been drawn between two essentially different modes of being, between what something is and what it is, as we say, like. Because this distinction was not yet drawn, it seemed that change could come only from what is or from what is not. Only neither option made any sense. Because nothing comes from nothing, change cannot come from what is not. And because what is already is, change cannot come from what is. Change seemed, then, to be impossible. But of course it is not impossible, and Aristotle was able to show that it is not because he explicitly realized that being is not univocal, that a thing can be, as Aristotle thinks of it, one in number but two in account. One and the same thing can be both a human being, say, which is something a thing is, and also, say, courageous, musical, or pale, that is, something that a thing can be like. Change, Aristotle taught us to see, comes in a way from what is, say, a human being, and in a way from what is not, say, unmusical. The unmusical man can become a musical man. Much as change seemed unintelligible to Aristotle's predecessors, so knowledge of objective truth, and especially knowledge of objective truth in mathematics, seems unintelligible to us. And it seems unintelligible to us because we are barely modern, because we draw distinctions, for instance, that between causes and reasons, that the ancients did not draw, at least in the same way. Nevertheless, we cannot just return to pre-modern modes of thought. Early modernity, like adolescence, must be taken up and gone through if we are to come to a satisfactory resolution of our difficulties. Early modernity was born in the recognition of distinctions not hitherto drawn, and the project of modernity will be fully completed only with the discovery of further distinctions on those distinctions. In the end we will be able to take the full measure of our autonomy, of the radical mind independence of reality, and of our capacity to know things as they are, but in order to do that we must recognize that, and how, the power of reason is realized in time, through the processes of intellectual transformation and maturation that are traced in this work. A narrative of our intellectual growth and maturation must begin at the beginning, where we ourselves begin, and so with ourselves as we first understand ourselves to be, rational animals with various powers and abilities, among them the capacity to perceive and so to know. We will not, however, assume with the ancient Greeks that these are capacities we are born with. With Sellers, McDowell, and others, we take these capacities instead to be something we acquire only in the course of our acculturation, a central element of which is our initiation into a natural language. It is the acquisition of natural language that first provides us with a view of things, the eyes to see things as they are. From being mere animals we become, with the acquisition of language, rational animals, that is, a fundamentally different sort of living being, one that inhabits the world in a very different way from the way mere animals inhabit the world. And the world itself is transformed in the process. Much as a terrain acquires the significance of being an environment with opportunities for and hazards to survival with the emergence through the processes of biological evolution of mere animals, so an environment acquires the significance of being the world, the locus of truth, with the emergence of rational animals. As animals and their environments arise together in the course of biological evolution, so knowers and the known arise together in the course of our social and cultural evolution. Various aspects of this evolution are the topic of the first chapter. We begin with an account of ourselves as biologically and socio-culturally evolved rational animals. In order to go on, we need something more, a vision of what might be but is not yet, and this is provided by the ancient Greek mathematical practice of reasoning with diagrams. Using diagrams, the Greeks were able to discover an extraordinary array of mathematical truths. We need to understand how this works, and we need to understand it in a historically sensitive way, that is, in a way that is compatible with an understanding of ancient Greek thought more generally, as it is enabled by natural language. The reason is obvious. Our project of understanding how new shapes of consciousness can emerge in the course of history cannot succeed if elements of consciousness that are essentially late, that can emerge only out of some earlier shape of consciousness, are then read back into that earlier shape. Chapter 2 attempts to understand ancient Greek diagrammatic practice in its historical context and as a distinctively mathematical practice, one that enables the discovery of timeless objective truths. Written natural language serves to record utterances and is read, at least at first, as a record of speech. It is the spoken, not the written word that is the bearer of meaning. Euclidean diagrams are obviously not a record of speech, but nor, we will see, are they merely records of things as, say, tally marks are a record of things in a collection, one tally mark for each. Euclidean diagrams do not record but instead formulate content in a mathematically tractable way. They provide a language within which to reason. Equations in Descartes' symbolic language of algebra are different again. Like a Euclidean diagram, an equation in the language of algebra serves as a vehicle of mathematical reasoning, but it does so in a way that is radically different from the way a Euclidean diagram does. We will see in Chapter 3 that Descartes' form of mathematical practice with equations is made possible only through a profound and thoroughgoing transformation, a metamorphosis in his conception of space and of spatial drawings of, for example, circles and triangles. It will also be shown that Descartes' metaphysics, both his new conception of the order of nature in terms of laws of motion and his conception of the mind as a self-standing realm of freedom, are made possible by, and only fully intelligible in the light of, Descartes' radically new sort of mathematical practice. Because this new practice is, or at least seemed to Descartes to be, the work of the pure intellect, with Descartes the immediacy of perception, of our capacity to take in things as they are, is supplanted by the new way of ideas. Our intentional directedness on reality is henceforth to be conceived as inherently mediated, as constitutively involving both the will and representations that are judged to be true through acts of will. The age of understanding has begun. Descartes' transformed understanding of mathematical practice realizes a new mode of intentional directedness and a new conception of reality. The ancient paradigm of being, a living animal with its form of life and characteristic powers, both motor and perceptual, gives way to a new paradigm, that of an object governed by laws of nature in the case of bodies, and laws of reason and freedom in the case of the mind. Implicit in Descartes' conception of a law is, furthermore, a new conception of concepts. Whereas on the ancient view concepts are constitutively sensory and object involving, on the modern conception made possible by Descartes' new form of mathematical practice, and made explicit in Kant, concepts are merely predicates of possible judgments. They do not give objects but are instead that through which independently given objects are thought. In distinguishing between concepts and intuitions as he does, separating thereby the logical functions of referring and predicating that are inextricably combined in the thought of the ancient Greeks, Kant makes the first significant advance in logic since Aristotle. According to the account developed in Chapter 4, Kant's critical philosophy steers us between the horns of a dilemma that inevitably arises in the wake of Descartes' transformed conception of being, between, that is, dogmatism and skepticism, and it does so by rejecting the foundationalist picture of knowing on which the dilemma rests. There is no given foundation for knowledge, and nor, as Kant almost sees, is any such foundation needed for knowledge. It is the activity of inquiry, not its products, that holds the key to an adequate conception of truth in the exact sciences, the activity of construction in pure intuition in mathematics, and the activity of hypothesis, experimentation, and correction in physics, and in metaphysics. 8 But because, on Kant's account, all objectivity lies in relation to an object, which is understood in turn as an all-sided determination, it follows directly that no finite contingent being can know an object as it is in itself, as it would be grasped in the intellectual intuition of an infinite being. We finite beings can know things only as they appear to us, as they are informed by the forms of sensibility and understanding. Because these forms are the conditions of the possibility of the activity of reason both in its intuitive use in mathematics and in its discursive use in pure natural science, they are at the same time the conditions of the possibility of knowing. Cognition, on Kant's account, constitutively involves both the spontaneity of the understanding and the receptivity of sensibility, and it does so in a way that enables Kant to recover something very like the ancient conception of experience as revelatory of things as they are, not, however, in perception of an object but in acts of judgment. With Kant, cognition is to be conceived not as a relation to an object but instead takes the form of a judgment, that things are thus and so. And at least empirically, judgment on Kant's view is an act of what we will call expressive freedom that is completed by the reality on which it aims to bear. It is revelatory of manifest facts. But such freedom is possible, Kant holds, only in light of a transcendental synthesis. Transcendentally, judgment is an act of productive freedom, of a form of freedom that makes something from something that is found. Hegel saw that this cannot be right. He also saw, in essence, how Kant's transcendental idealism is to be avoided, namely, by recognizing that contingency is not incompatible with knowledge of things as they are in themselves, with absolute knowing, but instead constitutive of it. And we will be able to recognize this, he saw, when we take into account also our historicity, the fact that the pursuit of truth is not only an activity but one with a dialectical history of growth, development, and transformation. What Hegel lacked was any adequate basis on which to develop this idea. In the end, it was not Hegel's critique that dealt the death blow to Kant's critical philosophy but instead the emergence over the course of the 19th century of the new mathematical practice of reasoning in concepts, Denken in Begriffen. The focus of Chapter 5 is the new mathematical practice that emerged in 19th century Germany, both the respects in which it is different from the practice with the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra that was inaugurated by Descartes and developed further by Leibniz, Euler, and others, and the ways it seems to have been understood by its practitioners, in particular, by Galois, Riemann, Dedekind, Hilbert, and others. 9 In Chapter 6, we turn to the 20th century response to these developments as it was shaped by the rise of mathematical logic. As we will see, the path forward from 19th century developments in mathematics that jettisons constructions in favor of an essentially Kantian account of deductive reasoning from concepts holds out little prospect of shedding light on the problem of truth and knowledge in mathematics. Chapter 7 makes a new beginning with Freya. As Kant made the first real advance in logic beyond the Greeks by distinguishing logically between concepts and intuitions, so, we will eventually see, Freya makes the first real advance beyond Kant. Much as, from the perspective afforded by Kant, we can see that the ancient notion of a term conflates the logical function of referring with that of predicating, so from the perspective afforded by Freya we see that that latter distinction between referring and predicating is similarly a conflation. It conflates the distinction between concepts and objects with that between free gene sense and signification or meaning. It is in just this way that Freya achieves an essentially new, post-Kantian conception of concepts as fully objective entities in their own right, entities that can be grasped in thought and as so grasped provide the basis for judgment and inference. In so doing, Freya realizes a new conception of language, one that enables us explicitly to recognize the transformed mode of intentional directedness on reality that first emerged in the 19th century, the third shape of spirit that is reason. Freya's Begriffsschrift was to be a mathematical language, modeled on the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra, within which to exhibit the contents of mathematical concepts and to reason deductively from them. Begriffsschrift was, that is, to be a mathematical language that could serve as a vehicle of the sort of reasoning that has been standard in mathematical practice since the 19th century. Freya's 1879 monograph of the same name introduces the language and aims to show by example how it is to be used in defining concepts and deducing theorems on the basis of definitions. The proof of Theorem 133 in Part 3 of that work is to illustrate how it is that a strictly deductive proof from definitions can constitute a real extension of our knowledge. Chapter 7 clarifies and explains all the essentials of this proof. In Chapter 8 we see that Freya's proof shows, to one with the eyes to see, both that and how even reasoning deductively from concepts in mathematics can be ampliative, a real extension of our knowledge. Freya's fundamental logical advance is clarified, and this clarification enables us finally to make precise various essential differences between natural and mathematical language. The account of the practice of mathematics that emerges reveals not only that this practice is an achievement of reason but also that through it the power of reason itself is, for the first time in history, fully realized as a power of knowing. We turn in the final chapter to some of the implications of the developments of the previous chapters for the practice of fundamental physics in the 20th century, in particular, special and general relativity and quantum mechanics. A sketch is provided of some essential features of this new way of doing physics and of the peculiar role mathematics plays in it, and we see how certain characteristic themes, sounded already in our discussion of the practice of mathematics since the 19th century, can be discerned again in this new practice of physics. As we will also see, on this way of doing physics one does not merely use mathematics, in an important sense this physics just is mathematics. With 20th century fundamental physics, the project of modernity first begun in the 17th century is completed. 1. Of course it is not only in ancient Greece, with its mathematical practice, that reason makes its first appearance. Ancient Chinese and ancient Indian mathematics were also rational enterprises, they also concerned themselves with proof, the grounds for holding some claim true or some algorithm correct. Nevertheless, our story of the realization of reason as a power of knowing begins with ancient Greek mathematical practice in particular because it is this practice, together with ancient Greek philosophy, that provides the historical basis for all that follows. 2. As we will later see in some detail, mathematical objects are real wholes, but they also have real parts. They are, as I will put it, intelligible unities. 3. The rise of analytic philosophy, which in its own self-understanding constituted a sharp separation from the past, is often seen as just the revolution that is needed here. See, for example, Aristotle. And Dumet credits Freya in particular with commencing a revolution in philosophy on the order of the revolution begun with Descartes. I do agree that Freya has a pivotal role to play in the needed revolution, one that is in certain respects analogous to that of Descartes. As will become evident, however, I have a very different reading of Freya from Dumet's, one that grounds a very different unfolding from that which we find in 20th century analytic philosophy. For reasons that will become clear, 20th century analytic philosophy is not the revolution that is wanted. For it was just this sort of view that led Poincaré to deny that developments in mathematics had shown Kant to be wrong about the nature of mathematical practice. According to him, mathematical reasoning clearly is ampliative and hence it cannot be strictly deductive. To take a mathematician's proof and formalize it, make it strictly deductive, is to somehow destroy its character as a mathematical proof. See Detlefsen and. We return to Poincaré's views in section 5.4. 5. Enlightening though it would be, I cannot in this work take up the question of the similarities and differences between Peirce's philosophy of mathematics and Freya's. A very brief discussion of Peirce's philosophy of mathematics is provided below in section 5.4. For other recent work on Peirce's philosophy of mathematics see more. 6. Compare Matthews. The inside is a mind or subject of consciousness, whose acts and states are indubitable to itself. The outside is a body known to the mind or inside only indirectly through quite dubitable inferences from sense impressions. The picture of human beings as having, in this way, both an inside and an outside is so commonplace, so commonsensical that we find it hard to realize how strikingly modern it is. Price argues that this inside/outside, or sidewaysan, conception of our being in the world is something science has revealed, that physiology teaches us that Kant was right. What we get from our sensory apparatus depends on quite contingent features of our physical construction, as well as on the nature of the external world. This product of a sideways-on scientific perspective is not a kind of comatose version of transcendentalism, but a plausible first-order theory about the way in which our brains are linked to their environment. Nor is it a kind of philosophical opening bid, which we can abandon on the grounds that it causes problems elsewhere in philosophy. To all intents and purposes it is a fact of modern life, within the constraints of which philosophy must operate. In fact, we will see, this conception is not a finding of science. It is a metaphysical thesis that we inherit from early modernity and will need ultimately to jettison. 7. The expression natural language is sometimes objected to on the grounds that the relevant sort of language is not natural but instead social or cultural. Certainly it is not something we have as a matter of our biological endowment. Language is not instinctual in us in the way various sorts of cries are instinctual in certain sorts of animals, the way cries of pain are instinctual in us. Natural language is social and cultural. But it is also in its way natural to us as the kind of being we are. How we should think of it, on the present view, is laid out in Chapter 1. 8. Kant does suggest, in the last paragraph of the introduction to the Jatial logic, that hypotheses are not allowed either in mathematics or in metaphysics, but in the B preface of the first critique he describes his method as imitated from the method of those who study nature and suggests further that the experiment that is the first critique succeeds as well as we could wish. Kant's understanding of sensibility and understanding as the two stems of human cognition, in particular, seems not to be something that Kant has discovered, it is instead hypothesized. 9. Readers may be surprised, and dismayed, to find that there is no sustained discussion of Leibniz's work in the chapters to follow given that our central concern is with mathematical practice. Certainly it is true that already in Leibniz's work one finds many ideas and intimations that will come to fruition in the late 19th century. As I understand the situation, Leibniz was extraordinarily prescient, and for just that reason cannot be a focus here. Leibniz did not have, and if I am right could not have had, the influence on the unfolding of events that concerns us here that he in some sense should have had precisely because he was so much before his time. Perception. The cognitive transformations that realize us as knowers of things as they are in themselves, the same for all rational beings, belong to our intellectual history as the rational animals we are. We need to begin, then, with what it is to be an animal with the power of reason, the capacity for critical reflection and second thoughts, an animal answerable to the norm of truth. Rational animals are not merely biological beings but instead essentially social, historical, and cultural. We are not, and for reasons that will become clear, could not be born rational. Instead we become so through our acculturation into a tradition, a central element of which is a natural language that is itself socially evolved. It is natural language that at once empowers us to see, to have the world in view, and realizes the world, as that to which our judgments answer. There is, then, a pre-established harmony between ourselves as the rational animals we become through our acculturation and the world as it first comes into view. We can see how things are, perceptually take in things as they are. For us as we first find ourselves to be, this capacity, realized with the acquisition of a natural language, provides the model for all intellection, all thought. Perception is of objects, first and foremost living beings, paradigmatically animals with their characteristic natures and powers of self-movement. Inanimate stuffs, fire, water, earth, and air, are conceived analogically, as likewise having natures and the power of self-movement to their natural places. The world as perceived is a world of beings and the characteristic happenings of such beings, for instance, as in the case of animals, their birth, growth, decay, and finally, death. Time passes, things change, and we perceive that this is so. But we also learn to perceive, as with the mind's eye, things that do not change but seem timelessly to be what they are, mathematical things such as triangles, circles, and numbers. And we discover truths about these things, in some cases merely by reflection and inference, in others through the diagrams we draw. And we know ourselves to do this. Because this first shape of consciousness, realized in and through natural language, has its primary mode of intentional directedness in perception, it is natural to try to account for this power of knowing mathematical truth in terms of another mode of being than that of the sensible, changing things we find all around us, a mode of unchanging being, the mathematicals, and ultimately the Platonic forms that are grasped with the eye of the mind in a kind of intellectual seeing. To be for this first mode of consciousness is to have a nature, to be an instance of a kind, paradigmatically a form of life, and to know, for it, is to know a thing as what it is, in its nature. Knowing, that is constitutively of objects, of things with natures. Like the natural language that speaks it, this knowing is inherently sensory and object involving. Our first cognitive involvement in the world thus has the form of immediacy. Things just do show up, are revealed as they are, in perception, and in intellection conceived on the model of perception, as the cognitive grasp of a thing with the mind's eye. Objectivity correspondingly lies in the distinction between an object and one's experience of it. To err is to take what is merely an appearance, merely a feature of one's experience of a thing, for reality, as what is the case with an object independent of one's experience of it. Then, with Descartes, there is an inversion, a reversal in our mode of consciousness. Not perception of an object but pure intellection, thought trained not now on an object but instead on the mathematical relations that can obtain among objects, becomes the paradigmatic mode of intentional directedness and the model even for perception. Our understanding of the being of beings is likewise transformed. What most fundamentally is not now to be understood in terms of the notion of a form of life, an animal with its nature and characteristic powers, but instead in terms of the essentially modern notion of a law. To be, on the modern view, is to be subject to a law, either a law of nature or a law of freedom. Likewise, truth is not now a matter of revelation, the immediate grasp of a thing as what it is, in its nature, but is instead correctly to picture something that is the case, a fact. And our understanding of objectivity is similarly transformed. It lies not in the distinction between an object and one's experience of it but instead in the God's eye, purely intellectual view, in the view from nowhere as contrasted with the essentially sensory view from here. And all this occurs because it is not now natural language but instead mathematical language, in particular, the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra first devised by Descartes, the language that proved to be the greatest instrument of discovery in the history of mathematics that provides us, that is, the pure intellect, with the eyes to see, to know things as they are. For this shape of spirit that is and knows itself to be radically other than its ancient forebear, our everyday experience of the world comes to seem to be nothing more than a kind of dream from which we have finally awakened. As we now know ourselves to be, we are strangely situated in a world grasped in thought, a world that as wholly other must ultimately withdraw even from the eyes of the mind. 1. Where we begin. Imagine a cat lapping some milk. It would clearly be a mistake to suppose that although the cat is a certain sort of living organism with a characteristic form of life, the milk she laps is merely a chemically described physical stuff. Of course we can conceive the milk in chemical terms, as indeed we can conceive the cat. That is, we can think of the cat not as a living organism but as a mere lifeless thing, as a collection of biochemical processes that can equally well be observed in a test tube. But if we are going to talk organism and form of life talk on the side of the cat, then we need to talk in the same terms on the side of the milk she laps. The milk is food for the cat, it nourishes her. And the same is true of the cat's environment generally, it is replete with what Gibson has taught us to call affordances. 1. We are not much tempted to suppose, in the case of an animal such as a cat, that inside is a living sentient being while outside is mere physically describable stuff, that mere stuff somehow becomes nourishment for an animal on being ingested. But we are very tempted to suppose in our own case that inside is a conscious, rational being while outside is mere stuff as described in our best physics, that, for instance, mere wavelengths of light somehow cause color experiences in us on being seen. Point 2. In our own case, we talk, that is, in normative terms about our insides, about us insofar as we are self-conscious rational beings, but then switch over to non-normative, merely causal terms in our talk about the world around or outside us. Here again, one can talk physicalist causal talk across the board, for instance, about light hitting our retinas, about neuron firings, and so on. But much as in the case of the cat, if one is going to talk normative talk on the side of a person, then one must talk in the same sort of terms about that person's environment. Point 3. As mere stuff does not become food for an animal on being taken up and eaten, so wavelengths of light do not become colors by being taken up by our eyes and processed by our brains. Mere physical stuffs are not transformed into food by being eaten by an animal, but instead already have the biological significance of food by the time there is anything to call an animal on the scene at all, and mere physical stuffs are not transformed into perceptual experiences by some activity of our brains, but instead already have the perceptual significance of being, say, read, by the time there is anything to call a perceiver on the scene at all. Point 4. We already understand, well enough, how biological evolution might realize living organisms with their biologically significant environments. The task of this chapter is to understand, well enough, how processes of social evolution might realize self-conscious rational beings in a world of perceptible objects, and to clarify in particular the role that language plays in this process. All that we will suppose, by way of the peculiar biological endowments of animals capable of enacting such processes of social evolution as eventuate in the emergence of rational animals, are capacities of our ancestors to imitate one another and to cooperate and share goals, and the ability to synthesis into a single whole one's procedural knowledge of the layout of a terrain. 1.1 The limits of Cartesianism. 5. Although not in the case of mere animals, we have a tendency in our own case to think that outside are merely physically described stuffs while inside are normatively significant, meaningful experiences. And this picture we have of our being in the world is, we think, required by advances in the natural sciences, and as such is a given for any and all philosophical reflection. It is most obviously manifested in work, for instance, in cognitive science and consciousness studies that aims to understand how the characteristic activities of brains might realize, or eventuate in, consciousness, that is, mind. 6. It is not, however, confined to such work. Just the same tendency is manifested also in a dominant strand of social pragmatism, according to which outside is the world as described in our best physics, while inside are socially instituted norms. An especially well-developed account of this sort is Brandam's in making it explicit. Understanding its limitations will clear the way for the very different sort of account that is pursued here. In making it explicit, Brandam aims to offer sufficient conditions for a system of social practices to count as specifically linguistic practices, an account of the social practices that distinguish us as rational, indeed logical, concept-mongering creatures, knowers and agents. The task is to spell out, make explicit, what something would have to be able to do in order to count as saying, to specify under what circumstances a response to something is not merely causal, but instead an instance of speaking, of deploying concepts, of judging. As Brandam explains, classification by the exercise of regular differential responsive dispositions may be a necessary condition of concept use, but it is clearly not a sufficient one. Such classification may underlie the use of concepts, but it cannot by itself constitute discursiveness. The chunk of iron is not conceiving its world as wet when it responds by rusting. Why not? What else must be added to responsive classification to get to an activity recognizable as the application of concepts? What else must an organism be able to do, what else must be true of it, for performances that it is differentially disposed to produce responsively to count as applications of concepts to the stimuli that evoke those responses. As Brandom sets things up, to see and so to say, for instance, that's yellow when presented with a ripe Chiquita banana is similar to a chunk of irons rusting in the rain insofar as both responses involve a reliable differential responsive disposition, a merely causal process. But they are of course also importantly different. And here Brandom follows Kant in taking it that we have two options: either we think of the sequence of events presentation of banana followed by an utterance of that's yellow as behavior in accordance with a rule or norm, that is, as causally necessitated, or we think of it as an action according to one's conception of a rule or norm, that is, as rationally necessitated. The first sort of necessity is clearly not sufficient for an adequate understanding of the response as a piece of language use. In speaking one is not merely causally necessitated to make the noises one makes. So we must choose the second. To say that's yellow when presented with a ripe Chiquita banana is to act according to one's conception of a norm or rule. But this, Brandom thinks, will not do either because such an action presupposes rather than explains one's capacity to use language with meaning and understanding. To follow an explicitly formulated rule is already to be able to assign it the requisite meaning, already to have the conception in question, on pain of a vicious regress. This, Brandom suggests, is precisely the point of Wittgenstein's regress argument in the Investigations. We begin with an explicit expression of a rule, for example, a signpost pointing the way. But there is no given or intrinsic meaning to the signpost, no meaning that it has independent of the ways we actually go on in light of it. The signpost is in itself merely some physical stuff in some configuration, it does not itself settle what is the right way to go on along the trail. And because the signpost does not itself point the way for us, we suppose instead that the signpost has the meaning it does for us because we respond to it in a certain way, because, as Wittgenstein puts it, the signpost is interpreted as pointing one way rather than another. But it can then be argued that this interpretation too has no given, intrinsic meaning, no meaning independent of the ways we actually go on in light of it. Suppose, for example, that having seen the signpost I raise my arm and point in the direction we are to go. That bodily movement has no intrinsic meaning, it does not, in itself, mean that the trail goes off to the left. Similarly, if I speak, say, for instance, the words "here we turn left," the same problem arises. The utterance is itself nothing more than sounds in the air, it has no intrinsic meaning. In order for my interpretation of the signpost, whatever form that interpretation takes, to be a normatively significant response, a taking of the sign as meaning such and such, a further interpretation would seem to be needed. But this clearly starts a regress. Insofar as my interpretation, whatever it is itself normatively inert, that interpretation cannot resolve our original difficulty. Like the signpost, my interpretation just stands there, it is utterly meaningless. Interpretations by themselves do not determine meaning. Brandom's thought is to stop the regress of interpretations by appeal to norms implicit in practice. As Brandom reads Wittgenstein, the regress of interpretations that is generated by thinking of rule following as an action that is according to one's conception of a rule can be stopped by norms implicit in practice. As he writes, norms explicit as rules presuppose norms implicit in practice because a rule specifying how something is correctly done must be applied to particular circumstances, and applying a rule in particular circumstances is itself essentially something that can be done correctly or incorrectly. A rule, principle, or command has normative significance for performances, only in the context of practices determining how it is correctly applied. To understand, then, the essential difference between a person saying that's yellow in the presence of something yellow and, say, a parrot's squawk of yellow in the same circumstance, we need to consider the norms implicit in practice that for the person but not the parrot underlie her commitment to explicit linguistic rules such as that enjoining us to call yellow things yellow. We have seen that Brandom's account begins with Kant's distinction between behavior in accordance with a rule and action according to a conception of a rule, between the realm of nature and causes, and that of freedom, reasons. But because action according to a conception of a rule presupposes rather than explains both one's understanding of the rule and one's awareness of the circumstances in which the rule is correctly applied, Brandom also distinguishes within the realm of freedom between action that is explicitly undertaken in accordance with the rule and action that is only implicitly, in practice, undertaken in accordance with the rule. Thus, he thinks, there are three levels at which performances can be discussed: a level of norms explicit in rules and reasons, a level of norms implicit in practice, and a level of matter of factual regularities, individual and communal. It cannot be explicit norms all the way down because, again, such a conception presupposes rather than explains both one's understanding of the norm and one's awareness of the circumstances in which the rule is applicable. And it cannot be reliable differential responsive dispositions all the way up because although such dispositions can account for the responses we in fact have to things, they cannot provide any basis for the distinction between what we do and what we ought to do. If anything is to be made of the Kantian insight that there is a fundamental normative dimension to the application of concepts, an account is needed of what it is for norms to be implicit in practices. Such practices must be construed both as not having to involve explicit rules and as distinct from mere regularities. We are to start with norms implicit in practices that do not presuppose conceptual content, and so truth, and then build up to such content. Practices, and the norms that are implicit in them, are the raw materials out of which Brandom aims to build something that counts as speaking. But of course it is not enough that one takes the signpost, in practice, to point this way or that. For in that case whatever seems right to one is right, and then we cannot talk of right, or wrong, at all. 7 Instead, on Brandom's account, a piece of behavior that is a case of rule following in practice which is a matter of having a certain status, of counting as something that is constrained by norms is itself constituted as such by various attitudes, effective assessments of propriety, in the form of responsive classifications of a performance as correct or incorrect. Brandom needs, then, to tell us what something would have to be able to do to count as engaging in practices that implicitly acknowledge the application of norms. The question is what role such a response must play in order to deserve to be called a practical taking or treating of some performance as correct or incorrect. As Brandom understands it, the natural world does not come with commitments and entitlements in it, they are the products of human activity. In particular, they are creatures of the attitudes of taking, treating, or responding to someone in practice as committed or entitled. The thought is to demystify norms by them as instituted by the practical attitudes of those who acknowledge them in their practice. Apart from such practical acknowledgement, taking or treating performances as correct or incorrect by responding to them as such in practice, performances have natural properties, but not normative proprieties. They cannot be understood as correct or incorrect without reference to their assessment or acknowledgement as such by those in whose practice the norms are implicit. Nature itself is normatively inert, but on Brandom's account our responses to it, most fundamentally, our attitudes, are not, and these attitudes are basic for him. The basic building block of Brandom's version of what he calls I-thou sociality is the relation between an audience that is attributing commitments and thereby keeping score and a speaker who is undertaking commitments, on whom score is being kept. 8. Brandom's account is clearly Cartesian insofar as, for Brandom, what is outside nature is normatively inert, merely causal. In particular, authority is not found in nature. The laws of nature do not bind us by obligation, but only by compulsion. The institution of authority is human work, we bind ourselves with norms. And we can so bind ourselves, on his account, because we are capable of normatively significant attitudes of assessment. These attitudes are the unexplained explainers of the account. They are intrinsically normative and as such are irreducible to anything in nature because nature is non-normative, merely causal. In sum, for Brandom, what is outside is merely causal, normatively inert, while what is inside, attitudes, are essentially and irreducibly normative. Merely causal stimuli occasion normatively significant responses, Attitudes of assessment. Like any other physical object, we respond to stimuli. Brandam's task is to understand how our responses to impacts of the merely causal world, unlike those of chunks of iron or of parrots, can be counted as properly conceptual, answerable to the norm of truth, and the idea, we have seen, is to appeal to norms instituted by attitudes and implicit in practice as the basis for understanding explicit rule following. There are at least two fundamental objections to any such project. Point 9. First, although Brandam aims to demystify norms by grounding them in attitudes, in fact his account makes a mystery of norms by founding them on responses that must be conceived as inherently, that is, irreducibly, non-natural. Because norms and nature, as Brandam understands them, are essentially opposed, the norm-laden responses that are the unexplained explainers of the account simply cannot arise within the causal realm, the realm of nature. We just are, on this account, capable of having attitudes that are norm-laden. And given the original dichotomy of reasons and causes, these attitudes are and must be primitive, they cannot be reduced to something non-normative, something merely causal. There are, then, in the world as Brandam depicts it, not only merely physical stuffs with their causal powers but also unexplained, and ultimately inexplicable, normative attitudes that we just are capable of adopting. To suppose otherwise, to suggest that the normative attitudes that are his fundamental building block might arise out of the merely causal, would be to fall into what Sellers calls the myth of the given. It would be to take something merely causal somehow to have normative significance. Brandam's account does not, then, meet the constraint of naturalism. It must suppose something essentially non-natural, something opposed to nature, in order so much as to begin. Point 10. The second objection concerns not Brandam's starting point, which, I have just suggested, is and must be non-natural, but instead his end point, that is, the notion of objectivity that he is in fact able to achieve. Brandam aims to avoid more blatantly Cartesian projects by starting not with full-blown intentionality, that is, with rational beings answerable to the norm of truth, but more modestly with creatures capable of taking up attitudes that institute, at least in the first instance, social proprieties of correctness and incorrectness. His task, the project of the book as a whole, is to build up to the sort of intentionality that is characteristic of rational beings answerable to the norm of truth. Although we do not start with them, the aim is to end up with something that is evidently an account of rational beings. Thus, in Chapter 8, we are provided with what Brandam describes as his objectivity proofs to show that the notion of truth is distinguished in his account from the notion of assertability. Brandam claims, in particular, that those proofs define a robust sense in which the facts as construed in this work are independent of what anyone or everyone is committed to. The claim-making practices described here are accordingly properly understood as making possible genuine fact-stating discourse, for they incorporate practices of assessing claims and inferences according to their objective correctness, a kind of correctness that answers to how things actually are, rather than to how they are taken to be, by anyone or everyone. In fact, as many readers have recognized, Brandam does not, and cannot, prove what is needed, that what is objective is what is the case anyway, however we take things to be, and that in judging we are answerable to what is objectively the case. How Gieland, for instance, notes, what the proofs show is that there is no legal move, in Brandam's system, from everyone believes P to P. But they don't show anything at all about what could legitimate P instead. In particular, they don't begin to show how P could answer to how things actually are, which is just to say that they don't show how any of the moves could be claim-makings or fact-statings. On Brandam's account, judgment is not answerable to things as they are, and nor can it be given his conception of the way the normative is contrasted with the causal. If what is outside is merely causal, if it is normatively inert, then there is simply no possibility of its rationally constraining our judgments. And then, as How Gieland notes, there is no reason to call it judgment at all. Wittgenstein argues that to understand the meaning of, say, a signpost by appeal to an interpretation of it on the grounds that independent of any interpretation the signpost is a merely causal thing, that is, normatively inert, generates a vicious regress of interpretations. Brandom suggests that the regress can be stopped by appeal one's implicit grasp of a rule as manifested in one's practice. We have seen two problems with this response. First, it requires introducing something essentially non-natural into an otherwise merely causal world. This is mysterious and hence unsatisfactory. The second problem is that Brandom cannot in any case provide what is wanted, an account of the objectivity of judgment, the fact that in judging we are answerable to how things are. A more radical and arguably more Wittgensteinian response to Wittgenstein's reflections on rule following in his philosophical investigations is to jettison the whole Cartesian/Kantian framework within which causes and norms are ineluctably opposed together with the sort of reductive, mechanistic explanation that tradition engendered. Although what is merely causal is normatively inert, nonetheless, we will see, what is merely causal can acquire normative significance in certain contexts. Much as a mere stuff can acquire, in the course of the evolutionary emergence of animals, the significance of being food, that is, a being nourishing for an animal of a certain sort, so what at first is merely causal can come also to be a reason for us. The signpost itself, in such a context, can tell us how to go on. Point 11. We will be interested, for the remainder of this chapter, in three different processes: the emergence of life through the process of biological evolution, the emergence of games through a process of social or cultural evolution, and the emergence, finally, of rational beings through a profound but explicable transformation in players of a particular sort of socially evolved game. In each case, what emerges is not merely a new kind of being within what is correctly described as a merely causal world, but also a new sort of significance for the world itself. As biological evolution realizes not only sentient animals but also the environments within which they live out their characteristic forms of life, so social evolution realizes not only players of games but also the arenas within which those games are played. The emergence of rational beings, finally, is at the same time the emergence of the world as such, the objective reality on which thought aims to bear. And all three are needed because although biological evolution can realize conscious beings, animals that are perceptually sensitive to their surroundings, and can feel, for instance, pain, anger, and fear, it cannot realize self-conscious rational beings, beings answerable to the norm of truth. Truth is not a biological category. Nor is it a merely social category. Although we must begin with biological evolution through which living beings first emerge, that account must be supplemented with a further evolutionary process, the social evolution of creatures with characteristic practices, creatures able through their practices to institute the purely social significances that are involved in games. These purely social significances will then provide in turn a medium for the coalescence of the loci of authority that are the hallmark of the cognitive orientation on the world that is required for the pursuit of truth. As we will see, it is possible to be fully naturalistic about our own cognitive and intellectual capacities, but only if we begin with life itself as the fruit of biological evolution, and then supplement that conception of life with the fruits of social, and ultimately intellectual, evolution as well. 1.2 Biological evolution and the concept of life. With the rise of modern science we learn to distinguish between, on the one hand, the order newly discernible in nature in terms of exceptionless physical laws, and on the other, ourselves as radically autonomous, self-defining rational subjects, between, that is, the realm of nature and the realm of freedom. But commitment to the idea that everything in nature is describable in the vocabulary of fundamental physics is compatible with the idea that there are other orders of intelligibility to be discerned in nature as well. Point 12 The theory of evolution by natural selection shows that these two ideas are compatible by showing how radically new sorts of beings can come into being, and how, as a result, inanimate nature too can acquire a radically new sort of significance. Point 13. According to the theory of evolution by natural selection, evolution occurs if there is, first, variation, an ongoing source of novel features, second, a mechanism of their replication or inheritance, and third, differential fitness among those replaceable variations. Over time, millions and millions of years, biological evolution realizes beings that are properly described as alive, as having biological natures and natural habitats. Living things are not, in other words, merely things that can do things, as, for instance, mere mechanisms are, they are instead constitutively instances of kinds or species. Living things have natures, and thereby a distinctive mode of being. They have characteristic forms of life. We find it easy to fall into thinking of living things in terms of various characteristic features or behaviors. Much as Brandom asks in making it explicit what something would have to be able to do to count as speaking, deploying concepts, so we tend to ask what something must be able to do in order to count as alive. We list various features and capacities of living things, being highly organized, homeostatic, adaptive, able to reproduce, and so on. But as Thompson has argued, the question what something would have to be able to do to count as alive is the wrong question. What distinguishes living things first and foremost is not what they can do, but what they are. Living things may be, as we say, as if designed by the processes of biological evolution rather as the machines we build are actually designed. Nevertheless, living things have an essentially different mode of being from mere mechanisms. They are, constitutively, instances of life forms. Consider, first, the ability to respond to stimuli, which is something both living things and merely physical things, including mechanisms, for instance, automated doors, can be said to have. Thompson writes, "The warming of an asphalt roadbed and the train of photosynthetic events in a green leaf are both of them, in some sense, the effect of sunlight. And the thawing of icy ponds and the opening of maple buds are each occasioned by rising spring temperatures. It is natural, though, to think that the two vegetative phenomena belong together as instances of a special type of causal relation, or a causal relation with special conditions, distinct from any exhibited in asphalt or water. On the other hand, though, the effect of the hydrogen bomb on a rose, and on a roadbed, will be pretty much the same at least if they are both at ground zero. I mean not only that the effects will be similar, but also that the type of causality will be the same. It is in a more restricted range of cases that we seem to see a difference, if the affected individual is an organism. Intuitively, the difference Thompson points to in this passage should be clear. Our understanding of the process, on the one hand, and of the process, on the other, are very different. In the first case we have a merely causal connection, one that is fully explicable by appeal to certain molecular structures and the effects of sunlight on such structures. Thompson's interest is in the fact that if we try to conceive the second process as another instance of such a causal connection, something essential goes missing, something that can be highlighted by the question, what happens next? In the case of a photosynthesizing leaf, there is a natural answer to the question what happens next, namely, whatever then goes on in the course of a properly functioning, that is to say, living, thriving, plant leaf. There is no comparable answer in the case in which the connection is merely causal. In a description of photosynthesis, for example, we read of one chemical process, one process in the sense of chemistry, one reaction followed by another, and then another. Having read along a bit with mounting enthusiasm, we can ask, and what happens next? If we are stuck with chemical and physical categories, the only answer will be, well, it depends on whether an H-bomb goes off, or the temperature plummets toward absolute zero, or it all falls into a vat of sulfuric acid. That a certain enzyme will appear and split the latest chemical product into two is just one among many possibilities. Physics and chemistry, adequately developed, can tell you what happens in any of these circumstances in any circumstance, but it seems that they cannot attach any sense to a question what happens next, sans phrase. It is not just that the rose and maple are subjects of processes of their own, they are also subjects of a special type or category of process, biological processes, if you like, or life processes. Such processes, Thompson argues, are distinguished not by their content but instead by their form. They exhibit a different sort of unity from merely physical, that is, non-biological, processes. In the case of a living organism, the question what happens next makes sense because living organisms have characteristic forms of life, because they are instances of biological species. What happens next is what happens in the life not of this or that individual but in the life of that species of organism. When springtime comes and the snow begins to melt, the female bobcat gives birth to 2 to 4 cubs. The bobcat is a species or life form, something about which just such a judgment can be made. Furthermore, such an answer to the question what happens next, can be correct even if the answer is in fact false of most instances of the kind. For example, it is perfectly correct to say that the mayfly breeds shortly before dying despite the fact that most die long before breeding. A judgment such as that the mayfly breeds shortly before dying may be true though individuals falling under both the subject and predicate concepts are as rare as one likes, statistically speaking. To understand something as alive is in this way to see it as an instance of a biological kind and so as having a distinctive form of life, one that takes the form of a story, a narrative with a characteristic beginning, middle, and end, whether or not all or even most instances of the kind in fact realize such a life. As Thompson argues, it is possible to understand what a living being does only in light of what it is, namely, an instance of a particular form of life. An animal's being the particular sort of living thing that it is cannot be reduced to its capacities and behaviors because those capacities and behaviors are intelligible as the capacities and behaviors they are only in light of what the animal is, an instance of a particular species of animal. A form of life furthermore serves, at least in some respects, as a norm for the individual. In such cases, where the individual deviates from that norm it is correct to say that it is abnormal. Of course, this does not imply that the particular case ought in any moral sense to have the characteristics of normal instances, nor even that the features of the normal instances are optimal for survival and reproductive success. They may not be, and in some cases certainly will not be. Abnormal cases can be better fitted for survival than their more normal relatives and can over time become the norm. Nevertheless, it is correct to describe them as abnormal if they deviate in relevant ways from what is, at the particular stage in the evolutionary process, the norm. This distinction between what is normal and what is abnormal is stronger than that between what is typical and what is atypical. The latter is not a normative notion, the former is, albeit a weak one. The amount of rainfall in a given month can be typical or atypical, that is, statistically likely or not. It is not properly speaking normal or abnormal because there is no sense in which the rain is for anything. Rain just does fall provided the physical conditions are thus and so. Biological evolution realizes entities that are not merely typical or atypical but normal or abnormal because with biological evolution new, functional unities are realized. We explain the behavior and workings of the parts of animals by appeal to the notion of a function, and hence that of proper functioning, and so also that of a norm, one that the normal instance of the kind meets. Point 14. But again, normal does not imply optimal, it may well be the abnormal instance that is fittest, that will, other things being equal, eventually become the norm. Biological evolution realizes a new sort of being, a living being with its nature or form of life, one that requires different ontological categories than are required in the case of merely physical phenomena in order to be understood. This nature furthermore serves as a norm for the individual relative to which it is normal or abnormal. But as already indicated, the process of evolution by natural selection does not only realize living things. Nature, the world in which animals are to be found, acquires thereby a new sort of significance as well. What are otherwise merely things, for instance, various rock formations, bodies of water, climatic conditions, come to have the significance of what J.J. Gibson calls affordances for animals, where an affordance is what provides or furnishes, either for good or ill and implies the complementarity of the animal and the environment. By contrast with the merely physical properties of things, affordances are intelligible only relative to a species of animal. The words animal and environment make an inseparable pair. Each term implies the other. No animal could exist without an environment surrounding it. Equally, although not so obvious, an environment implies an animal to be surrounded. This means that the surface of the earth, millions of years before life developed on it, was not an environment properly speaking. For an animal, the environment affords both that which is needed for its survival, food, shelter, sexual partners, and so on, and hazards to its survival, dangers of various sorts. Animals and environments co-evolve, they emerge together, and neither is intelligible without the other. 15. Gibson's notion of an affordance belongs to an account of perception aimed at supplanting the standard conception in terms of stimulus and response, representation, and information processing. 16. Instead of conceiving the animal as representing things around it in response to inputs or stimuli to its sense organs, an animal, on Gibson's account, is directly perceptually aware of affordances, biologically significant aspects of its environment. An animal has the capacity to perceive affordances, a capacity that is actualized in the course of its characteristic activities as the animal it is. The notion of a capacity that is wanted here, like the essentially related notion of life, fell into disrepute with the rise of modern science. We have already noted that as in ancient Greek thought inanimate nature is understood on the model of animate nature, so in early modern thought animate nature is understood on the model of inanimate nature. According to Aristotle, for example, the four-stuffs earth, air, fire, and water have internal principles of changing and staying the same just as living beings do, as an acorn grows in a characteristic way into an oak in virtue of the sort of being it is, so fire goes up in virtue of the sort of being it is. And both movements have natural ends. In early modern science one argues in reverse, the movements of inanimate things are due to forces that act on them, and similarly, the movements of animate things are due to forces that act on them. Animate things are really just complex mechanisms, like clockworks. But we can and should treat the two cases differently. We should accept with the early moderns that merely physical processes such as stones rolling down hillsides once dislodged from the places they happen to be cannot be adequately understood by appeal to a power of movement that stones have. Although Aristotle would have said that, for instance, an acid has the power to dissolve something, that dissolving something is something that the acid does and does to something as agent to patient, we need not say this, and should not insofar as we speak carefully. Something merely happens when a solute dissolves in acid, there is a change but there is no agent, and no doing properly speaking. But this does not require us to jettison as the early moderns did the concept of a capacity or power as applied, on the one hand, to living things such as mammals, and on the other, to affordances in their environments. It does not follow from the fact that, say, stones do not have the power of movement that animals do not have such a power, do not do things as agents. Indeed, it is impossible properly to understand a form of life of any complexity without appeal to this notion of a power. A power contrasts not only with the various dispositions of mere physical objects such as stones and pieces of iron but also, and more tellingly, both with a habit and with what, corresponding to a power, an infinite being might be said to have. First, a power is unlike a habit in having what Rödl calls a normative measure, an act of a power unlike an act of habit brings that act under a standard. An animal does not, for instance, have merely the habit of hunting for food, though it may habitually do so in one location rather than another. Instead it has the power of hunting, a capacity to pursue prey in characteristic ways, and on any given occasion is successful or not. The end for the sake of which the animal hunts is to be fed, and this end, what it is for, provides the measure. Being a good hunter is having the power to bring about the relevant end. But of course in some cases the animal, even one that is a very skilled hunter, will fail, perhaps because the prey runs too quickly to be caught. And this is true of powers generally, they can be exercised as the powers they are and to the ends for which they are powers only in favorable circumstances. To have a power is not, then, the same as having the possibility of doing something because the possibility of doing something within one's power can depend on the circumstances in which one finds oneself. Riding a bicycle is within my power, but it is nonetheless possible for me to do that only if my circumstances afford me a bicycle to ride and the requisite conditions for riding. The fallibility of a power, the fact that it can be thwarted when the circumstances are not propitious, is, as Rodel emphasizes, not a limitation of the power but instead a logical or metaphysical fact. Powers are by their natures as powers inherently fallible. The successful exercise of a power requires propitious circumstances. An infinite or eternal being does not have capacities or powers for precisely this reason. Such a being engages in activity but without thereby exercising a capacity. The act of such a being is pure act, the contrast of power and act does not apply to it. Only finite beings can have powers. The powers that animals have as the animals they are inherently fallible. They can be exercised, achieve their ends, only in favorable circumstances. The capacity for nourishment is such a power, as is the ability of birds, say, to build nests. That is, both biological processes such as digesting food for nourishment and an animal's doings, say, a bird building a nest, are for some end, and because they can be thwarted by unpropitious circumstances. The food is poisoned, the bird is caught in a ferocious storm. Such doings and processes can also be interrupted. That is, the animal can be digesting food and the bird building a nest even in the case in which the food is never digested and the nest never built. Mere physical processes are never like this. Because they have no particular end, no telos, they cannot be interrupted before reaching their end. They just happen as they happen, one thing after another after another. A stone, for example, rolling down a hill is not interrupted when it is stopped by a felled tree. It cannot be interrupted because it is not aiming to get anywhere in particular. It is simply stopped. Powers are furthermore intrinsic to the animals that have them insofar as for an animal to gain or lose a power is for that animal to change. An animal that is blinded, for example, loses the power of sight. But not all animal powers are merely biological endowments. Some are learned, and others are improved by learning. An ape, for instance, can learn a new way of getting food, say, how to crack a nut with a rock in an environment that affords such learning, that includes rocks of the right size for the job that are near enough to the nuts to facilitate the discovery. An animal's communicative powers similarly can be either innate or learned. Wolves, for example, instinctively growl and bare their teeth as if about to bite when they are angry, and other wolves instinctively withdraw. Chimpanzees also have such instinctual vocalizations and gestures expressing feelings and emotion, but they also can acquire certain powers of communication. Tomasello describes how very young chimpanzees learn the touchback gesture. The infant initially grabs the mother's back and pulls it down physically so as to climb on. Mom comes to anticipate on the basis of the first touch, and so lowers her back when just this initial part of the sequence is produced. The infant learns to anticipate this response, and so comes to use the gesture intentionally, touching mom's back lightly and waiting for her to lower it in response as expected. Of course, the infant does not do this intentionally in the same sense that a rational animal might do something intentionally. The infant chimpanzee could not, for instance, deliberate and then decide on the basis of its deliberations to make the gesture. The point is that now what the infant is doing is gesturing by touching its mother's back as contrasted with taking a preliminary step in pulling her back down. What had before been an early stage of doing something else is now the doing itself. The infant has acquired the power to communicate to its mother its desire to climb on her back, which of course equally well involves its mother acquiring the power to respond appropriately to such a communication. Mere animals can be very intelligent, resourceful, and creative in getting what they want, and can learn to use things as tools and to communicate their desires as well as to respond appropriately to the gestures of others. They are clearly conscious, though not self-conscious. They can sleep and can awake, and when they are awake they are aware of and respond to things in their environment that matter to them. What mere animals do not have is any awareness of themselves as conscious in all these ways. Our own body language provides a model for thinking about this. We now know that we learn over the course of our upbringing to engage in and respond to various sorts of body language, how to sit and stand, how and when to touch or look at another, and that all this is quite culturally specific. But there was a time when we knew none of this about body language, or even that such a thing exists, though we were doing it. That is, we were engaging in subtle and complex behaviors in relation to others, learned behaviors that involve quite acute sensory motor skills and also learned emotional responses, clearly conscious and intelligent behaviors, all without the least idea that we were doing it. The whole constellation of affective, sensory, motor, and intellectual factors involved in our body language was in our possession as part of our power to communicate with our gestures, postures, and facial expressions. And someone who knew about such powers would be able to see, that is, to know, that we had this power. But there was a time when we did not know about such things and could not realize that we had such a power. Thus, in one sense, even before we knew about body language, we could see another's body language, obviously so given that we could and would respond appropriately to the body language of another with body language of our own, but in another sense, we could not see this because our seeing though conscious was not self-conscious. And there are presumably aspects of our lives that are like this even now, though we, unlike other animals, are self-conscious, we nonetheless can possess merely animal powers as well, powers that we exercise skillfully and aptly without having the least idea that we do. A non-rational animal is neither a mere mechanism to be understood in merely physical terms nor a self-conscious, critically reflective agent responsive to reasons as the reasons they are. A non-rational animal is an instance of a life form, one with characteristic sensory and motor powers that lives out its life in an affordance-rich environment that is made for it in the sense of co-arising with it through its having evolved, come into being, in that sort of place. It is this understanding of an animal in its environment, with its various powers and abilities as the form of life it is, that provides the basis for what follows. What we need now to understand is how certain merely biological animals, together with their environments, can themselves be transformed through a process of social, historical evolution that culminates in a new sort of being, not yet a rational animal but the precursor of one. 1.3 The emergence of human culture and social significances. Evolution by natural selection realizes a new order of intelligibility in nature, a new mode of being, and new characteristic behaviors that are not reducible to the behaviors exhibited by mere physical stuffs. Animals can be intelligent, resourceful, even playful. And primates in particular can also have complex social lives grounded in kinship, friendship, and dominance rank. We are such animals. But we are peculiar among such animals insofar as we are rational, insofar as we speak and know ourselves to speak. What is the nature of this capacity? One familiar answer, indeed the only possible sort of answer from the sideways on perspective, is that we have evolved to have a language gene or an innate universal grammar, that we are programmed, built, to use language. The alternative to be pursued here is to see language and thought as distinctively social, as powers we acquire in the course of our acculturation into a sufficiently and appropriately complex culture. 17. Human culture is extraordinarily rich and multifaceted, and it came to be so, Tomasello argues, because we as a species are uniquely capable of imitative learning, which enables in turn what he calls a ratchet effect. Because we imitate conspecifics, individual and group inventions are mastered relatively faithfully by conspecifics, including youngsters, which enables them to remain in their new and improved form within the group until something better comes along. 18 We know, for example, that Homo erectus had stone tool technology and that technology remained unchanged for over 1 million years, even if, now and again over this period, individuals hit upon improvements, as is likely, those improvements were not culturally preserved. Then, about 100,000 years ago, tools began to become increasingly complex, that is, innovations were preserved in ways that enabled further innovations on those innovations, giving rise to distinctive, and elaborate, cultural practices. This is the ratchet effect, and it is made possible by the capacity or power of imitative learning. Even non-human primates can learn from others. Chimpanzees, in particular, as Tomasello reports, are good at learning about the dynamic affordances of objects they see being manipulated by others. For example, if a mother rolls over a log and eats the insects underneath, her child will likely follow suit. But as he immediately goes on to argue, this is simply because the child learned from the mother's act that there are insects under the log. What even chimpanzees do not do is to copy the methods of others. As far as the animal is concerned, there exists only the bait and the obstacles standing in his way. Human children, by contrast, are concerned not merely with the outcome, the bait, but also with the means that are used to achieve it. They do copy methods. They live lives shaped not only by biological imperatives, the need for food, shelter, and so on, but also by the imperative to do not only what but also as we do. Humans are also distinctive, Tomasello argues, in being helpful to others and able to cooperate with them. We but not chimpanzees can do things not merely side by side but together, and in this regard are uniquely adapted for cultural life. For example, chimpanzees do not naturally point to things but learn to do so when they grow up around humans. They learn, that is, to indicate to humans what they want by pointing because they have learned that humans, unlike other primates, will help them achieve their goals. Significantly, they seem unable to comprehend a helpful gesture, for example, someone's pointing to where there is food for them. Beginning around the end of the first year, human children, like chimpanzees in captivity, begin to point imperatively to something they want or want done. But at the same age they also begin to point informatively, that is, helpfully to offer information, and can understand such a gesture made by another. And at the same time they begin to point as an expression of an emotion or attitude to be shared. Human beings thus seem to be not only capable of imitative learning but also highly motivated to cooperate with and be like others. If Tomasello is right, we, unlike other primates, are motivated not only to do what and how we do but to have the emotions and values that we have. As a result, by way of the ratchet effect, we develop distinctive and highly complex social practices, that is, a new sort of form of life, one that is structured first and foremost by social rather than biological imperatives, and by biological imperatives as they come to be socially articulated. Point 19. With the emergence of social practices through imitative learning and the ratchet effect, certain items of behavior acquire the significance of being performances of practices. They are significant as normal, or abnormal, performances relative to the practices of the group, and as is the case with biological organisms, such performances are at once constituted by and constitutive of what counts as normal behavior. These practices also confer significance on entities that do not evolve as practices do but are in one way or another caught up in those practices, the foodstuffs that, according to what is normal for the community, are to be prepared and eaten in certain ways, the materials that are used for various purposes, the natural phenomena that are responded to with particular sorts of behavior, and so on. As the surroundings of a particular species of animal come to have the shape of a habitat for that species, so the environment of practitioners of conformist practices takes on a particular shape relative to those practices. All this we might expect in light of what we have learned about the distinctive motivational structure and capacities of human animals. But we can also, in a more speculative vein, divide these practices into two sorts, into practices that are the producings and usings of things, food and shelter, for example, as well as the tools and materials that are involved in their production and use, on the one hand, and practices that are themselves the items to be produced and used, on the other. It is the latter sort of practices that we will be concerned with here because they alone can come to be instituted as a kind of game that we play. Among culturally evolved practices, we can imagine some that are verbal doings that in fact make a difference only to the behavior of others in the community, though we should of course expect that these verbal doings will concern things that matter to us, things such as food, shelter, safety, sexual partners, and so on. Because such practices have in this way a purely social significance, because they do not make any material difference in things but only make a difference to the behaviors of others in the community, they can come to constitute a kind of game that one enters by, say, verbally responding to something with extra game significance, perhaps some event or thing in the environment, that is excited by a performance that is not a verbal response but is made in response to a verbal performance, and that has also a game moves that are verbal performances in response to verbal performances. Point 20 Sayings that are entries affect what we can think of as a kind of translation of things into tokenings that entitle other performances. The thing to which one responds gets caught up in the game by being responded to verbally. And as we should by now expect, this is not a matter of making a normative response to something non-normative any more than an animal's eating something that is food, for it is to make a biologically significant response to something that is not biologically significant. Instead, as animals and foodstuffs co-evolve, so verbal practices and things as to be so-called co-evolve. In this way, various features and aspects of the environment come themselves to have normative significances, they acquire significance in the game. With the emergence of a game of the right shape, a full moon, say, can come to constitute an opportunity for a particular utterance or verbal tokening. And such verbal tokenings in turn entitle players, both to other sayings and to doings that are not sayings. An action or game exit affects the converse translation, the translation of a game token or utterance into a nonverbal performance. One hears a certain call and straight away one acts, one's action entitled by the cry one hears. Utterances are, then, entitling, and responses to utterances entitled. As just indicated, games involve more than evolved behavior, what is normal or abnormal for some life form. They involve also the notion of entitlement. In a game one does not merely do as we do, in a game, one is in addition entitled to perform certain actions at certain points. Entitlement is furthermore a purely social status. To be entitled is nothing more or less than to be taken to be entitled by those with whom one plays the game. Once our animals begin to distinguish in practice between those who count as players and those who do not, an equilibrium can be reached in which one is treated as a player by all and only those whom one treats as players. At equilibrium, a space emerges as the space of the game. A simple economic example illustrates the basic idea. In a barter or pre-market economy, a transaction is merely a function of what two traders settle on in a particular trade. There is no money and nothing that commodities can be said to be worth, the terms of each trade must be worked out independent of any others. But if some one commodity comes to be something that everyone is willing to accept and to offer in trade, competition becomes possible. That is, with the emergence of some one commodity as, in effect, a kind of money, the terms of any trade are easily replicated and also differentially fit because each trader acts so as to make the most advantageous deal. And with competition and the differential fitness of various trades, prices emerge and a stable market is created. This market does not yet have the status of a game, however. Because the money of this market is itself a commodity, something of value to traders independent of the market, each trader agrees to a trade solely on the basis of the perceived relative worth of the two commodities involved. Although things now have the social significance of being worth so much they have a price, nothing so far is a pure social significance. A commodity money market is, ontologically speaking, nothing more than an evolved set of practices. In a commodity money market, some one commodity plays de facto the role of the money of the market. In a fiat money economy, something of essentially no value independent of the market, for instance, a piece of paper on which is inscribed so many units of market value, is used instead. Obviously, then, one could not begin with fiat money. Because it has no value independent of the market, fiat money can be introduced only after the market has emerged and prices have stabilized through the use of commodity money. But once prices have stabilized, anything at all can come to play the role of money. Once prices have stabilized, the market can be instituted as a kind of a game in which certain tokens play the role of money, serving, in effect, to keep score of one's purchasing power in the market game. If traders start to accept and to offer certain otherwise useless tokens in trade, then at equilibrium, when everyone whom one treats in practice as having good money, that is, legitimate tokens, so treats oneself, such tokens are instituted as the money of the market. The tokens have come to have a purely social significance. They are valuable solely because they are treated as valuable by market traders. They serve to keep track of one's status in the market game, one's purchasing power, one's entitlement to goods. In a general way, games differ from other practices in virtue of involving both the notion of a purely social significance and the related notion of what one is permitted or entitled to do, as that notion contrasts with that of what it is normal, or abnormal, to do. A player in a game is not only someone capable of making the relevant moves, the moves we make in appropriate circumstances, someone with the power to respond appropriately. A player is someone who is entitled to make moves, and who is properly held responsible for playing by the rules. Being a player is having a certain socially instituted status. We have already seen this in the market case. Commodity money, because it is a commodity, something that is valuable to individuals independent of the market, has a kind of natural or normal significance. It need not be thought of as entitling in any significant sense. Fiat money, because it is not a commodity, has only social significance. It is intrinsically entitling, and this entitlement is a purely social status. To have fiat money is to have a certain socially instituted status as a player in the market game. It is to have the power to buy goods. To enter the market game, one sells one's goods for fiat money, acquiring thereby the potential, or entitlement, to buy in the market. To enter a verbal game by responding to something nonverbal with an utterance is similarly to acquire a potential, to become entitled in a certain way. One's performance is normal relative to the relevant practice. For instance, one utters food in response to edible things, and not in response to what is inedible, but it is not entitled by that to which it is a response. The entitlement to make moves in a game is a purely social entity. It cannot be conferred by a nonverbal event or state of affairs. Verbal responses to nonverbal things, although they are entitling of other performances, both INTR game moves and exits, are not themselves entitled. Correspondingly, a game exit, which is a nonverbal performance in response to an utterance, is entitled without being entitling. Of course, what one does by way of a game exit can occasion a verbal response. Nevertheless, the two are essentially different. They are different much as a purchase and a sale are different in a fiat money economy. In the verbal game, entries are entitling of moves but not entitled by moves, exits or actions are entitled by moves but not entitling, and intragame moves, that is, utterances in response to utterances, are at once entitling and entitled. Suppose, now, that among the practices constitutive of the verbal game there comes to be one to the effect that only in certain circumstances are correctly made utterances to count as entitling. An utterance of this is ripe when made in response to an object seen in the full light of day, for example, is treated as entitling of other moves, but that same response, even to the same object, made at twilight is not. Players, in such a case, learn to discriminate not only objects and events but also the circumstances in which they are discriminated. They learn to treat some discriminations of objects and states of affairs as entitling and others as not. Those that are treated as entitling are made in what we can think of as standard conditions. If, according to the game, the circumstances count as non-standard, then an utterance made in them ought not to be treated by the players as an entitling move. An utterance made in such circumstances is, in effect, counterfeit, as, of course, fiat money, though not commodity money, can be. This distinction between standard and non-standard conditions is and must be instituted by the players themselves. We say that standard conditions are the conditions in which things are as they appear to be. In standard conditions things show up as they are, in their true colors, or so we say. But no more than the players of the language game envisaged here do we have access to things independent of how they show up for us. Therefore, we have no basis for the claim that things are in one sort of circumstance shown in their true light, while in another not, no basis for the claim that the conditions deemed standard are those in which things are as they seem. To say that standard conditions are those in which things are as they appear to be is only to say that they are the conditions in which utterances are entitling of other sayings and of doings. Non-standard conditions, similarly, are just those in which an utterance, while behaviorally correct insofar as one says of the object that appears, say, ripe that it is ripe, are not entitling of other moves. The notion of objective truth as it contrasts with the notion of what is assertable or correct according to the practices of the linguistic community, has and can have no place in the linguistic game so far described. A verbal game of the sort we have been imagining could, by way of the ratchet effect, come to look very much like a language proper, its game entries like assertions, its exits like intentional actions, the conclusions of chains of practical reasoning, and its game moves like inferences. For instance, it could become appropriate in the game to question another's entitlement to a move, and to respond by producing the utterance on the basis of which it was made. A distinction between moves one is obliged to make and moves one is permitted to make could also be instituted, and we can imagine that failing to make obliged moves, like failing to pay one's taxes, would result in one's losing one's status as a player. Indeed, even a notion of looks as a kind of flag to indicate that one's move has not the entitling force of a move, say, because conditions are perceptibly non-standard, could be introduced. Point 21. But for all such embellishments, the game is only a game. Entitlement is thus far a merely social status. One is entitled to a move or makes an entitling move just if one is so taken by those with whom one plays the game. We have in place a notion of assertability, of the acceptability of an entitling move, but not yet the notion of objective truth. The idea that judgments are fundamentally like moves in a game is a familiar one. But it is not fully adequate because games, and the legitimacy of moves in them, are merely socially instituted. The correctness of a judgment is not socially instituted, it is instead objective. Judgment is answerable to how things are, not merely to how in the game they are to be taken to be, and because it is, judgment cannot be understood as a move in a socially instituted game. Nevertheless, much as merely biological animals provide the basis for the emergence of players of games, so players of the sort of verbal game we have described, with its entries, exits, and intragame moves, provide the basis for the emergence of rational animals. Players of games, we will see, can be transformed into rational animals through the coalescence of loci of authority over commitments and entitlements that realize game exits and entries as, respectively, active and passive, as the actions and perceptions of a properly rational being. 1.4 The world in view. An important difference between the game players we have been envisaging and ourselves is that we do not merely talk and do as we were brought up to do as part of an elaborate social game. We do not merely say what it is socially acceptable to say, and we do not do only what is expected of us. At a certain stage in our maturation we begin to question whether what it is socially acceptable to say is true, whether we should do something simply because it is expected of us. We do not merely speak and act. We are aware of ourselves as speaking and acting, and because we can question the wisdom of what we find ourselves inclined, by virtue of our acculturation, to do and to say. We are distinctive, then, in drawing a distinction in principle between what we find ourselves prone or inclined to say, on the one hand, and what we perhaps should say, on the other. And we acquire thereby the capacity for second thoughts. The task now is to understand, if only in broadest outline, what is involved in doing this, both how it is that players of the sort of verbal game we have described might come to have the capacity for second thoughts, and more importantly, how we should understand this capacity itself. Again, an analogy will prepare the way. It is a familiar fact that an animal can learn successfully and intelligently to navigate some portion of the landscape, its neighborhood, say. What the animal learns is various routes through the landscape guided by landmarks, and such knowledge is procedural. It is knowledge of how to go on at various points to get to somewhere in particular. What non-human animals seem not to acquire in the course of learning to navigate the terrain is a cognitive map of the whole, and thereby the capacity to navigate between two landmarks not previously traversed. Point 22 We do precisely that. Like other animals, we come to know our way about in a new terrain by exploring it, taking various routes through it from one landmark to another. But we also achieve something more, a cognitive map of the whole that is not merely the sum of its parts. The various routes from landmark to landmark that we have learned are synthesized into a single, unified whole of all the landmarks in their relative locations. What I want to suggest is that essentially the same process can be envisaged for the case of one's acquisition of natural language. We have seen that to be acculturated into a verbal practice is to learn to respond to various things, verbal and nonverbal, by making various noises. One comes to say what we say, that is, to be an instance of a socially evolved form of life. In so doing, one learns one's way around what we can think of as the cultural terrain. One learns verbal routes that involve both landmarks, that is, proto-referential relations, and paths from one landmark to another, proto-inferential relations. Point 23 But in learning to play this socially instituted game that just is what we do and say, one need not synthesize into a single integrated whole the various paths that one is learning through the social terrain. At first one has, as an animal does for the case of navigation, only procedural knowledge, the capacity to make the moves, the utterances, we make in a given circumstance, but without synthesizing that knowledge into a cognitive map of the whole. To have procedural knowledge of what we are calling the cultural terrain clearly involves being aware of things. What it does not involve is any awareness that one is aware. One is in such a case aware much as an animal, a dog, say, might be said to be aware of where it is in a familiar terrain without yet knowing that is, being aware that it is aware of where it is. In the case of a human navigator, whether of the geographical or of the cultural terrain, we now suppose the synthesis of all one's various routes into a kind of a map of the whole. To have such a map of the whole, while of course always remaining somewhere in particular, is, I will suggest, to have a view properly speaking of things, the capacity to take in things as they are, and it is a view of things because to have such a map just is to have the capacity for second thoughts and thereby the capacity for any thoughts at all. Point 24. The capacity for second thoughts is the capacity to step back from what one finds oneself inclined to say and to do, the capacity to distinguish in principle between how things seem to one and how things are. Point 25. This capacity, I am suggesting, is enabled by the synthesis into a single integrated whole of all the cultural routes that are learned in the course of one's acculturation into the verbal game. Although we acquire the capacity to make moves in the verbal game piecemeal, and at first have only procedural knowledge of the cultural terrain, eventually all the routes we know are synthesized into a single unified whole, into a kind of cultural map of the world as we know it. And having so synthesized these routes, we can distinguish, in principle, between how things seem to us perceptually, from where we are, and what is. To be able to perceive and judge that something is so requires the capacity to recognize that one may be mistaken, that things may not be as they seem, and for that one needs a view of the whole. For it is only if one has a view of the whole that one can infer that things are not as they appear to one here and now. McDowell makes this point for the case of color perception when he claims that no subject could be recognized as having experiences of color except against a background understanding that makes it possible for judgments endorsing such experiences to fit into her view of the world. She must be equipped with such things as the concept of visible surfaces of objects, and the concept of suitable conditions for telling what something's color is by looking at it. Having the whole in view through the synthesis of the various paths through the cultural terrain, one knows not only how things show up to one here and now but also, inferentially, how things actually are. One is able in this way to distinguish in principle between what one sees or seems to see, how things show up to one, and what one should say, what is so. A person is correctly described as having experiences of color, as taking in the color of something, then, only if she has a view of the whole and so recognizes that things can appear differently than they are. Point 26 And she has such a view in virtue of having synthesized into one integrated whole the various cultural routes through the language that are acquired in the course of one's acculturation. In the verbal game considered above, language entries are moves that are entitling. A game entry affects a translation of something with extra game significance into a game significant utterance. An edible object, for example, is translated into the game significant utterance "this is food." With the transformation effected by the synthesis of all the roots through the cultural terrain into an integrated whole, we need to think of language entries not as moves that one makes but instead as prima facie entitlements that one simply finds oneself with. Instead of making an utterance in response to something in the environment, one merely finds it to be so. In this way, the content of a claim is separated, in principle, from the act of claiming. One makes oneself available to the world, one opens one's eyes, runs one's hand over a surface, takes a taste of something, but the entry that is made into one's cognitive account is an entry that, from one's own perspective, just happens. Things just do show up for one as thus and so. Perceiving, properly speaking, can thus be thought of as a translation of an actual state of affairs into a pure potency. From being an entitling move, something one does, perceiving becomes a pure entitling. Perception in this way brings to mind a mind-independent entity, and as such entitles one to a claim. Perception is, then, wholly passive, because it is entitling. It must be authorized from without. In perception, one's score is changed by a change in what one is entitled to assert, and this change is not one that the perceiver, or indeed anyone else in the linguistic community, has the power to bring about. It is things in the world that cause one to perceive as one does and thereby to entitle one to claims. Point 27. Perception, on this account, affects a translation of an actual state of affairs into a pure potentiality. It brings to mind something that is the case. Action, conversely, can be thought of as the successor to game exits, as affecting a translation of a potentiality into actuality. In action, one realizes, or at least tries to realize, something as what one intended. Game exits, we saw, are entitled but not entitling responses to sayings. Actions, which are the successor to such game exits, are an expression of human agency. They are authorized by the agent and performed as the realization of one's cognitive potential. One is not merely entitled, or even required, to act, as was the case in the context of the socially instituted game. One is now instead properly committed to acting as one does. Action is an expression of the agency of the subject, and a particular action is the realization of a particular commitment one has undertaken. Thus, although the notion of entitlement is sufficient to distinguish between game entries, game exits, and intragame moves, they are, respectively, entitling, entitled, and both entitling and entitled. To understand the difference between perception and action in the properly intentional case that is of concern to us now requires two notions, that of a commitment as well as that of an entitlement. Point 28. In an intentional context, two notions, that of a commitment and that of an entitlement, replace the notion of entitlement that is in play in the context of a game. To think of commitments and entitlements as distinguished merely by their direction of fit, as entitled and entitling respectively, is a mistake. Commitments and entitlements are distinct, though related, potentialities. Commitments are the expression of one's agency. They are intentions that have the form of rules one has freely undertaken to follow. Entitlements, by contrast, are impressed upon one by how things are. They are actualizations of one's receptivity and have the form of facts. Acting and perceiving, then, differ along two different dimensions, with respect to direction of fit, insofar as in acting one realizes one's intention in a state of affairs, and in perception something is brought to mind as what and how it is, and with respect to the sort of authority that is involved, that of a commitment, which has the form of a rule that one undertakes to follow, and that of an entitlement, which has the form of a fact, something as something, with respect to which one is wholly passive. Perception is an act that is, an actualization rather than a motion with respect to which one is entirely passive. One simply finds things to be thus and so in one's perceptual experience. Perception is also world to mind in the sense that perception affects what I have been describing as a translation of a mind-independent state of affairs into a cognitively significant perceiving. In perceiving, one takes in how things are. Such perceivings are prima facie entitling. Actions, by contrast, have the character of exits from the cognitive realm on this model. They are the expression of one's agency in realizing one's intentions in actual states of affairs. Because, on this account, judging is the successor of intragame moves, which are like exits in being entitled and like entries in being entitling. One would expect that judgment also involves in some way aspects of both perception and action. To judge is in some way to make a commitment, regarding how things are in assertion and how they ought to be in intention. In this respect, judgment is like action, it is something one does and for which one is responsible. But whereas action is responsible to the intention it aims to realize and is successful just if it realizes the state of affairs intended, it is in this regard mind to world. A judgment is instead responsible not to an intention but to how things actually are, to what is true in assertion and what is good in intention. An act of judgment aims to get things right, and insofar as it does, it is not merely a commitment but something more like an acknowledgement, at least in intention. In judging, one aims to acknowledge the truth of what is true, and the goodness of what is good. As an act for which one is responsible, then, judgment is a rule following and an act of freedom, but because it is successful only if it gets things right, only if the content judged is true in assertion and good in intention, it is, like perception, world to mind in fit. As we will soon see in more detail, successful judgment reveals things as they are or ought to be. It makes manifest the otherwise latent nature and structure of the world. Imagine the following little game. To play this game, one has a sheet of paper divided into two columns. On the right, entries just appear, much as one just does find things to be thus and so in perception. Entries on the left are one's own responsibility and are constrained only by the inferential rules of the language as they apply to the entries on the right. For example, seeing something as red, finding an entry to that effect in the right-hand column, gives one a prima facie entitlement to enter a statement of one's own to that effect, that is, to commit oneself to the truth of the claim. 29 Other entries can override this entitlement. Perhaps one has already committed oneself to the circumstances being non-standard, to the circumstances being those in which white things appear red. In such a case, the rules prohibit an entry to the effect that the object is red. The point of the game is to make entries on the left that are entitled by those on the right consistent with the rules. 30. This little game, unlike the socially instituted verbal game described above, is not socially instituted, though socially instituted games obviously underlie its constitution. In this game, entries appear on the right independent both of the player and of everyone else. They are just there, given as fodder for one's moves. Entries that the player makes on the left, by contrast, are that player's responsibility. The only constraint on them is provided by the rules of the game. So, for example, the distinction between veridical and illusory perception is not now grounded in a socially instituted distinction between standard and non-standard conditions, but instead in the rules governing what may legitimately be inferred from what. Like players of more familiar sorts of solitaire, the player of our little game has, at least in this regard, only herself to answer to. But what is it to have only oneself to answer to? It is nothing more and nothing less than to have the power of reason, the power to know how things are. The rules by which one plays are neither brutally alien impositions nor freely chosen. Yet they are one's own as the rational being one is. Much as an animal's life is its own as the sort of animal or life form that it is, so the rules of thought that one finds oneself with in light of one's acculturation into a human form of life are one's own as the rational, critically reflective animal one is. We need, in other words, to distinguish three different ways a thing can be in relation to a rule. First is the way of what Rödl calls, following Kant, heteronomy. A law of heteronomy is one according to which one thing is determined to act by another thing, that is, a law of heteronomy bears the following form: an N does A, if an M does B to it. We suppose in this case that m's doing b to n is indifferent to n in the way that a chunk of iron is indifferent to the place in which it is located. Merely physical causal processes take this form: iron rusts if moisture gets on it. Animals' responses to affordances in their environments are, we have seen, different insofar as it can belong to an animal form of life, not only that it does things that are immediately expressive of its nature, but also that it has done to it things that are natural for such a life form. Laws of a life form place its instances in circumstances that solicit the dispositions and powers characteristic of the life form. Pine trees grow in sandy ground, chimpanzees eat fruit. We need not go beyond the laws of a life form in order to account for the conditions of actualization of its characteristic powers. In this case, by contrast with that of rusting iron, the act that is solicited and the circumstances that solicit it are fully explained by the form of life of the agent. That pine trees grow in sandy soil is not merely something that is caused to happen to pine trees, it belongs to that form of life, to what it is to be a pine tree. The law is in this case a law of autonomy insofar as it is not an imposition but constitutive of the life form. What is distinctive, finally, of the law of autonomy of a rational being is that it includes no conditions of the actualization of its power. Such a law explains acts that exemplify it by the nature of the subject of this act and by it alone. The rules by which one plays are one's own as the rational animal one is. Perhaps it will be objected that even so there is no reason for saying that the animal I have described is rational, answerable to the norm of truth, because such an animal has and can have no grounds for claiming that anything really is as it appears to her to be, no basis on which to claim that her considered judgments, those that appear in the left-hand column, are revelatory of things as they are. She has, at best, a coherent view of things as they show up for her. This, we need to see, is not right. On the account just sketched, the agency of the subject and the objectivity of the world are to be understood in terms of the notion of a locus of authority. To say that a subject is an agent is to recognize her as having authority over, responsibility for, what she thinks and does. To say that the world is objective is to recognize it as the locus of all entitlements, as that to which one is responsible in all one's judgments. What is not yet clear is why we are entitled to think that the notion of objective truth, rather than some weaker notion, has any role to play in our account. By what right do we claim that the world, as the object of our empirical investigations, is anything more than, in Rorty's words, the purely vacuous notion of the ineffable cause of sense and goal of intellect, or else a name for the objects that inquiry at the moment is leaving alone? Why, given the contingencies of our biology and cultural histories, should we think that things as we find them in our perceptual experience have anything at all to do with the way things actually are? There is both a short answer and a long one. The long answer is the account to be developed in the remaining chapters of this work. The short one is as follows. I have suggested that it is in virtue of our being the particular sort of being we are, namely, rational animals capable of second thoughts, that it is right to say that we experience things as they are, at least in cases of veridical perception, that, as McDowell argues, to acquire one's first language is thereby to acquire a view of the world. There is more to be said given that our view of the world is at first shot through with the contingencies of our biology and socio-cultural history. And more will be said. Nonetheless, this is the first thing to be said: we are rational beings, where to be rational is to have the power of knowing, a power that in the first instance is manifest in our knowing about the world as it first comes into view. Following Gadamer, McDowell contrasts our view of the world with the perceptual sensitivity of a mere animal to its surroundings. For a mere animal, that is, for a creature whose perceptual sensitivity is in the service of a mode of life that is structured exclusively by immediate biological imperatives, its surroundings can be no more than a succession of problems and opportunities, constituted as such by those biological imperatives. We begin our lives as such animals. But unlike other animals, a human offspring has the potential to become something quite different from a mere animal, namely, a rational animal with a view of the world. Our nature is second nature. Now, according to Aristotle, from whom McDowell borrows the idea of a second nature, we have, as the merely natural animals we are born, already a view of the world. 31 According to Aristotle, our capacity to perceive things as they are is a capacity we acquire in the course of normal embryonic development, and in a corresponding way, a perceptible object, a wind chime, say, acquires the capacity to be heard by the wind blowing through it, when it is chiming. But although both the capacity to perceive of the newborn child and the capacity to be heard of the sounding wind chime are in this way actualizations of a potential, in another way they are merely potentials insofar as the newborn child may have the capacity to perceive without perceiving anything and the sounding chime may have the capacity to be heard without being heard. Both the child's capacity to perceive and the sounding chime's capacity to be heard are fully actualized in the child's hearing the sounding chime on Aristotle's account. McDowell's account differs from Aristotle's in holding that the first actualization of the child, the realization of her capacity to perceive things as they are, is acquired not in the course of embryonic development but instead in the course of the child's acculturation into language. And just the same must be said of the object of perception. Much as learning one's first language realizes one's potential as a perceiver, so the emergence of a natural language with which to talk about such perceptible objects as sounding chimes realizes the potential of things to be perceived, and the world as a whole to be in view. The point is not that truth is relative to language, it is rather that the world is actualized as knowable, much as an animal is actualized as a knower, through the emergence of language. 32 Independent of the emergence of a language with which to address the world is rather like a wind chime when it is not sounding. The world, more exactly the things in it, are not yet perceptible though they have the potential to be so. Our acquiring the eyes to see, the power to take in things as they are through the acquisition of language, is by the same token the world's acquiring a face or presence for us, the power to be seen. As there come to be stuffs with the significance of food with the emergence of animals for whom the stuffs are food, so things come to have the significance of being perceptible, knowable objects with the emergence of rational animals capable of perceiving and knowing them. 33 The emergence of perceivers and agents through their acculturation into natural language is by the same token the emergence of the world with a face by which to be seen. And this is the right way to think about what language realizes, at least in part because the emergence of rational animals of the sort we have described, animals capable of second thoughts, enables in turn a process of intellectual maturation through which we acquire not only new beliefs about how things are but also radically new conceptions of what is possible at all. Because what we are aware of, as the rational animals we are, acquires a presence for us only as it is caught up in the socially, historically evolved languages we speak, it follows directly that anything we think can be called into question, and improved upon. As the course of the story to be told in the chapters that follow aims to show in some detail the contingency and historicity of our natural languages, far from barring us access to objective truth, things as they are in themselves, is what enables that access. Precisely because our natural languages are merely contingent and historical, we can, and in the fullness of time do, come to radically new sorts of languages with which to address the world and thereby radically transformed cognitive orientations on reality, and, ultimately, a new conception of language itself as it is the medium of our cognitive involvement in the world. But all this is possible only because and insofar as we first emerge as rational animals through our acculturation into natural language, an acculturation that culminates in the synthesis into one unified and integrated whole all the various paths through the cultural terrain, and realizes thereby the power of knowing of a rational animal, the capacity to take in things as they are. 1.5 The nature of natural language. Natural language is a socially evolved verbal practice into which one is acculturated in childhood and through which one is realized as a rational animal capable of properly intentional action, perception, and thought. As such it has various distinctive and fundamental features. First, as we have already seen, to be initiated into a natural language is to acquire an understanding of what is a reason for what, that is, of the inferential linkages among the various thoughts expressible in the language. But we have also seen that to be initiated into a natural language is to acquire the eyes to see things as they are, to take in manifest facts, Natural language must involve, then, both inferential relations and referential relations, neither of which is intelligible without the other. Referential relations are properly speaking referential only in light of the relevant inferential relations, and inferential relations are properly speaking inferential only in light of the relevant referential relations. There can be a view from here for me now, that is, things showing themselves as thus and so to me here and now, if and only if I have the world in view, if and only if the view from here and now is conceived as a part of the larger whole that is the world. Natural language, on this conception, is obviously object involving. We come to speak about the things in our environment, things that matter to us as the animals we are and that we can see, hear, taste, and so on. But it is not only objects that are caught up in the web of language on this account. The look of things too is so caught up. 34 This is especially clear in the case of a sensory quality such as red, but it is no less true, I will suggest, in the case of other sorts of concepts of natural language. McDowell describes concepts of sensory qualities in particular, qualities such as, say, that of redness, as those which cannot be understood in abstraction from the subjective character of experience. As the point is then explicated, what it is for something to be red, say, is not intelligible unless packaged with an understanding of what it is for something to look red. The idea of being red does not go beyond the idea of being the way red things look in the right circumstances. Obviously, then, one could not have the concept of something's being red unless one was capable of the appropriate experiences. Someone blind from birth, for example, someone lacking the relevant experience and so an understanding of what it is for something to look red, could not properly understand what it is for something to be red. And, of course, we may ourselves be blind in a broader sense to some sensory qualities. As McDowell says, there might be concepts anchored in sensory capacities so alien to ours that the concepts would be unintelligible to us. 35. Now it is standard to contrast such a concept as that of being red, that is, a concept of a secondary quality, the idea of which does not go beyond the way things having that quality look in appropriate circumstances, with concepts of primary qualities that are not phenomenal in the same way. But it does not take much reflection to realize that most concepts of natural language are concepts neither of primary nor of secondary qualities as these have just been characterized. Notice first that McDowell gives what are in fact two quite different characterizations of sensory qualities, both a weaker characterization according to which such concepts cannot be understood in abstraction from the subjective character of experience, and a stronger one according to which the idea of being red does not go beyond the way red things look in the right circumstances. The weaker claim suggests that the subjective character of the relevant experience is necessary, the stronger that it is sufficient. Both are true for the case of a sensory quality such as redness. Having the relevant experience is at once necessary and sufficient for grasping the concept of a secondary quality such as that of redness. The case of primary qualities is very different. Consider, for example, our modern concept of a sphere, that is, the concept of a two-dimensional surface all points of which are equidistant from a center. This is not an experiential concept, unlike Aristotle's notion of a sphere as a common sensible, that is, an object with a characteristic look and feel. The modern notion of a sphere is not the notion of a sensory object. 36 Most concepts of everyday natural language are neither concepts of secondary qualities nor concepts of such primary qualities. The concepts of natural language, such as that of a horse or a cat, that of coffee and of chocolate, of fur and of ice, certainly go beyond the way such things appear sensorily to us in appropriate circumstances, but it is far from clear that our everyday concepts of such things could be understood in abstraction from the subjective character of experience. Could a being that knows nothing of what water, for example, feels and tastes like to us, of how it sounds and looks in various circumstances, have our concept of water? The answer seems obvious. Such a being could no more have our concept of water than someone blind from birth could have our concepts of colors. Our sensory experience of the world pervades our understanding of the things we find in it in everyday experience, Our concepts of the objects that are caught up in the web of our natural languages are ineluctably concepts of sensory objects, that is, of objects that look, feel, taste, smell, and sound in characteristic ways. 37 Our concepts of such objects do go beyond the way such things show up in our sensory experience of them, but they nonetheless cannot be understood in abstraction from the subjective character of our experience. Natural language is not, in other words, merely a repository of tradition in McDowell's sense, a store of historically accumulated wisdom about what is a reason for what. It is also an embodiment of a particular sensory view of the world, one that is inextricably tied to a particular biological form of life, to a particular sort of sentient being. I have suggested that our sensory experience of things pervades our everyday understanding as embodied in the natural languages we speak. It is just this common experience grounded in our common form of life that accounts for the intertranslatability of all human natural languages, and predicts the untranslatability of the natural languages of creatures evolved to have radically different life forms. Given the role of acculturation into natural language, any being capable of learning a natural language must share the sense modalities of other speakers of the language, but nothing in the very idea of acculturation requires that there be any overlap between the sense modalities of one life form and those of another. It follows that it is perfectly intelligible that there would be natural languages that are completely untranslatable into our own. It is just as Wittgenstein says, if a lion could talk, we would not understand him. Natural language, I have suggested, is at once inferentially articulated and essentially referential. It is also essentially sensory, not only our concepts of sensory qualities but many, perhaps all the most basic concepts of our natural languages would be unintelligible to a being that lacked the sorts of sensory capacities we have evolved to have. The fact that all humans share, at the level of biology, a form of life explains the fact that all human languages are intertranslatable. 38 But why, then, is translation from one natural language to another sometimes so difficult? An answer is suggested by the fact that the more distant the alien culture, either in space or in time, the more difficult the translation. The problems that might arise due to distance in space, that is, translation from a language that evolved in one sort of environment into a language that evolved in another, very different environment, are easily comprehended based on what has already been said about the role of sensory experience in our natural language conceptions of things. Distance in time points in a different direction, to the essentially historical character of natural language. Wittgenstein argues in the Philosophical Investigations that while some of our concepts might be adequately understood by reference to a kind of standard or paradigm case, many others are correctly applied to a range of things that exhibit only a family resemblance in common. 39 Whereas in the former case all correct applications refer back to the one standard or paradigm case, in the latter case similarities between the correct applications need only overlap, like fibers twisted one on another over the length of a thread. Cavell offers this example: we learn the use of feed the kitty, feed the lion, feed the swans, and one day one of us says feed the meter, or feed in the film, or feed the machine, or feed his pride, or feed wire, and we understand, we are not troubled. As he notes, these various projections pick up on different aspects of what it is to feed an animal. To feed a meter is to put coins into it as one might put morsels of food into the open mouth of a small child, and in both cases it is critical that the thing that is put be appropriate. One does not feed a meter by putting wafers in the coin slot, and one does not feed a child by putting coins in its mouth. To feed a machine is to put some material, some stuff into it that will be processed in some way by the machine as part of what it is designed to do. One feeds a sausage maker with sausage meat. One does not feed it with the oil that keeps its gears running smoothly, even though oil is put into a machine too and is in its way processed as a part of what the machine is designed to do. And although one may also feed a machine some energy source, perhaps gasoline for its motor, one does not feed it gasoline in quite the same sense as one feeds it sausage meat. One is in the two cases projecting different features or aspects of feeding. Feeding someone's pride is different again because in this case the feeding can involve also the idea of growth, A meter or sausage machine does not grow when it is fed, but someone's pride can. One can also feed a drug addiction, but nothing is being fed when one is vaccinated. As these examples indicate, successful projections will seem appropriate, natural, and even illuminating. Learning that some material is fed, as opposed to merely put, into a certain machine, for example, is to learn something about its function relative to the workings of the machine as a whole. Other projections will not work as well, or at all. Furthermore, the answer to the question of what does and does not work can depend on what sorts of uses have already become entrenched in the language, and thereby on which features or aspects have already been highlighted as salient. We do not take the building of a model airplane or the playing of a musical instrument simply for one's own enjoyment as instances of playing a game. But it is not hard to imagine an alternative history of the use of the word game in which these activities did count, for instance, a history in which solitary games such as patience, which are played simply for one's own amusement, were more salient instances of games than they have in fact turned out to be. 40 And like Burge's arthritic patient, one can find oneself surprised one day to find that one's own language does countenance some application that for all one knows oneself is not a correct application. There are, then, two sources of variation across human natural languages: the physical and cultural environment in which it is embedded, and the contingencies of its historical development. It follows that translation from one natural language to another can never be merely mechanical, indeed that learning a second language is in fundamental respects like learning one's first language. Although it may be the case that the meanings of some words can be learned by appeal to simple rules, the fact that languages are historically evolved in ways that give rise to family resemblances ensures that the meanings of many words cannot be learned that way. In some cases one may be able to find a more or less close analog that, perhaps with commentary, conveys the meaning in question, but in others one will have to learn as a child learns, by being initiated into the language through practice, that is, by being immersed in it. We have seen that natural language is inherently sensory, object involving, and historical. It is also inherently narrative, a language within which to tell not only what happens but also, and more importantly, what happens next. 41 The capacity to tell what happens requires, as Aristotle already saw, that there be two quite different modes of predication in the language. 42 To say what happens one must be able both to say what something is and to say what it is like, what attributes it has. We say, for example, that Socrates is a man. And as Aristotle notes already in the categories, we can also say that Socrates is what a man is, namely, a rational animal. But, although we also say that Socrates is, say, just, we cannot say that Socrates is what justice is, namely a particular virtue. Man is said of Socrates synonymously, just of him homonymously. We have, then, two fundamentally different sorts of predication: essential or substantial predication, predication of what a thing is, and accidental predication, predication of what attributes a thing has, of what it is like. The two are logically different. 43. In the Physics, Aristotle extends the account to clarify the nature of change. Because everything both is what it is, that is, the kind or sort of thing it is, and also has various properties, for instance, shape, size, color, location, and so on, we can understand change in terms of the idea that while the object or stuff persists through the change, some property of it comes to be or passes away. A person can become musical from being non-musical, a lump of bronze can become a statue from being a heap of bronze, and so on. 44 That is, we can talk of things doing things and changing, of what happens, because there are two essentially different ways to be, and correspondingly two logically different modes of predication. It is in just this sense that natural language can be said to be essentially narrative. It is addressed not merely to the world but to the world as it unfolds, as a story does, over time, and so speaks of kinds of things as doing things, as coming to have this or that property, and as coming to be in this or that relation. Change, we have seen, is constitutive of living beings insofar as they live narratively structured lives, lives that have characteristic beginnings, middles, and ends. It follows that though the sensibility of another sort of rational being could be very different from our own, so different that we would be incapable of understanding what it is like to be such a being and thereby incapable of understanding the natural language of that being, nonetheless we can know at least that its language would be narrative, that it would involve two modes of predication. Not merely human natural languages but any natural language must be, as we have described, inextricably inferential and referential, essentially sensory, object involving, historical, and narrative. 45. 1.6 Conclusion. As our discussion of Brandam's project in making it explicit aimed to bring out, the account we have begun to develop must satisfy two desiderata. It must be naturalistic, that is, fully compatible with our best scientific understanding of what there is, and it must enable us to understand ourselves as rational beings answerable in our judgments to the norm of objective truth. We can satisfy these desiderata, however, only if we make a decisive break with the tradition that, since Descartes has understood what is outside to be merely causal, normatively inert, although what is inside is and must be conceived as normative. That this distinction is profoundly misconceived is indicated already by the case of living organisms, which are evolved together with their affordance-rich environments through the process of evolution by natural selection. But we are not ourselves merely biologically evolved. Although we are born merely natural animals, albeit ones with a few distinctive, biologically endowed capacities such as the capacity to imitate, we are transformed in the course of our acculturation into a new sort of being, into rational animals. Whatever the exact details, the process must involve, I have suggested, three essentially different stages. It involves, first, the evolution of social practices through the ratchet effect that is made possible by our powers of imitation. Then, at the second stage, we are realized as players of socially instituted verbal games, where this depends also on our ability to cooperate and share goals. And finally there is the transformation through the coalescence of loci of authority that is enabled by our ability to synthesize procedural knowledge into a single unified whole of such players into properly rational beings capable of distinguishing in principle between how things seem and how things are. In the process, what at the second stage have the status only of moves in a kind of verbal game, that is, of socially significant game entries, game exits, and intra-game moves, come to be properly described as instances of perception, action, and judgment. Perception, we have seen, is a prima facie entitlement, a fallible power to take in how things are. Action is the realization of a commitment freely undertaken, the fallible power to do as one wills. And judgment, finally, is, or at least aims to be, an acknowledgement of truth, at once an act of freedom and answerable to things as they are. The world as it is revealed in and through natural language is inherently sensory. It is a world of objects, paradigmatically, living beings with their natures and characteristic powers. And we, as the rational animals we are, have the power to take in perception, as well as to say, how things are with such objects, and more generally what is happening. Perception, on this account is not, as action is, something we do but instead is an actualization with respect to which one is passive. One simply finds things to be thus and so in perception. Judgment, on our account, although not passive, is also not an action of the ordinary sort. It is not a move in a language game, or an act of assent to a contentful proposition, it is not a commitment that one forms. Instead it is, or aims to be, again, an acknowledgement of truth, an actualization of one's power to know that, when successful, fully manifests that power in a cognitive relation of knowing to the thing known. But not everything there is to be known about the world is available from the perspective afforded by natural language. Indeed, it can seem that nothing that is afforded by natural language properly counts as knowledge. Even to the ancient Greeks, our knowledge of the familiar everyday world of change and becoming seemed somehow second best, somehow partial, limited, and unsatisfyingly perspectival, when compared to knowledge of things such as mathematical objects that are grasped instead by the mind's eye and do not change. Although the paradigm of cognition for the ancient Greeks is our perceptual grasp of an object as what it is in its nature, and hence is essentially bodily and sensory, already they had a vision of a purely cognitive, purely rational, and non-sensory grasp of what is. It is the subsequent unfolding of this marvelously seductive idea, beginning with the ancient practice of diagrammatic reasoning, that will occupy us for the remainder of this work. 2. Ancient Greek diagrammatic practice. Mathematics, the oldest and most venerable of all the sciences, begins first and foremost with the ancient Greeks. Although many mathematical discoveries were made also in ancient India and ancient China, it was the Greeks who realized mathematics as a systematic science within which to demonstrate an extraordinary range of properties and relations of mathematical entities from the very simple to the remarkably complex. 1. Our aim is to understand the practice of this science, in particular, the use of diagrams in ancient Greek mathematical practice. That is, we want not merely to understand the mathematical results but also, and primarily, the means by which those results are established in Greek diagrammatic practice, how the practice works as mathematics. We will be especially concerned, first, with the sort of generality that is involved in ancient Greek diagrammatic reasoning, and also with the very idea of diagrammatic reasoning, what it means to reason in a diagram as opposed to reasoning on the basis of a diagram. It is often remarked that mathematical knowledge is cumulative in a way that empirical knowledge is not, that there are no revolutions in mathematics comparable to those that have occurred in the empirical sciences. But although revolutions perhaps do not occur in mathematics, at least as they do in the empirical sciences, nevertheless, as Crow remarks, revolutions may occur in mathematical nomenclature, symbolism, metamathematics, methodology, and perhaps even in the historiography of mathematics too. Although the mathematics itself may not change, nevertheless, our understanding of the mathematics can and does change, sometimes very radically. 3. This idea that the mathematics itself does not change is furthermore often formulated in terms of the idea that the earlier conceptual framework is always translatable into the later 1.4, and at least in some cases, the translations seem not merely to preserve the mathematics but to reveal the mathematics in a way that the original formulations could not. 5. It was, for example, widely argued in the 19th century that ancient Greek mathematics is algebra in geometric dress, that is, that it is really algebra though the method is geometrical. 6. And there is a sense in which this is true. Certain parts of Greek mathematics achieve a kind of closure when translated into the language of algebra. But although it may be correct to describe the relevant mathematics as algebra, to think of Greek mathematical practice as algebra in geometrical dress neglects the fact that, although its fruits can be translated into the language of algebra, Greek mathematical practice is not algebraic. Although the mathematics may be algebra, the language and practice of ancient Greek mathematics is geometry. 7. If in the 19th century Euclid was read through the lens of the sort of algebra that was first made possible by Descartes, today it is more common to read Euclid through the lens of 20th century quantificational logic and current mathematical practice, to take the system of mathematics presented in the Elements to be an axiomatic system in which theorems are proven and problems constructed through chains of diagram-based reasoning about instances of the relevant geometrical figures. But this reading, as a reading of ancient Greek mathematical practice, is as misguided as the algebraic reading. The Elements is not best thought of as an axiomatic system in our sense but is more like a system of natural deduction. Its common notions, postulates, and definitions function not as premises from which to reason but instead as rules or principles according to which to reason. Furthermore, and especially important to the historical developments that are of concern to us here, demonstrations in Euclid do not involve reasoning about instances of geometrical figures, particular lines, triangles, and so on, but are instead general throughout. Equally importantly, the chain of reasoning is not merely diagram-based, its moves, at least some of them, licensed or justified by manifest features of the diagram. The reasoning is instead diagrammatic. One reasons in the diagram in Euclid, or so it will be argued. 2.1 Some preliminary distinctions. In the science of mathematics, whether ancient or modern, truths are established by way of some sort of demonstration. If one does not have a demonstration, then, however obvious it is that one's claim is true, one has only a conjecture, not mathematical knowledge. Point 8. A mathematical demonstration is, furthermore, self-standing. By contrast with empirical findings, a mathematical proof itself carries evidentiary force. The intentions, reliability, and trustworthiness of its author are irrelevant to its cogency. Point 9. In mathematics one must be able, at least in principle, to see for oneself that things are as the author argues they are. Mathematical knowledge is, in this sense, a priori. It is a priori insofar as it does not rely on empirical evidence, whether the evidence of one's own senses or the testimony of another. Mathematical knowledge relies instead on self-standing proof. In mathematics one can see for oneself how it goes. But this can mean different things in different cases. Suppose, for example, that you are given the task of dividing 873 by 17. You might solve the problem by engaging in a bit of mental arithmetic that you could report as follows. Figure 2.1. A paper and pencil calculation in Arabic numeration. 100 17ths is 1700, so 50 17ths is half that, 850. Add one more 17 so that now we have 51 17ths to give 867. This is 6 less than 873. So the answer is 51 with 6 remainder. Alternatively, you might do, or imagine yourself doing, a standard paper and pencil calculation in Arabic numeration, the result of which will look something like the array displayed in figure 2.1. Either way, one gets the answer that is wanted. But the two collections of marks serve very different purposes. The written English, it seems fair to say, provides a description of some reasoning, in particular a description of the steps a person might go through in order to find, by mental arithmetic, the answer to the problem that was posed. The description does not give those steps themselves. To say or write that 100 17ths is 1700 is not to calculate a product. Even more obviously, to say or write the words add one more 17 is not to add one more 17. It is to instruct a hearer or reader, at this point in their reasoning, assuming they are following the instructions, they are to add 17. The paper and pencil calculation is radically different. It is manifestly not a description of a chain of reasoning one might undertake, rather it shows a calculation, at least it does so to one familiar with this use of signs to divide one number by another. Working through this collection of signs in Arabic numeration, or performing the calculation from scratch for oneself, just is to calculate. Here we have not a description of reasoning but instead a display of reasoning. One calculates in the system of Arabic numeration in a way that is simply impossible in natural language. To one who is literate in this use of the system of written signs, the calculation shows the reasoning, it embodies it. This distinction between describing or reporting a chain of reasoning in some natural language and displaying or embodying a chain of reasoning, for instance, in the system of Arabic numeration, is at once intuitively obvious and elusive insofar as it seems natural in a way to say that one reasons in natural language more or less as one reasons in, say, Arabic numeration. Certainly it is true that when I do mental arithmetic I in some sense do it in English as contrasted with Chinese or Italian. But one does not reason in natural language in the same sense in which one reasons in Arabic numeration. One cannot divide the word 69 by 3 any more than one can bisect the word line, but one can divide the numeral 69 by 3 as one can bisect a drawn line. Arabic numerals are designed to be operated on, written words are not. The function of written words is, first and foremost, to record speech. I can tell, by speaking or writing, what happens or what is the case, how I have reasoned or what is true, but the reasoning itself is something different, as a different example may help to make clear, the proof, known already to the ancient Greeks, that there is no largest prime. Here it is. Suppose that there are only finitely many primes, and that we have an ordered list of all of them. Now consider the number that is the product of all these primes plus 1. Either this new number is prime or it is not. If it is prime, then we have a prime number that is larger than all those originally listed, and if it is not prime, then, because none of the numbers on our list divide this new number without remainder, this new number must have a prime divisor larger than any of the primes on our list. Either way, there is a prime number larger than any with which we began. QED. This proof, like a bit of mental arithmetic, clearly does not rely on any system of written signs. It depends not on the capacity to write but on the capacity to reflect on ideas, and to think, that is, to reason, or infer. Point 10. A calculation in Arabic numeration is essentially written, though of course the writing can be merely imaginatively performed rather than actually performed. The proof that there is no largest prime is not. Although the words clearly do convey the line of reasoning, the proof is not in the words. It is not the words that one attends to in the proof that there is no largest prime, but instead the relevant ideas, central among them the idea of a number that is the product of a collection of primes plus 1. The task of the proof is to think through what follows in the case of such a number. The words do not display the reasoning but only describe it. Point 11. In the case of a calculation in Arabic numeration, a person proficient in the system literally sees how it goes. The reasoning is not merely reported but is itself embodied in the system of written signs. But not all systems of written signs support reasoning in the same way. In some cases, although one can reason on the signs, one cannot reason in the signs. This distinction is critical to our philosophical purposes, but also subtle. We will approach it by considering a range of cases. Case 1. I am a merchant selling eggs. I keep my eggs in boxes of a dozen each, that is, when I have 12 eggs I put them in a box. And when I have 6 boxes I put them in a crate for storage. Suppose now that I have 3 crates, 5 boxes, and 8 loose eggs. I receive a delivery of 2 crates, 2 boxes, and 7 eggs. I add the 2 crates to the 3 I already have and the 2 boxes to the 5 I already have. Because I now have 7 boxes, I put 6 of them into a crate, which I then put with the other crates. Combining the 7 newly delivered loose eggs with the loose eggs I already had, I see that I have enough to fill a box, so I do that and put this new box with the one that was left over after I crated the 6 boxes, leaving me with 3 loose eggs. Looking around my shop I see that I now have 6 crates, 2 boxes, and 3 loose eggs. Case 2. I am again an egg merchant with 3 crates, 5 boxes, and 8 loose eggs, and again receive delivery of 2 crates, 2 boxes, and 7 eggs. Because I have hired someone to do the menial labor around the shop, I do not now deal directly with the eggs. Nonetheless, I want to know how many I have, and for this I have devised a system of written marks. Using strokes to stand for loose eggs, 1 for each, crosses to stand for boxes, 1 for each, and cross hatches to stand for crates, 1 for each, my record of what I have already in store looks like this. Now I add to my tally the appropriate signs standing for what has been delivered, namely, 2 crates, 2 boxes, and 7 eggs. And much as before I did with the eggs and boxes, I now put 12 strokes into 1 cross and 6 crosses into 1 cross hatch. That is, I erase 12 strokes and add a cross, and similarly, replace 6 of the crosses with a cross hatch. Without going anywhere near my merchandise I see that I have 6 crates, 2 boxes, and 3 eggs. Case 3. Having diversified my enterprise so that I now deal in eggs, various sorts of fruits, 3 kinds of grains, and a wide array of spices, I have given up trying to have different signs for all the different sorts of goods. I adopt instead a numeral notation that can be used for all, together with signs for each sort of foodstuff so as to be able to record, using separate sorts of signs, both how many and of what. I adopt, let us say, the system of Roman numeration. I stands for one thing, V for 5, X for 10, L for 50, C for 100, D for 500, and M for 1000. As it helps me to think of it, V is a bag of 5 things, 2 V bags go in an X box, 5 X boxes make an L crate, 2 L crates go in a C bin, 5 C bins are a D pallet, and 2D pallets form an M store. As before, I have 3 crates, 5 boxes, and 8 loose eggs. Each crate contains 6 times 12 eggs, that is, LCI eggs. So the number of eggs in 3 crates is that taken 3 times, or KD eggs. 5 boxes is 12 taken 5 times, or LX. I now can determine how many 3 crates, 5 boxes, and 8 loose eggs is simply by putting all the signs together and replacing signs as necessary, that is, the new delivery is, again, 2 crates, 2 boxes, and 7 eggs. I know that 1 crate has LCI eggs in it, so 2 crates is double that, or 2 boxes is double 1, and I get the total number of eggs delivered by putting together the numerals for crates, boxes, and eggs, that is, CLXXV. Adding that to my existing stock gives UCL or UCL.12. Case 4. Having been taught the positional system of Arabic numeration together with the means of calculating in the system, and faced with the same problem of determining how many eggs I have in light of the new shipment, I now determine that my existing stock of 3 crates, 5 boxes, and 8 eggs is 3 times 6 times 12, and 5 times 12, and 8. I know, because I have memorized it, that 3 times 6 is 18. To determine 18 times 12, I write 18 then just below it 12, and do what is to us a very familiar paper and pencil calculation that yields 216. A similar calculation shows me that 5 times 12 is 60. So I add, in the way we all learned as children, 216 and 60 and 8 to give 284. The new delivery is 2 crates, 2 boxes, and 7 eggs, 2 times 6, that is, 12, times 12, plus 2 times 12, plus 7. A paper and pencil calculation tells me that 12 times 12 is 144 and that 2 times 12 is 24. The new delivery is then 144 plus 24 plus 7, which I add up the usual paper and pencil way to give 175. Now I need to add 284 and 175, which I do by more paper and pencil scribbling to give 459. In the first case, in which I deal directly with eggs, boxes, and crates, I am clearly not calculating in any arithmetically interesting sense. I am working with stock, not numbers. In the second case, I am working with signs rather than with stock. The signs picture the stock and I can manipulate the signs much as before I had manipulated the stock. Because in the third case I do not directly picture eggs, boxes, and crates but instead use a multipurpose system of numeration, it takes a little more work to record what I have in the notation, but here again the marks I use provide a kind of picture of the stock, of how many eggs I have, and I can manipulate the signs as before I had manipulated the stock. Although I keep my eggs in boxes of 12 eggs and crates of 6 boxes, in my reckoning I think of them instead as in bags of 5 eggs, boxes of 2 bags, crates of 5 boxes, and so on. In all 3 cases I literally add things together. To determine how many is 3 boxes I write the signs 3 times, and were I dividing, say, by 3, I would look for 3 occurrences of a sign to separate into 3. The notation thus has an immediacy and concreteness that makes it very intuitive and easy to learn. Point 13. The same cannot be said of our last scenario involving the positional system of Arabic numeration. In this system, the signs do not simply stand in for objects and collections of objects that are put together to picture larger collections. The system is not additive. 475 does not mean 4 and 7 and 5. Not only the numerals but their positions in a given context of use together determine what number is meant. Of course this system is related to the earlier ones, and one might well try to explain how it works by talking of 5 units, 7 tens, and 4 hundreds on the model of eggs, boxes, and crates. but it nonetheless works as a system of signs on very different principles from the straightforward picturing conventions of a numeration system such as the Roman system. One does not in the case of Arabic numeration operate on the system of signs in a way that mimics one's manipulation of the objects, and there is nothing particularly intuitive about the rules one does follow. One could know full well how to do a calculation in Arabic numeration without having any idea how or why it works, why doing things that way gives the right result. One could not, I think, in the same way know how to manipulate the signs of Roman numeration, how to put collections of signs together, or apart, how to pack and unpack signs by now putting a V for 5 strokes and now 5 strokes for a V without at the same time seeing why it works. Knowing what the signs mean and how they function to stand for collections just is to be able to make sense of the manipulations with Roman numerals. Over the past 5.5 millennia more than 100 different numeral notation systems, among them Roman numeration, have been developed for the purpose of recording how many. Indeed, the primary function of numerical notation is always the simple visual representation of numbers. Most numeral notation systems were never used for arithmetic or mathematics, but only for representation. Instead of using Roman numerals to determine how many, as we did in the third case above, one would use, for instance, an abacus or accounting board. Instead of manipulating the signs of Roman numeration, one would manipulate counters in a systematic and highly functional way to achieve the desired arithmetical results. Point 14 here again, even more obviously than in the case of our manipulations of Roman numerals, one operates on the counters much as one would operate on the things themselves, and can do because the counters directly stand in for things and collections of things, that is, in effect, for eggs, boxes, and crates. In all such cases, one operates on the system of signs rather than in it as one does in Arabic numeration. Figure 2.2, a picture proof of the Pythagorean theorem. Although it is possible, as Schlimm and Neth argue, to determine the answer to an arithmetical problem using Roman numeration, as it is of course possible to do this using Arabic numeration, it does not follow that one is in both cases calculating the answer, or at least calculating in just the same sense in the two cases. The fact that the Roman system directly pictures collections and so can be manipulated much as one manipulates objects such as eggs, boxes, and crates, whereas the Arabic does not in the same way directly picture collections and cannot be manipulated as one manipulates objects, matters crucially, at least for our philosophical purposes here. It is just this distinction that I aim to mark by saying that although one can reason on collections of Roman numerals, much as one reasons on an abacus or counting board, one cannot reason in that system as one does in Arabic numeration. And the same is true, for the same reason, of, for instance, representations of knots in knot theory that can be manipulated using Reidemeister moves. Because the representations directly picture knots, they can be manipulated much as the knots themselves can be. In our terminology, one operates on the system of signs but not in it. And the same would seem to be true of some picture proofs, for instance, the picture proof of the Pythagorean theorem shown in figure 2.2. Here one directly pictures areas and imaginatively moves them around in a way that reveals that the square on the hypotenuse is equal in area to the sum of the squares on the other two sides. One reasons on the display. One of my principal aims will be to show that one does not in the same way reason on a diagram in Euclid. Instead one reasons in the diagram as one reasons in the written system of Arabic numeration. Other picture proofs help to bring out another contrast that is relevant here, namely that between reasoning that makes explicit something that is otherwise only implicit, and the sort of reasoning that one finds in Euclid and, it will be argued, does not merely make something explicit but instead actualizes a potential. Consider, for example, the familiar picture proof to show that 1/4 plus 1/16 plus 1/32 plus 1/4 plus equals 1/3 displayed in figure 2.3. Here the display formulates the information in the problem that one is to add 1/4 and 1/16 and, in a way that enables one to see that in the limit one will have taken 1/3 of the unit square. Looking at the display one way enables one to see it as picturing the infinite sum, Looking at it another way, one sees it as marking off 1/3 of the unit square. One can see the display either way, and because one can, one comes to see that the equality given above is true. The signs flanking the equal sign express different senses, but as the display shows, they designate one and the same thing. Here, it is the shift in one's perceptual focus that affects what we would otherwise think of as a step in reasoning, and what that shift serves to do is to make explicit information that is already implicit in the display. Figure 2.3, a picture proof showing that the series 1/4 plus 1/16 plus 1/4 n plus sums to 1/3. Similarly, in a Venn diagram, or an Euler diagram, one pictures the contents of the premises of a syllogism in a way that enables one to read off the valid conclusion if there is 1.15. In all three cases, the picture proof in figure 2.3, a Venn diagram, and an Euler diagram, one pictures the given information in a way that serves implicitly to picture also the desired result. Shifting one's visual attention appropriately, one makes that implicit content explicit and thereby sees that the result holds. Diagrammatic reasoning in Euclid, we will see, is not like this. A Euclidean diagram is not a picture proof. 16 Instead, much as a calculation in Arabic numeration does, a Euclidean diagram formulates content in a mathematically tractable way, in a way enabling one to reason in the system of signs in a stepwise fashion from the given starting point to the desired end point. We have drawn three distinctions. The first was between describing or reporting some reasoning in natural language as contrasted with displaying or embodying the reasoning in a written system of signs. The second distinction was that between reasoning on some collection of marks and reasoning in a system of signs. We saw that when a display directly pictures something, say, a collection of objects or a knot, it is possible to reason on the display as one might manipulate the relevant object or objects. One does not, in that case, reason in the system of signs. What is required in the case of a system of signs within which to reason remains to be clarified. Our last distinction was that between picture proofs, which for these purposes include Euler and Venn diagrams, on the one hand, and Euclid's diagrams, on the other. What is characteristic of picture proofs, at least those of concern here, is that they formulate information in a way that allows one to see in the display both the information with which one began and that one aims to discover. Looked at one way, one sees the starting point, and looked at another, one sees the desired result. The display encodes the starting point in a way that makes the result implicit in that encoding. To make it explicit, one needs only to shift one's visual focus a bit. As we will soon see, Euclidean diagrams are much more complex, and fruitful, than any such display. 2.2 Euclid's constructions. Euclid's geometrical practice involves the use of diagrams in proofs. Indeed, Euclid's demonstrations involve diagrams even in cases, such as those in books 7 to 9 regarding numbers, in which they play no argumentative role. And not only are diagrams used in Euclid's demonstrations, very often what is to be demonstrated just is that some figure can be drawn, some construction effected. Propositions in Euclid, that is to say, are of two sorts: problems in which it is shown how to construct something, say, an equilateral triangle on a given line, or a point of bisection on a given line, and theorems in which it is shown that some claim, usually in the form of a generalized conditional, is true, for instance, that if two straight lines cut one another, they make the vertical angles equal to one another. Furthermore, according to Proclus, head of the academy in 5th century Athens, such constructions are rightly preliminary to theorems. Euclid begins the elements, for example, with three construction problems, among them that of constructing an equilateral triangle on a given straight line, and then turns, in proposition I.4, to a proof of a general theorem about triangles. Proclus explains why. Suppose someone, before these have been constructed, should say, if two triangles have this attribute, they will necessarily also have that. Would it not be easy for anyone to meet this assertion with, do we know whether a triangle can be constructed at all? It is to forestall such objections that the author of the Elements has given us the construction of triangles. These propositions are rightly preliminary. Point 17. Constructions must precede the demonstration of theorems about the entities constructed, because otherwise it could be objected that we do not know whether the objects involved can be constructed. But why is this an objection? What exactly is it that we do not know when we do not know how to construct a triangle? One very common answer is that we do not know, in that case, whether triangles exist. It can seem obvious, at least to us, from the perspective of our current conceptions, that construction problems in Euclid serve as existence proofs, that they are included in order to show that the constructed object exists. Nevertheless, as Knorr and others have argued, the reading is anachronistic. Point 18. Although questions about existence did occasionally arise in Greek mathematics, the thesis that the ancient constructions were intended as a form of existence proof accounts neither for the geometers' manner of treating problems of construction nor for their ways of handling issues of existence. For example, it is well known that many construction problems cannot be solved using only the resources provided by Euclid, among them, the problems of trisecting an angle and squaring a circle. The issue for the Greeks was not, however, whether trisecting an angle or squaring a circle is possible. It seemed to them obvious that the trisection or square existed. The problem was to find a method or procedure for constructing such a thing, not to establish the existence of the solution, but rather to discover the manner of its construction. Point 19. An illustrative analogy might be this. Suppose that you know, because you have counted them, that you have 57 boxes, each containing 23 jars, into each of which you have put exactly 35 olives. One would, in such a case, have no doubt that there is some number that is the total number of olives in all the boxes. Nevertheless, one would, in the absence of some means such as those provided in our examples above, be unable to produce the total number from the given information. Similarly, Greek mathematicians were in no doubt that there is, say, a square equal in area to a given circle, despite having no way of producing, or constructing, that square from the circle given the resources Euclid provides. As Knorr argues, construction problems do not function as existence proofs in Euclid. Might it nonetheless be the case that constructions are needed in the course of Euclidean demonstrations, whether of problems or of theorems, in order to show that the various entities required by the process of reasoning exist? Demonstrations in Euclid involve, in every case, both a katasko and, following it, an apodoixis. Point 20 is the construction stage perhaps needed because, as Müller suggests, in a system such as Euclid's the existence of one object is always inferred from the existence of another by means of a construction? Friedman makes a very similar claim. In Euclid, existence assumptions are represented not via propositions formulated in modern quantificational logic but rather by constructive operations generating lines, circles, and so on in geometry, which can then be iterated indefinitely. Such indefinite iteration of constructive operations takes the place, as it were, of our use of quantificational logic, and it is essentially different, moreover, from the inferential procedures of traditional syllogistic logic. 21. On this reading, Euclid's demonstrations, whether of problems or of theorems, are not strictly deductive, logically valid because they require the use of postulates, rules of construction, that cannot be formulated as axioms without the resources of the full polyadic predicate calculus. Lacking those resources, Euclid could not include among his axioms that, say, between any 2 points there is a third, and therefore could not deduce the existence of the points and lines that are needed in the course of various proofs. The existence of such points and lines is instead established by constructions according to the rules laid out in the postulates. The constructions are needed because the logic is monadic. Given a more powerful logic, one could reason deductively throughout. On Friedman's account, Euclid's constructions serve to ensure the existence of the points and lines that are needed in Euclid's demonstrations. Friedman explicitly connects the idea to the familiar objection that Euclid merely assumes, for example, in proposition I.1, that there exists a point of intersection where two lines cross. The complaint, Friedman suggests, is misguided insofar as Euclid does not assume that the relevant point exists but instead constructs it, or, as Friedman says, generates it. Clearly, a point that is given at the crossing of two lines is not constructed in the sense in which, say, a triangle or even a point of bisection is constructed using Euclid's procedures. It could not be a problem of Euclidean geometry to construct a point at the intersection of two lines. That there is a point at the intersection of two lines is not something that could be demonstrated in a Euclidean construction, because only a whole of parts in relation can be constructed, and the point at the intersection of two lines is not a whole of parts in relation. Nor even is such a point generated, that is, produced, brought into existence, shown to exist, by the intersection of lines, as Friedman suggests. That two crossed lines have a point of intersection is not, and could not be, justified by the construction, but must instead be presupposed by it. Euclid simply assumes without comment, perhaps in light of continuity considerations, that there is a point at the crossing of two lines. Even within a construction, then, the aim cannot be to establish the existence of the points and lines that are needed. Ancient Greek mathematical practice suggests that neither construction problems nor the constructions that are appealed to in the course of demonstrations in Euclid's Elements serve to establish the existence of something. Indeed, problems regarding existence do not in general have the significance in ancient thought that they would come to have in the modern period. As Berniat argues, Greek philosophy is perfectly prepared to think that reality may be entirely different from what we ordinarily take it to be. But all these philosophers, however radical their scrutiny of ordinary belief, leave untouched. Indeed, they rely upon the notion that we are deceived or ignorant about something. There is a reality of some sort confronting us, we are in touch with something, even if this something, reality, is not at all what we think it to be. Roughly speaking, whereas modern philosophy takes essence to precede existence, for the ancients, it does not. One cannot, on the ancient view, ask what something is, for example, what a triangle is, what it is to be a triangle, unless one knows that triangles exist. And this is because, for the ancients, existence and essence are inextricably combined. To be is to be something in particular, that is, some sort of thing, something with a nature, form, or essence, and conversely, only what is has an essence, a nature, or form. Whereas we find it natural to distinguish logically between the question what it is to be, say, a triangle or a circle, and the question whether there exist in reality any triangles or circles, no such distinction is made in ancient Greek thought. The notions of existence and predication, which we distinguish as two separate logical or linguistic functions, are conceived in Greek as two sides of a single coin. Point 22 Thought, on such a view, is inextricably related to something that exists. Independent of it, it is inevitably directed on things without the mind. Indeed, this is just what we should expect given the intentional directedness that is enabled by natural language. As we have already seen, natural language is by its nature object-oriented, and because it is, it will take a radical transformation, a metamorphosis in our mode of intentional directedness, for it to come to be so much as intelligible that, as Descartes suggests, the world without the mind might not exist. Point 23. Much as mathematicians, both ancient and modern, distinguish between knowing that something is true and being able to prove it, so ancient geometers distinguish between knowing that something exists and being able to construct it. Indeed, they seem to have been primarily interested in constructions, that is, in finding ways of producing geometrical figures of mathematical interest, beginning only with circles, points, and lines, insofar as, Knorr suggests, in some cases theorems were proven only because they were needed to enable constructions. According to Knorr, the solution of construction problems constitutes in effect what the ancients mean by mathematical knowledge. Any adequate account of ancient Greek diagrammatic practice must be able to make sense of this. Point 24. 2.3 Propedeutic to the practice. The Elements opens with a series of definitions, postulates, and common notions. These are not, we will see, the starting points for the mathematics to follow, not if by that we mean the first, foundational truths from which other truths will be derived. Instead, they function as a propedeutic to the practice of geometry. They belong not to geometry itself but only to the antechamber of geometry. They provide a preamble to the actual work of mathematics 25:1 that amounts to a constitution for Euclid's subject matter and enables one thereby to read or interpret diagrams which relate the parts of figures to one another. Point 26. Consider, first, the definitions. In current mathematical practice, definitions are understood as stipulations that fix the meaning of some newly introduced sign by setting out in the primitive signs of the language what the newly introduced sign is to mean. Such definitions function, as the axioms of the system do, to provide premises for inferences. Point 27. One defines, for instance, the concept of a group using various primitive notions, and then one proves theorems about groups on the basis of that definition. The primitive notions cannot, of course, be similarly defined, and yet they must be understood. Instead they are elucidated in prefatory remarks, that is, in remarks that belong not to the system itself, in which starting points are set out and inferences drawn from them, but in the preparation for setting out the starting points. Euclid's definitions, we will see, function as elucidations in this sense. They belong to the preparation rather than to the system itself. As we now understand them, definitions concern words, or other signs. A definition sets out the meaning of a word or newly introduced sign. According to the ancient Greeks, definitions are not of words but of what words name. That is, as Aristotle explains in the Metaphysics 7.4, we have a definition not where we have a word and a formula identical in meaning, but where there is a formula of something primary. Point 28. Only substance is definable. And only substance is definable because, as Aristotle explains in Posterior Analytics 2.3, definition is of the essential nature or being of something. Definition reveals essential nature. On Aristotle's view, which is that afforded by natural language, what most fundamentally exist are substances, that is, beings with natures, paradigmatically, living things. Again, to be is to be some particular sort of thing, something with a nature. Definitions as understood by the ancient Greeks set out what it is to be for such beings. It is furthermore clear, as already indicated, that on Aristotle's view only what exists has such a nature. He who knows what human or any other nature is, must know also that men exist, for no one knows the nature of what does not exist. One can know the meaning of the phrase or name goat stag but not what the essential nature of a goat stag is. We know that nothing is a goat stag because such a thing would have to be at once a goat and not a goat, and nothing could be that. Because there is nothing that can correctly be called a goat stag, the term goat stag is not really a name. And hence, although the word has a perfectly clear meaning, no definition can be given of a goat stag. Existence is in this way a precondition of essence, and hence of definition. But if so, then the definitions with which Euclid begins are not of words and do not leave it open whether the defined entities exist. Their existence is presupposed. What the definitions provide is only an account of what it is to be this or that geometrical entity, that is, their essential natures. Point 29. According to Aristotle, definition is of the essential nature of things. It sets out what a thing most fundamentally is, its nature. In the case of a living being, nature is given by reference to a form of life, the form of life of a rational animal, say. In the case of the elements, that is, earth, air, fire, and water, nature is given by certain sensory properties, the hot and the cold, and the wet and the dry. Earth is cold and dry, fire hot and dry, and so on. In the cases of concern to Euclid, nature is given by parts in relation. In these cases, then, the definitions set out what parts in relation are required if something is to be a particular geometrical object, or a part thereof, what parts in relation are required for a particular property or relation of geometrical entities to obtain. We are told, for example, that a triangle is a rectilineal figure contained by three lines, rectilineal, figure, and line, all having previously been defined. Similarly, we are told that a number is a multiple composed of units, a unit having been previously defined as that in accordance with which each of the things that exist is called one. Definitions in terms of relations of parts are given of properties. We are told, for example, what it is for a line to be straight, and for a number to be prime. And definitions in terms of relations of parts are provided, finally, of what it is to bear some particular relation, for instance, of magnitudes what it is to have a ratio one to another, or of circles what it is to touch one another. Because it is in the nature of such entities to be wholes of parts in this way, these sorts of things are, as Kant was perhaps the first to note explicitly, constitutively such as to be iconically representable. Drawings of geometrical entities show in their composition the constituent concepts of which the whole idea consists. The drawings like the things drawn are wholes that are made up of parts in relation. As Kant also sees, such wholes can then further be combined to show in their combinations the relations of the thoughts to each other. 30 In geometry indeed, Kant thinks, in mathematics generally one combines in a diagram the wholes that are created out of simples into larger wholes that exhibit relations among them. We will return to this. In Book I of the Elements, after the definitions have been set out, Euclid lists some postulates and common notions. We know already from the definitions that, for example, the extremities of a line are points. Now it is postulated to draw a straight line from any point to any point. We know already that when a straight line is set up on a straight line so as to make the adjacent angles equal, then those equal angles are right. Now it is postulated that all right angles are equal to one another. And we know already that parallel lines are straight lines in a plane that never meet no matter how much they are extended. Now it is postulated that if the interior angles on the same side of a transverse line are both acute, that is, less than a right angle, then the two lines crossed by the transverse line will meet if extended far enough. It is also postulated that a straight line can be extended and a circle described given a center and distance. The common notions then set out fundamental features of equality, for instance, that things equal to the same are equal, that things coinciding with one another are equal, and that the whole is greater than the part. What is at issue is whether these postulates and common notions function as premises from which to reason or instead as rules or principles according to which to reason. In an axiomatic system, a list of axioms is provided on the basis of which to deduce theorems. Axioms are judgments furnishing premises for inferences. In a natural deduction system one is provided not with axioms but instead with a variety of rules of inference governing the sorts of inferential moves from premises to conclusions that are legitimate in the system. In natural deduction, one must furnish the premises oneself, the rules only tell you how to go on. The question whether Euclid's system is an axiomatic system or not is, then, a question about how the postulates and common notions that are laid out in advance of Euclid's demonstrations actually function, whether as premises or as rules of construction and inference. Do they function to provide starting points for reasoning, or do they instead govern one's passage, in the kataskero, from one construction to another, and in the apodoixis, from one judgment to another? Inspection of the elements strongly suggests the latter. In Euclid's demonstrations, the common notions and postulates are not treated as premises, instead they function, albeit only implicitly, as rules constraining what may be drawn in a diagram and what may be inferred given that something is true. 31 They provide the rules of the game, not its opening positions. Consider, for example, the first three postulates. They govern what can be drawn in the course of constructing a diagram. If you have 2 points, then a line may be produced with the 2 points as endpoints, a finite line may be continued, and if you have a point and a line segment or distance, then a circle may be produced with that point as center and that distance as radius. In each case, one's starting point points and lines must be supplied from elsewhere in order for the postulate to be applied. And nothing can be done in constructing a diagram, at least at first, that is not allowed by one of these postulates. But once they have been demonstrated in problems, various other rules of construction can be used as well. For instance, once it has been shown, using circles, lines, and points, that an equilateral triangle can be constructed on a given finite straight line, one may in subsequent constructions immediately draw an equilateral triangle, without any intermediate steps or constructions, provided that one has the appropriate line segment. Propositions such as I.1 that solve construction problems function in Euclid's practice as derived rules of construction. Once they have been demonstrated, they can be used in the construction of diagrams just like the postulates themselves, as rules governing those constructions. Euclid's common notions, and again most obviously the first three, also govern moves one can make in the course of a demonstration, in this case in the course of the apodoiexis. They govern what may be inferred. If two things are both equal to a third, then it can be inferred that they are equal to one another. If equals are added to equals, then it follows that the wholes are equal. If equals be subtracted from equals, then the remainders are equal. 32 These common notions manifestly have the form of generalized conditionals, that is, they have the form of rules of inference. 33 Furthermore, in this case as well, theorems, once demonstrated, can function in subsequent demonstrations as derived rules of inference. Once it has been established that, say, the Pythagorean theorem is true, one may henceforth infer directly from something's being a right triangle that the square on the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares on the sides containing the right angle. Euclid's Elements provides in this way the elements, the rules of construction and inference, for more advanced mathematical work. But not everything that happens in the course of a Euclidean demonstration is governed by a stated rule, whether primitive or derived. There are two sorts of cases. First, Euclid draws various obviously valid inferences, such as that two things are not equal given that one is larger than the other, despite the fact that the rule governing the passage is nowhere explicitly stated. Because rules such as this do not belong to mathematics in particular, but are simply a part of our understanding of natural language, no special mention is made of them. 34 The second sort of case is more interesting. It is well known that in order to follow a demonstration in Euclid, one must read various things off the relevant diagrams. For example, as we have already seen, given two lines that intersect in a diagram, Euclid assumes that there is a point at their intersection. The point of intersection seems simply to pop up in the diagram as drawn, and is henceforth available to one in the course of one's reasoning. 35 This happens not once but twice in the very first proposition of Book I of the Elements, to construct on a given finite straight line an equilateral triangle. The demonstration begins with the antithesis, let there be a straight line, of. 36 A statement of what is to be done follows, to construct an equilateral triangle on a b. Then the catasco is given. With center A and distance ab let the circle BCD be described. With center B and distance BA let the circle ACE be described. From point C, in which the circles cut one another, to the points A, B let the straight line CA, CB be joined. Figure 2.4 The diagram of proposition I.1 of Euclid's Elements. The diagram that results is shown in figure 2.4. And the apodoiexis then follows. Given that A is the center of circle CDB, AC is equal to AB. Given that B is the center of circle CAE, BC is equal to BA. Given that AC equals AB and BC equals BA, we can infer that AC equals BC because what are equal to the same are equal to each other. Given that AB, BC, and AC are equal to one another, the triangle ABC is equilateral. This triangle was constructed on the given finite straight line AB as required, and so we are done. In the course of this demonstration, first a point pops up at the intersection of the two drawn circles, and then later a triangle pops up, formed from the radii of the two circles. This sort of thing is, furthermore, ubiquitous in ancient Greek geometrical practice. One simply reads the relevant geometrical objects off the diagrams, apparently without any explicitly stated warrant for doing so. Although nothing can be put into a diagram that is not licensed by one of the given postulates or by a previous construction, there seem to be no stated rules governing what, in the way of pop-up objects, can be taken out of it. 37. We have seen that Euclid's definitions are not of words but of what words name, and that they function more like our elucidations of primitive expressions than like our definitions. And Euclid's common notions and postulates function, we have seen, essentially like rules of a natural deduction system. They are not axiomatic starting points for inference but instead rules governing one's passage from the starting points given by the proposition to be demonstrated to the desired conclusion. But although both common notions and postulates are rules on this view, they are rules governing two very different sorts of activities. Postulates, at least the first three, govern constructions, what can be put into a diagram given the starting points provided by the proposition in question. Common notions instead govern one's reasoning in the course of the demonstration, what may be inferred given something one has already established. Problems and theorems function, respectively, as derived postulates and common notions so conceived. Once a problem has been demonstrated, the relevant construction can immediately be effected if one has the appropriate starting point. Once a theorem has been demonstrated, the relevant inference can immediately be drawn given the relevant premise. But, as we also have seen, not everything that is inferred in the course of a Euclidean demonstration is governed by a rule. We have yet to understand the nature and legitimacy of pop-up objects in Euclid. We will return to them when we take up again the Kantian idea that in a diagram parts are related in wholes that are in turn combined in larger wholes. 2.4 Generality in Euclid's demonstrations. Euclid's demonstration that an equilateral triangle can be drawn on a given finite straight line begins with the setting out, let there be a straight line, ab. And this is standard in Euclid's demonstrations. Although what is to be demonstrated is something wholly general, the demonstration proceeds, at least in many cases, by way of such a setting out. To anyone familiar with proofs in standard quantificational logic, it is very easy to take the setting out as an analog of the rule of universal instantiation. In quantificational logic, in order to prove that all A is C given that all A is B and that all B is C, one first turns to an instantiation of the premises in order that the rules of the propositional calculus may be applied. One reasons, in effect, about a particular case, and then at the end of the proof one takes what has been shown to apply generally on the grounds that no inference was drawn in the course of the proof that could not have been drawn were any other instance to have been considered instead. We tend to assume that demonstrations in Euclid work the same way. 38. There is, however, little reason to think that the ancient Greeks understood generality as it is understood in quantificational logic. 39 Although they did distinguish between general sentences about all or some objects of some sort, and sentences about particular objects, this distinction was not for them, as it is for us, a logical distinction. Aristotle's logic reflects this. It is a term logic in which no logical distinction is drawn between referring and predicative expressions. Terms as Aristotle understands them have both referential and predicative aspects, they are essentially object involving, and also predicative. Terms in Aristotle's logic are, as we might think of it, what things are called, for instance, Socrates, man, snub-nosed, and so on. It is for precisely this reason that it is legitimate in traditional logic, though not in standard quantificational logic, to infer, on the basis of the fact that all S is P, that some S is P. Again, the ancients did recognize terms, such as goat stag, that nothing is called, but such terms are, for just that reason, not really names. Ancient Greek thought is inherently world-directed, lacking the essentially modern notion of a concept as predicative rather than referential. The Greeks had no way of asking, in general, whether anything answering to one's concepts exists, no way of calling into question the existence of the external world. According to the quantificational reading, a Euclidean demonstration proves something general by proving it for the particular instance that is introduced in the setting out portion of the text with which the demonstration begins. The setting out is essential on this reading insofar as the only way to prove something general in quantificational logic is by way of an instantiation. The diagram, as contrasted with the setting out, is not required in the same way. The diagram is needed, when it is, only to ensure the existence of the various points, lines, and so on, that are required for the cogency of the course of reasoning. And yet, in the elements, diagrams are invariably included even in cases in which no construction is carried out on them, as in the demonstrations regarding numbers. Proposition 7.4, that any number is either a part or parts of any number, the less of the greater, is a case in point. The text of the demonstration is this. Let A, B, C be two numbers, and let B, C be the less. I say that B, C is either a part, or parts, of A. For A, B, C are either prime to one another or not. First, let A, B, C be prime to one another. Then, if B, C be divided into the units in it, each unit of those in B, C will be in some part of A, so that B, C is parts of A. Next, let A, B, C not be prime to one another, then B, C either measures, or does not measure, A. If now B, C measures A, B, C is a part of A. But, if not, let the greatest common measure D of A, B, C be taken, and let B, C be divided into the numbers equal to D, namely B, F, F, C. Now, since D measures A, D is a part of A. But D is equal to each of the numbers B, F, F, C, therefore each of the numbers B, F, F, C is also a part of A, so that B, C is parts of A. Therefore, etc. QED. The diagram that is provided is shown in figure 2.5. There is in this case no construction beyond the diagrammatic setting out of the numbers A, B, C, and D, nothing further is added to the diagram, and nothing is inferred on the basis of it. And yet the diagram is included in this, and in every other, case. Figure 2.5 The diagram of proposition 7.4 of Euclid's Elements. Diagrams are inevitably included in Euclid's demonstrations, even in cases in which they seem to play no role in the demonstration. Surprisingly enough, at least from the quantificational perspective, the setting out is not invariably included. In some demonstrations, there is simply no moment of universal instantiation. In proposition 4.10, for example, there cannot be any such moment because nothing is given as the basis on which to carry out the needed construction. One is merely to construct, out of thin air as it were, an isosceles triangle of a certain sort. The construction is given, and the fact that the triangle so constructed meets the requirement set is shown. But there is no logical moment of setting out, one simply starts with a drawn line and goes from there. Point 40. A Euclidean demonstration apparently does not need to have a setting out, but it must have a diagram, and it must have one even in cases in which the diagram seems to serve no purpose in the demonstration. Both features of such demonstrations are anomalous on a quantificational interpretation of them. On the quantificational interpretation, it is the setting out, universal instantiation, that is essential, and the diagram that is optional, needed only in certain cases. It is furthermore worth noting that in Aristotle's term logic one infers directly from the fact that all A is B together with the fact that all B is C to the conclusion that all A is C. The reasoning, that is to say, is general throughout, though not quantification general. Perhaps, then, the same is true in the case of reasoning in Euclid. Grice's analysis, in meaning, of the distinction between natural and non-natural meaning can help us to understand how this might work. Point 41. Grice points out that there is an intuitively clear distinction between, for example, the sense in which a certain sort of spot on one's skin can mean measles and the sense in which 3 rings on the bell of a bus can mean that the bus is full. Point 42. The task is to provide an analysis of the difference between the two senses of means, natural and non-natural, respectively, and one of Grice's examples to that end is particularly revealing for our purposes. Grice asks us to compare the following two cases. I show Mr. X a photograph of Mr. Y displaying undue familiarity with Mrs. X. I draw a picture of Mr. Y behaving in this manner and show it to Mr. X. He immediately remarks, I find that I want to deny that in the photograph meant NN anything at all, while I want to assert that in the picture meant NN something, or at least that I had meant NN by it that Mr. Y had been unduly familiar. What is the difference between the two cases? Surely that in case Mr. X's recognition of my intention to make him believe that there is something between Mr. Y and Mrs. X is irrelevant to the production of this effect by the photograph. But it will make a difference to the effect of my picture on Mr. X whether or not he takes me to be intending to inform him about Mrs. X, and not to be just doodling or trying to produce a work of art. Although the photograph can serve to convey to someone the fact that Mr. Y is unduly familiar with Mrs. X independent of anyone's intending that it so serve, the drawing cannot. To take the drawing as conveying a message about Mr. Y's behavior, rather than as a mere doodle or as a work of art, essentially involves taking it that someone produced it with the intention of conveying such a message, and that that person did so with the intention that that intention be recognized. Only in that case does the drawing mean that Mr. Y is unduly familiar with Mrs. X. A photograph has natural meaning in virtue of a resemblance between the image in the photograph and that of which it is a photograph. A drawing, Grice argues, can in certain circumstances have instead non-natural meaning. That is, it can have the meaning or content that it does in virtue of one's intending that it have that meaning or content. So, we can ask, does a drawn figure in Euclid, a triangle, say, have Gricean natural meaning or instead Gricean non-natural meaning? 43 If it is a drawing of an instance, a particular geometrical figure, then it has natural meaning. It is in that case a semantic counterpart. 44 It is the thing, say, the particular triangle ABC, that is referred to in the text of a demonstration when one judges of triangle ABC that it is thus and so. But perhaps the drawing, like Grice's drawing, instead has non-natural meaning. Perhaps it is not a circle but instead, as Leibniz says, is taken for 1.45. If so, then the Euclidean diagram can mean or signify some particular sort of geometrical entity only in virtue of someone's intending that it do so and intending that that intention be recognized. One's intention in making the drawing an intention that can be seen to be expressed in the setting out and throughout the course of the catastro is, in that case, indispensable to the diagram's playing the role it is to play in a Euclidean demonstration. A Euclidean diagram, more exactly, a figure that is discerned within such a diagram, can be interpreted either as having natural or as having non-natural meaning in Grice's sense. If it has natural meaning then it does so in virtue of being an instance of a geometrical figure. But if it has non-natural meaning then it can be inherently general, a drawing of, say, an angle without being a drawing of any angle in particular. The geometer draws some lines to form a rectilineal angle, in order, say, to show that an angle can be bisected. The geometer does not mean or intend to draw an angle that is right, or obtuse, or acute. He means or intends merely to draw an angle. Hence he says, for example, in proposition I.9, that the angle he draws is the given rectilineal angle, not also that it is right, or obtuse, or acute. That which he draws, regarded as something having natural meaning, will necessarily be right, or acute, or obtuse, but regarded as having non-natural meaning, it will be neither right nor acute nor obtuse. It will simply be an angle. 46 One can no more infer on the basis of the drawing so conceived that the angle in question is obtuse, based on how it looks, than in Grice's case one could infer that Mr. Y has put on a little weight recently, based on how the drawing of him looks. A drawing of Mr. Y could have as its non-natural meaning that he has put on weight recently, just as in the context of a Euclidean demonstration a drawing of an angle can have as its non-natural meaning that it is obtuse, but that would require, in both cases, that quite different intentions be in play. If the figures drawn in a Euclidean diagram have non-natural rather than natural meaning, then they can, by intention, be essentially general. 47 It seems furthermore clear that they would in that case function as icons in Peirce's sense, rather than as symbols or indices, because they would in some way resemble that which they signify. 48 But the resemblance is not, at least not merely and not directly, a resemblance in appearance. As Peirce notes, many diagrams resemble their objects not at all in looks, it is only in respect to the relations of their parts that the likeness consists. We can, then, think of a drawn figure in Euclid as an icon that signifies by way of a resemblance, or similarity, in the relations of parts, that is, in virtue of a homomorphism. On such an account a drawn circle serves as an icon of a geometrical circle not in virtue of any similarity in appearance between the two but because there is a likeness in the relationship of the parts of the drawing, specifically in the relation of the points on the drawn circumference to the drawn center, on the one hand, and the relation of the corresponding parts of the geometrical figure, a circle, on the other. 49. A drawn circle is roughly circular. It looks like a circle just as a dog looks like a dog. But a dog looks like a dog because it is a dog, that is, a particular instance of dog nature. A drawn circle, I have suggested, can look like a circle for either of two reasons. It can look like a circle for the same reason that a dog looks like a dog, namely, because it is a circle, a particular instance of circle nature. Or it can look like a circle because it is an icon with non-natural meaning that is intended to resemble a circle first and foremost in the relation of its parts. Because what it is an icon of is circle nature, and because what is essential to a circle's being a circle is that all points on the circumference are equidistant from the center, and it is this relationship of parts that is to be iconically represented, the icon itself comes to look roughly circular. The appearance of circularity is induced in this case by the intended higher-order resemblance rather than being something that is there in any case. It is a familiar fact that Euclid never mentions any tools to be used in the constructions that are needed for his demonstrations. If drawings in Euclid provided instances of various figures, however, this is just what one would expect. 50 If one wishes to draw a particular straight line, then the best way to do that is with a straight edge. And similarly in the case of a circle, if one wants to draw a particular circle then one is best off using a compass. If, however, one's aim is to draw something with non-natural meaning, in particular, an icon of, say, a line or circle, then all that matters is that one's drawing is able to produce the desired effect, to convey one's intention. In this case there is no reason at all to mention some particular means of producing the drawing precisely because the drawing, to serve the purpose it is to serve, need not look very much like that for which it is an icon. So long as it serves the role it is intended to play, then the resemblance is good enough. This is not true of an instance ought as far as possible to look like what it is. It follows that instances are harder to draw than icons with non-natural meaning, and this is generally true. It is, for example, much easier to draw stick human figures and smiley faces, which are of course inherently general, than it is to draw someone in particular, the way some particular person actually looks. Even very small children can do the former, most of us even as adults cannot do the latter very well at all. 51 There is no need for mechanical aids in drawing Euclidean diagrams if those diagrams function as has been suggested here, as essentially general icons with non-natural meaning. The idea that diagrams are iconic and general by intention can also explain why ancient Greek mathematicians almost never make the sorts of mistakes they would be expected to make if their reasoning were based instead on an instance. If one were reasoning about an instance, particularly about a drawn instance, it would be critical to distinguish carefully between what can and cannot be inferred on the basis of one's consideration of that instance. And this ought, in principle, to be quite difficult. It is, for instance, much harder to learn what a particular person looks like from a chance photograph than it is to find this out from, say, a caricature, because in the caricature the work of discovering what are the salient and characteristic features of the person's appearance has already been done. Similarly, if a Euclidean drawing were an instance, it would be hard to distinguish between what Manders has called co-exact features, ones on the basis of which inferences can be made, and exact features, which have no implications for one's course of reasoning. 52 But in fact, all the evidence suggests that this is not hard at all. As Mueller remarks regarding the familiar diagram-based proof that all triangles are isosceles. Perhaps a pupil of Euclid might stumble on such a proof, but probably he, and certainly an interested mathematician, would have no trouble in figuring out the fallacy on the basis of intuition and figures alone. And in the history of Euclidean geometry no such fallacious arguments are to be found. There are indeed many instances of tacit assumptions being made, but these assumptions were always true. In Euclidean geometry, precautions to avoid falsehood are really unnecessary. This is unsurprising if the figures in the diagram function not as instances but as icons with non-natural meaning that is inherently general. The features that Manders identifies as exact are no more there in the diagram than information about the relative size of human limbs is there in a stick figure. 53. We noted above that it is in the nature of the objects Euclid defines to have parts in relation and so to be iconically representable. Furthermore, we have seen, such icons can be essentially general, of the concepts themselves, what it is to be, say, a circle, as they contrast with instantiations of those concepts. Drawings of geometrical figures conceived as icons with non-natural meaning can resemble particular instances in appearance in virtue of the fact that there is a resemblance in the relation of the parts. A drawn circle, intended as an icon of a circle, can look very much like a particular instance of a circle. It is easy, then, based on such an appearance, to think that the drawing is such an instance, not such an icon at all. There is good reason nonetheless for thinking that in Euclidean demonstrations the diagram functions iconically rather than to provide an instance about which to reason. First, as Manders has noted, the latter idea seems incompatible with the use of diagrams in proof by contradiction. To demonstrate, for instance, that a circle does not cut a circle at more than 2 points, one first sets out in a diagram that two circles do cut at more than 2 points, say, at 4. This is not a situation that can obtain, there is no instance to be drawn. And yet the diagram is drawn as we will see. If the diagram is read instead as a Peircean icon with non-natural meaning there is no difficulty. What the diagram means non-naturally, the content it exhibits, is exactly what one aims to show is impossible, that a circle cuts a circle at more than 2 points. Nor is this the only sort of case in which it is impossible to draw an instance. We know, because Euclid tells us in the opening section of the Elements, that a point is that which has no parts, and that a line segment is a length that has no breadth. Such entities are clearly not perceptible. There is nothing that a thing with no parts, or a length with no breadth, looks like. It follows directly that there is no way to draw an instance of either a point or a line. But the concepts of such things, and their relations one to another, can be iconically represented. A drawn line length, for example, can formulate the content of the concept of a line with endpoints. A drawn dot can formulate the content of the concept point. A drawn circle is, again, a slightly different case because drawn circles do look roughly circular, that is, there is a look that geometrical circles can be said to have. But as in the case of Grice's drawing, the role of a drawn circle in the context of a Euclidean demonstration is not that of an instance but instead that of an icon with non-natural meaning, one that is intended to formulate the content of the concept circle, that is, the relation of the points on the circumference to the center, the fact that those points are equidistant from the center. All that is formulated in a Euclidean straight line is a breadthless length lying evenly with the points on itself, that is, a certain relationship between the line and the points that may be found on it, and similarly, all that is formulated in a Euclidean circle is the relation of the points on its circumference to the center. In each case, what is important for the cogency of the demonstration is not what the figure looks like but instead what is intended by it, whether as set out in Euclid's definitions and postulates, or as stipulated by the particular problem or theorem in question. The similarity in appearance does help to convey the intended meaning, just as it does in the example of Grice's drawing. Nevertheless, what is meant is carried by the intention, not by the similarity in appearance. A final indication that the object of investigation is not the individual drawn instance, which is a sensory object grasped in perception, is the fact that in the drawing of the diagonal of a square, conceived as a drawing of an instance, the side and the diagonal of a square will not be incommensurable but instead commensurable. That is, as Müller has noted, that the diagonal of the square is incommensurable with its side is, in the case of any actually drawn instance, always disconfirmed by careful measurement. Ancient Greek mathematicians do talk about their diagrams, but as Plato has Socrates remark in Republic, they do this for the sake of the square itself and the diagonal itself, that is, invariant being, however precisely the being of such being is to be understood. 54. What one draws in Euclidean diagrams are not pictures or instances of geometrical objects but the relations that are constitutive of the various kinds of geometrical entities involved. A Euclidean diagram does not instantiate content but instead formulates it. 55. Obviously, then, the NI thesis does not provide an instance falling under a concept. The letters that it introduces are neither variables of quantification nor names of particular objects. They are nothing more than a means by which the various parts of the diagram can be referred to in the written text. Were the demonstration live, that is, actually given by one geometer to another, no letters would be needed. One would in that case merely point as needed now to this bit of the diagram and now to that. The sumprasma in which the conclusion is stated is, correlatively, not inferred from a particular case. As Müller argues, although in ancient logic the sumprasma is the conclusion of an argument, in Greek geometry, the sumprasma is not so much a result of an inference as a summing up of what has been established. The word sumprasma can mean completion or finish. The sumprasma merely sums up what has taken place in the proof. It merely completes the proof by summarizing what has been established. The move in a Euclidean demonstration from a claim involving letters to the explicitly general claim is not an application of the rule of universal generalization but instead a move from an implicit generality, such as that a horse is warm-blooded, to an explicit generality, say, that all horses are warm-blooded. The demonstration is general throughout. 2.5 Diagrammatic reasoning in the elements. We have seen that Euclid's system is best thought of on analogy with a system of natural deduction as it contrasts with an axiomatization. And I have argued that figures in Euclidean diagrams do not provide instances but instead should be read as having non-natural meaning and to function, in particular, as icons formulating the contents of the concepts of concern to Euclid. Diagrams so conceived are constitutively general. What remains to be shown is that the reasoning involved in a Euclidean demonstration is not merely diagram-based but instead diagrammatic. It is clearly true that in a Euclidean demonstration at least some steps in the chain of reasoning are in some way licensed by the diagram. Consider, for example, proposition I.5, that in isosceles triangles the angles at the base are equal to one another, and if the equal straight lines be produced further, the angles under the base will be equal to one another. The diagram is given in figure 2.6. It is then argued that because AF is equal to AG and AB to AC, the two sides FA, AC are equal to the two sides GA, AB, and they contain a common angle FAG. This inference, from the two equalities, AF to AG and AB to AC, to the double conclusion, first that the two sides FA, AC are equal to the two sides GA, AB, and also that both those same pairs of sides contain the angle FAG, might be thought to be diagram-based in the following sense. Having, first, drawn an isosceles triangle with sides AB and AC equal, and then having produced the straight lines BD and CE by extending AB and AC, and having taken F on BD at random and cut AG off from AE to equal AF, one has thereby inevitably produced not only FA, AC equal to GA, AB, which is already more or less given, but also the angle FAG, which, as inspection of the diagram shows, is identical both to the angle FAC and to the angle GAB. It is no more possible to construct the required diagram without realizing this identity of angles than it is possible to embed one circle in a second circle and the second in a third without thereby embedding the first in the third, which is of course the principle behind Euler diagrams used to exhibit the validity of various valid syllogistic forms of reasoning. Here Barbara. Just as one can infer on the basis of an Euler diagram that some conclusion follows, so one can infer on the basis of the above diagram that the relevant claims are true. The diagram-based inference is, in both cases, valid, that is, truth-preserving, and it is truth-preserving precisely because there exists a homomorphism, a higher-level formal identity, that relates relations among elements in the diagram with relations among the entities represented by those elements. Figure 2.6 The diagram of proposition I.5 of Euclid's elements. Reasoning using Euler diagrams provides a paradigm of what we might mean by diagram-based inference. In that case, one draws icons of things of a given sort, say, circles to represent collections of objects, and draws them in spatial relations that are homomorphic to relations of inclusion and exclusion over collections. If, for example, all dogs are mammals, then one draws the circle representing the collection of dogs inside the circle representing the collection of mammals. If no fish are mammals, then one draws the circle representing the collection of fish wholly separate from that representing the collection of mammals, without any overlap. Then one can read off the diagram what the relationship is between the collection of dogs and the collection of fish. The relevant icons are wholly disjoint, so one infers that no dogs are fish. The inference, the passage from the premises about dogs, mammals, and fish, to the conclusion about dogs and fish is licensed by the diagram one draws. It is diagram-based. Do diagrams in Euclidean demonstrations function in the same way as the basis for an inference? We will see that although they can, in general they do not. The first indication that diagrams in Euclid function differently from Euler diagrams is the fact that although Euler diagrams can make something that is implicit in one's premises explicit, they cannot in any way extend one's knowledge. Euclidean demonstrations, by contrast, do seem clearly to be fruitful, real extensions of our knowledge. And the reason they are is connected to the fact that objects can pop up in a Euclidean diagram. We find out that an equilateral triangle can be constructed on a straight line only because a triangle pops up in the course of the construction. Before that point there is nothing whatever about any triangles in anything we have to work with in the demonstration. Quite simply, there is no sense in which an equilateral triangle is implicit in a line, even given Euclid's axioms, postulates, and definitions. Nevertheless, as I.1 shows, such a triangle is there potentially. Given what Euclid provides us, we can construct an equilateral triangle on a given straight line. The triangle just pops up when we draw certain lines. And this is true generally in ancient Greek mathematics. One achieves something new largely in virtue of this pop-up feature of its diagrams. Point 56 To understand the role of diagrams in Euclidean demonstrations, then, we need to understand these pop-up objects. In a Euclidean demonstration, what is at first taken to be, say, a radius of a circle is later in the demonstration seen as a side of a triangle. But how could an icon of one thing become an icon of another? How could an icon of, say, a radius of a circle turn into an icon of a side of a triangle? Certainly nothing like this happens in the course of reasoning about an Euler diagram. The iconic significance of the drawn circles is fixed and unchanging throughout the course of reasoning. If the lines one draws in a Euclidean diagram had this same sort of iconic significance, the reasoning would clearly stall because in that case no new points or figures could pop up. It is also obvious that nothing could possibly be both an icon of a radius of a circle and an icon of a side of a triangle at once, because these are incompatible. An icon of a radius essentially involves reference to a circle, radii are and must be radii of circles. An icon of a side of a triangle makes no reference to a circle. So nothing could at once be an icon of both. But one and the same thing could serve now as an icon of a radius, and now as an icon of a side. The familiar duck/rabbit drawing is just such a drawing. It is a drawing that is an icon of a duck when viewed in one way and an icon of a rabbit when viewed in another. Some drawings, such as the duck/rabbit, can be seen in more than one way. It would seem, then, that we can say that in the diagram of proposition I.1 one sees certain lines now as icons of radii, as required to determine that they are equal in length, and now as icons of sides of a triangle, as required in order to draw the conclusion that one has drawn an equilateral triangle on a given straight line. Point 57 The cogency of the reasoning clearly requires both perspectives. But if it does, then the Euclidean diagram is functioning in a way that is very different from the way an Euler diagram functions. Much as in the case of the duck/rabbit drawing, and by contrast with an Euler diagram, various collections of lines and points in a Euclidean diagram are icons of, say, circles, or other particular sorts of geometrical figures, only when viewed a certain way, only when, as Kant would think of it, the manifold display is synthesized under some particular concept, say, that of a circle, or of a triangle. The point is not that the drawn lines underdetermine what is iconically represented, as if they had to be supplemented in some way. It is that the drawing as given, as certain marks on the page, has the potential to be regarded in radically different ways. It is just this potential that is actualized in the course of reasoning, as one sees lines now as radii and now as sides of a triangle, and which begins to explain the enormous power of Euclidean diagrams as against the relative sterility of Euler diagrams. In Euclidean diagrams, geometrical entities, points, lines, and figures pop up as lines are added to the diagram. Cut a line up with another line CD and up pops a point E as the point of intersection, as well as 4 new lines AE, B, CE, and A. Take the diagonal of a square and up pop 2 right triangles, and so on. We do not find this surprising in practice. Indeed, one need have no self-conscious awareness that it is happening as one follows the course of a Euclidean demonstration. Nevertheless, as we have seen, it clearly is happening, and the cogency of the demonstration essentially depends on it. Such pop-up objects, I have suggested, depend in turn on our capacity perceptually to regestalt various collections of lines, to see them now one way and now another. And what this shows is that it is not the lines themselves that function as icons but only the lines when seen from a particular perspective, when viewed one way rather than another equally possible way. Consider again our 2 crossed lines of and CD that cut at E, and suppose that they are functioning as icons independent of any perspective taken on them. One could then argue that the point E can belong to only one of the 4 segments AE, B, CE, or D, leaving the other 3 without an endpoint at one end. This would be a perfectly reasonable inference if we were dealing with a simple icon, one whose significance was fixed independent of any perspective taken on it, because it is true that if you divide a line by a point, then that point can be the endpoint of only one of the 2 line segments, leaving the other to approach it indefinitely closely, without having it as its endpoint. Suppose now that we offered this argument to an ancient Greek geometer. How would he respond? He would laugh us away, much as he laughs away those who would to cut up the one by pointing out that the line drawn to iconically represent the unit can surely be divided. The geometer laughs because one is in that case taking the diagram the wrong way, because one fails to understand how it works as a diagram in mathematical practice. When 2 lines of and CD cut at E, only one point pops up and it is the endpoint of all 4 lines AE, B, CE, and A, which also just pop up with the cut. And they can do because E is the endpoint of any one of these lines only relative to a way of regarding it, much as certain lines in the duck/rabbit drawing are ears, or a duck bill, only relative to a way of regarding those lines. Another example makes the same point. Suppose that I claimed on the basis of the drawing of a straight line segment ABCD that, contrary to what Euclid holds, 2 straight lines can have a common segment, AC and BD have BC in common. Again the geometer would laugh, and rightly so. Of course one can see the drawn line as iconically representing AC, or BD, or AD, or BC, and indeed one may need so to regard it in the course of a demonstration, but that does not show that the lines themselves have a common segment. This would be required only if the drawn line functioned iconically to represent these possibilities independent of any perspective that was taken on the drawing. Between 2 points there is only one straight line, not many. 2 lines can seem to have a common segment only if one, perversely, mistakes the way the diagram functions. The lines in a Euclidean diagram, like the lines in a duck/rabbit drawing, function as icons of various sorts of geometrical objects only relative to a perspective that is taken on them. But Euclid's diagrams have a further feature as well, one that is not found either in the duck/rabbit drawing or in an Euler diagram. They have, as Kant already saw, 3 levels of articulation. Not only are icons of various geometrical figures constructed out of parts. Those icons are combined in turn in larger wholes. At the lowest level, then, are the primitive parts, namely, points, lines, angles, and areas, and their corresponding icons. At the second level are the geometrical objects we are interested in, those that form the subject matter of geometry, all of which are wholes of those primitive parts. At this level we find points as endpoints of lines, as points of intersection of lines, and as centers of circles. We find angles of various sorts that are limited by lines that are also parts of those angles, and we find figures of various sorts. A drawn figure such as, say, a square has as parts, 4 straight line lengths, 4 points connecting them, 4 angles all of which are right, and the area that is bounded by those 4 lines. Of course, in the figure as actually drawn, the lines will not be truly straight or equal, and they will not meet at a point, the angles will not be right or all equal to one another. But this does not matter because the drawn square is not a picture or instance of a square but instead an icon of a square, one that formulates certain necessary properties of squares. At the third level, finally, is the whole diagram, which is not itself a geometrical figure but within which can be discerned various second-level objects depending on how one configures various collections of drawn lines within the diagram. A Euclidean diagram is a whole of parts that are themselves wholes of parts, and because it has this structure, one can reconceive parts of intermediate wholes in new wholes and discover thereby something new. It is furthermore this feature of the diagram that distinguishes it from simple picture proofs and from representations of knots in knot theory and from Roman numerals by which to record how many. A Euclidean diagram is not merely a picture or record of something, instead it formulates the contents of concepts of various geometrical figures in a structured array that enables not merely reasoning on the diagram but instead reasoning in it. The 3 levels of articulation enable one to reconfigure parts of intermediate wholes into new wholes in the course of a Euclidean demonstration, and thereby demonstrate significant and often surprising geometrical truths. We have seen that a Euclidean demonstration comprises a diagram and some text, and in particular, the katasko and the apodeixis. The katasko provides information about the construction of the diagram and is governed by what can be formulated in the diagram as legitimate by the postulates and any previously demonstrated problems. The apodeixis, which is governed by what can be read off the diagram as legitimate by the definitions, common notions, and previously demonstrated theorems, is generally taken to be the proof. This, as we will see in more detail below, is a mistake. The apodeixis, that is, that particular bit of the text in a Euclidean demonstration, should be read, on our account, not as the proof but instead as a piece of text that provides instructions regarding how various portions of the constructed diagram are to be read, construed, or analyzed, that is, how they are to be carved up in the course of the demonstration. It is the diagram that is the site of reasoning, on our account, not the accompanying text. Consider one last time the first demonstration in Euclid, that on a given straight line an equilateral triangle can be constructed. The diagram, once again, is shown in figure 2.7. According to reasoning already rehearsed, we know that AC equals AB because A is the center of circle CDB, and that BC equals BA because B is the center of circle CAE, hence that AC equals BC equals AB, on the basis of which it is to be inferred that ABC is an equilateral triangle constructed on the given line AB, which was what we were required to show. Our task concerning this little chain of reasoning is to understand how, based on a claim about radii of circles, one might infer, even given the diagram, something about a triangle. Were the reasoning merely diagram-based, that is, were it reasoning in language but, at least in some cases, justified by what is depicted in the diagram, then the problem seems intractable. No mere diagram of some drawn circles, however iconic, can justify an inference from a claim about the radii of circles to a claim about a triangle. If, on the other hand, we take the diagram not merely as a collection of icons of various geometrical entities but instead as a display with the 3 levels of articulation outlined above, and so as a collection of lines various parts of which can be configured and reconfigured in a series of steps, the solution to our difficulty is obvious. One considers now one part of the diagram in some particular way and now another in some way as one makes one's passage to the conclusion. Point 58 in particular, a line that is at first taken iconically to represent a radius of a circle is later taken iconically to represent a side of a triangle. It is only because the drawing can be regarded in these different ways that one can determine that certain lines are equal in length, because they can be regarded as radii of a single circle, and then conclude that a certain triangle is equilateral, because its sides are equal in length. The demonstration is fruitful, a real extension of our knowledge, for just this reason, because we are able perceptually to take a part of one whole and combine it with a part of another whole to form an utterly new and hitherto unavailable whole, we are able to discover something that was simply not there, even implicitly, in the materials with which we began. Figure 2.7 The diagram of proposition I.1 of Euclid's Elements. Consider now the Euclidean demonstration of proposition 2.5, if a straight line be cut into equal and unequal segments, the rectangle contained by the unequal segments of the whole together with the square on the straight line between the points of section is equal to the square on the half. Point 59 The diagram, which we letter for ease of reference in our written discourse, is shown in figure 2.8. To understand this diagram as intended, that is, to know how to read it, how to configure its parts, we need to know the provenance of its various parts, that is, the intention with which it is drawn. We are given that line of is straight, and that it is cut into equal segments by C and into unequal segments by D. We know by the construction that CEFB is a square on CB, which we know from proposition I.46 is constructible, and that DG is a straight line parallel to CE and BF, KM parallel to AB and F, and AK parallel to CL and BM, shown to be constructible in proposition I.31. That is, already we see here the various ways the drawn lines are taken to figure in various iconic representations of geometrical figures. CB, for example, is first taken to be the half of line AB, but then as a side of a square. BM is a line length equal in length to DB but also a part of the line BF, which is another side of that same square. It is in virtue of these various relations of parts iconically represented in the drawn diagram, and of these reconfigurings of parts, that the diagram can show that the theorem is true. It does so in a series of 6 steps scripted by the apodoixis. Figure 2.8 The diagram of proposition 2.5 of Euclid's Elements. But that is just what we wanted to show, that the square on the half is equal to the rectangle contained by the unequal segments plus the square on the line between the points of section. By construing various aspects of the diagram in these various ways in the appropriate sequence, one comes to see that the theorem is, indeed, must be, true. But if that is right, then it is the diagram that is the side of reasoning in Euclid, not the text. Point 60 The text of the apodoixis is merely a script to guide one's words, and thereby one's thoughts, as one walks oneself through the demonstration in the diagram. Reasoning in Euclid is in this regard quite like doing a calculation in Arabic numeration, say, working out the product of 37 and 42. In this latter case, one first writes the 2 Arabic numerals in a particular array, one directly above the other, then, in a series of familiar steps performs the usual calculation. As one writes down the appropriate numerals in the appropriate places, one may well talk to oneself. Nevertheless, the calculation is not in the words one utters if one does utter any words, even silently, but in the written notation itself. One calculates in Arabic numeration. In much the same sense, one reasons in a Euclidean diagram. The demonstration is not in the words of the apodoixis, it is in what those words help one to see in the diagram. Point 61. As the demonstration of proposition 2.5 shows, in order to follow a Euclidean demonstration, one must be able to see various drawn lines and points now as parts of one iconic figure and now as parts of another. The drawn lines are assigned very different significances at different stages in one's reasoning, they are interpreted differently depending on the context of lines they are taken, at a given stage in one's reasoning, to figure in. It is just this that explains the fruitfulness of a Euclidean demonstration, the fact that its conclusion is, as Kant would say, synthetic a priori. In Euclid, the desired conclusion is contained in the starting point, not merely implicitly, needing only to be made explicit, but instead only potentially. The potential of the starting point to yield the conclusion is made actual only through the construction of the diagram and the course of reasoning in it, that is, by a series of successive refigurings of what it is that is being iconically represented by various parts of the diagram. Parts of wholes must be perceptually taken apart and combined with parts of other wholes to make quite new wholes. And this is possible, first, in virtue of the three levels of articulation in the diagram, and also because the various parts of the diagram signify geometrical objects only relative to ways of regarding those parts. A given line must actually be construed now as an iconic representation of a part of another line and now as an iconic representation of a side of a square, if the demonstration is to succeed. The diagram, more exactly, its proper parts, must be actualized, now as this iconic representation and now as that, through one's construal of them as such representations, if the result is to emerge from what is given. Only a course of constructing and thinking through the diagram can actualize the truth that it potentially contains. 62. Another example, this time of the reductio proof of 3.10, that a circle does not cut a circle at more points than 2, reinforces the point. The diagram is shown in figure 2.15. The following is formulated iconically in the diagram. First, we have by hypothesis that the circle ABC cuts the circle def at the points B, G, F, and H, and here it is especially obvious that we do not picture the hypothesized situation, which is of course impossible, but instead formulate in the diagram the content of that hypothesis. BH and BG are drawn and are then bisected at K and L respectively. KC is then drawn at right angles to BH, and LM at right angles to BG. Both KC and LM are extended, KC to A and LM to E, as permitted by the second postulate. What we have then are, first, two straight lines BH and BG, both of which are chords to both circles, that is, we can see BH as drawn through ABC or as drawn through def, and similarly for BG. And we also know that AC bisects HB and is perpendicular to it, and similarly for ME and BG. Now the reasoning begins. Figure 2.9 the diagram of proposition 3.10 of Euclid's Elements. But we know from 3.5 that if two circles cut one another then they will not have the same center. Our hypothesis that a circle cuts a circle at 4 points is false. Furthermore, because the demonstration involves only 3 of the 4 points presumed to cut the two circles, it clearly is cogent no matter how many points one supposes two circles to cut at. Any number greater than 2 will lead to contradiction. It follows that a circle does not cut a circle at more points than 2. In this demonstration we are concerned with lines, circles, more exactly, the circumference of circles, and their interrelationships. All that we assume about the various figures is what we are told about them in the construction, and all that we infer at each stage is what we know follows from what we know about the figures that are taken at that stage to be iconically represented in the relevant part of the diagram. By focusing on the various parts of the diagram, now this part and now that, and conceptualizing these parts appropriately, then applying what one knows to the relevant figure thereby iconically represented, one can easily come to realize that, given what is known and assumed, the two circles have one and the same center. But this is absurd given that they cut one another. The assumption that a circle can cut a circle at more than 2 points must be rejected. It is in just this way that one reasons by reductio in a Euclidean diagram, by formulating in a diagram what one aims to show is false and then showing by a chain of strict and rigorous reasoning in the diagram that that assumption leads to a contradiction. We have seen that diagrams in Euclid are not merely images or instances of geometrical figures but are instead icons with Gricean non-natural meaning. As such, they are inherently general. But this alone is not sufficient to explain the workings of a Euclidean demonstration. In particular, Euclidean reasoning cannot be merely diagram-based, even where the diagram is conceived iconically, because if it were merely diagram-based, no account could be given of the pop-up objects that are essential to the cogency of Euclidean demonstrations. Euclidean reasoning is instead properly diagrammatic. One reasons in the diagram in Euclidean geometry, actualizing at each stage some potential of the diagram. This is furthermore made possible, we have seen, by the nature and structure of the signs that make up that system, and in particular by the fact that collections of signs can be seen now this way and now that within a diagram that has what we have described as three levels of articulation. Because a Euclidean diagram is a collection of primitive signs with three levels of articulation, the parts can be variously construed in systematic ways to mean, iconically represent, now this geometrical figure and now that. The drawn diagram, then, is the site of reasoning but does not by itself give the desired result. The steps of the demonstration must actually be taken to realize that result. It is in just this sense that one reasons in the diagram in Euclid, that is, through lines, diagrammon, just as the ancient Greeks claimed. Not the words but the construction, is the vehicle for the execution of the proof. 63. 2.6 Ancient Greek Philosophy of Mathematics. I have argued that diagrammatic demonstration in Euclid works in virtue of very distinctive features of the notation, in particular, the fact that there are three levels of articulation in the drawn diagram that enable various parts of the diagram to be regarded now as an icon of one geometrical figure and now as an icon of another. The diagram formulates content and does so in a way enabling reasoning in the system of signs. This reasoning is furthermore essentially general throughout. The diagram does not instantiate such content in an individual instance, but instead iconically exhibits what it is to be, say, a circle or triangle. The content that is formulated in the diagram is conceptual content. Nevertheless, because the intentionality of ancient thought is that enabled by natural language, and hence is constitutively object-involving, ancient diagrammatic practice was understood by ancient Greek mathematicians and philosophers as similarly object-involving. It was assumed that one was arguing about particulars of some sort. This fact, that the intentionality of ancient Greek thought is constitutively object-oriented, explains why we find diagrams even in those cases in which the diagram does no work, for instance, in the demonstration that there is no largest prime. Lines are drawn to be the numbers about which one reasons, and although the reasoning does not rely on the lines one draws, as it does in the cases we have discussed, still the lines are needed to give one objects about which to reason. These objects are not, in intention, particular numbers any more than the triangle one draws for the purposes of a demonstration is some particular triangle, but they are numbers and that about which one reasons. The lines give one a subject matter for one's demonstration. Again, one does not need a setting out in every case but one does need a diagram in every case, even in those cases in which the reasoning is merely reported and is not diagrammatic, and this is explained by the fundamental object orientation of the intentionality of ancient Greek thought. Mathematics is a science, and for the shape of spirit we find in the ancient Greeks this means that it is an inquiry into a domain of objects. Insofar as it aims at the discovery of truths, mathematics aims at the discovery of truths about objects of various sorts. All parties to the debate agree that mathematics is true. All parties are therefore committed to accepting that mathematicals exist. The dispute is about their manner of existence. Furthermore, as Klein emphasizes, generality in the ancients' understanding of it is very different from the sort of generality that would come to characterize the essentially symbolic thinking of the early moderns. It is in terms of the ancient understanding of generality that we need to understand the philosophical problems they faced regarding the practice of mathematics as they knew it. The problem of the general applicability of method is therefore for the ancients the problem of the generality of the mathematical objects themselves, and this problem they can solve only on the basis of an ontology of mathematical objects. The problem that divides Plato and Aristotle concerns the being of mathematical objects, the triangles, lines, and numbers that the mathematician studies. Mathematical truths clearly are not unqualifiedly true of everyday sensible objects. A drawn circle is not perfectly circular, the diagonal of a drawn unit square is not incommensurable with the side, and any physical object that is counted as one, a unit, can be divided. Physical objects do not have the mathematical properties and relations that are of concern to the mathematician, and do have properties, such as mutability and perishability, that proper objects of the understanding do not have. Furthermore, we know that the drawn circle is imperfectly circular. What is the nature of this knowledge? And what are the objects of mathematical science that will explain it? Are the objects of the science of mathematics ordinary sensory objects conceived in a particular way, as Aristotle thought, or are they peculiar, distinctively intelligible objects grasped with the eye of the mind, as Plato held? According to Plato, mathematics, although needing to be completed by dialectic, is nonetheless a kind of paradigm of knowledge in large part because it is of what is, timeless and unchanging. It is through the study of mathematics that one's soul is first turned away from sensory things towards intelligible things, through the study of mathematics that one first comes to realize that the ordinary objects of everyday sensory experience and knowing cannot be the only or even the primary objects of knowledge there are. For, Plato argues, the being and intelligibility of the sensory realm of becoming is dependent on the being and intelligibility of the non-sensory realm of being. Our capacity to count sensory things, for instance, can be explained only by our prior and independent grasp of numbers as pure monads. Socrates in Republic tries to tell us a little about the nature of these other objects of knowledge, though of course he cannot say very much. What we learn is that they are intelligible rather than sensory, and that they depend in some way on the forms. As to the forms themselves we also know very little. The form is that in virtue of which things appear similar, and it is by reflecting on the practice of mathematics that we come to expect that forms are distinct from the sensible things of everyday experience. Drawn circles are roughly circular, none of them perfectly instantiating what it is to be a circle, namely, a plane figure all points on the circumference of which are equidistant from a center. Yet we do know what it is to be a circle, and what we grasp in such a case is, Plato thinks, the form, circle itself, something that is exactly what a circle is insofar as it is a circle, nothing more and nothing less. In the imagery of the line in Republic 6, Plato divides the intelligible realm into two sections. In the first, lower section 1 proceeds by means of images and assumptions, in the second, higher section 1 instead proceeds from assumptions to a beginning or principle that transcends assumptions, making no use of images, relying on ideas only. The first is the way of the mathematician, the second the way of the philosopher. That is, as Socrates explains, students of geometry and reckoning and such subjects first postulate the odd and the even and the various figures and three kinds of angles and other things akin to these in each branch of science, regard them as known, and, treating them as absolute assumptions, do not deign to render any further account of them to themselves or others, taking it for granted that they are obvious to everybody. And as Klein points out, this procedure by hypothesis stressed by Plato is not a specifically scientific method but the original attitude of human reflection prior to all science, which is revealed directly in speech as it exhibits and judges things. The postulation that is involved in ancient mathematical practice is not the same as that we find in early modern scientific practice but is instead continuous with our everyday understanding, which always already knows a great deal about how things are and how they work. Plato continues. They take their start from these, and pursuing the inquiry from this point on consistently, conclude with that for the investigation of which they set out. And, they further make use of the visible forms and talk about them, though they are not thinking of them but of those things of which they are a likeness, pursuing their inquiry for the sake of the square as such and the diagonal as such, and not for the sake of the image of it which they draw. And so in all cases. The very things which they mold and draw, which have shadows and images of themselves in water, these things they treat in their turn only as images, but what they really seek is to get sight of those realities which can be seen only by the mind. Mathematicians use visible forms and talk about them, that is, they point to various parts of the drawn diagram, to lines, angles, areas, and figures, and say things about them, just as we have seen. But they are not, Plato holds, thinking about the drawn diagram but of those things of which they are a likeness, of things that are more properly mathematical, things that can be grasped only by the mind's eye. And this notion of the mind's eye, of seeing with the mind, is no mere manner of speaking. As Fried explains, in Plato's later dialogues the verb eisthenesthai, although usually translated as sense perception, often means more generally awareness of something, perhaps by way of sense perception but also perhaps by the mind, and the use of the verb in the latter case is not metaphorical. It, rather, seems that all cases of becoming aware are understood and construed along the lines of the paradigm of seeing, exactly because one does not see a radical difference between the way the mind grasps something and the way the eyes see something. Both are supposed to involve some contact with the object by virtue of which, through a mechanism unknown to us, we become aware of it. Again, what we know first and foremost are not, for the ancient Greeks, facts but objects. To know is to know things as they are, according to their natures, in some cases with the power of sight of the eyes and in others with the power of the sight of the mind. These things that on Plato's account the mathematician thinks about, grasps with the eyes of the mind, are not themselves forms. There is, for instance, only one form square, but in mathematical practice, we need to appeal to squares that are, however qualitatively similar, nonetheless numerically distinct. The point is perhaps easiest to appreciate in the case of numbers. According to the ancients, numbers are collections, for instance, of eggs or boxes, or of pure units in the science of mathematics, collections that can be added to and subtracted from, taken many times, or divided. But for this one needs, for instance, many collections of 5. Each collection of 5 is 5, but the different collections are numerically distinct. The form is simply 5 itself. The 5 that is a form is not a collection of units that can be combined with another number or divided into 2 and 3. It is just 5. Exactly the same is true of triangles, circles, lines, and so on in geometry. To do geometry one needs to be able to call on many different squares, circles, and lines, all of which are ideal instances of forms, but not themselves forms. As Aristotle reports in Metaphysics I.6, besides sensible things and forms, he says there are the objects of mathematics, which occupy an intermediate position, differing from the sensible things in being eternal and unchangeable, and from forms in that there are many alike, while the form itself is in each case unique. One simply cannot do mathematics with forms. 64 Nor, Plato seems to think, is the knowledge that results from mathematical inquiry knowledge about forms, and for much the same reason. One cannot express mathematical knowledge by appeal only to forms because, again, often one needs to invoke numerically distinct instances of one and the same form. What one knows is, for instance, that a circle does not cut a circle at more than 2 points, and to know this, one might easily think, one needs to have in mind not one but 2 circles, however arbitrary, and not one but at least 2 points. Although Plato takes both the forms and the mathematicals, that is, the ideal circles and points that are the objects of mathematical study, to exist separately from sensory objects, to be intelligible rather than sensory objects, Aristotle does not. According to Aristotle, mathematicians work with perceptible things but not as perceptible. Much as the perceptible property of a thing, say, the redness of the apple I see or the sound of the wind chime I hear, has no existence independent of the apple or sounding chime, so the triangularity of the triangle I draw or the fiveness of the fingers on my hand cannot exist independent of the drawn triangle or my hand. One studies, for instance, the drawn triangle but not qua drawn or perceptible, one studies it instead qua triangle. That is, as Aristotle explains in De Anima 3.7. The so-called abstract objects the mind thinks just as, if one had thought of the snub-nosed not as snub-nosed but as hollow, one would have thought of an actuality without the flesh in which it is embodied. It is thus that the mind when it is thinking the objects of mathematics thinks as separate, elements which do not exist separate. In every case the mind which is actively thinking is the objects which it thinks. One talks about triangles as if they were separable, indeed, as if they are separate and unchanging. 65 But in fact, according to Aristotle, they are not. As Berniat argues, this position that Aristotle defends is outlined, together with Plato's view, already in Republic. What is at issue is, again, the ontological status of the objects of mathematical inquiry, and in the imagery of the cave, Berniat argues, we know both that the puppets on the wall, which are the second thing the prisoner sees, and the divine reflections, that is, the images that are the first to be seen outside the cave, are mathematicals. But with the divine reflections, the escaped prisoner is apparently aware that he is looking at images of things that he cannot yet see directly. With the puppets, the opposite is the case. Some awareness of a dependence of mathematicals on forms is part of the decisive transition from inside to outside the cave. To rest content with C2 would be to accept, as Aristotle does, that a philosophical account of mathematics need probe no further than the diagram on the page and what the practicing mathematician does with it. To move out of the cave to C3 is to come to regard mathematicals no longer as abstractions from the sensible world but as things which exist independent of it. And here we come to an aporia that will dog the philosophy of mathematics for millennia. Plato is right, no adequate account of mathematical truth can be achieved unless we recognize that mathematicians in their practice somehow transcend the sensory world of ever-changing things. But so is Aristotle, no adequate account of mathematical knowledge can be achieved by talk of mathematicians transcending, in their practice, the sensory world of becoming. The problem of truth and knowledge in mathematics, made familiar recently by Benacerraf, is as old as the practice of mathematics itself. It will finally be resolved only when, through the course of our intellectual history, the power of reason is fully realized as a power of knowing. 2.7 Conclusion. A Euclidean demonstration, as we have come to understand it, is not a proof in the standard sense. It is not a sequence of sentences, some of which are premises and the rest of which follow in a sequence of steps that are deductively valid, or diagram-based. Indeed, the demonstration does not lie in sentences at all. The demonstration consists in a certain activity, in a course of reasoning that at least in some cases, those we have been concerned with here, is focused directly on a diagram. One does not merely report the reasoning, as one does in the demonstration that there is no largest prime, but nor does one display the reasoning as one does in a calculation in Arabic numeration. What is displayed in ancient Greek geometry is a Euclidean diagram that must be reasoned through in a series of steps scripted by the apodoixis. One reasons in the diagram rather than merely on it in Euclidean diagrammatic practice. And one can reason in the diagram because the diagram does not merely picture some objects or some state of affairs, as, we saw, a Roman numeral or picture proof does. Because the diagram formulates the contents of concepts in the way that it does, namely, by combining primitive parts into wholes that are themselves parts of the diagram as a whole, various parts of the diagram can be conceived now this way and now that in an ordered series of steps. One does not in this case merely shift one's gaze in order to see explicitly something that was already implicit in the diagram as drawn, as is the case in an Euler or Venn diagram and in some picture proofs. Because what is displayed are the contents of concepts, the parts of which can be recombined with parts of other concepts, something new can emerge that was not there even implicitly in that with which one began, though, of course, it had the potential to be discovered. Because parts of different wholes can be perceptually combined in new ways, the demonstration can reveal hitherto unknown relations among the figures of interest to Greek geometry. Diagrams serve in ancient Greek geometrical practice as a medium of reasoning by enabling the display of the contents of the concepts of various sorts of geometrical figures as they matter to diagrammatic reasoning. To demonstrate a truth, or a construction, in Greek mathematical practice just is to find a diagram, constructed according to the rules set out in the postulates and any previously demonstrated problems, that provides a path from one starting point to the desired endpoint. To discover such a diagram is to reveal a connection between concepts that is made possible by the definitions, postulates and common notions that Euclid sets out but is not already there, even if only implicitly, in those definitions, postulates, and common notions. It is only the diagram, itself fully actualized as the diagram it is as one reasons through it, regarding aspects of it now this way and now that as scripted by the apodoixis, that actualizes the potential of Euclid's starting points to yield something new. Proclus claims that problems are preliminary to theorems in geometry, that one needs to know that, say, a triangle can be constructed before one is in a position to know theorems about attributes of triangles. What Proclus does not explain is why that is, what precise role such constructions play in Greek geometrical practice. We now have an answer. Constructions encode or formulate information about the essential natures of geometrical entities in a form that is usable in diagrammatic reasoning. To know how to construct a particular figure is to know how to formulate the content of the concept of that figure, as set out in a definition, in a diagram. To know how to construct figures in Euclidean geometry is to be able to display the contents of mathematical concepts in written marks in a way that allows one to reason rigorously in the system of signs. Knowing how to construct something given Euclid's primitive resources is, in other words, quite like knowing how to write a number in Arabic numerals. It is to be able to formulate in a visual display content as it matters to inference. Much as Arabic numeration is a language within which to calculate in arithmetic, so constructions in Euclid provide a language within which to reason in geometry. Only what can be constructed in a Euclidean diagram can figure in demonstrated theorems precisely because and insofar as the diagram is the site of reasoning. Because a construction displays content in a mathematically tractable way, in a way enabling mathematical reasoning regarding that content, to know how to construct a given figure is to be able to reason about such figures in Euclidean geometry. But that alone does not explain the full significance of constructions in ancient Greek geometry. First, much as an axiomatization sets out a small collection of primitive truths on the basis of which to derive all the other truths in some domain of knowledge, and a small collection of primitive concepts can provide the basis on which to define more complex concepts, so constructions show one how to produce complex geometrical figures on the basis of a few primitive ones, more exactly, how to display the contents of complex concepts given that one knows how to display the contents of primitive ones. And much as in the case of an axiomatization or definition, to have a construction of some complex figure given only a few primitives is to achieve an important kind of systematic knowledge. Furthermore, because these constructions display what it is to be a Euclidean geometrical figure, by exhibiting its parts in relation, and knowledge just is, for the ancient Greeks, of things as what they most essentially are, in their natures. To know how to construct some geometrical figure is to know it in its nature. It is for precisely this reason that, as Knorr points out, knowledge of constructions constitutes in effect what the ancients mean by mathematical knowledge. Constructions are the starting point for reasoning in ancient diagrammatic practice. It is the construction, not the definition, that formulates the contents of the concepts of geometry in a mathematically tractable way, in a way enabling one to reason rigorously in the system of signs to conclusions about those concepts. And the construction can do this because it exhibits in a way that words cannot the natures of the figures involved, what it is to be an equilateral triangle, say, or the bisection of an angle. In sum, the language of Greek mathematical practice is not natural language but constructions drawn Euclidean diagrams. It is by means of constructions, diagrams, that, as ancient Greek mathematicians realized, it is possible to discover and explore the myriad necessary relationships that obtain among geometrical concepts, from the most obvious to the very subtle. It was an extraordinary achievement, one that would not be surpassed for nearly 2 millennia. 3. A new world order. Although it demonstrates a priori, timeless truths winning thereby the title of mathesis, ancient mathematical practice operates within the horizon afforded by natural language. The concepts of ancient mathematics are concepts of objects with their characteristic natures in virtue of which they have properties and relate to one another in discoverable ways. But not all concepts of interest to mathematicians are concepts of objects together with their properties and relations, and not all geometrical problems that mathematicians can formulate can be solved diagrammatically. In Descartes' geometry, mathematical practice is transformed through the achievement of a distinctively symbolic language, and the achievement thereby of both a new mode of intentional directedness and a new understanding of the reality we seek to know. 1. Our task is to understand the emergence of this new mathematical practice, the conception of being it embodies, and its relationship to Descartes' radically new metaphysics. 2. Where an ancient Greek geometer demonstrates by means of a diagram, Descartes computes in the symbolic language of elementary algebra. 3. For example, Euclid uses a diagram to show that if a line be cut into equal and unequal segments, then the rectangle contained by the unequal segments of the whole together with the square on the line between the points of section is equal to the square on the half. 4. Descartes, and we following him, would instead approach the problem algebraically. We are given a line of that is cut into equal segments at C and unequal segments at D as shown in figure 3.1. We first assign names to the three lengths, say, A to AC, B to CD, and C to DB. We know, then, that A equals B plus C, that is, we interpret the claim that a line is cut into equal and unequal segments as a claim about an arithmetical relationship between the lengths of the three segments that are generated by the two cuts. What is to be shown is similarly interpreted. The idea of a rectangle contained by the unequal segments is interpreted as C, the square on the line between the points of section becomes B2, and the square on the half is A2. What is to be shown, then, is that C plus B2 equals A2, given that A equals B plus C. This is easily done. Simply replace all occurrences of A in what is to be shown by B plus C, and do the math, that is, perform the appropriate symbol manipulations until the expressions on both sides of the equal sign are identical. Figure 3.1. A line cut into equal and unequal segments. But how is it that we come to interpret an expression such as the rectangle contained by the unequal segments as C? A rectangle is an object, a geometrical figure with a nature and a characteristic look. How does such an object come to be transformed into or conceived as something expressible using the language of elementary algebra? As obvious and natural as it may seem to us, this use of symbols was not at all easy to achieve. 5. As we have noted already, the symbolic languages of mathematics are quite unlike natural languages. Neither narrative nor sensory, they are special purpose instruments designed for particular purposes and useless for others. They are not constitutively social and historical, and they have no inherent tendency to change with use. Unlike natural languages, they also can be used merely mechanically, without understanding, used, that is, not as languages at all but as useful calculating devices. The positional Arabic numeration system, for example, was used merely as a tool, as a device for solving arithmetical problems, 4 centuries after its introduction around the 10th century. Although used throughout the first half of the second millennium as an alternative technology to the counting board in the performance of calculations, Arabic numeration was not at first used to record the results of calculations. Records were instead kept in Roman numeration. Only well into the 16th century did shopkeepers and merchants begin to keep their records in Arabic numeration, and universities and monasteries continued to use Roman numerals for record keeping even after that. 6. The significance of this fact, that for centuries both merchants and academics were using paper and pencil calculations in Arabic numeration to solve arithmetical problems but would nonetheless record their results in Roman numeration, should not be underestimated. In particular, the fact that even merchants, who surely have little concern for theoretical questions about what numbers are, engaged in such a time-consuming and apparently unmotivated practice, and not merely for a few generations but for centuries, cannot be set aside as a mere historical curiosity. Rather, it suggests that they simply could not see Arabic numerals as signs for numbers at all. 7. While it is surely correct to distinguish between everyday practice with numbers, a practice that does not distinguish between the unit, 1, and the other numbers, and a philosopher's theoretical account of what numbers must be. 8. Here it is the practice that suggests something fundamental about the pre-modern conception of number. Here it really does seem that there was something they could not do that we can. Why, after centuries of recording their results in Roman numeration, did the fashion suddenly begin to change in the late 16th century? The answer, I think, can only be that the most basic understanding of what numbers are was changing towards the middle of the second millennium, first for practical purposes, for instance, in the introduction of negative numbers in the recording of debts, and finally, after Descartes, in theory as well. 9. 4 centuries after its introduction, Arabic numeration was conceived only as an instrument, a tool that, although useful for calculating results, could not be employed in the statement of those results. The signs of Arabic numeration were not conceived as representatives of numbers, as a perspicuous notation of how many. And nor could they be so long as numbers were conceived in terms of the question how many, that is, as collections of units. Similarly, we will see, although François Vite devised a notation suitable for algebraic manipulations, that notation had for him merely instrumental value. It was useful, but not itself a language within which to express mathematical ideas. Only with Descartes would we acquire the eyes to read the symbolism of arithmetic and algebra as itself a language, albeit one of a radically new sort. Descartes knew mathematical practice and transformed vision both of ourselves as knowers and of the reality known, fundamentally changed who we are. But of course Descartes did not appear out of nowhere. As just indicated, Vite had already developed a notation for basic algebra, and already European culture had become, at least in some respects, modern. Already nature was coming to be conceived as a kind of clockwork, that is, a mechanical device rather than a living being. 10 These earlier developments, briefly considered in the next 2 sections, will serve to highlight both the respects in which Descartes continues the tradition he inherits and the extent to which he completely transforms our most fundamental understanding of the being of things in the world and of our cognitive relationship to them. 3.1 The Clockwork Universe. Due in part to the recovery of various classics of ancient Greek philosophy, mathematics, and science, the intellectual culture of Europe was fundamentally transformed over the 4 centuries preceding Descartes' birth in 1596. With the development of musical notation beginning in the 13th century, and the construction of the first clocks, time would, by the 15th century, come to be seen as something in its own right, independent of motion, and as itself measurable or quantifiable. The quantification of space is similarly manifested in the development of the Renaissance conception of what constitutes a faithful depiction of things in space, both in the new perspective drawings and paintings, and in the new sorts of maps that began to appear in the 15th century. With this quantification of space and time came, finally, the new Galilean conception of motion as at once measurable and subject to laws. 11 What did not change amidst all these developments was our most fundamental conception of being. A grid was being laid over all reality, everything, it was coming to seem, can be measured and counted, or at least ordered, in tables, columns, and graphs. Not living things but clockworks, mechanical devices, were coming to be seen as the paradigm of being. The problem was that no one before Descartes really understood just what that might mean. In our everyday lives we keep track of where we are both in space and in time. One is in the marketplace or at home, in town, or at the seaside, it is morning or night, summer or winter. But although the further idea of measuring spaces, that is, lengths, surfaces, and volumes, is quite natural to us, the further idea of measuring times is not. Time is most naturally understood in terms of motion, for instance, the motion of the sun from its rising to its setting. Because motions can be faster or slower, so, it at first seemed, time can go more or less quickly, the hours themselves expanding and contracting as the seasons change. And the first mechanical clocks did nothing to change this conception. Early clocks were a means of tracking time, the changing hours and days, seasons and years, but not yet a mechanism by which to measure time. They were nothing more than mechanical reproductions of the motions of the sun and passing of the seasons. The idea of measuring time, as opposed merely to keeping track of it, began to be developed only in the 13th century, and only in Europe. And it was made possible at all because musicians got the idea of writing music in addition to performing it. Point 12. The earliest musical notation was devised for Gregorian chant, a form of singing that is monophonic and rhythmic without being metrical. In Gregorian chant, all singers sing the same notes at the same time, and although tones can be longer or shorter, they are not measured against any independently fixed temporal unit. There is no measure, no beat, only the longer and shorter tones themselves. As the number of these chants grew, and with them the time needed to learn them, the idea of trying to record the chants suggested itself. Much as written natural language records the sounds speakers make, so the sounds singers make could be recorded, not as in a written language such as English that uses arbitrary marks to stand for sounds, but by the relative placement of marks, higher or lower corresponding to the higher or lower pitch of the notes sung. The result was a two-dimensional display of the notes to be sung according to their pitch along the vertical and in their order along the horizontal. This notation hastened in turn the development of polyphonic music in which different singers sing different notes with different durations, and the development of notations adequate to record this new sort of song. Monophonic music requires only that all singers keep time with one another, it is not essentially written. Polyphonic music, because it involves different singers singing various notes with different durations, requires that time itself be measured, that is, that a musical notation be developed in which time is tracked independently of the notes that are to be sung. Polyphonic music needs, in other words, a time standard, a unit that is the measure of a duration, and with it a sign for a rest, that is, the temporal duration within which a singer is to remain silent. Indeed, the symbols of rests are nothing if not instructions to measure time intervals independently of anything else. We are so familiar with the idea that time can itself be measured, that it marches on in measured steps, that it can be hard for us to imagine what it was like to live in a world that knows no measured time. We do not in the same way need to use our imaginations to know how things seemed before we achieved the idea of measured space. We have early maps and pictures to show us. Measuring spaces, the lengths, areas, and volumes of things is as natural as counting, and is common already in various ancient cultures. But this is not yet the idea of measuring space itself. So, for instance, we find that 13th century European maps are more like pictures than maps, and peculiar pictures at that. They are a non-quantificational, non-geometrical attempt to supply information about what was near and what was far and what was important and what was unimportant. Pre-Renaissance paintings similarly depict what is more important, say, a deity or an emperor, literally as larger and more central than what is less important, for instance, a peasant. Things are not placed in space in such pictures, they are merely placed. To depict things in space requires a means of depicting the spatial analog of a musical rest, that is empty space, and only in the 14th century did painters begin to consider how to do this. They began to paint not merely spatial things but things in space, that is, as near or far. But the development of perspective painting requires much more than painterly insight. Like the development of a notation for polyphonic music, it requires both a theory and a carefully articulated, stepwise method of depiction. We say that perspective painting is more realistic than its predecessors, and this is often taken to mean that such paintings depict what one actually sees rather than, say, how what one sees is interpreted. The fact that such works require both a theory of optics and explicitly stated rules governing their production, together with special apparatuses or mechanical aids to help one to see in this way, indicate that this is a mistake. What is true is that such paintings, like 15th century maps, are geometrically accurate, they encode, often with great accuracy, quantitative information about the relative placement and size of things. Much as a 15th century map, unlike earlier maps, accurately depicts relative size and location as if seen from above, so a Renaissance perspective painting accurately depicts relative size and location as if seen from in front. In both cases, what is depicted is quantitative information, measurable features of things. With these developments in the arts came as well the profoundly unmedieval idea of progress in human affairs, and self-conscious efforts to cast off old ways in order to develop something new. Copernicus's De Revolutionibus was to have much the same effect in the sciences. If Copernicus was right, the scholastic Aristotelian conception of the world with its concentric crystalline spheres, at the center of which was the earth, was wrong, and it was shown to be wrong by careful observations, measurements, and reflection. This new account furthermore suggested that the relationship between what we observe and reality is more complex than one might naturally think, that one cannot merely read how things are directly off their appearance to one. By the 16th century, it was becoming clear that a general reform of all knowledge and all learning was needed, that a new beginning, a great instauration, as Bacon would put it, had to be made, one that would try the whole thing anew upon a better plan, and to commence a total reconstruction of sciences, arts, and all human knowledge raised upon the proper foundations. The idea of modernity, decisively and irreversibly novel in comparison with the past in its entirety, was being born. 13. But although the Copernican picture of the relative motions of the earth and the heavenly bodies provided, relative to the available data, an intellectually satisfying account, it also posed a serious problem: if the earth moves, why do we not feel it or see it in, say, the displacement of falling objects? Galileo provided the answer, and thereby solved as well the ancient problem of the motion of projectiles. His use of diagrams in solving these problems is an important precursor to Descartes' use of them. According to the Aristotelian conception, what we today call motion is only one instance, namely, local motion, of a much wider conception that includes all manner of change. For Aristotle, natural motions, which comprise all the ways a thing changes over time as the sort of thing it is, belong to the essence of a thing. The ripening of fruit, the education of youths, the rolling of a rock down a hill, all are conceived as motions appropriate to the natures involved. They belong to various sorts of things as the kinds of things they are. Things move according to their natures. And all such motions naturally come to an end. But there are also unnatural motions, for instance, the motion of something pushed or pulled and the motion of projectiles. The first sort of unnatural motion was easily explained by appeal to the agent doing the pushing or pulling, because as soon as the agent stops pushing or pulling, the motion itself stops. Projectile motion was much more puzzling. Why do projectiles keep moving for as long as they do, given that nothing seems to be making them move after they are released? Aristotle did come up with an account of sorts involving the air as the pusher, but it was not very plausible, and in the 5th century John Philoponus suggested instead that when a projectile is set into motion it acquires some kind of motive force or impulse that keeps it moving, at least for a while. Galileo would finally solve the puzzle and thereby the problem of the moving earth as well. 14. Careful observation and measurement of a ball rolling down a slightly inclined plane reveals that the ball accelerates at a uniform rate. A ball rolling up such a plane likewise decelerates at a constant rate. It stands to reason, then, that a ball rolling on a horizontal surface will neither accelerate nor decelerate, that is, that it will roll along at the same speed forever. But if so, then Aristotle had been asking the wrong question. What needs to be explained is not why projectiles move, but why they ever stop moving, having once been set into motion. And as Galileo saw, if that is the right question to ask, then a body must be indifferent to its motion. Motion does not belong to a thing in virtue of its nature, its being as the sort of thing it is, and a body can be moving even at a great speed without that motion being apparent to it. Only changes in motion need a cause, the force of which can be felt. Furthermore, because a body in motion is indifferent to that motion, different motions can be combined in one moving object, for instance, in a projectile, which combines vertical and horizontal motion. And even an object dropped from some height above the earth forms a kind of projectile. Because it is already moving with the earth, it continues that motion combined with its downward acceleration until it lands directly below the point at which it had been released, not somewhere behind that point as had seemed to be predicted by the Copernican idea of a moving earth. Figure 3.2 Orsma's time-speed graphs of uniform speed and uniform acceleration from rest. Like Copernicus's discovery of the movement of the Earth relative to the Sun and other heavenly bodies, Galileo's discovery of the law of inertia combined careful observation and measurement, in this case of distance traveled per unit of time, with thoughtful reflection on what those observations and measurements revealed. His analysis of projectile motion involved in addition a very novel use of Euclidean principles. Already in the 14th century Orsma had taken the idea of a time-pitch graph from music and applied it to the case of motions. The progression of times was exhibited in a horizontal line and relative speed in a series of vertical lines along the horizontal. A depiction of uniform speed over time thus forms a rectangle while uniform acceleration from rest forms a triangle. And other cases similarly generate other shapes. Galileo would combine this basic idea of mapping speed over time with that of measure to realize a radically new form of argument. To show, for example, that the time taken to traverse a given distance by a body starting at rest and uniformly accelerating is the same as that in which the distance is traversed by a body traveling at a constant speed equal to half the maximum speed achieved by the accelerating body, Galileo appeals to the diagram shown in figure March 3, 15 AB represents the time the accelerating body takes to travel the distance CD. B represents the maximum speed achieved by that body, and the lines parallel to B, that is, the lines drawn from AB to AE, represent the increasing speeds from rest at A to the maximum at B. F is the midpoint of EB and FG is drawn parallel to AB. The parallelogram AGFB is constructed. Galileo then argues that because the area AB, which represents the distance traveled by the accelerating body, equals the area AGFB, which represents the distance traveled by the body in uniform motion, the time taken by a body traveling at constant speed half the maximum of a uniformly accelerating one is the same as that taken by the accelerating body to come the same distance. 16 What is crucial here is the fact that although distance traveled is most intuitively represented by a line, such as CD above, Galileo sees that because distance is a function of time and speed at a time, it can also be represented as an area, for instance, as the area of a triangle or of a rectangle. Galileo uses lines and areas not iconically to formulate the contents of concepts as ancient Greek geometers did, but instead to represent or stand in for that which is measurable, such as time, speed, and distance traveled, and the diagram enables him to formulate in a visual display arithmetical relationships among these measurables. The notion of a dimension is thus loosened from its association with the three dimensions of experiential space and is well on its way to becoming, as Descartes thinks of it in the Regulae, as a mode or aspect in respect of which some subject is considered measurable. Thus length, breadth, and depth are not the only dimensions of a body, weight too is a dimension, the dimension in terms of which objects are weighed. Speed is a dimension, the dimension of motion, and there are countless other instances of this sort. Figure 3.3 Galileo's diagram for theorem I, proposition I of his Discorsi, third day. The idea of tracing in a visual display a phenomenon that is not itself visual is manifested already in written natural language. In the simplest musical notation that same idea recurs but in a form that is essentially two-dimensional and iconic. Instead of a series of arbitrary symbols standing for sounds, musical notation uses spatial position to track not only order but also pitch. Beginning with the simplest time-pitch graphs of Gregorian chants, through those involving a time measure that are needed for writing polyphonic music and Orsma's time-speed graphs, Galileo comes to use Euclidean diagrams and principles together with careful observation and measurement to analyze motion itself. This new form of representation is like a picture, map, or traditional Euclidean diagram, and unlike written natural language, insofar as it signifies a thing directly, not as mediated by the sounds we make in talking about it. But like written language, and unlike a picture or map, it depicts something that is not intrinsically visual. We can, of course, see things move, and often we can see as well the traces that can be left by moving things, but motion itself is not visual in the sense that, say, the shape of a thing is visual. It cannot be pictured, and yet, as Galileo realized following Orsma, it can be depicted in a two-dimensional array. Even more important, one can use such arrays to discover relations among the various notions speed, distance, and time that are involved in any analysis of motion. We have seen that for Aristotle the paradigm of a substance, of what is a living thing, an organic unity with a characteristic form of life that has the form of a narrative or story with a beginning, a middle, and an end. For the Aristotelian scholastics, reality itself unfolds in a narrative. It takes the form of a story that can be illustrated in pictures but is itself something to be told, spoken and heard. Galileo's work on motion typifies the new sensibility that had developed by the 16th century, a sensibility according to which reality is conceived not narratively, as a story to be told, but visually, as something to be mapped in two-dimensional space. To discover how things are, it was coming increasingly to seem, is to turn one's back on the stories we tell, to confront nature directly through careful observation and measurement. Nature, it was coming to seem, does not address us in our natural languages, it does not speak. Rather it is, Galileo suggests, written in the language of mathematics, and its characters are triangles, circles, and other geometrical figures, without which it is humanly impossible to understand a single word of it. Without these, one is wandering about in a dark labyrinth. Nature is written, it is a book. But unlike any ordinary book, it is not written to communicate something to someone in a natural, primarily oral, and narrative, language. It is written in the constitutively visual language of mathematics. 18 Mathematics, which for the ancient Greeks was irrelevant to the science of nature insofar as mathematics concerns what is unchanging and the science of nature that which changes, has become nature's own language. The idea that reality is to be mapped and measured in diagrams and graphs rather than told in stories furthermore helps to explain why ancient atomism came now to grip the imagination of not only Galileo but also, for instance, Hobbes, Mersenne, Gassendi, and even, at least for a time, Descartes. What for Aristotle had seemed to be merely two sorts of sensory entities, the proper sensibles such as color, taste, odor, and sound, which can be sensed by only one sense organ, and the common sensibles such as shape, number, and motion, which can be both seen and felt, came now to be conceived as two radically different aspects of reality. And they did so because only Aristotle's common sensibles can be mapped and measured, written in the language of mathematics. On this new conception, the natural world, as contrasted with our experience of it, contains no colors, odors, tastes, or sounds, but only that which has shape, size, number, and motion. For a sentient animal making its way through its environment, the sensory features of things, their colors, odors, taste, and sounds, are crucial guides to what is to be pursued and avoided. Nor in our own everyday experience of things can such features be separated from their shapes, sizes, number, and motions, except in an act of thought. And yet Galileo suggests that his mind feels no compulsion to take the former qualities to be essential to things in the way the latter are. As he writes in the essay upon conceiving of a material or corporeal substance, I immediately feel the need to conceive simultaneously that it is bounded and has this or that shape, that it is in this place or that at any given time, that it moves or stays still, that it does or does not touch another body, and that it is one, few, or many. I cannot separate it from these conditions by any stretch of my imagination. But that it must be white or red, bitter or sweet, noisy or silent, of sweet or foul odor, my mind feels no compulsion to understand as necessary accompaniments. Indeed, without the senses to guide us, reason or imagination alone would perhaps never arrive at such qualities. For that reason I think that tastes, odors, colors, and so forth are no more than mere names so far as pertains to the subject wherein they reside, and that they have their habitation only in the sensorium. Thus, if the living creature were removed, all these qualities would be removed and annihilated. I do not believe that for exciting in us tastes, odors, and sounds there are required in external bodies anything but sizes, shapes, numbers, and slow or fast movements, and I think that if ears, tongues, and noses were taken away, shapes and numbers and motions would remain but not odors or tastes or sounds. The proper sensibles, the color, taste, odor, and sound of a thing, are inconceivable independent of our experiences of them, of what it is like to see, taste, smell, and hear them. This is not true in the same way of the common sensibles insofar as they can be both seen and felt. The common sensibles, that is, the shape, size, number, and motions of things, thus can come to seem to belong to things independent of our perceptual experiences of those things. Only in these cases is there a resemblance between the properties of things and our experience of these properties. Our understanding of mechanical contrivances such as clockworks further reinforces the idea. The workings of a mechanism can be fully understood by appeal only to the shapes, sizes, number, and motions of its parts. Colors, sounds, tastes, and odors have no role to play in an account of the workings of a mechanism. Hence, it was coming to seem, they have no place in nature either but only in our experience of nature. Natural changes were one and all to be reduced to the motions and impacts of atoms. The new mathematical physics that was being developed by Copernicus, Kepler, Galileo, and others provided an intoxicating vision of precise mathematical descriptions of all the phenomena of nature. But it was as yet only a vision. The idea of modernity, of science raised upon its proper foundation, of a new form of explanation to replace that of Aristotelian substantial forms, remained to be fully realized. The idea of nature as a clockwork, a mere mechanism, needed to be combined with that of a properly symbolic language. 3.2 Veidt's analytical art. Between the 13th and the 16th centuries, developments in music, painting, astronomy, and physics had begun radically to alter our understanding of nature. But mathematics too was changing. By the 13th century, the algebra of Al-Khwarizmi and Omar Khayyam, which dealt with linear, quadratic, and cubic equations, was widely known in Europe, and by the 16th century this work had been extended to quartic equations. 19 Various abbreviations and symbols were introduced for powers and other mathematical operations culminating in the literal notation, developed by François Veidt, in which two sorts of letters, one for the unknown and the other for the known parameters of a problem, are employed in its solution. Veidt is often regarded as the first modern mathematician for just this reason. 20 In fact, we will see, Veidt's most fundamental orientation remains essentially pre-modern. Only with Descartes is early modern mathematical practice fully realized. According to a familiar account due to G.H.F. Nesselmann, algebra was at first rhetorical, that is, written in natural language, then syncopated insofar as it began to involve the use of signs or ligatures in place of some words, and finally properly symbolic, all words having been replaced by written signs of some sort. But as Heffer argues, there are a number of difficulties, both historical and conceptual, with the account. Most important for our purposes, Nesselmann's account fails to distinguish in any significant way between symbols and shorthand notation, that is, abbreviations of various sorts. But as we will see, even this distinction between the use of signs as abbreviations and the use of signs as symbols does not cut finely enough. Veidt does not use signs as abbreviations for words, but nor, it will be argued, does he use them as symbols in the sense that Descartes does, in accordance with a properly symbolic way of thinking. We have already noted that although paper and pencil calculations using Arabic numeration existed alongside the use of a counting board throughout the first half of the second millennium, they seem to have been understood merely instrumentally. This, I suggested, is unsurprising if numbers were understood as collections of units, and hence as properly expressed not in the positional decimal notation of Arabic numeration but instead in an additive notation such as Roman numeration. Nevertheless, it is remarkable that one can by paper and pencil manipulations work out the solution to an arithmetical problem that is otherwise worked out either in one's head, by mental arithmetic, or by moving counters on a counting board. By the 15th century, the contrast between symbolical and rhetorical methods for solving problems had been made explicit. This distinction is one we have already appealed to. Leaving aside the technology of the counting board, which seems clearly to be neither symbolical nor rhetorical in the relevant sense, one can solve a problem in arithmetic either by way of a paper and pencil calculation or by working it out through a chain of reasoning in mental arithmetic, that is, by reflecting on the relevant mathematical ideas and what they entail. Such a chain of reasoning can then be reported in natural language, whether written or spoken. As Heifer notes, a sign such as, for example, the familiar plus for addition can function either as a mere abbreviation for a word of natural language or as a symbol properly speaking, and only the context of use can determine which way it is being used. When printed in an early 15th century arithmetic book, the plus sign in 3 plus 5 makes 8 would be interpreted as a shorthand for and, meaning the addition of 5 to 3. Here, plus describes an operation, a mental or even physical action. There is some temporal element present in the description 3 plus 5 makes 8. First you have 3, after adding 5, you find out that you have 8. The plus sign in this context is thus a direct representation of the action of adding things together. In this context the sign is merely shorthand for a description of something to be done on numbers conceived as collections of units that can be combined or put together. Correspondingly, Heifer claims, properly symbolic thinking is possible not only in symbols but also in words, as, for example, in Paciola's Summa de Arithmetica Geometria Proportionae of 1494 where we find in words various rules of signs. For instance, these, dividing a positive by a negative produces a negative and dividing a negative by a positive leads to a negative. As Heifer notes, the formulation of the rules does not refer to any sorts of quantities, integers, irrational binomials, or Cossack numbers. The rules only refer to the negative and the positive dot. Hence, he concludes, despite the absence of any symbolism, we consider this an early instance of symbolic reasoning. But as in the case of Arabic numeration, we need to ask whether the reasoning involved is conceived merely instrumentally or whether it is taken somehow to embody properly mathematical content. This question is further complicated, for us, by the fact that we inherit a 19th century tradition that is explicitly formalist in algebra. We read, for example, in an essay by George Peacock published in 1833, that we must distinguish between arithmetical and symbolic algebra. Point 21 as Peacock explains. The first of these sciences would be, properly speaking, universal arithmetic. Its general symbols would represent numbers only, its fundamental operations, and the signs used to denote them, would have the same meaning as in common arithmetic. It would reject the independent use of the signs plus and, though it would recognize the common rules of their incorporation, when they were preceded by other quantities or symbols, the operation of subtraction would be impossible when the subtrahend was greater than the quantity from which it was required to be taken, and there the proper impossible quantities of such a science would be the negative quantities of symbolical algebra. It would reject also the consideration of the multiple values of simple roots, as well as of the negative and impossible roots of the second and higher degree. It is this species of algebra which alone can be legitimately founded upon arithmetic as its basis. Point 22. On this account, arithmetical algebra is a perfectly meaningful science concerning which questions of truth and falsity are significant. Symbolical algebra is not meaningful. Questions of truth are meaningless but instead merely formal. On this fundamental point, Nagel furthermore holds, Peacock saw clearly and truly, the possibility of interpreting extra-systemically the symbols of an algebra in no way affects the validity of equivalences established by means of the formal rules of the combination of symbols which characterize that algebra. Point 23. But this, I will argue, is not a historically adequate account insofar as in the history of mathematics, and in particular in mathematics as it was developed by Descartes in the 17th century, the symbolism of algebra is not merely formal but serves rather to introduce a new subject matter for mathematics. Although, as we will soon see, algebraic symbolism is for Veit merely formal in something very like Peacock's sense of formality insofar as it is an uninterpreted system of signs, algebraic symbolism is not at all formal/uninterpreted in Descartes' employment of it. Point 24. Veit's analytical art comprises three stages. At the first stage, zetics, a problem, whether of arithmetic or geometry, is translated into V's newly created symbol system or logistais speciosa in the form of an equation. At the second stage, poristix, the equation is transformed according to rules until it achieves canonical form. At the third and last stage, exegetics, a solution to the problem is found on the basis of the derived equation. As Veit himself emphasizes, at this third stage the analyst turns either geometer, by executing a true construction, or arithmetician, solving numerically whatever powers, whether pure or affected, are exhibited. That is, one begins with a problem, either arithmetical or geometrical, that is then formulated in Veit's logistais speciosa and operated on according to rules. At the third and final stage, one returns either to arithmetic or to geometry to complete the problem. Veit teaches the art in 8 essays first published individually between 1591 and 1631, then brought together in a single volume, the Opera Mathematica, in 1646.25. Both in the opening paragraph of the Introduction to the Analytical Art and in the dedication that precedes it, Veit emphasizes the close connections between his art and the work of the Greeks. 26 Three themes from the then newly rediscovered Greek mathematical tradition are especially relevant: Pupus's conception of the analytic method in geometry as outlined in the 7th book of his mathematical collection 27, Diophantus's treatment of arithmetical problems using letters for the unknown and 4 powers of the unknown in his Arithmetica 28, and Eudoxus's general theory of proportions as set out in the 5th book of Euclid's Elements. 29 In the spirit of Eudoxus's general theory, Veit aimed to provide a general method for the solution both of the sorts of arithmetical problems Diophantus had considered and of the sorts of geometrical problems Pupus discusses. The method itself was that of analysis, a method Pupus describes as making the passage from the thing sought, as if it were admitted, through the things which follow in order, to something admitted as the result of synthesis. 30 Diophantus's treatment of arithmetical problems provides an instructive illustration. Diophantus's Arithmetica is a collection of arithmetical problems involving determinate and indeterminate equations together with their solutions. The text is remarkable along a number of dimensions. First, unlike earlier Babylonian and Egyptian texts dealing with similar sorts of problems, Diophantus's Arithmetica refers not to numbers of cattle, or sheep, or bushels of grain, but to numbers of pure monads, and it aims to provide not merely rules for the solution of problems but a demonstration, of a sort, to show why the rule is a good one. The Arithmetica, in other words, is a scientific or theoretical work at least as much as it is a practical manual in the art of solving problems. It is also remarkable in employing abbreviations for the unknown and for powers of the unknown, for the monad, and so on, all of which are explicitly introduced at the beginning of the work, and in providing explicit rules for the transformation of equations. 32 The letter final sigma is used to signify the unknown, delta upsilon is employed for the square of the unknown, and k upsilon for the cube of the unknown. 33 The fourth power is a square, the fifth a square cube, and the sixth a cube. The monad is abbreviated MO. Negative numbers are conceived in terms of missing or lacking and are signaled by a special sign. 34 Diophantus uses Greek alphabetic numerals, and he indicates addition by concatenation. A simple problem illustrating his analytic method is to divide a given number into two numbers with a given difference. Diophantus turns immediately to a particular instance. The given number is assumed to be, say, 100, and the difference 40 units. Let the less be taken as alpha. Then the greater will be mo. Then both together become mo. But they have been given as mo. Mo, then, are equal to mo. And, taking like things from like, I take mo from the row and likewise mu from the beta numbers and mu units. The beta are left equal to mo. Then, each final sigma becomes mo. As to the actual numbers required, the less will be mo and the greater mu, and the proof is clear. 35. Rather than merely telling us what to do to find the desired answer as his predecessors had done, the results of which can then be checked against the original parameters of the problem, Diophantus works the problem out arithmetically. Because he has a sign for the unknown, Diophantus can treat it as if it were known and proceed, through a series of familiar operations, to the answer that is sought. This analytical treatment of arithmetical problems through the introduction of signs for the unknown and its powers, together with Eudoxus's treatment of proportions where a proportion, according to Veit, is that from which an equation is composed, provides Veit with the crucial clues to his analytical art. Although Diophantus's method for solving a problem is clearly meant to be a general one for problems of the relevant type, his solutions are always of particular numerical problems. He has a general method but no means of expressing it in its full generality. Veit resolves the difficulty by appeal to the distinction between vowels and consonants. Unknown magnitudes are to be designated by uppercase vowels and given terms by uppercase consonants, all of which are to be operated on as Diophantus operates on his signs for the unknown and its powers. 36 Veit also greatly simplifies matters by designating the unknown and its powers not by using a variety of different signs but by using one sign, a vowel, for the unknown, followed by a word to indicate the power of the unknown. More significantly, he also generalizes Diophantus's method to apply not only to the sorts of arithmetical problems Diophantus considers but also to well-known geometrical problems. It is this dimension of generalization, we will see, that provides the key to an adequate understanding of Veit's logistais speciosa, his symbolic language or algebra. Perhaps the first person to recognize the fundamental connection between Euclidean geometry and the new algebra, or art of the cos, was Petrus Ramus, the influential French pedagogue and author of textbooks of mathematics. It was Ramus who first gave the sort of algebraic reading of the elements, in particular, of books 2 and 6, that would become standard with Zeuthen and Tannery. 37 But it was Veit who would realize Ramus's ambitions, both mathematical and pedagogical, by showing that algebra, or as he preferred to call it, analysis, provides a general method for the solution of problems whether geometrical or arithmetical. The aim of Veit's analytical art, following Ramus, is to teach this method in a pedagogically effective fashion, that is, in a way that will enable students systematically to solve mathematical problems. As already noted, the logistais speciosa that Veit introduces in the analytical art uses two different sorts of uppercase letters, vowels and consonants, for unknown and known parameters of a problem. The various species of unknowns are designated by a vowel followed by a word marking the power to which it is raised, for example, a cubum or e quadratum. It is clear that these expressions are comparable to our x3 and y2 at least in this regard. In Veit's system, if one multiplies, say, a quadratum by a, the result is a cubum. In such expressions a designates not the value but only the root. Signs for Veit's known parameters, although they too take the form of a letter followed by a word indicating the species, do not function in the same way. In a sign such as b plano of the logistais speciosa, it is the sign b alone that designates the known parameter. Plano merely annotates the letter. 38 As required by the law of homogeneity, according to which homogeneous terms must be compared with homogeneous terms, it serves to remind the analyst that if, at the last stage in solving a problem, he turns geometer, he must put for b something of the appropriate scale. 39 If the problem is arithmetical, any number can be put for b. Because among numbers there is no difference in scale, all being measured by the unit, but if the problem is geometrical then only a plane figure can meaningfully be assigned to b. Where Veit wishes to indicate the known parameter raised to a power, say the second, he writes b quad. If he wishes to indicate that a root raised to a power is planar, he writes e plani quad. 40. Veit's two different sorts of letters, uppercase vowels for unknowns and uppercase consonants for known parameters of a problem, function in his symbolic language in essentially different ways. Vowels signify roots, the powers of which are then indicated by the word that follows the vowel. Consonants signify the known parameter itself. The word that follows the consonant serves only to indicate the sort of figure that can be put for the letter at the last stage of the art in the case in which the problem is geometrical. The logistais speciosa serves in this way as a symbolic language that can be applied to both arithmetical and geometrical problems. It is, in this regard, quite like Eudoxos's general theory of proportions as developed in Book V of the Elements, though, we will see, with one essential difference. Eudoxos's theory is general in the sense of applying generally to numbers and geometrical figures. It concerns itself not specifically with ratios of numbers or ratios of geometrical figures, but more generally with ratios of any sorts of entities that can stand in the relevant relationships. It concerns numbers but not qua numbers because it applies equally to figures and motions, and it concerns figures and motions but not qua figures or motions because it applies equally to numbers. The theory is concerned with such objects insofar as they fall under a higher universal, one that has no name. That is, it applies to such objects insofar as they belong to some genus, which has no name, of which number and geometrical figure are species, much as a theory of mammals applies to cats and cows insofar as they belong to a genus, one that does have a name, mammal of which cat and cow are species. Vis logistis speciosa is not general in the way that Eudoxos's theory of proportions is general. Though it does in a way apply generally to both numbers and geometrical figures, vis logistis speciosa also generalizes over two very different sorts of operations. Whereas in Eudoxos's theory, the notions of ratio and proportion are univocal, precisely the same thing is meant whether it is a ratio or proportion of numbers or of geometrical figures that is being considered in the analytical art. The notions of addition, multiplication, and so on, are not univocal. The arithmetical operations that are applied to numbers in the analytical art are essentially different from those applied to geometrical figures. In arithmetic, as we understand arithmetic, one calculates with numbers, each calculation taking numbers to yield numbers. In geometry one constructs using figures, and in the cases of multiplication and division, and in the geometrical analog of the taking of roots, the result of a construction is a different sort of figure from that with which one began. Furthermore, in arithmetic the result of an operation can be merely determinable, as it is in the case of the root extraction of, say, 2. In geometry, all results are fully determinate. There is in Vede's analytical art, by contrast with what we find in Eudoxos's theory, no genus to which numbers and figures belong such that they can be, for instance, added, multiplied, or squared. How, then, are we to read an expression of Vede's logistis speciosa such as a quadratum plus b plano, given that there is no genus relative to which the mathematical operations can coherently be applied? For Vede, as for the ancient Greeks, relations depend essentially on the objects that are their relata. There are no relations independent of the objects they relate. It follows that Vede can have no generic notion of an arithmetical operation, say, addition, that serves as the genus, as it were, of which arithmetical and geometrical addition are species. A sign such as plus in Vede's logistis speciosa cannot signify either arithmetical addition or geometrical addition to the exclusion of the other. It cannot be merely equivocal or ambiguous, and there is no genus that might be signified instead. The only plausible reading of Vede's logistis speciosa is, then, a reading of it as a formal theory or uninterpreted calculus. The first stage of the analytical art, zetetic, takes one out of a particular domain of inquiry, either arithmetical or geometrical, into a purely formal system of uninterpreted signs that are to be manipulated according to rules laid out in advance, and only at the last stage, exegetics, are the signs again provided an interpretation, either arithmetical or geometrical. As Mahoney explains, the elevation of algebra from a subdiscipline of arithmetic to the art of analysis deprives it of its content at the same time that it extends its applicability. Vede's specious logistic, the system of symbolic expression set forth in the introduction, is, to use modern terms, a language of uninterpreted symbols. Voss makes essentially the same point. While considering abstract magnitudes, Vede could obviously not specify how a multiplication was actually performed but only how it was symbolically represented. Thereby the specious part of the new algebra was indeed a fully abstract formal system implicitly defined by basic assumptions about magnitudes, dimensions, and scales, and by axioms concerning the operations, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, root extraction, and the formation of ratios. Vis logistis speciosa is not, then, a language properly speaking at all. It is an uninterpreted calculus, a tool that is useful for finding solutions to problems but within which neither problems nor their solutions can be stated. Indeed, its usefulness is a direct function of its being an uninterpreted calculus. Because the logistis speciosa has no meaning or content of its own, the results that are derivable in it can be interpreted either arithmetically or geometrically. It is in just this way that, as Vede proudly announces, the analytical art claims for itself the greatest problem of all, which is to solve every problem. Descartes' symbolic language, we will see, is not such an uninterpreted formal system. Despite its superficial similarity to Vede's logistis speciosa, Descartes' symbolic language functions in an essentially different way. It is a fully meaningful language in its own right. 3.3 Mathesis Universalis. We know that Descartes was inspired to begin working on mathematical and physico-mathematical problems by the Dutchman Isaac Beeckman, whom he first met late in 1618 when Descartes was 22. Already within a few months of that meeting Descartes had the idea of a new science. 41 As Vede had envisaged his analytical art, so Descartes envisaged his science as one that would provide a general solution of all possible equations involving any sort of quantity, whether continuous or discrete, each according to its nature. But as indicated already in the unfinished Regulae, Descartes has something very different from Vede's analytical art in mind. Because, as he has come to think, the exclusive concern of mathematics is with questions of order and measure, and it is irrelevant whether the measure involves numbers, shapes, stars, sounds, or any other object whatever. What he envisages is a general science which explains all the points that can be raised concerning order and measure irrespective of the subject matter, a mathesis universalis. Whereas traditional mathematics, up to and including Vede's, concerns objects, that is, geometrical figures, kinds of numbers, and so on, Descartes knew mathematics is to be a science of order and measure. What Descartes means, we will see, is that mathematics is now to be conceived as a science not of things, objects, but of the relations and patterns that objects can exhibit, of the various relations or proportions that hold between these objects. We saw in section 3.1 that Galileo uses diagrams to exhibit the relationships between time, speed, and distance traveled that are involved in various kinds of motion. Descartes similarly exhibits relationships in diagrams, only now what are exhibited are arithmetical relationships among arbitrary quantities. In fact, what Descartes does is to employ two very different means of representing the subject matter of this new universal mathematics. In cases in which relations among arbitrary quantities are to be considered separately, they are to be taken, Descartes tells us, to hold between lines, because I did not find anything simpler, nor anything I could represent more distinctly to my imagination and senses. Where they are to be considered together they are to be designated by the briefest possible symbols. In this way, he explains, I would take over all that is best in geometrical analysis and in algebra, using the one to correct all the defects of the other. 42. Figure 3.4 A graphic display of the relationship between two numbers and their product. We want, for example, to represent the relationship between two numbers and their product, that is, not two numbers and their product in a relation but the relationship itself that holds generally between pairs of numbers and the number that is their product. This can be achieved graphically, as a relation among line lengths, where AB is to be understood as the unit length and A is drawn parallel to AC. Because B is to BD as BC is to BA, it follows that B is the product of BD and BC, if BBD equals BCBA, that is, B/BD equals BC/BA, and BA is the unit length, then B times 1 equals BC times BD, that is, B is the product of BC and BD. But, as Descartes goes on, this same relationship can also be expressed symbolically, where A is the length of BD and B that of BC, the product of the two lengths can be given as a B. Descartes claims, in other words, that the geometrical relationship between the line lengths that is presented in the above diagram is not merely analogous to but an alternative expression of that which is expressed symbolically. It is the relationship itself, which is common to the two means of expression, that is displayed both in the diagram and in symbols. And the same is true of the graphic and symbolic representations in Descartes geometry of a sum, of the difference between two lengths, of the division of one length by another, and of a square root. Both the graphic display with lines and the symbolic display are a means of mapping or making visual the relations and patterns that are of concern in Descartes' universal mathematics. In Euclid's geometrical practice, we have seen, diagrams formulate content in a way that is mathematically tractable. A drawn circle, for example, iconically presents the relation of parts that is constitutive of a circle. Just the same is true of a drawn triangle, or any drawn figure in Euclid. What is drawn, and what is seen in the drawing, is the content, conceived as parts in relation, of the concept of some sort of geometrical figure. Already in Galileo we find an essentially different conception of a drawing of, say, a triangle. Galileo uses drawn triangles to formulate not the content of the concept of a triangle but instead a relationship among measurable dimensions of space, time, and motion. Here we see Descartes doing something similar. Relying on fundamental geometrical features of triangles, and appealing to a given unit, he is able to formulate in a diagram the relationship that holds between two numbers, any two numbers, and their product. Exactly that same relationship is to be expressed symbolically, as a b, in the language of arithmetic and algebra as Descartes intends it to be read. What is exhibited both in the diagram and in the symbolic language is not an object but a relation that objects can stand in. Point 43. In vis logistis speciosa, one abstracts from differences between geometrical and arithmetical objects. An expression such as a quadratum plus b plano can be interpreted either geometrically or arithmetically. Independent of any interpretation, the expression is a mere form. Vis logistis speciosa functions as an uninterpreted calculus, one that can be interpreted either geometrically or arithmetically. What we have just seen is that in Descartes geometry an essentially new mathematical notion is introduced, that of a geometrically expressible quantity that is, as numbers are, dimension-free. Just as operations on numbers yield numbers in turn, so operations on line segments in Descartes geometry yield line segments in turn. That is why there is in Descartes symbolism nothing corresponding to Vis annotations plano, solido, and so on. In Descartes geometry a letter such as a or a combination of signs such as 2 is not an uninterpreted expression that can be interpreted either geometrically or arithmetically. It is a representation of an indeterminate line length that in the case of a complex sign displays that length via a display of the relations that it bears to other lengths. Descartes' symbolic language is, then, always already interpreted. As Descartes employs them, letters and combinations of them, signify something in particular, namely, relations among line lengths, either those that are given or those that are sought. Figure 3.5 diagram for finding the root of z2 equals az plus b2. We have seen how Descartes represents both diagrammatically and symbolically the relationship of two numbers to their product. Now we need to see how this new form of inquiry focused on such relations can yield new results, for instance, the positive roots of quadratic forms. Suppose, for example, that z2 equals az plus b2. To find the root z we construct a right triangle NLM with LM equal to B and LN equal to 1/2a, and then prolong MN to O so that NO is equal to NL. Because OM is to LM as LM is to PM, OM times PM equals LM2, that is, Z equals B2, or Z2, AZ equals B2. The diagram thus formulates the relation that is expressed symbolically in Z2 equals AZ plus B2. The desired root, then, is the length OM, that is, on plus NM, or 1/2a plus square root. As Descartes soon discovered, this result can be generalized using an ingenious compass of Descartes' own devising. Soon after his first meeting with Beekman, Descartes began building compasses that would enable a mechanical means of computing the solutions to various problems. One such compass is that shown in figure 3.6. In the geometry, Descartes describes its behavior, that is, the pattern of motions it generates, as follows. This instrument consists of several rulers hinged together in such a way that YZ being placed along the line and the angle XYZ can be increased or decreased in size, and when its sides are together the points B, C, D, E, F, G, H all coincide with A, but as the size of the angle is increased, the ruler BC, fastened at right angles to XY at the point B, pushes towards Z the ruler CD, which slides along YZ always at right angles. In like manner, CD pushes D, which slides along X always parallel to BC, D pushes F, F pushes FG, FG pushes GH, and so on. Thus we may imagine an infinity of rulers, each pushing another, half of them making right angles with X and the rest with YZ. The compass is constructed so that the series of right triangles CYB, DYC, EYD, Phi, GYF, HYG, and so on are all similar. YB is to EK as EK is to YD, and YD is to YE, and YE is to YF, and so on. That is, YB/EK equals EK/YD equals YD/YE equals YE/YF equals YF/YG equals YG/YE. If, now, we take YB to be the unit, and EK to be the unknown, then this series is precisely the continuing proportional that Descartes discusses in Rule 16 of the regulae, namely, 1x equals x, x2 equals x2, x3 equals x3, x4 equals. Given that Y equals EK plus CE, that is, that x3 equals x plus CE, we can use the compass to solve arbitrary equations of the form x3 equals x plus A, for a given value of A. If one opens the compass to the point at which the length CE is equal to A, then the length EK is the root that is wanted. Point 44. Figure 3.6 Descartes compass. Descartes' use of his compass exhibits a number of remarkable features. First, and most obviously, it requires abandoning the traditional understanding of roots, squares, and cubes as, literally, figures. Squaring a line in Euclidean geometry literally means making a square, and cubing a line makes a cube. Higher powers make no geometrical sense at all, as is reflected in the fact that there are no names for such higher powers other than, say, the fourth power. Descartes' conception of powers in terms of continued proportions replaces the traditional conception in terms of geometrical objects. Even the terminology of squares and cubes is, Descartes thinks, a source of conceptual confusion and ought to be abandoned completely. We must note above all that the root, the square, the cube, etc. are nothing but magnitudes in continued proportion which, it is always supposed, are preceded by the arbitrary unit. Point 45. Notice further the generality of the solution that is marked by the use of two different sorts of letters, x for the unknown and a for the known parameter of the problem. Descartes emphasizes the value of such general solutions in Rule 16 of the regulae, by using the letters A, B, C, etc. to express magnitudes already known. One abstracts from numbers, or from any matter whatever. For example, if the problem is to find the hypotenuse of a right-angled triangle whose sides are 9 and 12, the arithmetician will say that it is square root 225 or 15. We on the other hand will substitute A and B for 9 and 12 and will find the hypotenuse to be square root, which keeps distinct the two parts A2 and B2 which the numerical expression CONFlates. It is in just this way, through the formulation of an expression such as square root, that one can see not only what the answer is but how it depends on the given data. In the general expression of the answer, x equals square root, one exhibits the relationship of that answer to the given data, the way it relates to what is given. In his mathematical practice, we have seen, Descartes is not interested in any traditional subject matter but instead in order and measure, that is, in the patterns the objects forming the subject matters of various disciplines exhibit. One such pattern is that displayed by the length of the hypotenuse of a right triangle relative to the lengths of the other two sides, the pattern exhibited in the equation x equals square root. More generally, as is made explicit in Rule 18 of the Regulae, Descartes is interested not in particular sums and products but instead in the arithmetical operations themselves, addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and root extraction. That is, he is not merely abstracting from any actual instances of objects of various kinds. Nor is he dealing with an object that is itself somehow more abstract. Nor, finally, is he abstracting from content altogether, as Veit does, to consider only a form. 46. Instead, the whole discussion is effectively moved up a level, from talk about, or better formulation of, relata, that is, objects such as numbers and figures, to talk about, the formulation of, relations, the patterns such objects can be seen to exhibit. The function of the letters a and b in the equation x equals square root is to enable one to exhibit the precise mathematical relation that holds between the length of the hypotenuse of a right triangle and the lengths of the other two sides. The Cartesian geometer is in this way directed not on independently existing objects, whether sensible or intelligible, but instead on the relations, proportions, and patterns that such objects can display. Perhaps it will be objected that relations are and must be empty, mere forms, independent of any reference to objects standing in those relations, that relations cannot be conceived antecedently to, and independent of, objects standing in those relations. In one sense this is right. Whatever Descartes' own view of the matter, we cannot begin with the conception of symbolic language that Descartes achieves, one according to which the signs of the language letters such as x and y, and a and b and symbols such as plus and equals function together to exhibit relations. Such a language is essentially late, possible at all only through a radical transformation in our primordial understanding as embodied in natural language. But although it is impossible to understand a symbolic language such as Descartes within which to exhibit relations independent of any objects except against the background of natural language and the understanding of things that it enables, Descartes' language is, in its way, autonomous. That is, it is, or at least can, and did, become a fully fledged language embodying an understanding of the world, one that enables, we will see, a radically new mode of consciousness and intentional directedness on reality. We have seen that between the 13th and 16th centuries a kind of a grid came to be laid over all reality, in particular, that both space and time came to be conceived as measurable dimensions. We also saw that Galileo had the further idea of using a spatial display not only to exhibit relations among, say, speeds over time but also to establish truths about the quantities standing in those relations. Descartes completes the thought by taking a visual display of lines to exhibit the relation itself. Descartes sees a drawing of, say, a right triangle, not as an object but instead as a presentation of one way, an especially interesting and revealing way, that measurable quantities can be related to one another. And having achieved this insight, he is able to understand the symbolic language of algebra as an alternative way of exhibiting this and other relations. A Euclidean diagram appropriately used can reveal the relationship between, say, the squares on the sides of a right triangle. That same relationship, suitably reconceived as a relation among line lengths, is exhibited symbolically as a 2 plus b2 equals c2, where c is the length of the hypotenuse. In his mathematical practice Descartes employs four such basic reconceptualizations of traditional geometrical relations, all of which are utilized in his solution of the following problem in the geometry. 47 Given the square AD and the line BN, the task is to prolong the side AC to E, so that F, laid off from E on EB, shall be equal to NB. Heraclide's solution, as given in Pappus's collection, is the diagram displayed in figure 3.7. That is, BD is extended to G, where DG equals DN. Taking now the circle whose diameter is BG, it can be shown that the point E that is wanted is at the intersection of that circle and AC extended as needed. As Descartes remarks regarding this solution, those not familiar with this construction would not be likely to discover it. 48 His own approach is methodical, a stepwise construction that eventuates in an equation the root of which solves the problem. Figure 3.7 Heraclide's solution to the problem that given the square AD and line BN, One is to prolong the side AC to E so that f, laid off from E on EB, shall be equal to NB. We know that BD equals CD because they are sides of one and the same square. Call that length, which is given by the terms of the problem, A. Let C be the length f, and take the length df as that which is sought, the unknown x. Cf, then, is equal to A, x because, by compositionality, Cf plus Fd equals Cd. Because the triangles BDF and ECF are similar, we know that BFDF, FCF, that is, that A, XC, XBF. So, transforming this proportion into an equation, we know that BF equals CX/. But because BDF is right at D, we also know that BF2 equals BD2 plus FD2, that is, BF2 equals A2 plus X2. Combining the two equations thus gives us 2 equals A2 plus X2, or X4, 2x3 plus X2, 2A3x plus A4 equals 0. The root of this equation can then be constructed diagrammatically. In solving this problem, Descartes appeals to four relationships that can be expressed both graphically in a diagram and symbolically: equality, compositionality, proportionality, and the relationship that is expressed in the Pythagorean theorem. And as we have just seen, the symbolic expression of these relations enables one to combine, by putting equals for equals, the given information systematically into a single equation and thereby to solve the problem without any need for the additional constructions that are involved in the Euclidean demonstration. In Descartes geometry, one does not need to discover the diagram that is the medium of a Euclidean demonstration but only to express the given information in symbolic form and then combine it all into a single, soluble equation. It is just this that enables Descartes to claim that he has a method for the discovery of truths in mathematics. Although there is no method by which to discover the diagram that is needed in a Euclidean demonstration, once we conceive the problem symbolically, the diagram not as an iconic display of objects of various sorts in relations but as a presentation of relations and proportions that can equally well be expressed algebraically, Descartes can show us how to combine the given information symbolically in a single equation and thereby to solve the problem. Before Descartes, although there were mathematical geniuses able to discover the diagrams that are needed to demonstrate various theorems and problems, there was no general method by which to solve such problems. What Descartes discovered, through the use of his symbolic language, was exactly that, a method by which systematically to solve traditional problems of geometry, even some, such as the Pappus problem, that the ancients were unable to solve. 49 As Poincaré would later remark, before Descartes, only luck or genius allowed one to solve a geometrical problem. After Descartes, one has infallible rules to obtain the result. To be a geometer, it suffices to be patient. 50 Little wonder, then, that Descartes saw in his method a model for all knowing. 51. 3.4 The order of things. Descartes' understanding of the sorts of problems Veit considers is essentially different from Veit's own understanding of them insofar as Veit remains oriented on objects, whether geometrical or arithmetical, and Descartes focuses directly on relations that objects can stand in. But there is a further difference between them as well. Whereas Veit systematically ignores indeterminate problems, that is, problems in two unknowns, Descartes does not. Already in his letter to Beekman of March 26, 1619, he envisages being able to demonstrate that certain problems involving continuous quantities can be solved only by straight lines or circles, while others can be solved only by means of curves produced by a single motion, such as the curves that can be drawn with the new compasses, and others still can be solved only by means of curves generated by distinct independent motions which are surely only imaginary. 52 But Descartes did not at that point know exactly how this was to go. Although he knew how to use his compass to find the roots of cubic equations, he did not yet know how to describe a curve, conceived in terms of the motion of a point, in an equation in two unknowns. He had the idea of conceiving spaces, geometrical objects, relationally, but not yet the idea of considering space itself as an antecedently given whole of relations. On November 10, 1619 he seems to have discovered precisely that, and thereby the foundations of his marvelous science. From conceiving space in terms of the relative locations of objects, Descartes came, through a thoroughgoing figure/ground switch, to conceive space as an antecedently given irreducible whole of possible positions, and so as prior to and independent of any objects. It is this conception of space that is the key to understanding and expressing curves as equations. As already noted in Chapter 1, we not only learn various routes through a terrain but also synthesize all the various routes we have learned into one unified conception of the layout of the land as a whole. We learn to conceive of some very large spaces as integrated wholes rather than piecemeal as they are experienced. Such integrated wholes can be depicted graphically in maps that show various landmarks in their relative locations to one another as if seen from above. Furthermore, because it is achieved by synthesizing into one integrated whole one's procedural knowledge of routes from landmark to landmark, the conception of space that is exemplified in such a map is constitutively object-based. The things in space are fundamental on such a conception. By the 17th century, maps showing the relative locations of things were being widely produced for various purposes, and were increasingly being drawn to scale. And now something remarkable can happen. One can make a gestalt shift, a global figure/ground switch that reveals space as an antecedently given whole of possible positions within which objects, landmarks, may but need not be placed, each independent of all the others. Such a view of space, which is not literally a view at all, is not object-based. On this conception, not objects but space itself is the foundation. Whereas on the first conception the map is a kind of picture or image of the layout of the land, a kind of bird's eye or bottom-up view of it, on this second, top-down, conception, the map records the locations of things in space not as it is experienced in everyday sensory perception but as it is conceived or grasped in thought. Beginning with the piecemeal acquisition of routes, through the integration of those routes into a single whole of the relative locations of things, one in this way achieves finally a conception of space as an antecedently given whole of possible locations. Although not on the first conception of it, space on this second conception is intelligible prior to and independent of any reference to objects. It is a given whole within which objects can, but need not be, located. This is precisely the conception of space that Descartes achieved. 53. Consider again Descartes' compass as shown in figure 3.6. And imagine now that the angle xyz is increased by raising the arm xy. In that case, as Descartes explains, the point B describes the curve of B, which is a circle, while the intersections of the other rulers, namely, the points D, F, H describe other curves, AD, AF, A, of which the latter are more complex than the first and this more complex than the circle. The task is to find some means of expressing the curves so described in Descartes' new symbolic language, and it is precisely here that Descartes invokes his essentially new idea of space as an antecedently given whole within which the needed points can be plotted. He envisages his compass, and the movements it makes, in what we know of today as Cartesian space. Given space so conceived together with the designation of certain imagined lines in that space as principal lines to which all others are to be referred, it is easy to find the equation governing the motion of the curve of B. This motion describes a circle whose radius is r equals y equals yb. Dropping a perpendicular from the point B to the line N, at a point we can label W, and letting that perpendicular be W equals y and yw equals x, the motion of the point B is along the path expressed in the equation x2 plus y2 equals r2 in two unknowns. A circle, which had seemed to the ancients to be a certain plane figure, a particular sort of two-dimensional object with its characteristic nature, is now to be understood by appeal to the lawful relation holding between the two unknowns, x and y, as expressed in the equation that governs the motion of a point in Cartesian space. Now we need an equation for the curve described by the movement of point D. Notice first that EQ and CD together determine the point D because EQ2 plus CD2 equals YD2. So we let EQ equals x, and CD equals y. What we want is an equation determining the relationship of the two values, y to x. Let y equals yb equals a. Because we know that yd is to eq as eq is to yb, that is, that yd eq equals eq yb, or yd slash x equals x slash a, we know also that yd equals x2 slash a. But we know as well that yd2 equals x2 plus y2 because triangle YCD is right at C and eq equals x and CD equals y. It then follows that 2 equals x2 plus y2, from which it follows that x4 equals a2. We have the desired equation for the curve AD, the equation expressing the relationship between the lengths x and y that determines the point D at any moment on its trajectory as the compass is opened. To find the equation for the curve traced out by the moving point F is a little more complicated, but essentially similar. Here we let y equals x and F equals y. Again y equals yb equals a. We know that yfx equals xyd. So yd equals x2 slash yf. But we also know that xyd equals yd, eq. So by substitution, x2 slash yf equals x2 slash yf, eq, or eq equals 2 slash x equals x3 slash yf2. But we also know that yd eq equals ek. In other words, x2 slash yf, x3 slash yf2 equals x3 slash yf2, a, or x2 slash yf equals 2. This, by familiar algebraic operations, yields yf equals 3 square root 0.54 but yf2 equals x2 plus y2, so 3 square root equals x2 plus y2, or x8 equals a 23. An exactly analogous chain of reasoning yields the equation for the path of point H, and any further points one cares to consider as further rulers are added to the compass. In every case, as Descartes says, the description of the curve can be conceived as clearly and distinctly as that of the circle, or at least that of the conic sections. Much as the Arabic numeration system, by contrast with Roman numeration, enables one to solve arithmetical problems of arbitrary complexity simply by following rules in the proper order, so here again we see that Descartes' new way of approaching problems in geometry, by contrast with that of Euclidean geometers, enables one to solve geometrical problems of arbitrary complexity simply by following rules in the proper order. And the method clearly generalizes to problems in more than two unknowns. It provides just the understanding that enables Descartes to claim, in the opening sentence of the Geometry, that any problem in geometry can easily be reduced to such terms that a knowledge of the length of certain straight lines is sufficient for its construction. In ancient Greek mathematics, problems are classified according to the sorts of objects that need to be invoked to solve them. Plane problems are those that require recourse only to lines and circles, conceived as self-subsistent geometrical objects, in their solution. Next are solid problems, so called because their solutions require appeal also to conics, that is, to hyperbolas, ellipses, and parabolas, which are understood as intersections of a cone and a plane. Conics, on this view, are plane figures and so in that respect like circles, but unlike circles they are intelligible only by reference to a solid figure, a cone, and are for this reason an essentially different sort of plane figure. The last sorts of problems are the so-called line problems that require appeal to lines, that is, loci of points to which no known figures, or boundaries of figures, correspond in their solutions. Because such lines do not form the boundaries of any figures, they were regarded with deep suspicion by ancient geometers, they were taken to be mechanical rather than properly geometrical. In Book 3 of his Geometry, Descartes continues this traditional line of thought. He classifies traditional determinate construction problems by the ancient criteria. In Book 2, however, a new classification is given, a classification not of problems but of curves. According to this classificatory scheme, the simplest class of geometrical curves includes the circle, the parabola, the hyperbola, and the ellipse because all these curves are given by equations the highest term of which is either a product of the two unknowns or the square of one. They are one and all expressible in an equation of the form, x2 plus by 2 plus cxy plus dx plus ey plus f equals 0.55, whereas on the ancient view, conics are essentially different from circles, from Descartes' perspective in Book 2. they are essentially alike. And they can be seen to be alike because a geometrical curve, from being conceived as the boundary of a figure, is now to be conceived instead as a curve all points of which must bear a definite relation to all points of a straight line, where this relation in turn must be expressed by means of a single equation. As Descartes conceives it, a curve is not an edge of a thing but instead the locus of points in space, where space is conceived in turn as an antecedently given whole of possible positions. Such a curve can be traced by a continuous motion, but it is not constituted by the relative positions of points on it. It is constituted by the relationship expressed in an equation, that is, by the location of each point, independent of all the others, directly in space. From the perspective that Descartes provides, a problem such as that posed by the sort of quadratic equation that was the focus of Wieht's interest, can be thought of as a limit case, with one unknown set equal to 0, of an indeterminate equation, for example, x2 plus x equals b2 as the limit case of x2 plus x, b2 equals y, that in which y is set equal to 0. As Descartes writes to Mersenne regarding the account of curves he develops in Book 2 of the Geometry, it is as far removed from ordinary geometry, as the rhetoric of Cicero is from a child's ABC. Descartes knew universal mathematics was to be a science of order and measure, and we saw in section 3.3 the ways Descartes is able to exhibit various relations of measure, for instance, that of two quantities to their product. But that is not yet to have a science of order. It is only in Descartes' account of curves conceived as the paths of points moving through Cartesian space, paths that can be expressed in equations in two unknowns, that we see how this new science is to be a science of order. Already in Rule 10 of the Regulae, Descartes enjoins us methodically survey even the most insignificant products of human skill, especially those that display or presuppose order. And as is explained in the ensuing discussion, the simplest and least exalted arts, in which order prevails, are weaving and carpet making, or the more feminine arts of embroidery, in which threads are interwoven in an infinitely varied pattern. These arts, together with number games and any games involving arithmetic, present us in the most distinct way with innumerable instances of order, each one different from the other, yet all regular. Human discernment, the discussion concludes, consists almost entirely in the proper observance of such order. In the geometry, Descartes provides us the means to understand such order mathematically. Something exhibits order, on Descartes' account, if it exhibits a pattern not of meaning, significance, or fittingness, but as the expression of a rule. As the pattern discernible in a woven cloth, by contrast with that discernible in, say, a freehand drawing, is created by following a rule governing how at each stage the various threads are to be woven together, so order more generally is achieved by following a rule. The path traced by a moving point according to the rule expressed in an equation in two unknowns provides the paradigm of this conception of order. The equation gives the rule that governs the movement of the point and thereby underlies the pattern that is exhibited in the curve that is described, or marked out, by the moving point. Much as Descartes considers relations independent of any objects that might stand in those relations, so in his account of curves, he considers the laws governing the motions of points independent of those points and the visible traces they generate. Such a law is not in the objects it governs as a principle of their motion, and it is not a generalization about objects derived from some insight into those objects. The law is independent of the objects it governs, something in its own right that can be expressed, using two or more unknowns, in the symbolic language of algebra, and it is grasped in pure thought. 56 The law in this way both underlies and explains the appearance of, say, circles, their characteristic symmetries. Circles, that is to say, are not for Descartes, and for modern mathematics more generally, sensory objects, that is, objects with a characteristic look and feel, as Aristotle had claimed and ancient mathematicians assumed. They are instead purely intelligible objects, objects whose essences are given by equations that are grasped by the pure intellect independent of any images, and indeed of our sense organs generally. No matter what kind of body one has, even if one has no body at all, One can grasp the essence of a circle as Descartes conceives it by grasping the law that underlies its visual representation. As should be clear, this conception of order as what is subject to a law is radically different from the ancient conception of order. The ancient conception of order is in terms of what is fitting or appropriate, the relative significances of things. It is hierarchical and teleological. Furthermore, on the ancient view, to come to what Taylor calls self-presence just is to grasp this order. On this view, the notion of a subject coming to self-presence and clarity in the absence of any cosmic order, or in ignorance of and unrelated to the cosmic order, is utterly senseless. To rise out of dream, confusion, illusion, is just to see the order of things. Similarly, I think Descartes would say, to rise out of dream, confusion, illusion, is just to see the order of things. Only what Descartes means by order is not what the ancients meant. What Descartes means by order is law-governed, according to a law, where a law is to be understood on the model of an algebraic equation in two unknowns that governs the motion of a point in Cartesian space. Descartes in this way realizes a radically new order of intelligibility, a conception of things unfolding not as an expression of their natures but under law. Descartes' new science of order is first and foremost a science of laws. 3.5 Descartes' metaphysical turn. On November 10, 1619, Descartes had an epiphany, one that according to his biographer Balliet revealed to him the foundations of a marvelous science. I have suggested that what he realized that day was what is now known as Cartesian space, space as a given whole of possible positions. Within a few months Descartes began writing his Regulae. 57. That work, however, was abandoned in 1628. The following year Descartes began working on Le Monde, and it was around this time that Descartes seems to have formed his distinctive conception of reality and our knowledge of it. Here we focus on four key elements of this new metaphysics: Descartes' conception of mind as itself a substance, residential cogitans his identification of body with extension, the subject matter of mathematics, his account of the pure intellect as an autonomous faculty operating independently of the senses, and his understanding of the eternal truths of mathematics as freely created by God. As we will see, although Descartes had all the essentials of his new mathematical practice already in November of 1619, it would take him a decade of work on the Regulae before he would come to conceive his new mathematical practice as a purely intellectual enterprise, one that in no way involves the senses, the imagination, or therefore, the body. Once he did have this conception of the pure intellect, the rest of his metaphysics quite naturally followed. Descartes' mathematics was in this way at once the foundation for and the catalyst of Descartes' radically new metaphysics. The science of mathematics as Descartes understands it takes as its subject matter not objects but instead the relations and proportions that can obtain among objects, where these relations and proportions are exhibited in the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra. Nevertheless, Descartes holds in the Regulae, the intellect should always be aided by the imagination, although expressible in the formula language of mathematics, mathematical entities must also be capable of graphic expression. Around 1628 Descartes discovered that imagination is not needed in mathematics, that the pure intellect is an autonomous faculty of knowing. Certainly we can imagine, that is, form images of, some mathematical entities in Meditation 6, Descartes gives as examples, a triangle and a pentagon, but in other cases, say, that of a chiliagon, we cannot. And yet in every case, we can have mathematical understanding and knowledge as expressed in and mediated by the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra. It follows that, contrary to the claims of the Regulae, imagination is not needed in mathematical practice but only the pure intellect. 58 And as Descartes eventually came to realize, this new insight changes everything. Descartes' new mathematical practice in this way ushers in a new metaphysics. In the Regulae Descartes argues that mathematical practice should utilize images on the grounds that the intellect, reflecting in the absence of an image, can mistakenly separate what is in fact inseparable. We generally do not recognize philosophical entities of the sort that are not genuinely imaginable, henceforth we shall not be undertaking anything without the aid of the imagination. As is made manifest in the subsequent discussion, the problem is that possibilities can be discovered by the intellect alone that are not real possibilities, that are shown to be unreal by an image, even if the intellect attends solely and precisely to what the word denotes. The imagination nonetheless ought to form a real idea of the thing, so that the intellect, when required, can be directed towards the other features of the thing which are not conveyed by the term in question, so that it may never injudiciously take these features to be excluded. Though through the intellect alone one might discover what is logically possible, not all logical possibilities are real possibilities. Images, Descartes thinks at this point, help us to discover what is necessary despite not being logically necessary. Descartes claims in the Reguli that by forming images of things one can avoid the error of taking to be separable what is in fact inseparable. For example, one might, using the intellect alone, determine that extension is not body and on that basis mistakenly conclude that there can be extension without body. Such a mistake is avoided, on the Reguli account, by one's forming a real idea of an extension in the imagination and discovering on that basis that it is impossible to form an image of extension that is not also an image of body. The distinction between extension and body is only a distinction of the intellect. There cannot actually be extension without body, which is why a vacuum is impossible according to Descartes. 59 That extension requires a body is thus an instance of the sort of judgment Kant would later describe as synthetic a priori, of a judgment that is necessary but not logically necessary, not analytic. According to the Reguli, reason cannot derive the necessary truth that there is no extension without body from the concept of extension alone, but must in effect go outside the concept of extension to an image in order to see the necessity of the connection between extension and body. But when Descartes realizes that his new mathematical practice does not require the use of images, when he realizes that his new system of written signs enables him to discover truths independently of his ability to form images, he needs some other way of constraining the intellect, and he needs this because not everything that is logically possible is really possible. This, then, provides grounds for thinking that God freely creates the eternal truths, the essences. These truths are not logically necessary. It is not, for example, analytic or logically necessary that extension should be the extension of a body, but Descartes thinks that it is nonetheless necessary that extension be the extension of some body. And, on his mature account, it is God who is the source of this non-logical necessity. 60 According to Descartes' mature account, we discover the necessary relationship between being extended and being a body using only the pure intellect, by careful examination of our clear and distinct idea of extension, an idea that is created by God and instilled in us as his creatures, and seeing its necessary, though not logically necessary, relationship to the idea of body. Much the same is true, Descartes thinks, of other fundamental features of reality. We have innate ideas of various simple natures, for instance, substance, duration, order, thinking, doubt, and so on the basis of which we can discover, by thought alone, both the essence and fundamental laws of nature and the essence and fundamental laws of the mind, that is, how inquiry ought to be conducted. Henceforth, not experience, history, and tradition but pure thought is to be the primary and most fundamental means to knowledge. 61 The only authority is that of reason. 62 Descartes came to his new conception of the science of mathematics through a fundamental and radical reorientation in his understanding not only of what is displayed in a diagram, a drawn figure, but of space itself. Descartes' conception of space is, furthermore, essentially late, possible at all only through a metamorphosis of an earlier, object-based conception. But Descartes takes this new orientation to reveal a cognitive capacity that is always already available to a thinker, something always already there to be discovered. And he explains the fact that this capacity had not before been recognized by appeal to the simple fact that we begin our lives as children lacking the full use of reason and so become accustomed to relying on our senses and traditional beliefs rather than on reason alone. We were all children before being men and had to be governed for some time by our appetites and teachers. Neither, Descartes thinks, can be trusted. Furthermore, in childhood the mind is so closely tied to the body, so completely immersed in it, that one comes to confuse the two, attributing to bodies that which can belong only to mind and to the mind that which can only belong to bodies. From the perspective Descartes has achieved, according to which mind and body are wholly separate, radically distinct sorts of things, the scholastic Aristotelian philosophy that he was taught as a student is subject to exactly this error in supposing that there are substantial forms and real qualities attaching to corporeal substances like so many little souls in their bodies. Because in childhood one accepts many principles without ever examining whether they were true, and inevitably so given that we do not have the full use of reason as children, once in one's life, Descartes thinks, one ought to submit all one's beliefs to the strictest rational scrutiny so as to discover how knowledge is possible. The greatest benefit of the extensive doubt of the first meditation lies in freeing us from all our preconceived opinions, and providing the easiest route by which the mind may be led away from the senses. Hyperbolic doubt purifies the mind, so that the pure intellectual with its innate ideas might shine forth. It sweeps away all our childish beliefs, rids us of our prejudices about the world and the means by which we know it, and thereby clears the ground so that we may come to grasp through the pure intellect how things really are. Descartes' doubts are presented in the Meditations as self-standing. They are to serve to purify the intellect of the various prejudices accumulated in childhood and through one's education. But it is hard to see how this is supposed to work insofar as Descartes' radical doubts, in particular his doubts about the existence of the external world, are barely intelligible on the ancient understanding of being and the ancient conception of our intentional directedness on reality. They do not give someone who is not already a Cartesian compelling reason to doubt in the ways Descartes enjoins us to doubt. 63. Nor can we understand Descartes' discovery of the pure intellect and all that it entails by appeal to his rejection of Aristotelian philosophy and its mode of explanation in terms of substantial forms. 64 First, as already noted, Descartes had rejected school philosophy long before he became a Cartesian, for whom the mind, the pure intellect, is wholly separate from the body and an autonomous faculty of knowing. Along with many others, he was at first a mechanist without being a Cartesian. And others remained atomists and empiricists, even after Descartes himself had made his metaphysical turn. They could remain atomists because Descartes in fact had no good argument against atomism that did not depend in turn on his conception of the pure intellect. The atomist could agree, for example, that there is no mathematical atom that in mathematics quantity is infinitely divisible, because the atomist could distinguish, as, for instance, gas ND does, though in a way Descartes' epistemology disallows, between mathematical atomism and natural or physical atomism. Nor could Descartes argue that atomism is false because God can divide even physical atoms. All the atomist needed to claim was that no natural force could divide the atom. 65 Rejecting Aristotelian hylomorphism in favor of a more mechanistic philosophy may be necessary for Descartes' conception of the pure intellect, but it is far from sufficient. Nor, finally, can Descartes' discovery of the pure intellect be explained by appeal to the newly emerging anti-Aristotelian mode of explanation in terms of laws. The reason is simple: the relevant notion of a law, namely, that of a law of motion as expressed in a mathematical equation, is due to Descartes himself, due in particular to his advances in mathematics. Although both Descartes and many of his contemporaries had already rejected both the traditional hylomorphic conception of nature and the traditional conception of explanation by appeal to Aristotelian forms, only Descartes succeeded in developing the alternative to it that was needed. 66 The only viable explanation of the fact that Descartes became the first Cartesian philosopher is the fact that he was first a Cartesian mathematician. It was Descartes' new mathematical practice together with the new mode of intentionality it engendered that enabled Descartes to become a Cartesian metaphysician. According to the classical scholastic Aristotelian view that Descartes aims to supplant, one's conceptions of things are inevitably conceptions of existing things, because ultimately those conceptions are themselves inextricably tied to one's perceptual experiences of the relevant objects. Essence, on such a view, is not prior to existence. This conception is furthermore fundamental to natural language. Our first language is and must be one that speaks of those things in the environment of which we are perceptually aware. and it is this everyday perceptual experience of things through the medium of natural language that is the model for all cognition in scholastic Aristotelian philosophy. Even the pure intellect, for the scholastic Aristotelian, grasps only what is mind-independent. Even an intelligible species is, as a sensible species is in the case of perception, a means by which the intellect understands what is outside the mind. All thought, on the traditional conception of it, is constitutively world-directed and world-involving. That the external world might not exist may have been conceivable as an abstract, academic possibility for the ancients. It was not in any sense a real possibility, and ancient skeptical arguments do not consider it. But if, as Descartes' new mathematical practice seemed to show, the mind can make discoveries wholly independently of any relation to anything outside the mind, simply by reflecting on its own ideas without even the assistance of the imagination, then both the scholastic Aristotelians and the anti-Aristotelian atomistic empiricists had to be wrong to hold that knowledge of existence, which is achieved through sense experience, is prior to knowledge, if any, of essences. Instead, according to the laws of true logic, Descartes came to think, we must never ask about the existence of anything until we first understand its essence. 67 Much as we have, Descartes thinks, an idea of space prior to and independent of any and all sensory experience, so essences generally are to be conceived to be prior to and independent of any objects that might instantiate those essences. Descartes' new mathematical practice seemed in this way to reveal not merely a method of discovery, but the mind itself as something in its own right, independent of and wholly different from any other thing save for God. On the ancient view, perceptual experience is the model for all intellection. Even pure thought is constitutively world-directed in the way that perception is, and it is possible at all only given our everyday perception of things. Descartes inverts this picture by beginning with the pure intellect as revealed in his new mathematical practice, and then modeling perceptual experience on that form of cognition. Even perceptual experience is not, on Descartes' new account as outlined in the second meditation, inherently object-involving. Furthermore, because in Descartes' new mathematical practice the pure intellect is focused not on objects given to sense or to thought but instead on relations and patterns, its objects cannot be things outside the mind, that is, objects such as material spheres and cubes. Its objects are the patterns and relations that are now held to underlie the spherical or cubic appearance of some objects, that is, what it is to be a sphere or cube, an essence. The notion of an essence is thereby completely transformed. From being what is essential to some actually existing object, that which makes it to be what it is and so to be at all, essence has become a purely mental entity, a meaning, or as Descartes calls it, an idea, something that can be directly grasped by the pure intellect and is, on Descartes' new account of cognition, the means by which we understand anything at all. Much as time had come to be divorced from events in Galileo's physics and space from our experience of objects in Descartes' mathematics, so essence is divorced from the object of reference in Descartes' metaphysics and wedded, not to the word, as Quine suggests, but to the mind, and becomes thereby a Cartesian idea. A Cartesian idea, a paradigm of which is the relation expressed in the equation x2 plus y2 equals r2, is nothing like an Aristotelian species, whether sensory or intelligible, through which one experiences or thinks of something outside the mind. Nor is it a universal abstracted from one's sensory experience of instances. Nor, finally, is it a Platonic mathematical or form seen with the mind's eye. It is a purely mental entity. Although Plato called already for a turning of the soul away from the realm of the senses and becoming to the realm of intelligible things, of being, it is Descartes who realized such a turn, who achieves, in his mathematical practice with the formula language of algebra, the intellectual vision that Plato sought. 68 Unlike a sensory quality such as redness, or even an object such as a sphere on our everyday understanding of it as something with a characteristic look and feel, there is nothing that a properly Cartesian idea looks, feels, or smells like. Although, it can perhaps be pictured, it is itself intelligible rather than sensory. and as intelligible it can come to have a kind of transparency, a clarity and distinctness to thought that sharply contrasts with the opacity, or brute givenness, of sensory experience. 69. Thought on Descartes' mature account has content independent of the deliverances of the senses, independent even of there being anything without the mind at all save, of course, for God. Thought is contentful not in virtue of being directed on something mind-independent but simply by virtue of itself and its innate ideas, by virtue, that is, of the God-given created truths. And among these truths are, first and foremost, the truths of mathematics, the subject matter of which is extension. It follows, Descartes argues, that the essence of matter is extension. We know that the essence of matter is extension because we know that material things possess all the properties which I clearly and distinctly understand, that is, all those which, viewed in general terms, are comprised within the subject matter of pure mathematics. Once Descartes has in place his radically new conception of pure intellection, his fundamentally transformed mode of intentional directedness, his understanding of matter as res extensa quite naturally follows. 70. Descartes' new conception of curves, finally, provides the model for understanding the notion of a law of nature. We have seen that an equation in two unknowns in Descartes' symbolic language expresses a law governing the motion of a point in Cartesian space. A law of nature similarly is a rule governing matter, extended substance, in motion, one that is expressible in an algebraic equation. Such laws, like meanings or Cartesian ideas generally, are intelligible independent of the objects they govern. As already noted, a law of motion is not in the objects it governs as an internal principle of change, as the principle of motion of a thing is for Aristotle, and it is not a generalization about objects derived from one's experience of objects. It is instead to be conceived independently of the objects it governs, as something in its own right that is an object of knowledge as such. A law of nature, as Descartes comes to conceive it, is the expression of a pattern that objects can instantiate. As such a law, it furthermore grounds a new form of explanation in science. On the modern view that Descartes inaugurates, things happen not as the expression of a thing's nature or internal principle of changing and staying the same but as determined by the laws governing all matter, as instances of universal patterns. The central task of science as it is now to be understood is to discover these laws. The formula language of mathematics that Descartes develops and uses to discover mathematical truths thus enables a radically new cognitive orientation, a new mode of intentionality or world-directedness. We do not now simply find ourselves with the world in view but must instead self-consciously judge, given sufficient reason, that things are thus and so. Sense experience, from providing us with immediate perceptual knowledge of things, is now to be understood as something caused in us by the impacts of mere matter. Cognition more generally is to be understood to be directed on things without the mind, not intrinsically, as on the classical view, but only through an act of will. The modern subject correlatively comes to understand itself as distinctively free, where to be free is, as Descartes explains in Meditation 4, to act for reasons. Both mind and nature are, then, most fundamentally to be understood in terms of laws, either laws of nature or laws of freedom. To be, on the modern conception that is enabled by Descartes' new mathematical practice, is to be subject to laws. The order of things, that in terms of which they are intelligible at all, has become the order of law. 3.6 Conclusion. I have traced Descartes' mature philosophical views to his new mathematical practice, a practice that is enabled in turn by a metamorphosis in Descartes' understanding of space. This new practice, we have seen, is focused not on objects but on relations, and as Descartes shows, such relations can be expressed in the formula language of elementary algebra. Pure intellection has thus become an actuality, not as Descartes himself thought, by stripping away the accretions of youth and education to reveal the true and immutable natures created and implanted in us by God, but by a radical transformation in one's cognitive orientation as mediated by this new sort of language. The world, from being manifest in perceptual experience, is now to be represented in thoughts that are expressible not in the sensory, narrative language of everyday life, but instead in a symbolic language, a language that is non-sensory, non-narrative, essentially written, and primarily a vehicle of thought. This new sort of language engenders at the same time a new understanding of the being of beings. What had been an essential unity of form and matter is now to be conceived as split into, on the one hand, autonomous mind with its innate ideas, and on the other, matter the motions of which are governed by discoverable laws of nature. The narrative order of nature, progressively unfolding in an organic process that actualizes it according to its own nature, gives way to the order of law, of reason and freedom on the side of the mind and of nature and causes on the side of matter. Science is henceforth to be reductive and mechanistic. To understand what a thing is, one need only consider what it does. We have achieved precisely the conception of being that underlies and shapes a project such as Brandam's in making it explicit, the project of making explicit what something would have to be able to do in order to count as rational at all. We have achieved the sideways on view. We have become modern. Understanding. Our conception of reality, hitherto of a single meaningful whole within which we have our rightful place, is split by Descartes into two essentially different realms, an inner realm of meanings and reasons and an outer realm of brute physical causality. But as Kant sees, if Descartes is right, if all meaning and significance lies on the side of the mind, in the inner realm, if the reality on which thought aims to bear is merely brute, causally efficacious stuff, then our natural scientific judgments cannot possibly answer to what is as it is. So, Kant concludes, even primary qualities of things, although empirically real, must be transcendentally ideal. What our natural scientific judgments answer to is not how things are in themselves but only how they appear to creatures like us, creatures with our form of sensibility. And this must be so because the very idea of knowledge requires that it be the same thing that one thinks and that is, which must, therefore, be something conceptual articulated, something that combines form, or meaning, and matter, stuff. The world that is the object of our knowledge must be in conceptual shape if there is to be knowledge of it, and it cannot be in conceptual shape given what, as we discover with early modern developments in mathematics and physics, concepts are, namely, mental entities. The only way to resolve the difficulty that Kant can see is by distinguishing between an empirical perspective from within which reality is always already knowable and conceptually articulated and a transcendental perspective from which to register that in itself reality is not knowable because not conceptually articulated. According to Kant's critical philosophy, pure reason is not and cannot be a power of knowing as Descartes had thought. Not reason but only the understanding is a power of judgment, of knowing. Then, in the 19th century, the practice of mathematics is again profoundly transformed. Eschewing all appeal to constructions in pure intuition, whether Euclidean diagrams or formulae in the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra, German mathematicians such as Riemann, and Dedekind following him, began to prove theorems deductively, directly from concepts. And with this development Kant's account of mathematical practice as involving constructions that are grounded in and made possible by space and time as the forms of sensibility was decisively refuted. What was much less clear was how exactly Kant had gone wrong, what account was to be given instead. With developments in mathematics in 19th century Germany it became clear that Kantian pure intuition, and with it the forms of sensibility, have no role to play in mathematical practice. And with pure intuition and the forms of sensibility out of the picture, the distinction between Kant's transcendental and empirical perspectives collapses. Kant's transcendental idealism, because crucially dependent on that distinction of perspectives, is thereby dismantled as well. But there are two essentially different ways this can go depending on where Kant's profoundest insights are taken to lie, whether in the transcendental perspective or in the empirical perspective. Almost all 20th century analytic philosophy assumed the former, that is, that form and content are essentially and constitutively opposed. It is in just this way, and for just this reason, that instead of seeing developments in mathematics in the 19th century as showing us how to dismantle the inside/outside conception of our being in the world that is bequeathed to us by early modernity, we have, at least for the most part, and mostly unwittingly, taken the sideways-on view for granted and have sought to understand the new mathematical practice of reasoning deductively from concepts from within its overall framework. Mathematical logic is only one example of the fruits of inquiry that takes as its starting point the ultimately Cartesian idea that inside are meanings and norms while outside is only brute, causally efficacious nature. But with over a century of work in mathematical logic and philosophy of mathematics, it has become increasingly clear that it is impossible to understand the practice of mathematics, and the knowledge to which it gives rise, given this dualism of form and content, given the sideways-on view. Mathematical logic, and the model theoretic and quantificational conception of language to which it gives rise, are utterly, and strangely, irrelevant to mathematics as it is actually practiced, and useless in any serious attempt to understand that practice, how it works as a mode of intellectual inquiry. The problem is not the rules of inference. The problem is the way those rules, and language as a whole, are understood in mathematical logic. Chapter 6 aims to loosen the grip of this conception insofar as it can be loosened in the absence of any viable alternative. 4. Kant's critical turn. How can thought conceived representationally, as it is on Descartes' view, answer to what is? Descartes' answer is in terms of the two very different relationships that mind and world have to one another, by way of the sense experiences we are caused to have by impacts of moving bodies in the world, and by way of the pure intellect, which thinks and through an act of will judges of things as they are. One's experience of an object that one perceives, a red cube, say, is to be understood as a confused effect of a thing that the intellect grasps in a clear and distinct idea. There is, then, both a path from things in the world to thought, via sense experience, and a path from thought to things in the world, by way of the pure intellect and the will. And though, on this conception, there is no inherent or inevitable harmony between what we are caused to experience and so have a natural tendency to think, on the one hand, and what we have reason and so ought to think, on the other, there is, Descartes holds, harmony nonetheless, guaranteed by God's infinite power and benevolence. Although the pre-established harmony between thought and reality that is mediated by natural language had been lost, nonetheless, Descartes thinks, we can legitimately call on God to underwrite not only the veracity of our clear and distinct ideas in mathematics, as well as their applicability in physics, but also the evidentiary force of sense experience, its capacity to provide reasons. Unsurprisingly, this solution to the difficulty failed to convince any but a few. But what then was the solution? How does thought conceived representationally answer to what is? In his inaugural dissertation of 1770, Kant thought he had the essentials of an answer. He argues that we have two fundamentally different cognitive faculties, sensibility, which is passive, and a faculty of intuition, of singular, immediate representations, and understanding or intelligence, which thinks by means of concepts, which are discursive and general, and abstracted from the laws inherent in the mind. Sensibility, Kant claims, gives us knowledge of phenomena, things as they appear. Intelligence is the faculty by which we grasp noumena, things as they are. Kant furthermore suggests that space and time, conceived as given infinite wholes, are the principles of the form of the sensible world, that they are presupposed by experience rather than derived from it, that they are singular representations, pure sensitive cognitions, and that they are subjective rather than objective, ideal rather than real. 1 We are told that geometry deals with space and pure mechanics with time, and that the concept of number that is dealt with in arithmetic, though a concept of the understanding, requires both space and time in order to be actualized in the concrete. Because the objects of pure mathematics are not only the formal principles of every intuition, but are originary intuitions, it provides us with a cognition which is in the highest degree true, and, at the same time, it provides us with a paradigm of the highest kind of evidence in other cases. On the side of reason, similarly, there are principles of the form of the intelligible world, in the first instance, reciprocity between substances, and as well a priori concepts that are necessary conditions of thought of objects, concepts such as that of existence, necessity, substance, and cause. What Kant does not do in the dissertation, as he explains in a famous letter to Hus written a few years later, on February 21, 1772, is to explain how these concepts, which are neither caused by the object nor do they bring the object itself into being, have any relation at all to their object. There is no comparable problem on the side of sensibility. The passive or sensuous representations have an understandable relationship to objects, and the principles that are derived from the nature of our soul have an understandable validity for all things insofar as those things are supposed to be objects of the senses. It is only the pure concepts of the understanding that raise the question, silently passed over in the dissertation, of how a representation refers to an object without being in any way affected by it can be possible, whence comes the agreement that they are supposed to have with objects that are nevertheless not produced thereby. In that same letter Kant rejects as viciously circular any appeal to God to resolve the difficulty. It is easy to think that in the dissertation Kant has half, admittedly the much easier half, of his critical view in his conception of mathematics as grounded in space and time as the forms of sensibility. According to this line of thought, the problem is, first, to come to see that as mathematics is grounded in space and time as forms of sensibility, so pure natural science is grounded in the pure concepts as forms of the understanding, and then to show the objective validity of those concepts in a transcendental deduction. In fact, in the years leading up to the first critique Kant radically revised even his conception of the science of mathematics in the course of coming to his critical views. Before Kant it had seemed natural to assume that whereas modern mathematics is deductive, a matter of determining by logic alone what necessarily follows from what is given, early modern physics is instead inductive, a matter of generalizing from given particular instances. Although each in his own way, all of Descartes, Leibniz, Hume, and Locke thought that mathematics is deductive. On the side of physics we find Newton explaining in the third edition of the Optics that the method of modern science consists in making experiments and observations, and in drawing general conclusions from them by induction. Hypotheses are not to be regarded in experimental philosophy. And although the arguing from experiments and observations by induction be no demonstration of general conclusions, yet it is the best way of arguing which the nature of things admits of, and may be looked upon as so much the stronger, by how much the induction is more general. Point 2. But, as already noted in the introduction, although induction is legitimate in pre-modern scientific reasoning, because things are understood as instances of substantial forms and so express their natures in their characteristic behaviors, induction is not in the same way legitimate in modern scientific reasoning. Once objects have come to be understood not as instances of substantial forms but as things governed by essentially general causal laws, that is, by laws of nature as they first came to be understood by Descartes, it is no longer possible to see the behaviors of things as expressive of general truths about them. Because causal laws govern things as from the outside and are fully intelligible independent of any objects, they cannot be expressed in the behavior of the objects that they govern. Indeed, because they are constitutively general they are incommensurable with the behaviors of the objects they govern. There is, just as Hume argues, a logical gap between the observed instances and a law. The attempt to justify one's knowledge of a law of nature by appeal to experience must inevitably involve circular reasoning. It is natural to think that our knowledge of things forms a kind of pyramidal structure at the base of which are things we just know, say, by seeing that they are so or by way of ideas that seem to be innate in us, and that we build on that basis, by induction in the empirical sciences, and by deduction in mathematics. Nevertheless, Hume shows, one cannot, either by induction or by deduction, legitimately infer something that has the constitutive generality of a law of nature on the basis of one's experience of the objects that are governed by such laws. In the context of early modernity, induction can ground only what Kant describes as the assumed and comparative universality of an empirical generalization, never the necessity and strict universality of a law, which allows of no exception. The laws of nature that it is the aim of Newtonian physics to discover are necessary but not logically necessary. Indeed, the principle of causality itself, that every event has a cause, is likewise necessary without being logically necessary. There is no contradiction in the idea of an uncaused event. And the same is true, Kant holds, of the propositions of mathematics. They are necessary but not logically necessary. There is no contradiction in denying a truth of arithmetic such as that 7 plus 5 equals 12 because the concept of the sum of 7 and 5 does not contain already within it the concept of 12 any more than the concept of a triangle contains within it that the sum of its angles equals 2 right angles. Point 3. As Kant would come to understand it, the problem of philosophy is to understand the nature and possibility of our knowledge of truths that are necessary but not logically necessary, the nature and possibility of knowledge that is, as he came to think of it, at once synthetic and a priori. Because it is synthetic rather than analytic, such knowledge cannot be achieved by logic alone, by appeal to the principles of identity and contradiction. Because it is a priori, that is, necessary and strictly universal, it also cannot be known by appeal to experience. And Kant's solution to the difficulty clearly involves what he thinks of as the forms of sensibility and understanding, space and time on the side of sensibility and the pure concepts, the categories, on the side of the understanding. What is less clear is how exactly these forms figure in Kant's solution to the difficulty. There are two possibilities, not clearly distinguished in Kant's writings. The first and most obvious possibility is that articulated already in the dissertation, these forms serve to provide the grounds, the foundation, for synthetic a priori knowledge. As analytic judgments are grounded in the laws of logic, and a posteriori judgments are grounded in the deliverances of sensory experience, so synthetic a priori judgments are grounded in the forms of our cognitive faculties, the judgments of mathematics in the forms of sensibility and the judgments of pure natural science in the forms of the understanding. Given that space and time and the pure concepts are forms of these faculties, we cannot help but experience the world as informed by these forms. Unfortunately, as Hume had convinced Kant, this account of the role of the forms of sensibility and understanding cannot resolve the difficulty. The problem posed by synthetic a priori knowledge is, as Kant puts it, one of right, quid juris, not one of fact, quid facti. The task is to discover not what causes us to take certain judgments to be true, indeed, necessarily true, but instead with what justification we hold such judgments to be true. Even supposing it were the case that our cognitive architecture, our psychology, were such that we simply must experience things in a certain way, that in no way addresses the question of our right so to experience. Indeed, it seems to erect an insurmountable barrier to our making any progress at all on the question of right. What we wanted to understand is how a certain sort of knowledge is possible. It is no answer to be told that we simply cannot help but take the judgments in question to be true. As Kant notes already in the inquiry, the feeling of conviction which we have with respect to these cognitions is merely an avowal, not an argument establishing that they are true. To respond to the question of right by invoking the forms of sensibility and understanding as necessary in this way is skeptical in just the way that Hume's appeal to custom in his account of the origin of our judgments of causal laws is skeptical. It does not answer the question of the nature and possibility of our synthetic a priori knowledge. Our problem is to understand Kant's appeal to the forms of sensibility and understanding in accounting for our knowledge of the synthetic a priori judgments of mathematics and pure natural science. Our first suggestion, that these forms ground various synthetic a priori judgments that can then serve as the foundation for other synthetic a priori judgments, must be rejected insofar as it fails to answer the question Kant poses for himself, insofar as it is merely skeptical. But what is the alternative? Dogmatism uncritically asserts that we just know that certain foundational and necessary but not logically necessary judgments are true. The skeptic in turn rejects such assertions because they are merely dogmatic. What the skeptic does not deny is that knowledge properly speaking requires that there be such foundational judgments. With the dogmatist, the skeptic accepts the foundational conception of knowledge, arguing only that there is and can be no foundation of the required sort. The best that can be done is to explain why and how we form the judgments we form by appeal, for instance, to custom or the forms of our faculties. As we will see in detail below, Kant's critical philosophy aims to overcome the dilemma by rejecting the foundational picture on which it rests. Once we see that no appeal to a given could possibly help to answer the question of our right to judge because it is given, in effect, something we are somehow made to think, we should be able to see that it is the foundationalist picture of knowing that is misguided. It is not the products of science but the practice of science, in particular, the activity of construction in mathematics and the activity of self-correction in physics and philosophy, that holds the key to understanding our synthetic a priori knowledge. It is what we do, our capacity for certain sorts of activities, that enables us to know, and rightfully to claim that we know. The forms of sensibility and understanding serve, on this reading, not as the conditions of the possibility of foundations but instead as the conditions of the possibility of the activity that is the pursuit of truth. 4.1 The nature of mathematical practice. According to Descartes' early account, the necessary non-logical relations that are needed in mathematics, without which it would be paralyzed, are to be grounded in the faculty of imagination. When Descartes came to realize that his new mathematical practice enabled him to discover truths even in cases in which no corresponding image could be formed, by reason alone, he suggested instead that God creates these necessary but non-logical truths and implants in us the ideas by which to discover them using only the pure intellect. Mathematics thus comes to be seen as at once ampliative, a science within which to discover new and significant truths, and also strictly logical, that is, by means of reason alone. Descartes' new mathematical practice is not strictly logical in the scholastic sense of logic, however. It is strictly logical instead in what Descartes thinks of as the true sense of logic, in the kind of logic that provides the rules that govern the direction of the mind, which teaches us to direct our reason with a view to discovering the truths of which we are ignorant. Whereas in scholastic logic, one abstracts from all content and meaning to consider only various forms of propositions, in the true logic one reasons on the basis of content and meaning, and discovers thereby truths of which one had been ignorant. Point 4 What Kant realizes is that this new mathematical practice, like the old Euclidean practice with diagrams, is nonetheless constitutively written, that it involves a system of written marks within which to reason. It is not, then, a purely cognitive activity but instead a paper and pencil one that makes essential use of both perceptual and motor skills, or at least the imagined use of such skills. Both ancient Greek diagrammatic practice and Descartes' new mathematical practice with the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra constitutively involve written marks. Nevertheless they are, Kant at first thinks as explained in the inquiry, quite different as practices. A Euclidean demonstration, he there suggests, involves consideration of an instance, a particular circle, say, in order to discover the properties of all circles. In a Euclidean demonstration, one is supposed to see that certain things are and must be true of the instance under consideration, and hence that they hold generally. The case of arithmetic and algebra is very different. In this case, there are posited first of all not things themselves but their signs, together with the special designations of their increase or decrease, their relations, etc. Thereafter, one operates with these signs according to easy and certain rules, by means of substitution, combination, subtraction, and many kinds of transformation, so that the things signified are themselves completely forgotten in the process, until eventually, when the conclusion is drawn, the meaning of the symbolic conclusion is deciphered. Whereas Euclidean geometry involves the consideration of an instance, arithmetic and algebra involve instead the writing and rewriting of signs according to rules. Only in the Critique will Kant argue that all of mathematics functions in essentially the same way, through the construction of concepts in pure intuition. According to Kant's mature account, all of mathematics, whether Euclidean demonstration or algebraic calculation, functions in the same way, through the construction of concepts in pure intuition. Because the intuition is pure, grounded in the forms of sensibility, space and time, it follows immediately that mathematics is applicable to the natural sciences, although not empirical, mathematical knowledge is nonetheless knowledge about empirical objects. But if that is right, then both Kant's earlier accounts must be wrong. Euclidean geometry cannot function by picturing, however, imperfectly, particular geometrical objects, and the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra similarly, cannot be merely formal, its meaning exhausted by the rules governing the use of its signs. Already in Chapter 2 we developed an alternative to the idea that Euclidean geometry involves reasoning about an instance. A Euclidean diagram does not picture objects but instead formulates conceptual content. And because it formulates content in a system of signs that involves not only complexes of primitives but inscribed relations among those complexes, it is possible to reconfigure the parts of a Euclidean diagram in a variety of ways, and thereby to identify new complexes in the diagram, new relations among concepts. What one is thus able to take out of the diagram is not something that was merely implicit in one's starting points. The conclusion can be obtained from one's starting points but only through the process of construction. The demonstration is ampliative, a real extension of our knowledge. For just this reason, the potential of the starting point to yield the conclusion is actualized only in the course of the construction. This account of diagrammatic reasoning in Euclid is Kant's own mature understanding of this case. Although Kant at first took geometry to involve instances given in intuitions that enable one to see that something is and must be true of that instance, by the time of the critique he had come to see that geometry essentially involves a process of construction/reasoning through which connections are revealed between the concepts of interest. Although it had at first seemed that Euclidean geometry involves only instances and algebraic reasoning only the mechanical manipulation of signs, Kant came to see that both forms of mathematical practice involve both something like the construction of an instance of a concept and a process of further construction/reasoning through which the desired conclusion is realized. By the time of the writing of the first critique, Kant has discerned a fundamental similarity in diagrammatic and algebraic reasoning. Both, he comes to think, involve a constructive activity, the capacity to realize in an unfolding array of written marks a new mathematical result, one that extends our knowledge. These two only apparently quite different forms of mathematical reasoning furthermore reveal the essentially spatial and temporal character of this constructive mathematical practice. That mathematical reasoning is in some way essentially spatial is easiest to see in the case of Euclidean geometry, though Kant comes to think that even arithmetic and algebra constitutively involve written displays, that is, constructions of concepts in intuition. That mathematical reasoning is in some way essentially temporal, that it is a stepwise process of construction that forth the truth together with the proof, is more easily seen in the case of arithmetic and algebra. Unlike a course of reasoning through a diagram in Euclid, which involves only a perceptual reconfiguring, reasoning in arithmetic and algebra is at the same time a matter of rewriting. Steps of reasoning are steps of rewriting. In fact, as Kant came to see, both the spatial expanse of the page and an essentially temporal process of construction/reasoning are involved in both of the mathematical practices of concern to him. 5. Kant's geometrical example in the critique seems carefully chosen to display as far as possible for the case of Euclidean diagrammatic practice the essentially dynamic process of construction. The demonstration is of the relationship between the sum of angles of a triangle and a right angle. Kant writes. He begins at once to construct a triangle. Since he knows that two right angles together are exactly equal to all of the adjacent angles that can be drawn at one point on a straight line, he extends one side of his triangle, and obtains two adjacent angles that together equal two right ones. Now he divides the external one of these angles by drawing a line parallel to the opposing side of the triangle, and sees that here there arises an external adjacent angle which is equal to an internal one, etc. In this demonstration the reasoning follows the construction especially closely. One is to imagine first a triangle. Then one side is extended to create adjacent angles equal to two right angles. And finally a line is drawn parallel to the opposing side that divides the external angle in a way revealing the result that is wanted. Although it is more obvious in arithmetic and algebra, even in this case we are to see that the demonstration forth the truth together with the proof. We saw in Chapter 2 that reasoning in Euclid is ampliative, a real extension of our knowledge, in virtue of the three levels of articulation in a Euclidean diagram and the sort of reasoning in the diagram that is possible as a result. As was also indicated, this idea, that reasoning in mathematics involves a visual display of signs with three levels of articulation, appears already in Kant's inquiry. As Kant remarks, signs in mathematics show in their composition the constituent concepts of which the whole idea consists. The Arabic numeral 278, for instance, shows that the number designated consists of 2 hundreds, 7 tens, and 8 units. A drawn triangle similarly is manifestly a three-sided closed plane figure. Like the numeral 278, it is a whole made up of simple parts. As Kant further notes, these complexes are then combined to show in their combinations the relations of the thoughts to each other. 6 In mathematics, one combines the wholes that are created from primitives into larger wholes that exhibit relations among them. There are, then, three distinct levels of articulation in such mathematical displays of signs. We have seen already that reasoning in Euclid is general throughout. Kant, although he does sometimes continue to think of a drawing in Euclid as giving an instance, also provides evidence in the Critique that such an instance is peculiar insofar as it is not fully determinate. In the B preface we are told that the geometer must ascribe to the thing nothing except what necessarily from what he put into it in accordance with its concept. In the schematism section we read that in fact it is not images of objects but schemata that ground our pure sensible concepts, that no image of a triangle would ever be adequate to the concept of it. For it would not attain the generality of the concept, which makes it valid for all triangles, right, acute, etc., but would always be limited to one part of the sphere. The schema of a triangle can never exist anywhere except in thought, and signifies a rule of the synthesis of the imagination with regard to pure shapes in space. Kant returns to the point in the method. The individual drawn figure is empirical, and nevertheless serves to express the concept without damage to its universality, for in the case of this empirical intuition we have taken account only of the action of constructing the concept, to which many determinations, example those of the magnitude of the sides and the angles, are entirely indifferent, and thus we have abstracted from these differences, which do not alter the concept of the triangle. In mathematics, one considers the concept in con series 2, although not empirically, but rather solely as one which it has exhibited a priori, i.e., constructed, and in which that which follows from the general conditions of the construction must also hold generally of the object of the constructed concept. That is, as Kant explains in his response to Eberhard. In a general sense one may call construction all exhibition of a concept through the production of a corresponding intuition. If it occurs through mere imagination in accordance with an a priori concept, it is called pure construction. Although as a drawing, the figure is particular, it functions in a Euclidean demonstration as something general, as an exhibition of a concept, just as was argued in Chapter 2. It is these two ideas that systems of signs that are used in mathematics enable written displays that involve three tiers of articulation, and that such displays formulate conceptual content in some way that enable Kant to explain how mathematical practice is at once a priori and ampliative. Consider Kant's example in the B introduction, that of 7 plus 5 equals 12. We come to know such a truth, Kant suggests, as follows. I take first the number 7, and, as I take the fingers of my hand as an intuition for assistance with the concept of 5, to that image of mine I now add the units that I have previously taken together in order to constitute the number 5 one after another to the number 7, and thus see the number 12 arise. The number 12 is to be constructed by the stepwise addition of units. A unit that is initially given as a part of the number 5 is to come to be seen instead as a part of the given number 7 to yield thereby the number 8, and so on. The three levels of articulation that Kant identifies in the inquiry are manifest. First there are the primitive parts, the units, next are the wholes of these parts, the given numbers 7 and 5 conceived as collections of units, and finally we have the larger whole of which those given numbers are parts, the whole in virtue of which the parts of those given numbers can be reconceived as parts of different wholes. What we have, in other words, can be depicted thus. Again, the primitive parts are the individual strokes, the wholes of these parts are the two collections, considered separately, and the largest whole is the whole array, the whole of these two collections as parts. The display enables the desired chain of constructive reasoning as follows. A unit that is at first taken to be a part of the number 5 is now reconceived as a part of the collection that is the number 7, thereby making it a collection that is the number 8. That is, we reconceive the whole display such that the two collections are now these. And we need to do this because the fact that 7 plus 1 equals 8 by definition, which Leibniz had claimed enables the solution to be deduced from definitions, cannot help in the demonstration until and unless we reconceive a unit given as a part of the number 5 instead as a part of the collection that is the 7 units of 7.7. Now we do the same again, that is, imagine that another unit from the collection of 4 belongs instead with the collection of 8. Continuing the process until all units have been reconceived in this way, one sees the number 12 come into being, and the problem is solved. The practice of calculating in the Arabic numeration system illustrates essentially the same point. Suppose that one wished to determine, say, the product of 27 and 44. The Arabic numeration system provides a means as follows. First, one writes signs for the two numbers to be multiplied in a particular array. The first number is that given by the first line and the second is written directly below it. As in the case of the sum of 7 and 5 as Kant conceives it, three levels of articulation are discernible. First, the primitive parts, that is, the primitive signs 2, 4, and 7, then the wholes of these parts, namely the signs 27 and 44 that are signs for the numbers given as the terms of the problem, and finally, the whole display. The calculation is enabled by this three-tiered structure as follows. First, one reconfigures at the second tier, taking a part of the whole 44, namely the rightmost 4, and reconceiving it as belonging with the 7 in 27. Multiplying the two numbers symbolized in this new whole yields the number 28, so one puts a new primitive sign 8 under the rightmost column, and to carry the 2 one puts the sign 2 above the leftmost column. Next one takes the same sign 4 and considers it together with the 2 in 27, and so on in a familiar series of steps that result in what is shown in figure 4.1. The last line is of course arrived at by the successive addition of the numbers given in the columns at the third and fourth rows. It is by reading down, and right to left, that one understands why just those signs appear in the bottom row, but it is by reading across, left to right, that one knows the product that is wanted. In this way, through simple calculations on successive reconfigurations of various parts of the original two-dimensional display, one achieves the result that is wanted. Figure 4.1, a calculation in Arabic numeration. And exactly the same point applies, Kant claims, to calculations in algebra. Even the way algebraists proceed with their equations, from which by means of reduction they bring forth the truth together with the proof, is not a geometrical construction, but it is still a characteristic construction, in which one displays by signs in intuition the concepts, especially of relations of quantities, and, without even regarding the heuristic, secures all inferences against mistakes by placing each of them before one's eyes. Even in algebra one exhibits the contents of concepts in a spatial array of written signs, for instance, the concept of a sum of a number and its reciprocal as x plus 1/x, or the concept of a product of two sums of integer squares as, which can then be rewritten in various ways according to rules ultimately to reveal new mathematical relations among concepts. Reasoning in mathematics, on Kant's account, involves the two-dimensional display of the contents of mathematical concepts, concepts such as that of a triangle or circle in a Euclidean diagram, and that of a sum of squares or a product of sums in Descartes' symbolic language. And because such displays can be combined into larger wholes that can in turn be reconfigured, either perceptually as in Euclid or by rewriting as in Descartes' algebra, new relations among concepts can be discovered in the course of mathematical reasoning in these systems of written signs. Such results are synthetic, that is, ampliative, real extensions of our knowledge, and also a priori, necessary, and strictly universal, just as Kant says. This practice furthermore provides a graphic illustration of the interplay of concepts and intuitions in cognition as Kant understands it. In the case of Euclidean diagrammatic reasoning, the various parts of the given manifold of points, lines, angles, and areas in the diagram must be synthesized according to a concept in order to be thought now, say, as a radius of a circle and now as a side of a triangle. And as was shown in section 2.5, to work through a demonstration just is to perceive the parts now as one thing and now as another in an ordered series of steps that take one from one starting point to the desired conclusion. In algebra one does not in the same way reconceive perceptible parts. Instead one rewrites according to rules to show thereby that something given one way can also be given another way. Kant makes the point in a letter to Schultz written shortly after the appearance of the second edition of the Critique. I can form a concept of one and the same magnitude by means of several different kinds of composition and separation. Objectively, the concept I form is indeed identical. But subjectively, depending on the type of composition that I think, in order to arrive at that concept, the concepts are very different. So that at any rate my judgment goes beyond the concept I have of the synthesis, in that the judgment substitutes another kind of synthesis in place of the first synthesis, though it always determines the object in the same way. Thus I can arrive at a single determination of a magnitude equals 8 by means of 3 plus 5, or 12 4, or 2 times 4, or 23, namely 8. But my thought 3 plus 5 did not include the thought 2 times 4. Just as little did it include the concept 8, which is equal in value to both of these. A concept, Kant suggests to Schultz, can be considered either objectively or subjectively, and two concepts can be objectively the same, that is, concepts of one and the same object, but subjectively different. In 2 times 4, for instance, the number 8 is thought as a product, in 3 plus 5 that same object is thought instead as a sum. Objectively, the two expressions 2 times 4 and 3 plus 5 are the same because in both cases the number designated is 8, but subjectively they are not the same because although what I think of, namely the number 8, is the same in the two cases, what I think, in the one case the sum of 3 and 5 and in the other the product of 2 and 4, is quite different in the two cases. As Freya would put Kant's point here, although the two expressions designate one and the same object, they do so under different modes of determination, they express different senses. On this account, space and time are the conditions of the possibility of the science of mathematics not because they provide foundational claims on the basis of which to reason, but because they are the conditions of the possibility of the activity of construction that is constitutive of the pursuit of truth in this science. Notice, further, that nothing in this activity as an activity suggests that mathematics is a science only of sensory things, that it does not apply also to things as they are in themselves. And yet this is just what Kant claims. Not only is it the case that space represents no property at all of any things in themselves nor any relation of them to each other, it is also the case that space is nothing other than merely the form of all appearances of outer sense. The first of these conclusions is nothing more than a corollary of the claim that space is the form of outer intuition. Whether or not things in themselves have spatial properties, the spatial properties we experience things to have their origin in the experiencing subject rather than the experienced object. Our representations of such properties are not, then, representations of properties of things in themselves, though this is compatible with their being isomorphic to such properties. Kant's second conclusion, that space is nothing other than the form of outer sense, denies the isomorphism. Space, although empirically real, is transcendentally ideal. Kant claims that space and time, although empirically real, are transcendentally ideal. And he does so because space and time are, he thinks, systems of relations. Things as they are in themselves, that is, substances, are constitutively self-subsistent, they cannot bear constitutive relations to other things. But spatial things do bear constitutive relations to other things. Substances, then, cannot be inherently spatial. The spatiality of the things we experience cannot be really real. As Kant explains in the Prolegomena, in the case of spatial things, the part is possible only through the whole, but this never occurs with things in themselves as objects of the understanding alone. As we read in the second edition of the Critique. Through mere relations no thing in itself is cognized. It is therefore right to judge that since nothing is given to us through outer sense except mere representations of relation, outer sense can also contain in this representation only the relation of an object to the subject, and not that which is internal to the object itself. It is exactly the same in the case of inner sense. Not only space and time but reality itself insofar as it is constitutively spatio-temporal is transcendentally ideal. Because space and time are inherently relational structures, Newton's mathematical physics, the triumph of 17th and 18th century science, is not and cannot be a science of things as they are but only of things as they appear to creatures like us, creatures with our form of sensibility. 4.2 An advance in logic 9. Kant's conception of the practice of mathematics in terms of the constructive activity of the mathematician provides an account of how that practice is at once ampliative and a priori, how it enables the discovery of relations among concepts that were not thought already in those concepts. But this account is not self-standing because knowledge, Kant thinks, is properly speaking of objects, and in mathematics there are no objects. It may look, to be sure, as if the possibility of a triangle could be cognized from its concept in itself, for in fact we can give it an object entirely a priori, i.e., construct it. But since this is only the form of an object, it would still always remain only a product of the imagination, the possibility of whose object would still remain doubtful, as requiring something more, namely that such a figure be thought solely under those conditions in which all objects of experience rest. All mathematical concepts are not by themselves cognitions, except insofar as one presupposes that there are things that can be presented to us only in accordance with the form of that pure sensible intuition. The constructive activity of the mathematician, the conditions of possibility of which are space and time as forms of sensibility, thus provides only part of the story, the remainder of which is given in the transcendental logic. It is the transcendental logic that provides a general theory of judgment, whether mathematical or natural scientific, transcendental logic that is the science of truth. 10 Understanding this science, and its significance for Kant's deepest insights into the striving for truth in the exact sciences, is the task of the remainder of this chapter, beginning with Kant's distinction between intuitions and concepts. Kant's division of cognitions into intuitions and concepts can be seen as a successor to Descartes' division of, on the one hand, sensory experience as a confused mental effect of the impact of a body on our sense organs, and on the other, clear and distinct ideas that are innate in us and fully meaningful independent of the existence of any object. For Kant, intuitions, singular representations immediately of objects, are, we will see, essentially sensory, and something with respect to which we are passive. They are caused in us. And concepts, general representations through marks, are not in themselves object involving, and they belong to spontaneity. What is original with Kant is, first, the idea that intuitions and concepts are essentially different in belonging to two very different faculties, respectively, sensibility and understanding, and second, the thought that both are involved in any cognition. In Kant's famous slogan, thoughts without content are empty, intuitions without concepts are blind. Thus, as Kant immediately goes on, it is, just as necessary to make the mind's concepts sensible as it is to make its intuitions understandable. Further, these two faculties or capacities cannot exchange their functions. The understanding is not capable of intuiting anything, and the senses are not capable of thinking anything. Only from their unification can cognition arise. Much as Descartes divides the ancient notion of a primary substance with its characteristic nature into a form in mind and mere matter in the world, so Kant divides the ancient conception of cognition which, as the cognitive grasp of an object in its nature, as what it most fundamentally is, is both inherently object-involving and constitutively general because of a thing as the kind of thing it is into an intuition, which is singular and that through which an object is given, on the one hand, and a concept, which is predicative and that through which an object is thought, on the other. Because Kant nevertheless thinks that both are involved in any cognition, Kant realizes thereby an essentially new conception of cognition. Not grasp of an object as what it is but judgment is henceforth to be understood as the smallest unit of cognition. Point 11. Concepts, as Kant understands them, are general representations of objects by way of marks. They have a singular use, but concepts themselves cannot be singular. Point 12. They cannot, according to the Jask logic, because no concept is fully determinate, that is, a lowest concept or lowest species. Even if we have a concept that we apply immediately to individuals, there can still be specific differences in regard to it, which we either do not note, or which we disregard. Any concept, even in its singular use, can be made more determinate through the addition of further concepts to it. There can be thoroughly determinate cognitions. Kant thinks, that is, cognitions of particular individuals, singular representations properly speaking, but only as intuitions. Intuitions thus contrast with concepts not merely in degree, as singular and general concepts of objects, or in origin, in sensibility or understanding, but in kind, that is, logically, as immediate to mediate, in whatever way and through whatever means a cognition may relate to objects, that through which it relates immediately to them, and at which all thought as a means is directed as an end, is intuition. The everyday concepts of natural language, we have seen, are immediately of objects and inherently referential. Objects correspondingly are instances of kinds, they have natures and are intelligible as such. Things just do show up in our everyday perceptual experience as what they are. Kant's conception both of a concept and, correlatively, of an object is very different. Unlike the concepts of everyday language, which have both a referring and a predicative use, Kantian concepts are predicates of possible judgments and are not themselves object-involving. They cannot give objects, and they cannot because objects as they are now to be conceived as the locus of the truth of our judgments rather than as things we can just see to be as they are all-sided determinations. An object as Kant conceives it is not an instance of a form, some kind of thing in particular, but instead that to which a predicate, any predicate, can be applied truly or falsely. A Kantian object settles for any predicate you like, either that the predicate applies or that it does not apply. Because any description of an object through predicates can be made more determinate, an individual concept, that is, a concept that is of an object in its individuality, its endless specificity, would have to contain an endless number of predicates, and because it would, no finite being could grasp such a concept. A Kantian concept is a representation that is contained in an infinite set of different possible representations, which thus contains these under itself, but no concept, as such, can be thought as if it contained an infinite set of representations within itself. But because and insofar as we are now to conceive an object as an all-sided determination, that is just what an individual concept would have to be, something an infinite set of representations within itself. For a finite being there can be no such concept, we cannot think an object as such. Objects, all-sided determinations, must be given for the cognition of a finite being. A concept, according to Kant, can be contained in an endless number of different representations, the concept number, for instance, in the representation the number that is twice 1, in the representation the number that is twice 2, and so on for all the counting numbers. All the numbers thus represented are contained under the concept number. What is contained within a concept, by contrast, is its marks, for instance, being a number and being twice 1. Because we finite beings cannot comprehend an infinite number of things, and because we grasp a concept by way of our grasp of its component parts, it follows that we could not possibly grasp a concept that contained an infinite number of component concepts. Cartesian space, which we know to contain an infinite number of component parts, cannot, for example, have the form of a concept. Because it is a whole of parts that can be grasped as a whole, that is, prior to one's having grasped any of its parts, it has the form of an intuition. Point 13 Concepts are inherently general. Through Marx, intuitions are singular, immediately of objects. The second difference between intuitions and concepts on Kant's view is metaphysical rather than logical. Point 14 As Kant emphasizes again and again in the Critique, the faculty of intuition through which cognition is related immediately to objects is a passive or receptive faculty. Intuition takes place only insofar as the object is given to us, only if it affects the mind in a certain way. Concepts, by contrast, are grounded on the spontaneity of thinking. The understanding, the faculty of spontaneity, is only a faculty of concepts. Sensibility or receptivity is alone a faculty of intuition. The understanding is not capable of intuiting anything, and the senses are not capable of thinking anything. According to Kant's account in the Critique, as contrasted with that of the dissertation, cognition, that is, thought that is of an object, thus essentially involves both receptivity and spontaneity. The transcendental logic opens by making just this familiar point. An object, on Kant's view, is the locus of the truth of a judgment, and as such is an all-sided determination, something absolutely specific, just what it is and not another thing, and also a unity within which parts can be discerned but which is first and foremost a whole, one thing. Point 15 Because an object is an all-sided determination, no concept can represent it as the unique individual it is, for, again, any concept can be made more specific through the addition of another determination. One cannot then think an object through concepts alone. Our spontaneity is not, and cannot be, a faculty of intuition. But the idea of such a spontaneity is not incoherent according to Kant. As he emphasizes both in the Transcendental Aesthetic and in the Transcendental Logic of the B edition of the Critique, and again in the Third Critique, we can conceive, that is, think, though not cognize as actual or even as actually possible, an intuitive understanding or intellectual intuition that through its spontaneity alone thinks an object as such. Such an intellectual intuition, Kant suggests, would be original, i.e., one through which the existence of the object of intuition is itself given, and because original in this way, such an intuition would not require a special act of the synthesis of the manifold for the unity of consciousness, which the human understanding, which merely thinks, but does not intuit, does require. Because, for us, an object must be given for cognition, our cognition requires correlatively an act of spontaneity in order to think that object, in order, that is, to be aware of it at all. Our cognition is thus not unitary in the way the cognition of an intuitive understanding would be. Instead, it has two aspects or moments, a moment of passivity or receptivity through which the object is given, and also a moment of activity or spontaneity through which that object is thought. And as Kant explains in the Third Critique, the distinction between the possibility and the actuality of things is grounded in just this twofold relation we have to the objects of cognition. If two entirely heterogeneous elements were not required for the exercise of these faculties, then there would be no such distinction. That is, if our understanding were intuitive, it would have no objects except what is actual. In a finite being, thinking and intuiting, hence the possibility and actuality of things, are two different conditions for the exercise of its cognitive faculties. In a being capable of spontaneous or intellectual intuition, thinking and intuiting would be one and the same. The thought of such a being would be pure act. The idea of a spontaneity or a faculty of understanding that is at the same time a faculty of intuitions, of singular cognitions immediately of objects, is not incoherent according to Kant. Although we cannot establish even the possibility of such a faculty, we can conceive of it. And such a conception is useful insofar as it highlights just the metaphysical dimension of the concept/intuition distinction with which we are here concerned. Our intuition, though not intuition as such, that is, as logically characterized, as singular cognition immediately of an object, is essentially passive. For us, objects must be given by means of a receptive faculty. And our spontaneity, though not spontaneity as such, that is, The active capacity of the understanding is a capacity for combining representations in cognition of an object. Given all of this, it follows that Kant's dissertation account of sensibility and understanding as two separate faculties of knowing, the one of knowing phenomena and the other of knowing noumena, cannot be right. Neither the receptive faculty of sensibility nor the spontaneous faculty of concepts, we are now to see, is a faculty of knowing independent of the other. The distinction between concepts and intuitions is at once a logical distinction between two species of cognition, the one singular and immediate, the other general, by way of marks common to many, and also a metaphysical distinction between two aspects or moments in any cognition of an object. Through intuition, an essentially passive capacity, an object is given, and through concepts belonging to spontaneity that object is thought. What from the logical perspective are two sorts of cognition are from the perspective of transcendental philosophy only two aspects of the only sort of cognition there is, aspects that are involved in any cognition, whether logically singular or logically general. But even this metaphysical characterization of Kant's distinction needs one last supplementation to bring Kant's conception of cognition as discursive fully into view. According to Kant, not only are intuitions singular, immediate, and passive, and concepts general, through marks, and functions of spontaneity, they are also, respectively, sensory matter and rules. Sensibility gives the mere material for thought, but the understanding rules over this material and brings it under rules or concepts. Our receptivity through which an object is given is sensory, and our spontaneity through which a given object is thought is a faculty of rules. While it is in principle possible that we might have had intuitions, singular representations immediately of objects, by some other means bestowed on us, say, by an act of a divine being, we in fact have intuitions through being affected by objects, that is, through sensibility. 16 It follows, because sensation is itself merely determinable rather than determinate, that such intuitions can provide only the matter of all appearance. Sensing, that is to say, is not a form of knowing, however primitive or confused. Sensations are modifications in us that can be for us, that is, objects of awareness or the means by which we are aware of other things, only in virtue of the unifying synthetic activity of the understanding. Absent that activity, these modifications would be nothing but a blind play of representations, i.e., less than a dream. Intuitions without concepts are blind. 17 Concepts, correlatively, are not representations at all, they have the form of rules governing the synthetic activity of the understanding. Even the simplest awareness of anything involves an act of spontaneity according to rules, and as rules, concepts are empty, not cognitions at all, independent of sensibility. If an intuition corresponding to the concept could not be given at all, then it would be thought as far as its form is concerned, but without any object, and by its means no cognition of anything at all would be possible, since, as far as I would know, nothing would be given nor could be given to which my thought could be applied. Thinking of an object in general through a pure concept of the understanding can become cognition only insofar as this concept is related to objects of the senses. All our knowledge begins with sensory experience, and ultimately, all our knowledge must relate back to it as well. We have seen that by contrast with the cognition of an intuitive understanding, our cognition essentially involves a moment of passivity through which an object is given and a moment of activity through which that object is thought. Our intuition is not spontaneous or active but essentially receptive. Our spontaneity does not itself produce the object but can only think it, and the way it thinks it is through concepts conceived as rules of unity. Because our intuition is sensory, and hence not as such a form of awareness at all, the activity of our spontaneity is needed in order to unify the given matter of sensation. Our understanding, by contrast with that of an infinite being, is, then, constitutively discursive. It is through concepts conceived as rules of unity that a given object is thought in relation to an intuition that is in itself merely a determination of the mind. For Kant, intuitions contrast with concepts not only logically, as singular representations immediately of objects and general representations by way of common marks respectively, but also metaphysically, as passive and active moments in our cognition of any object, and, finally, ontologically, as the determinable matter and determining form respectively of any cognition. Given that concepts are, for Kant, predicates of possible judgment, it would seem to follow, as Thompson has argued, that for Kant an intuitive representation has no place in language, where all representation is discursive. In language we presuppose intuitive and create discursive representations. Because there is no thought of an object except through a concept, what we might think of as the linguistic correlate of a Kantian intuition, namely, a proper name conceived as a mere label for an object, cannot occur in language. All proper names must be conceived instead as involving concepts, that is, as disguised descriptions that assume existence and uniqueness. But how then does the activity of judging succeed in getting at objects for Kant? We are told in the B deduction, section 19, that a judgment is nothing other than the way to bring given cognitions to the objective unity of apperception. That is the aim of the copula is in them, to distinguish the objective unity of given representations from the subjective. What Kant means here is indicated in some remarks he makes in the context of his discussion of the ontological proof for the existence of God. As he first notes, being is obviously not a real predicate, i.e., a concept of something that could add to the concept of a thing. As he then goes on. Thus when I think a thing, through whichever and however many predicates I like, not the least bit gets added to the thing when I posit in addition that this thing is. For otherwise what would exist would not be the same as what I had thought in my concept, but more than that, and I could not say that the very object of my concept exists. And from this it follows that whatever and however much our concept of an object may contain, we have to go out beyond it in order to provide it with existence. All judgments of existence are thus synthetic. Point 18. Kantian concepts are not constitutively object-involving. But judgment, Kant thinks, is constitutively object-involving. It follows that judgment cannot in Kant's view be conceived as a matter of saying of the ss that all, or some, or none, are p, a matter, that is, of ascribing a property to, or withholding it from, a thing or things of a certain sort. Instead judgment is conceived as an act of positing a relation of concepts as objectively valid, that is, as combined in an object or objects. This difference between the two conceptions of judgment is graphically illustrated in the difference between Euler and Venn diagrams. In an Euler diagram one shows that all S is P by drawing the P circle around the S circle, that no S is P by drawing the P circle wholly outside the S circle, and that some S is P by drawing the P circle in a way that overlaps with the S circle. The form of depiction presupposes that there are SS that can be encircled in these ways. What it shows is how things stand with the SS. In drawing the P circle as one does around the S circle, or disjoint from the S circle, or overlapping the S circle one thereby judges that things are thus and so. The act of drawing the P circle as one does just is to relate in some way the predicate P to the SS, all or some of them. The act of drawing the P circle as one does is itself the act of judging. An Euler diagram in this way illustrates the conception of judgment as a predication, as saying of the SS that all, some, or none are P. The notion of judgment that is suggested by a Venn diagram is very different. In a Venn diagram the placement of the circles does not show anything, in particular, it does not show, is not to be read as showing, that some S is P as it would were it to be read as an Euler diagram. The overlapping circles in a Venn diagram merely give two concepts as the matter for judging. It is the shading, or placement of an X, that serves to exhibit something about the matter provided by the concepts, and different sorts of shading realize different judgments about that matter. From the perspective of a Venn diagram, then, it is natural to distinguish between the content of a sentence and its form, that is, between the drawn circles themselves, which represent concepts conceived as predicates of possible judgment, and what is said of those concepts by way of shading or the placement of an X to mark that there is something with the relevant property or properties. The form of the judgment is given by what is asserted of the concepts involved. Point 19. Because this form is also what relates the concepts to objects, the conception of judgment that is exhibited in a Venn diagram naturally gives rise to the idea that one might determine a table of the pure concepts of the understanding on the basis of a table of the forms of judgment. Point 20. The pure concepts so conceived are concepts that are applied to other concepts, namely, a subject concept and a predicate concept. In the course of judgment, they are concepts that serve to connect, to refer, those other concepts to objects. Point 21. And those under the title of quantity in particular serve to introduce what we today think of as quantifiers. They are the mechanism of reference to objects. We have seen that Kant's distinction between two sorts of representations, intuitions and concepts, is at once a logical distinction between singular and general representations, a metaphysical distinction between representations with respect to which we are passive and those with respect to which we are active, and an ontological distinction between something that is the matter for cognition and something that has the form of a rule. I have furthermore suggested that this division of representations can be seen as a successor of sorts to Descartes' division of sensory experience, which is a confused effect of the impacts of material bodies on our sense organs, and innate ideas that are fully meaningful independent of the existence of any objects. But if that is right, then it is in fact two very different sorts of language that underlie this division in Descartes: natural language as the medium of our everyday sensory experience of things, and Descartes' symbolic language as the medium of his mathematical inquiries. Thus it may seem that Kant's distinction of two sorts of representations, intuitions and concepts, is not a logical advance at all, but is instead the result of a thoroughgoing confusion of two essentially different ways we can be intentionally directed on reality, one that falsifies both. And in a way this is right. But in another way it is not right, or at least it is not the whole story. Although Kant's distinction has its historical roots in the very different modes of intentional comportment that are enabled, on the one hand, by natural language, and on the other, by Descartes' symbolic language, the distinction is nonetheless an advance in logic insofar as it enables Kant to realize something essential about the striving for truth, that is, about our capacity for knowledge as the rational beings we are. Kant's insight will need to be further developed so as to free it from the confines of Kant's transcendental idealism. But that further, clearly logical development is possible at all only in light of Kant's division of representations into intuitions and concepts, both of which are involved in any cognition. Point 22. Hence, though only in retrospect, Kant's division too can be seen as a logical development, and indeed, as the first serious advance in real logic since the time of the Greeks. 23. But what then are we to make of Kant's remarks in the B preface regarding the science of logic? Kant writes that from the earliest times logic has traveled this secure course can be seen from the fact that since the time of Aristotle it has not had to go a single step backwards, unless we count the abolition of a few dispensable subtleties or the more distinct determination of its presentation, which improvements belong more to the elegance than the security of that science. What is further remarkable about logic is that until now it has also been unable to take a single step forward, and therefore seems to all appearance to be finished and complete. As Heidegger reads it, this saying testifies to his sure presentiment of this revolution which he had initiated. Roughly speaking, this means that from now on this appearance proves itself to be void. Logic is newly founded and transformed. This, I think, is exactly right. 4.3 Kant's Transcendental Logic. I have suggested that we need to recognize two very different modes of intentional directedness, that of natural language and everyday life, and that of modern mathematical science as mediated by the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra. In the first mode, we experience things sensorily, effortlessly taking in perceptible things as what and how they are. In the second, our intentional directedness on things without the mind requires an act of will. We do not in this mode simply take in how things are, but instead represent them, mirror them in acts of thought by way of ideas. And although in fact this second shape of consciousness is made possible only by way of a transformation, a metamorphosis of the first, it is taken to be, understands itself to be, not only self-standing but originary. From the perspective of this second mode of intentional directedness, the first amounts to nothing more than a naive prejudice in favor of sensory experience, the false assumption that sense experience correctly represents things as they are. Sense experience, now to be conceived as something that is caused in us by the impacts of mere matter on our sense organs, provides only data in the light of which the autonomous intellect theorizes about how, given the appearances of things in sense experience, things must actually be. As Kant sees, there are two difficulties. First, how can sense experiences that are caused in us have any justificatory status at all? How can they provide reasons, even if only in the form of data constraining our scientific theories? The second is to show how it is we are justified in bringing our innate or a priori ideas to bear in our judgments about how things are. Kant has independent grounds for thinking that mathematics is grounded in space and time conceived as forms of sensibility. Point 24 Because sensibility is a receptive faculty through which objects are given, there is no problem of dogmatism for this case, since an object can appear to us only by means of such pure forms of sensibility, i.e., an object of empirical intuition. Space and time are thus pure intuitions that contain a priori the conditions of the possibility of objects as appearances, and the synthesis in them has objective validity. The problem is to show that the pure concepts, as concepts of the understanding, likewise have objective validity. The way to solve both problems, both that of the justificatory role of experience and that of the objective validity of the pure concepts, is, as Kant eventually sees, by coming to realize that these are not two different problems but instead aspects of one. The pure concepts have objective validity because it is only in virtue of their involvement that sense experience can amount to experience of an object, where an object just is that to which judgment is answerable. Sensibility and understanding are inextricably combined, both in experience with respect to which one is passive, and in judgment conceived, not now, we will see, as an act of will, but instead as an act of spontaneity. There are not two modes of involvement of mind and world, as it had seemed to Descartes, but only two aspects of any cognition. Cognition just is thought of a given object through concepts. Descartes' new mathematical practice transformed our understanding both of ourselves and of the world. The modern subject is autonomous, distinctively free, and the world is radically other, a merely causal structure the laws of which it is the task of theoretical science to discover. But as Kant came explicitly to see, the autonomy of the subject, the knower, is empty if it is not rationally constrained by what is. Our autonomy, the autonomy of a finite knower, constitutively involves answerability, and that requires in turn that experience constitute a tribunal for judgment. But experience can be such a tribunal only if it is already conceptually articulated. As we will see in more detail below, it is for just this reason that intuitions and concepts not only are, as we saw in the previous section, but must be distinguished logically, as singular and general, metaphysically, as to their origins, whether in sensibility or in the understanding, and ontologically, as to their form, as, respectively, representations and rules. Kantian concepts are at once predicates of possible judgments and that through which objects are thought, that is, anything for consciousness at all. Kantian intuitions correlatively give objects and are the source of all objectivity. All thought is through concepts, and all content is empirical content. And yet science, as opposed to, say, natural history, seeks to discover laws. In mathematics, we have seen, the discovery of laws, that is, necessary relations among concepts, is made possible by the mathematician's activity, by the construction of concepts in pure intuition. Mathematical cognitions are intuitive cognitions, cognitions of objects, though only as to their form. Philosophical cognitions, Kant thinks, are instead discursive, that is, rational cognitions from concepts. His problem is to understand how there can be synthetic a priori knowledge in this case, given that the understanding cannot yield synthetic cognitions from concepts at all. From mere concepts no synthetic cognition but only merely analytic cognition can be attained. How, then, are the rational cognitions of philosophy, cognitions from concepts, possible? In any synthetic judgment, because the predicate is not contained in the concept of the subject, some third thing is required to mediate the relationship of the predicate to the concept of the subject. If the judgment is a posteriori, that third thing is experience, that is, empirical intuition. In this case, it is in experience that one finds the two concepts related. But as Hume already saw, experience can ground only comparative universality, never strict universality. Synthetic a priori judgments thus require a different ground. In the case of mathematics, that ground is, again, pure intuition, that is, intuition but only as to its form. Kant furthermore seems to suggest that this is the only remaining option. On what does our understanding rely in attaining to such absolutely necessary and universally valid truths? There is no other way than through concepts or through intuitions, both of which, however, are given, as such, either a priori or a posteriori. The latter, namely empirical concepts, together with that on which they are grounded, empirical intuition, cannot yield any synthetic proposition except one that is also merely empirical, i.e., a proposition of experience. Thus it can never contain necessity and absolute universality of the sort that is nevertheless characteristic of all propositions of geometry. Concerning the first and only means for attaining to such cognitions, however, namely through mere concepts or a priori intuitions, it is clear that from mere concepts no synthetic cognition but only analytic cognition can be attained. There are concepts and there are intuitions, both of which can be pure or empirical. Empirical concepts and intuitions can ground only empirical or a posteriori propositions, and pure concepts can ground only analytic propositions. If there are to be grounded synthetic a priori judgments, then only one option remains, pure intuition. But that, Kant recognizes, simply cannot be right. If the transcendental deduction is to succeed, there must be another way. Were concepts, for Kant, merely general representations of objects belonging to spontaneity and intuition singular representations of receptivity, if, that is, they were two sorts of representations that could, for instance, be combined in a judgment as a singular term and a predicate are combined, say, in the judgment that Socrates is mortal, the possibility of two uses of reason, the one intuitive and the other discursive, would be unintelligible. As grounded in concepts, all philosophical knowledge would be analytic, hence not scientific knowledge properly speaking at all. But if, as Kant came to think, concepts and intuitions are conceived instead as two aspects of any cognition, the one constituting an active moment in one's cognitive relationship to an object and the other a passive moment in that same relationship, the situation is very different. Kant's two uses of reason, the one mathematical and the other philosophical, though they cannot be grounded in two sorts of representations, can, we will see, be grounded in the two moments, active and passive, that together, Kant now thinks, constitute any human cognition. The problem of metaphysics, of how it is possible for metaphysics to be a science, can be solved, but only if concepts are not merely general representations of the understanding but rules that are empty, independent of any relation to any object. Intuitions, correlatively, providing the matter of all cognition only, that is, if cognition essentially involves both concepts and intuitions as logically, metaphysically, and ontologically distinguished. Philosophical cognition, we are told in the discipline chapter of the Critique, considers the particular only in the universal, but mathematical cognition considers the universal in the particular, indeed even in the individual. That is, as Kant immediately points out, the two sciences differ not in their matter, their objects, but instead in their form, in the way they approach their objects. And they are different in this way precisely because there are two components to the appearance through which all objects are given to us, the form of intuition, which can be cognized and determined completely a priori, and the matter, or the content, which signifies a something that is encountered in space and time, and which thus contains an existence and corresponds to sensation. As we learn in the transcendental aesthetic, perception involves both an a priori or formal aspect and also an a posteriori or material aspect. The latter, Sensation is the effect of an object on the capacity for representation, insofar as we are affected by it. As we learn in the transcendental deduction, perception also necessarily involves the synthetic unity of apperception, and thereby the pure concepts, without which it would not be conscious perception at all. Perception thus involves two a priori or formal aspects, one on the side of receptivity through which objects are given and another on the side of spontaneity through which they are thought. It is just these two aspects that are addressed in the two a priori sciences. Mathematics is the science of the formal intuitional aspect as grounded in space and time, and philosophy, in particular, transcendental logic, is the science of the formal conceptual aspect as grounded in the pure concepts. Given the fundamental differences between these two aspects of cognition, the one passive through which an object is given and the other active through which it is thought, there are, correspondingly, fundamental differences in the methods of the philosopher and the mathematician. The mathematician considers the universal in the particular, triangles, for instance in the drawing of one triangle. The philosopher instead considers the particular in the universal, that is, an object but as thought. The object for the philosopher is an object of possible experience, and because philosophy is grounded in the understanding, as mathematics is grounded in sensibility, the philosopher considers the concept object of possible experience, the particular, an object, but in the universal, in its concept. Because, finally, the transcendental concept of a reality, substance, force, etc., designates neither an empirical nor a pure intuition, but only the synthesis of empirical intuitions, and since the synthesis cannot proceed a priori to the intuition that corresponds to it, no determining synthetic proposition but only a principle of the synthesis of possible empirical intuitions can arise from it. The synthetic a priori propositions of philosophy, unlike those of mathematics, are not determining propositions but only principles of synthesis. They have the form not of claims but of rules. Unlike the synthetic a priori judgments of mathematics, they are thus properly transcendental in Kant's sense, and indeed the only transcendental propositions. 25 Transcendental propositions contain merely the rule in accordance with which a certain synthetic unity of that which cannot be intuitively represented a priori should be sought empirically. Thus is born a new science, transcendental logic, the concern of which is the laws of understanding and reason, but solely insofar as they are related to objects a priori. According to Kant, we have seen, all objectivity lies in relation to an object. Because, he thinks, general logic abstracts from all relation to any objects, and it is objects that provide thought with content on Kant's mature conception of judgment. This logic concerns only form. In logic, the understanding has to do with nothing further than itself and its own form. It abstracts from all contents of the cognition of the understanding and of the differences of its objects, and has to do with nothing but the mere form of thinking. Logic comes in this way, and for the first time in history, to be seen as distinctively formal, that is, as concerned with form as it contrasts with content. 26 And given this new conception of logic, that is, what Kant now calls general logic as formal because independent of any relation to any object and hence without content, yet another science of logic, one that is not formal, can now come into view, at least as a possible science. If it can be shown, in the transcendental deduction, that there are a priori concepts of the understanding corresponding to the pure intuitions of sensibility, then it will follow that there is a science grounded in such concepts. Transcendental logic is the science, at once a logic, that is, a science concerned with rules of the activity of thinking, and also transcendental, occupied not so much with objects but rather with our a priori concepts of objects in general, that is, with our manner of cognition of objects insofar as this is to be possible a priori. Whereas general logic has to do with nothing but the mere form of thinking and hence provides only the negative condition of all truth, transcendental logic has to do with the laws of the understanding and reason but solely insofar as they are related to objects a priori. Transcendental logic is for just this reason a logic, or science, of truth, for no cognition can contradict it without at the same time losing all content, i.e., all relation to any object, hence all truth. I have suggested that Kant's key insight on the side of mathematics is that although the new mathematical practice inaugurated by Descartes does not use images or Euclidean diagrams, but instead symbols and equations, it is nonetheless essentially constructive. Like Euclidean diagrammatic reasoning, it constitutively involves a written system of signs, and hence both perceptual and motor skills. It is not, as Descartes thought, the work of the pure intellect. Instead, Kant argues, we need to focus on the process of mathematical proof, that is, the activity of constructing, of paper and pencil reasoning, if we are to understanding the nature and possibility of our knowledge of necessary but non-logical relations in mathematics, for it is this process that reveals the necessary bonds among concepts that constitutes knowledge in mathematics, that forth the truth together with the proof. The practice of natural science is very different according to Kant. It achieves knowledge of its laws, which like the truths of mathematics involve necessary but non-logical relations, not through constructions but through postulation and experimentation. Reason, in order to be taught by nature, must approach nature with its principles in one hand, according to which alone the agreement among appearances can count as laws, and, in the other, the experiments thought in accordance with these principles. Point 27 on Kant's account, are inquiries into the nature of the empirical world become science properly speaking only when we learn to approach nature not as a student awaiting instruction but like an appointed judge who compels witnesses to answer the questions he puts to them. Empirical inquiry is in this way constitutively self-correcting. And much as space and time are the preconditions of the constructive activities of mathematics, so, we will see, the pure concepts of the understanding, in particular those under the title of relation, are the precondition of the activity of self-correction in natural science. Point 28 This activity, it will be argued, is in turn the key to understanding the objectivity of judgments in the exact sciences on Kant's account. 4.4 The forms of judgment. The understanding is a faculty of judging. Hence, Kant supposes, we can determine its form by abstracting from all content of judgments. Point 29 The result is given in Kant's table of judgments with 4 titles and 3 moments under each. The titles are, quality, quantity, relation, and modality. They concern, respectively, the subject concept of the judgment, the predicate concept, the relationship of the subject and predicate concepts, and the relationship of the judgment to thinking in general. 30 As to quantity, a judgment is either universal, particular, or singular, that is, it addresses either all things, or only some things, or just one thing of a certain kind though, as Kant adds both in the Jatial logic and in the Critique, for the purposes of general logic, the concern of which is inference, singular judgments can be treated as universal. Only in transcendental logic, the concern of which is cognition or judgment, do we need to recognize and distinguish all 3 sorts of judgment: universal, about all objects of a certain sort; particular, about only some objects of a certain sort; and singular, about one object in particular as thought under some concept. Under the title of quality, judgments are either affirmative or negative or infinite, though here again the last division is of no concern to general logic. In general logic infinite judgments can be subsumed under affirmative judgments. In transcendental logic they cannot. An affirmative judgment affirms a predicate of a subject. In such a judgment the subject is thought under the sphere of the predicate. In a negative judgment the subject is in a way thought outside the sphere of the predicate. In a negative judgment one denies a content, denies that the predicate applies. In an infinite judgment, which in general logic is treated as a kind of affirmative judgment, one affirms that the predicate does not apply, one affirms, in other words, that the subject lies outside the sphere of the predicate, in some other sphere. In the infinite it is posited in the sphere of a concept that lies outside the sphere of another. To judge of something that it is not A for some concept A it is not thereby determined, concerning the finite sphere A, under which concept the object belongs, but merely that it belongs to the sphere outside A, which is really no sphere at all but only a sphere's sharing of a limit with the infinite, or the limiting itself. Whereas in a negative judgment one denies some content but does not affirm thereby something in its stead, in an infinite judgment one denies that the predicate applies in a way that affirms that some other predicate applies instead. 31. This distinction between negative and infinite judgments, between denial and negative affirmation, is furthermore essential in transcendental logic because it enables Kant at once to make the negative judgment that, for instance, it is not the case that things in themselves are spatial, that is, to deny the claim that things in themselves are spatial, while avoiding making the infinite judgment of things in themselves that they are non-spatial. The former, negative judgment is not an assertion about things in themselves as the latter, infinite judgment is. Only the infinite judgment would commit one to there being a concept under which the object of the subject concept belongs. The negative judgment denies that a particular concept applies to the subject concept, but unlike an infinite judgment it involves no commitment to the possibility of applying any other concept. It is just this distinction between negative and infinite judgments that enables Kant, in the B phenomena and noumena section, to distinguish between a negative sense of noumenon, as a thing insofar as it is not an object of our sensible intuition, because we abstract from the manner of our intuition of it, and a positive sense, which would be an object of a nonsensible intuition and hence would assume a special kind of intuition different from ours. We cannot have any conception of a noumenon in the latter, positive sense, but we do have a conception of a noumenon in the former, negative sense. Indeed, Kant thinks, the doctrine of sensibility is at the same time the doctrine of the noumenon in the negative sense. The third title in Kant's table is that of relation. And here we have something essentially new. It is needed because although Kant agrees with the tradition in taking all judgments to have the form of a subordination of representations one to another, he denies that there is only one manner of subordination. There are, he thinks, three logically different forms of subordination, as predicate to subject, or as consequence to ground, or as member of the division to the divided concept. The latter two are distinguished from the first in involving problematic judgments. 32 As Kant puts the point for the case of the second form of subordination in the logic. In categorical judgments nothing is problematic, rather everything is assertoric, but in hypotheticals only the consequentia is assertoric. In the latter I can thus connect two false judgments with one another, for here it is only a matter of the correctness of the connection, the form of the consequentia, on which the logical truth of these judgments rests. There is an essential difference between the two propositions: all bodies are divisible, and, if all bodies are composite, then they are divisible. In the former proposition I maintain the thing directly, in the latter only under a condition expressed problematically. In a disjunctive judgment similarly, the disjunct themselves are not thought as true but only the whole disjunction. To claim, for example, that a learned man is learned either historically or in matters of reason is not to claim either that a learned man is learned historically or that a learned man is learned in matters of reason, but only that he is one or the other. In each case, then, we have a relation among concepts and indeed a kind of subordination, but in three different modes. The final title, modality, is unlike the other three in that it contributes nothing to the content of the judgment but rather concerns only the value of the copula in relation to thinking in general. As already noted, the antecedent and consequent of a hypothetical judgment as well as the disjunct in a disjunction are problematic, while the whole is, or at least can be, assertoric. That is, it is only the whole that is truth evaluable in the judgment, even though taken as freestanding such judgments are instead assertoric. As concerns content, then, Kant's table has three titles and three moments under each title, where according to the tradition before him there were only two titles, quantity and quality, and only two moments under each. As already indicated, Kant himself thinks that the third moment, in both the case of quantity and the case of quality, is properly not a concern of general logic, though it needs to be in place in the interests of transcendental logic. Regarding the title of relation, he holds that the tradition erred. Not all judgments are categorical in form, there are in addition both hypothetical and disjunctive forms. And they are needed, we will soon see, because only so can we understand the striving for truth as a self-correcting enterprise. Obviously, the question of truth cannot arise unless there is a judging of something as something. But merely classifying something as something is not thereby to judge. After all, even animals classify things by their differential responses to them. The question is, what else is involved in the case of judgment? Kant suggests already in the False Subtlety essay that it is the capacity to reflect, to make one's own representations the objects of one's thought. Certainly we, unlike mere animals, do self-consciously classify things. We also reason. But animals do that too, at least in a way, insofar as they have habits not only of response to things but also of processing information. What distinguishes us is that we can make our reasons explicit as reasons in the form of conditional judgments, and for that we need hypothetical as well as categorical forms of judgment, not only judgments about the as that they are b, that is, as Kant thinks of it, that the concepts A and B are combined in objects, but also judgments to the effect that if something is or were an A then it is or would be B. 33 We have already seen that Kant distinguishes between the judgment that all as that are B are C and the judgment that all as are, if B then C. In the first one asserts of the as that are B that they are C, in the second, one does not assert anything categorical of the as, only the consequence is assertoric. One in this way displays what is a sufficient ground for a judgment without asserting either the ground or the judgment. The capacity to do this is at the same time the capacity critically to reflect on one's conception of what is a reason for what. Concepts, on Kant's view, whether they are pure or empirical, contain concepts as marks. In the case of the pure concepts, we discover these marks by analysis. In the empirical case they are discoverable only a posteriori. Suppose, for instance, that we come to think, based on our sensory experiences, that whales are a species of fish, where the concept of a fish contains as marks being cold-blooded, having gills, and so on. Were we merely in the habit of thinking that whales are fish, second thoughts would be impossible. But we can have second thoughts in such cases. That is, we can discover on further investigation that, say, whales have lungs rather than gills, and are warm not cold-blooded. We had been wrong about what whales are. They are not a species of fish. To have such second thoughts about things requires not only categoricals, judgments about, say, whales, that they are fish, that they are warm-blooded, but also hypotheticals, that being a fish entails being cold-blooded. Only in this way can one correct, rather than merely change, one's judgment that whales are fish. We do not merely have habits of response as non-rational animals do, we have the capacity to judge, and that means, Kant argues, that we can reflect, and on reflection correct our judgments so as better to accord with how things are. Indeed, as we saw already in Chapter 1, we can have second thoughts at all only because concepts are constitutively inferentially related. Second thoughts are not merely changes of mind that are caused in us, they are reasoned changes of mind. We can have second thoughts only if our thoughts are inferentially related one to another, only so can they conflict with one another and thereby provide grounds for changes of mind. That concepts must be inferentially related to one another if judgment, as contrasted with mere classification, is to be possible is a familiar theme from, for instance, Sellers. 34 and Sellers, like Kant, holds that such relations, if they are to be properly inferential, to provide grounds for judgment rather than merely causes of judgments, must themselves be available to be the contents of judgments. There can be categorical judgments, which describe rather than merely label, only if there are also hypothetical ones. But even this is not sufficient for judgment on Kant's view. One also needs the capacity to think disjunctively. This is harder to understand. Why are hypothetical judgments, and the inferential relations they articulate, not sufficient, together with categorical judgments, for inquiry, the striving for truth? And if something more is needed, why is it disjunctive judgment? Transcendental logic is to be a logic of truth. Its task is to clarify the striving for truth in the natural sciences, that is, our capacity for inquiry into how things are, for knowledge, by showing how self-correction is possible, how it is we can have not merely changes of mind but second thoughts, that is, reasoned changes of mind. Our problem is to understand why inferential relations among concepts, as expressed in hypotheticals, together with categorical judgments regarding how things are not sufficient for self-correction. We have already seen that if we have both categorical and hypothetical judgments, then we can correct our categorical judgments by appeal to hypothetical judgments. If being A entails being B and we find an object that we take to be A but clearly is not B, then we can judge that that object is not, but only appears to be, A. Whales look quite like fish but we know that they are not fish, because they are warm-blooded, and it is incompatible with being a fish to be warm-blooded. But we can also correct our hypothetical judgments in light of our categorical judgments. Kant, for example, takes it that gold is a yellow metal, that what it is to be gold is to be a yellow metal. We have since discovered that that is not right, that the yellow color of gold is due to impurities. And in most cases of conflict between our categorical judgments and our hypothetical judgments, it will be reasonably clear how the conflict is to be resolved. But there is no guarantee of this. In some cases, it will seem that none of the conflicting claims can reasonably be given up. In such cases, what needs to be revised is not merely a categorical or a hypothetical but our conception of what is possible at all. The ancient problem of change provides a simple illustration of the point. Change is pervasive in our lives, but before Aristotle it seemed that change is impossible insofar as it cannot come from what is or from what is not. We have an inconsistent triad: there is change, change cannot come from what is, change cannot come from what is not. Each of the three claims taken alone seems compelling. That there is change seems manifest in experience, and that nothing can come either from what is or from what is not also seems to be obviously true. The conflict cannot be resolved, so it seems, by rejecting any of our three claims. Hume's skeptical argument is essentially similar. We have, we think, knowledge of causal relations. Hume shows that such knowledge cannot be either a relation of ideas, known by reason alone, or a matter of fact, that is, based on experience. But surely, Hume thinks, such knowledge could only be based on the one or the other. In this case, as in the case of change, what needs to be revised is not merely a categorical judgment or even a hypothetical one but the whole space of possibilities within which thought moves. And the same is true of Kant's antinomies, that the world both must and cannot be finite in space and time, that composites both must and cannot consist of simple parts, that the causality of freedom both must and cannot be compatible with the causality of nature, and that there both must and cannot be a necessary being as the ground of contingent existence. Indeed, antinomy is at the heart of the whole of Kant's critical enterprise insofar as it appears that the reality on which thought aims to bear both must rationally constrain judgment, if judgment is to be rational, to amount to knowledge, even if only in some cases, and cannot rationally constrain judgment insofar as reality is a merely causal structure that has no inherently normative significance. In cases involving only categorical and hypothetical judgments, either experience contradicts some purported inferential connection among concepts or some conceptual connection leads to a contradiction among putative experiences. In the cases of concern here we end up contradicting ourselves insofar as none of the available options seems to make any sense. We need, then, a third conception of judgment, and it must be just the sort of disjunctive judgment Kant provides. Suppose that categorical and hypothetical judgments were the only two forms of judgment involved in inquiry, that they were together sufficient to ground our second thoughts. There would in that case be no guarantee that there will not be a stalemate between them, that is, a case in which we find ourselves wanting to affirm that A, that not B, and that A entails B. And yet there cannot be an irresolvable stalemate for reason. Although it would be merely dogmatic to assume that we have already in hand the conceptual resources that are needed to understand reality as it is, it would be a form of skepticism to deny that we can achieve such resources as are needed. To avoid dogmatism, we need to recognize that we may well find ourselves with an inconsistent triad that we simply do not know how to resolve by the usual means. To avoid skepticism, we need a form of judgment enabling us to express the difficulty in the form of a judgment and so reason about it. The form of judgment that is needed is precisely what Kant gives us, a disjunctive judgment of the form A is, where the disjunct are mutually exclusive and the sphere of possibilities exhaustive. By making our current understanding of all the possibilities explicit in this way, we are at the same time put in a position to come to understand new possibilities that will resolve our difficulties. Kant's table of the pure concepts of the understanding establishes in this way the preconditions for our second thoughts and thereby the science of nature. Kant aims to uncover the conditions of possibility of the activity of scientific inquiry and argues that in addition to the concepts involved in any and all inquiry, mathematics as much as the empirical sciences, there are three pure concepts of the understanding under the title of relation, that of substance to accident, that of cause to effect, and that of community or reciprocity. I have suggested that this is correct because inquiry is rational not insofar as it has a foundation in something given but insofar as it is a self-correcting enterprise, and in particular insofar as it is self-correcting not merely as regards judgments and relations of entailment, but even as regards our conceptions of what is possible at all. There can be classificatory judgments, substance and accident, only because there are also judgments of cause and effect, more generally, antecedent and consequent, by which to correct classificatory judgments. But Kant sees that even hypothetical judgments are possible only in light of judgments of community or reciprocity. Knowledge, in other words, requires more than the distinction between an object and my experience of it, and more than things with properties in causal relations. It requires also an understanding of being, a horizon of conceivability, of what is so much as possible that is not captured already by the notion of a causal law. 35 Indeed, we have seen, the very idea of a causal law reflects an understanding of being that has its historical moment and is not merely given. The same is true of the notion of representation, and indeed of knowledge, for, as Kant argues, we have fundamentally misunderstood the nature of both. Properly conceived, he thinks, our knowledge can be of things only as they appear to us. Critique of our most fundamental understanding of what is requires, then, more than propertied objects in causal relations, it requires a conception of the whole, and that is what Kant's third relation gives us. With the rise of modern science we came to a radically new understanding of the most fundamental nature of reality, and thereby a new understanding of ourselves and of the nature of knowledge. Kant's table of judgments reflects this. It articulates the forms of judgment that are required if physics, and philosophy, are to be put on the sure path of a science, capable of articulating not only the facts, not only the laws of nature, but the very form that scientific knowledge must take to be knowledge at all. 4.5 Kant's Metaphysics of Judgment. How is knowledge possible? In asking this question, Kant assumes that he knows already what knowledge is. Significantly, Plato did not make this same assumption. Plato's dialogue Theaetetus examines just this latter question: what is knowledge? Three answers are explored: knowledge is perception, knowledge is true judgment, and knowledge is true judgment with an account, and as is characteristic of Plato's Socratic dialogues, all are ultimately rejected. Plato nonetheless provides us with many indications, some subtle and some not so subtle, that it is the first answer that comes closest to the truth. 36 Although sensory perception of what is changing or in flux cannot amount to knowledge, perception with the eyes of the mind of what is unchanging and precisely what it is, nothing more or less, perception that is achieved through just the sort of Socratic examination that is displayed in Theaetetus, seems to Plato to be knowledge properly so called. Knowledge, on this account, is the cognitive grasp of an object in its nature, as what it is. Judging, although it can be true or false, the holding together or apart, in thought or in speech, what is in fact, is not knowing. Judging, even judging truly and with justification, does not put one in the cognitive relationship with something that is constitutive of knowledge. According to Aristotle, Our capacity for judgment is, like any rational capacity, a two-way capacity, at once the capacity to hold together, to affirm, and the capacity to hold apart, to deny. 37 Judgment as Descartes understands it is essentially different insofar as it is an act not of the power of thinking but of the will, and so of freedom in the modern sense of action for a reason. As Descartes explains in the fourth meditation, the better or stronger my reason for the affirmation or denial, the freer is my act of judgment. And as is made explicit in Kant's formulation of the categorical imperative as the supreme principle of morality, the very best reason is the reason that is the same for all rational beings, a good reason for reason itself. Truth, then, is what is the same for all rational beings. And we can know truth so characterized according to Descartes because the mark of truth is clarity and distinctness. What I clearly and distinctly perceive to be so is actually so, that is, true. This is, we can suppose, a fallible power in finite beings. What I perceive clearly and distinctly is true, but I can be mistaken in thinking that I clearly and distinctly perceive, for example, through habitual belief. As Rodel notes, it is difficult to develop and maintain the power to perceive things clearly and distinctly, but she who possesses the power acquires knowledge in its acts. 38. Descartes holds that through the power of reason alone, properly exercised, one can, with an appropriate act of will, achieve knowledge of things as they are, the same for all rational beings. Kant denies that reason is such a power. The power of judgment as Kant understands it resides not in pure reason but in the faculty of understanding, the exercise of which requires also sensibility. Judgment is not, then, a manifestation of freedom according to Kant, but instead of the spontaneity of the understanding, of its capacity for self-activity. Freedom is a causality of the will, the capacity to act on something in accordance with one's conception of a law or rule, and ultimately, the capacity to act for the sake of the moral law. The exercise of spontaneity is not a case of acting on something, a causality of the will, but instead, as the self-activity of the understanding, is the activity of a constitutively self-conscious being. 39 As the point might be put, judging for Kant is not something we do in the sense of a productive act, a making of something, either out of something or ex nihilo, but instead something we are. Judging so conceived does not happen in time the way a productive act does, but is instead the actualization of our power of knowing, much as seeing is the actualization of our power of sight. It belongs to our nature as rational and as such is expressive of us as knowers. It is also explicitly and essentially self-conscious. Judging, at least as Kant understands it, cannot be merely habitual and unreflective as our everyday affirmations and denials often are, and as asserting, as Aristotle understands it, can be. Judging, as Kant understands it, is essentially different both from Descartes' conception of it in terms of an act of will and from affirmation and denial in Aristotle. What we are inclined to think on the basis of perception or common knowledge is what Kant in the Prolegomenon calls a judgment of perception. Among judgments of perception are, for example, that the room is warm, the sugar sweet, the wormwood repugnant. Such judgments, Kant says, express only a relation of two sensations in the same subject, namely, myself, and this only in my present state of perception, and are therefore not expected to be valid for the object. These particular judgments are, furthermore, incapable of being transformed into what Kant calls judgments of experience, that is, objectively valid empirical judgments, because they refer merely to feeling which everyone acknowledges to be merely subjective and which must therefore never be attributed to the object and therefore can never be objective. Sensory qualities such as warmth, sweetness, and disgustingness are not qualities of objects but only sensations caused in us by objects. Hence, these judgments of perception, which connect perceptions within my mental states, cannot be the ground of a judgment of experience, at least not directly. It is not, as is commonly imagined, sufficient for experience to compare perceptions and to connect them in one consciousness by means of judging. That is just what judgment is on Aristotle's account, a connecting or holding together of things, but after Descartes a different account is needed insofar as universal validity and necessity are now to be seen as that on account of which alone it can be objectively valid. Judgment, properly speaking, which is to say, judgment in the exact sciences, is all things considered, a hypothesis that is well founded in light of the evidence of the senses, essentially reflective and self-conscious. And because it is the same to say that it is objective, that is, a relation in the object as to say that it is necessary and universally valid, that anyone ought so to judge. That judgment, properly speaking, is all things considered is indicated already by Kant's table of the logical forms of judgment, which, we have seen, are the forms of judgment that are necessary for and constitutive of the power of self-correction. I must consider not only what properties things appear to have, but also the causal relations that appear to obtain among things and indeed what seems possible at all, examine in this way all the data or evidence that is available to me in order to judge, on that basis, regarding what actually is so. I must make up my mind, though not in the sense of deciding to do something, to affirm or deny. Instead I make up my mind through the processes of inquiry that I undertake that, if all goes well, culminate in my realizing that things are thus and so, coming to see and so to know how things are. To make up my mind in this sense is not to take a stand, form a commitment, or make a move in a language game, but to exercise one's power of judgment in the course of critically reflective inquiry that eventually shows me how things are. It is such a showing that underlies and makes possible the more standard conception of judging as an action one performs, that is, as taking a stand or forming a commitment or making a move in a language game. I, as a knower, cannot just decide to think this or that, but nor can I have my mind made up for me, either by habit or by an uncritical acceptance of the testimony of the senses. Instead I make up my mind through the activity of critically reflective inquiry. And I must be ever mindful of the possibility that on further examination I may need to reassess my judgment. The capacity to judge is, as any capacity is, fallible. Its successful exercise requires that circumstances be propitious. It is also, though essentially the capacity of some individual self-consciousness, nevertheless a capacity to speak for all precisely because and insofar as the judgment is, in intention, necessary and universally valid, not merely as I take things to be but things as they are, and hence as anyone ought to judge them to be. To judge, for Kant, is to combine concepts in an object where this act is an exercise of the power of judgment, the capacity of the understanding to know how things objectively are as contrasted with the merely subjective feelings that things can give rise to in me. Judgment so understood is an act, that is, an exercise of a power, that puts me in a cognitive relation to objects in the world. And as grounded in the necessary unity of apperception, it constitutively involves the agreement and mutual support of all my other judgments. But again, this act, for Kant, is not an act of freedom as it is for Descartes. It is an act of spontaneity, of the self-activity of a thinker. Judgment, we are told in the B deduction, is the way to bring given cognitions to the objective unity of apperception. It answers not to how things seem to me to be but to how on reflection they must be, how they are in the objects themselves. Judgment in this way posits a relation among concepts in the objects themselves. It is, as Kant describes it in the Metaphysical Foundations, an action through which given representations first become cognitions of an object. But as already indicated, this action is not a productive one of making something out of something, it is instead the exercise of a power, the power to cognize, to judge, and so to know. If, following Aristotle, we take form to be that in virtue of which a thing is actualized as what it is, and matter as that which is so actualized, either as a potential is to what is actual as in the case of the production of, say, a house from bricks, or as a capacity or power is to its exercise, as a case of healing is an exercise of the craft of medicine, we can say that concepts as forms actualize the potential of representations, the matter for judgment, to be cognitions of objects. The synthesizing activity of the understanding in judgment informs the matter for judgment, the concepts that are joined in judgment, not, however, as a making of something out of something, but as the full actualization of what those concepts already are, namely, of an object. The contribution of receptivity, on this account, is not separable from that of understanding, as bricks are separable from a house. It is merely different and distinguishable from its expression in the activity of cognition, as a power is different and distinguishable from its exercise. We have already seen that spontaneity is different from the freedom of the will for Kant. Freedom of the will is the freedom to make something out of something, to realize a possibility through production. It is, then, productive freedom. Acts of productive freedom are furthermore acts we are responsible for. We are responsible for that which we bring about. Such acts are also limited by that on which one acts. Insofar as it needs materials on which to work, insofar as it does not create ex nihilo, productive freedom is limited and constrained. Full productive freedom would be the freedom to create from nothing, the freedom of an infinite being. Spontaneity, the active power of judgment, is different from this sort of freedom. It is instead a kind of expressive freedom, the power not to make something into something but fully to actualize something that already is, to make manifest what is otherwise latent. Point 40. To have expressive freedom, spontaneity, is not to be responsible for something so much as it is to be responsible to something. In judgment conceived as an act of spontaneity, of expressive freedom, one is responsible to how things are, what is objectively the case. Whereas productive freedom changes things, makes actual something that was otherwise lacking, expressive freedom leaves things as they are. Point 41. Judgment as an act of expressive freedom is not a making but a making manifest. It is fully to actualize the power of a thought to be revelatory of how things are and, by the same token, of things to be revealed to a knower. Point 42. On Descartes' account, judgment is an act of will, of productive freedom. It is something one can do with an idea much as one can do things with bricks, such as make a house. The freedom of the will is furthermore infinite according to Descartes, and insofar as it is godlike. But it is also unlike the will of an infinite being insofar as the will or productive freedom of an infinite being is the power to make something out of nothing, ex nihilo. Our will, although perhaps in its way infinite, needs ideas on which to act, ideas that are, Descartes thinks, implanted in us by God. The infinite will of a finite being can only make something of what is given, it cannot create from nothing. Contingency and finitude are in this way incompatible with full productive freedom. Only an infinite being can produce from nothing, take full responsibility for how things are. And this, Kant sees, means that judgment, which as an act is responsible to how things are, is not an act of will, of productive freedom at all. The power of judgment is and can only be the power of a finite being for whom there is an objective reality, a reality not of her own making, about which to judge. Contingency and finitude, although they are incompatible with productive freedom, are not incompatible with expressive freedom. They are instead constitutive of it. Were there no world without the mind, no reality on which thought aims to bear that is as it is however we take it to be, then there could be no expressive freedom. Expressive freedom is not limited or constrained by what is, the reality on which thought aims to bear, but is instead completed by it. It is the power to judge of what is that it is. Acts of judgment can be conceived either as acts of productive freedom or as acts of expressive freedom. To think, for instance, of judgment as an act of commitment, as a matter of making up one's mind about something, taking a stand, or as a move in a language game, or as an application of a concept, is to think of it as an act of productive freedom. It is to change something, to make there to be something where before there was no such thing. But we can also conceive acts of judgment as acts of expressive freedom, as actualizations of the capacity of thoughts to be revelatory of how things are. And the notion of applying a concept can be similarly conceived. We can think of applying a concept not as something we do but as an exercise of our capacity to know, as the realization or actualization of the potential of a thought to be revelatory, that is, as Kant would think of it, as the realization of the potential of an intuition to be of an object. In such a case, The object is thereby brought to mind, revealed to a subject through the intuition. The pure concepts serve precisely this function. Because and insofar as they enable second thoughts, their application fully manifests the capacity of a thinker to take in how things are. To apply a concept to a given representation, an intuition, in a judgment is not to make of an intuition something it is not, it is fully to actualize the intuition as what it already is, though not yet manifestly, namely, a singular representation immediately of an object. It is in just this way that we can understand the fact that Kant claims both that intuitions are one species of cognition, the other of which is conceptual, and that both intuitions and concepts are involved in any cognition. Intuition, conceived as a potentiality, that is, as a power of cognition, is conceived in abstraction from the involvement of concepts and is in this regard the matter for cognizing. As actualized, in an intuitive cognition, intuition essentially involves the activity of the understanding. Consider again the idea that judgment is an act of will that we find first in Descartes. Judgment so conceived is a making up of one's mind and as such is an event in one's life, a fact of one's history. What one judges may be true, and indeed one may even have very good reason so to judge. What judgment so conceived does not do is put one in a cognitive relationship to reality, what is. As Plato already notes in Theaetetus, and more recent Gettier examples similarly show, judgment so conceived is only accidentally or externally related to what is. Knowledge, however, requires an internal relationship to what is. Insofar as it does, judgment conceived as an act of will, or indeed as a holding together or apart, cannot constitute knowledge. Rather, it is judgment in another sense, judgment as what underlies such acts of will, that is the locus of truth and knowledge. Descartes, for example, instructs us to affirm only what we perceive clearly and distinctly. What Kant sees is that judgment, if it is to be the locus of truth and knowledge, lies not in the affirmation but in that which is necessarily prior to it as its ground, in the exercise of a capacity as such exercise contrasts with an act of will, not now the capacity for clear and distinct perception but instead the capacity for inquiry through the power of self-correction. Objectivity does lie in relation to an object on Kant's account, but what realizes this relation as a relation of knowing is the self-activity, the spontaneity, of the understanding. It is this act that brings the object to mind as an object of knowledge. 4.6 The limits of reflection. Kant's transcendental logic is to be the science of truth revealing the nature and possibility of knowledge. By uncovering the rules that govern inquiry, the striving for truth, it is to reveal the ground of the objectivity of judgment. Now, in nature as conceived on the modern view as the realm of natural law, form and matter are separate in the sense that the laws of nature govern the behavior of objects as from the outside. Unlike natures as Aristotle understands them, laws of nature are not principles of motion internal to things but instead laws that would hold even if there were nothing to behave in accordance with them. Our self-consciousness, the power of judgment, is not, Kant sees, in the same way subject to laws, instead it has its own inner principle of activity. The expression of the power of judgment is self-expression. And because it is, we can on reflection discover the laws of thought, not as empirical or psychological laws that in fact govern our thought as from the outside, as laws of nature govern material objects, but as the laws of reason itself, as our laws insofar as we are rational. The laws of reason, on this account, are not an imposition on reason but instead constitutive of its being. 43 They are my laws, internal to my being as the rational being I am. And as laws of my self-activity they are discoverable a priori, whether in general logic, which abstracts from all relation to any object, or in transcendental logic, which concerns the laws of thought in relation to objects. 44. That we might, on reflection, discover the laws of thought is coherent because and insofar as these laws are our laws as the rational beings we are. It furthermore seems clearly an insight that it is the spontaneity of the understanding, and in particular our capacity for self-correction as grounded ultimately in the synthetic unity of apperception, that is the ground of our capacity for knowledge. As the point has been explicated here, although productive freedom is limited by what is, that on which one acts, the expressive freedom of spontaneity is instead completed by what is. Judgment as an act of expressive freedom is and must be fully responsible to how things are, to things as they are, however I take them to be. The brute externality of reality, of what is as it is however I take it to be, is not then opposed to the spontaneity of thought but instead completes it. That reason operates freely in its own sphere is, on this account, nothing other than the subjective correlate of what is objectively the case. Kant almost sees this. He knows that the self-activity of the understanding must be unbounded, capable of calling anything into question as reason sees fit, that, again, objectivity needs to be conceived in terms of our constitutive capacities of self-correction for which nothing is given and unquestionable in principle. And yet Kant cannot understand how this can be. The understanding is and can be a power of knowing only in relation to the receptivity of sensibility. We have seen that according to Kant space and time cannot be transcendentally real because they are constitutively relational. He thinks, that is, that he has good metaphysical grounds for his transcendental idealism. 45 But in fact this idealism is incoherent, not because of the relationality of space and time, but because and insofar as space and time, as well as objects, must be given to spontaneity from outside of it. Indeed, a transcendental logic is needed for just this reason. Kant argues, we have seen, that a finite thinker cannot think an object directly through concepts because an object as an all-sided determination is infinitely complex. The concept through which to think an object as the all-sided determination it is would have to contain within it infinitely many representations as marks. No finite being could grasp such a concept. For a finite being, then, there can be cognition of an object only as an intuition, as something given to the receptivity of sense. Independent of the receptivity of sensibility through which an object is given, the understanding is not a power of judgment, Urteilskraft, but only a capacity to judge, Vermogen zu urteilen. 46. On Kant's account, then, knowledge insofar as it is objective, that is, of objects, requires that an object be given. And this, Kant sees, imposes a limitation on our spontaneity, our power of judgment. The pure concepts, as the conditions of the possibility of second thoughts, of self-correction although valid for all finite rational beings, that is, for all beings for whom an object must be given. 47 have content only in relation to our form of sensibility. The necessity and universal validity of our judgments extend only as far as beings like us, beings whose sensibility is spatio-temporal. Because sensibility is a receptive faculty rather than a spontaneous one, because it is not self-activity but something given for self-consciousness, our capacity for self-correction is limited by this given, space and time as the forms of sensibility as well as objects themselves insofar as they are given in intuition. Our knowledge is not, then, of things as they are in themselves, the same for all rational beings, but only of things as they appear, the same for all beings like us, beings with our form of sensibility. Since in us a certain form of sensible intuition a priori is fundamental, which rests on the receptivity of the capacity for representation, the understanding, as spontaneity, can determine the manifold of given representations in accordance with the synthetic unity of apperception, and thus think a priori synthetic unity of the apperception of the manifold of sensible intuition, as the condition under which all objects of our intuition must necessarily stand, through which then the categories, as mere forms of thought, acquire objective reality, i.e., application to objects that can be given to us in intuition, but only as appearances, for of these alone are we capable of intuition a priori. Because, for Kant, all objectivity lies in relation to an object conceived as an all-sided determination, our understanding as a power of judgment is inextricably combined with sensibility. All content is empirical content, and all truth is empirical truth, truth about objects that are given in sensibility. Something must be given if knowledge is to be possible, but as Kant also sees, nothing can be given for knowledge. The expressive freedom that is spontaneity, because it is constitutively self-activity, is inherently self-governed and self-correcting. There can be for spontaneity no given precisely because what is given is, as given, impervious to second thoughts. Indeed, that is why on Kant's account it is only as thought through concepts, as taken up and combined in the understanding, that the receptivity of sense is anything for us at all. But if that is right, then we must further suppose that an act of productive freedom underlies and makes possible the expressive freedom of judgment. Transcendentally, the application of concepts is a making that brings to consciousness something that is otherwise as nothing to us. Only empirically is the application of concepts an actualization of the potential of intuition to be revelatory. Point 48. Already in the inaugural dissertation, Kant argues that mathematics is a science of sensory things, that is, mere appearances, because space and time are and must be given relational wholes for mathematical practice. As given relational wholes, space and time belong to sensibility as contrasted with spontaneity. The pure concepts are not in the same way given because they are the conditions of the possibility of any inquiry at all. As such, they belong to the spontaneity, the self-activity, of thought and are the ground of the objectivity of our judgments, just as Kant argues in the deduction. That is, the mere fact that our thought, and indeed the thought of any finite being, is conceptual, through concepts, does not show that some form of transcendental idealism is true. Although an infinite intelligence grasps objects directly in a spontaneous intuition and we finite beings grasp objects only through concepts, hence only partially, we could nonetheless get things right regarding those objects. Of course, we know that it is wrong to think that things as they are in themselves are spatio-temporal. That our experience is spatio-temporal is sufficient reason to hold that transcendental idealism is true, that things in themselves must be distinguished from things as they appear to us. That our experience is essentially conceptual is, again, not such a reason, and we see that it is not when we recognize that it is constitutive of the conceptual to involve self-correction. We do not merely experience reality through concepts, we also, and inherently as the rational beings we are, have the capacity to acquire new concepts as reason sees fit. The spontaneity of judgment, which is the expressive freedom of a finite and contingent rational being, is completed by objective reality. Judgment as the exercise of such freedom is an act that, when successful, realizes a cognitive relation of knowing between the thinker and something objective. Judgment as an exercise of spontaneity is an act of expressive freedom that is completed by what is actually the case, it answers to what is, however one takes it to be. But for Kant, judgment is possible only if an object is given to it from outside spontaneity, through receptivity. Understanding is a power of judging only if an object is given. The cognition of a finite being needs a given, something that is not, as such, in conceptual shape. This does not make any sense, because there can be no given for thought. And yet it must be so. Kant sees both the necessity and the impossibility. As he explains in the Metaphysical Foundations, just as Newton's system of universal gravitation stands firm, even though it involves the difficulty that one cannot explain how attraction at a distance is possible, so Kant's claim that the categories have no application except in relation to objects of possible experience is to stand firm even though it is impossible to explain how the categories make experience possible. Difficulties are not doubts. But Kant's difficulties are not merely difficulties. In fact, Kant's transcendental idealism fails to give any account at all of how knowledge is possible. McDowell puts the problem this way. If there are conditions for it to be knowable by us how things are, it should be a truism that things are knowable by us only in so far as they conform to those conditions. And Kant wants it to seem that if we hanker after an objectivity that goes beyond pertaining to things as they are given to our senses, we are hankering after something that would violate that truism. But it is equally truistic that a condition for things to be knowable by us must be a condition for a possibility of our knowing how things are. And if some putative general form for states of affairs is represented as a mere reflection of a fact about us, as the spatial and temporal order of the world we experience is by transcendental idealism, that makes it impossible to see the relevant fact about us as grounding a condition for our knowing any instance of that form. Transcendental idealism ensures that Kant cannot succeed in depicting the way our sensibility is formed as the source of a condition for things to be knowable by us. But if the above account is right, the problems go deeper yet. They lie in the very idea that something, an object, must be given for thought. That the spontaneity of the understanding is constitutively self-correcting, able to call anything into question as reason sees fit, must be the whole story. The problem is to see how it can be without falling back into an empty coherentism. 49. 4.7 Conclusion. In everyday sensory experience we seem to take in how things are. Things have sensory, that is, perceptible, properties, and they have characteristic behaviors expressive of the sorts of beings they are that we discover by observing what they do. Awareness of the sort we enjoy furthermore appears to be a biological endowment, one that we share with other animals. What distinguishes us is only our capacity for reflection and second thoughts. This natural attitude comes, with the rise of modern science that is made possible by Descartes' new form of mathematical practice, to seem merely naive. One cannot simply read off of experience how things are, merely put things into words. Instead one must think, reflect on how, given all the appearances, things must really be. It is the essentially active power of judgment, taking nothing for granted as given, that first makes manifest the intelligible, law-governed structure of reality. The modern subject is in this way autonomous, not only self-conscious but self-consciously self-governed. But although it is Descartes who first realizes the shape of spirit that is modernity, it is Kant who gives it voice, who sees that this new mode of intentional directedness on reality requires the philosopher to make a Copernican turn, to focus not unthinkingly on the object of knowing but self-consciously on the power of knowing, on what reason requires of objects as objects of knowledge. And the individual self-conscious thinker can know this through its own spontaneity, or self-activity, that is, a priori, for these laws belong to spontaneity as the laws of its own self-activity as a knower. Kant's conception of intuitions and concepts, we have seen, is a successor of sorts to Descartes' distinction between the confused and obscure representations of sense experience and clear and distinct ideas, for instance, of mathematics. What is new with Kant is his characterization of how they differ and the idea that both are involved in any cognition. Cognition is, for Kant, at once conceptual and of an object given through the receptivity of sense. Indeed, we saw, it is this thought that requires that concepts and intuitions be distinguished not only logically, as general, through marks, and singular, immediately of objects, but also metaphysically, as belonging to the spontaneity of the understanding and to the receptivity of sensibility, and ontologically, as rules of unity and sensory representations that are the matter for synthesis. The involvement in cognition of concepts and intuitions so understood reveals in turn that cognition has both an active and a passive aspect. And just as the passive aspect enables an understanding of mathematical inquiry, so, Kant thinks, the active aspect can ground a new science, transcendental logic, the science of truth within which are revealed the conditions of possibility of knowing. Kant's table of judgments, I argued, sets out just those forms of judgment that are required for the critical reflection that is involved in our capacity for self-correction. This capacity for self-correction, rather than any imagined foundation, is constitutive of the possibility of knowing. Judgment in Kant is neither merely unreflective affirmation or denial as Aristotle thought, nor an act of will as Descartes suggests. It is not a productive act at all but instead an expressive one, an act of the self-activity of the spontaneity of the understanding, an act that, when successful like any power, the power of knowing that the understanding possesses on Kant's account is inherently fallible is the realization, through an essentially self-conscious process of inquiry, of what is the case. The expressive freedom of the spontaneity of the understanding is not the freedom to make something out of something but instead the freedom to make manifest what is otherwise hidden or latent. It is the power of thought to be revelatory of things as they are. And because it is, our contingency and finitude, the fact that we are confronted with a world that is not of our making, is not a limitation on expressive freedom but instead constitutive of it. This is Kant's profoundest insight. Kant saw that judgment is an act of expressive freedom that is completed by the objectivity of the reality we seek to know. But this, unfortunately, is properly intelligible on Kant's account only if we distinguish the transcendental perspective from the empirical, recognize that although judgment is revelatory of reality, that reality is only empirically real. Because, for Kant, objects must be given to the receptivity of sense because pure reason is not, for him, a power of knowing. Kant's account of judgment as revelatory of things as they are is intelligible only if there is posited also a transcendental synthesis, an act of productive freedom that is a making of something out of something. Transcendentally, the world we seek to know is not real but ideal. Although Descartes had claimed to have achieved in his new form of mathematical practice the capacity to think, independent of any images and so of the senses generally, the relations that are the concern of Mathesis Universalis, we have no such capacity. All awareness is, in the final analysis, of objects given in receptivity as thought through concepts. But if all our awareness is of given objects thought through concepts, then Kant's logic of truth can only be a transcendental logic within which we discover what our concept of an object must be, and hence what the object itself must be, that we can know it. This is and must be so because the power of judgment as Kant understands it is intelligible not merely insofar as there is something to which it is answerable, something independent of our thinking and judging, it is intelligible insofar as it is answerable to objects in particular, and hence to something given in sensibility as contrasted with what is thought through concepts of the understanding. In the end, then, Kant cannot provide what is wanted, a cogent account of truth and knowledge in the exact sciences. But the problem does not lie only with Kant. Kant has the problems he has, at least in part, because the practice of the mathematics and physics of his day are as they are. Not only does Descartes' mathematical practice need space as an antecedently given whole, it seems in no way constitutively to involve capacities of self-correction, and insofar as it does not involve capacities of self-correction it cannot, by Kant's own lights, answer to anything outside itself. Instead, the given foundation that is provided for mathematics by the forms of sensibility provides it with content. Absent that foundation, mathematics would be nothing more than a mere game with signs. The practice of Newtonian science, by contrast, does constitutively involve self-correction. Nevertheless, even it must take something as given, namely, the data that its theories are to explain. By what right, then, do we claim that the fruits of these sciences reveal things as they are as contrasted with how they appear to us? Even if we bracket Kant's own difficulties, we cannot understand the striving for truth in mathematics and the exact sciences. If progress is to be made, a second revolution is needed, first and foremost in mathematics. It is to that revolution that we now turn. 5. Mathematics transformed, again. On Kant's account, the practice of mathematics involves an intuitive use of reason as contrasted with the discursive use of reason that Kant associates with the practice of philosophy. In mathematics one does not reason directly from concepts, instead one discovers new truths through the construction of concepts in pure intuition, that is, by paper and pencil reasoning. It follows, Kant thinks, that the practice of mathematics is not, as philosophy and physics are, inherently fallible and constitutively self-correcting, because the constructive activity of mathematics puts the truth before one's eyes. He thinks that one can achieve absolute certainty in mathematics. It was in many ways an extremely plausible and cogent account of truth and knowledge in mathematics, at least in the mathematics of Kant's day. But already by the beginning of the 19th century the practice of mathematics had begun to change, and over the course of that century it was utterly transformed. Kant, it came to seem, was simply wrong about the fundamental nature of mathematical practice, but how exactly? According to a very familiar account due originally to Russell and defended more recently by Friedman, Kant needed to suppose that mathematics involves constructions because he lacked the logical resources that are needed in the course of mathematical reasoning. Russell writes in the Principles of Mathematics. There was, until very lately, a special difficulty in the principles of mathematics. It seemed plain that mathematics consists of deductions, and yet the orthodox accounts of deduction were largely or wholly inapplicable to existing mathematics. Not only the Aristotelian syllogistic theory, but also modern doctrines of symbolic logic, were either theoretically inadequate to mathematical reasoning, or at any rate required such artificial forms of statement that they could not be practically applied. In this fact lay the strength of the Kantian view, which asserted that mathematical reasoning is not strictly formal, but always uses intuitions, i.e., the a priori knowledge of space and time. Thanks to the progress of symbolic logic, especially as treated by Professor Peano, this part of the Kantian philosophy is now capable of a final and irrevocable refutation. The modern logic of relations, which was developed by Russell following Peano and Peirce in the fall of 1900, enables one to dispense with constructions and instead to infer, for example, the existence of a point between two other points in a dense ordering R.1. But in fact Kant's philosophy of mathematics had been decisively overturned long before that logic was developed. It was overturned not by developments in logic around the turn of the 20th century but by developments in mathematics over the course of the 19th century, beginning with Bolzano's purely conceptual proof of the intermediate value theorem in 1817, 30 years before Boole's mathematical analysis of logic would set in train the investigations that would culminate in our mathematical logic. Although Kant's idea that mathematics is founded on pure intuition would continue to have its adherents throughout the 19th century, and many 19th century mathematicians would continue to work productively in the constructive, computational, and algebraic style of 18th century mathematicians, as they do still today, other mathematicians began to do mathematics in an essentially new way. Our concern is to understand some of the characteristic features of this new form of mathematical practice, and to gain a sense of the profound philosophical problems it poses. We distinguished in Chapter 2 between reasoning in a system of signs, as, for instance, one does in performing a calculation in the positional system of Arabic numeration, and reasoning on collections of signs, as one does in solving an arithmetical problem by manipulating the signs of Roman numeration. Kant's view is that mathematics is distinctive as a form of inquiry precisely because and insofar as one reasons in systems of signs, whether in diagrams, in Arabic numeration, or in the symbolic language of algebra and analysis. And 19th century constructivists such as Kronecker remained committed to just such a view. Others such as Weierstrass began to take a more conceptual approach that involved a kind of reasoning on, for instance, representations of power series. Abel's proof of the insolubility of the quintic, we will see, is essentially similar insofar as it involves an ineliminable appeal to certain forms of expression though not the construction of the solution in the system of signs. Other work was more radical yet in eschewing any and all reference to forms of expression, to representations. This wholly purified mathematics, which is most closely associated with the work of Riemann, and with that of Dedekind following him, involves reasoning of course. What it does not involve is anything intuitive, any reference to any marks or systems of marks. It is, as we might say, completely, or purely, conceptual. Point 2. As we will see, Galois' proof of the insolubility of the quintic contrasts with Abel's proof in exactly this regard. Whereas Abel's proof ineliminably involves reflection on various forms of expression, Galois' proof appeals instead to fundamental concepts of group theory. Point 3. Kant explains the synthetic a priori character of mathematical knowledge, the fact that it is necessary but also knowledge properly speaking, by appeal to the idea of constructions in pure intuition. In mathematics as it came to be practiced in the 19th century, not only pure intuition but all appeals to constructions, to written formulae as much as to diagrams, were to be eschewed. This new mathematical practice was to be purely conceptual, a matter of thinking in concepts, denken in begriffen. But, we will see, it was not taken to be also merely formal, empty of content and truth. For Riemann, Dedekind, and even Hilbert, this form of mathematics is a science, an inquiry into truth in its own proper domain. The truths that are the fruits of this new mathematics are, in other words, synthetic a priori in something like Kant's sense. They are necessary truths that extend our knowledge despite being proved from concepts by logic alone. Or so, we will see, they seem to have been understood by 19th century practitioners of this new style of mathematics. 5.1 Intuition banished. We saw that space and time, as pure forms of sensibility, play two essentially different roles in Kant's philosophy of mathematics. They provide a given foundation for the mathematician's reasoning in the form of a priori intuitions of various fundamental truths. And they are the conditions of possibility of the constructive activity that is reasoning in mathematics. Paper and pencil reasoning is a sensory-motor activity, the work of an embodied, temporal thinker. Because it is, space and time are presupposed by the very nature of mathematical investigation, at least as Kant understood it. Both roles would be called into question by the purified mathematical practice that emerged in the 19th century. We begin with the first of them, and in particular, with the idea that mathematics relies on a priori intuitions about Euclidean space. The most oft-cited reason for rejecting the idea that we have an a priori or pure intuition of space is the 19th century development, or discovery, of non-Euclidean geometries in which the parallels postulate does not hold. 4 In hyperbolic geometry, the parallels postulate is replaced with a postulate according to which for any line and point not on that line there are infinitely many lines that pass through the point and do not intersect the given line no matter how far the lines are extended. In this geometry the sum of the angles of a triangle are not equal to but less than 2 right angles. In elliptical geometry, every line that passes through the given point also intersects the given line if extended far enough. Hyperbolic geometry was developed and introduced in the 1830s by Bolyai and by Lobachevsky, and perhaps even earlier by Gauss, though he did not publish his findings. Riemann in his habilitation lecture of 1854 introduced elliptical geometry. As these works show, there is nothing incoherent in replacing the parallels postulate with another postulate inconsistent with it. But if so, then the question of the nature of empirical space would seem to need to be separated from the mathematical exploration of these different geometries. Significantly, Frege drew a different conclusion. According to him, Euclidean geometry was, as it was for Kant, the true geometry, and the fact that other logically consistent geometries could be formulated did nothing to change that. Non-Euclidean geometries were not real mathematics. Frege was, as it turns out, wrong about this. Non-Euclidean geometries have proved to be mathematically significant, and they also play an important role in the physical sciences. Nevertheless, Frege's response to the development of non-Euclidean geometries is instructive insofar as it shows that those developments did not alone suffice to show that Kant was mistaken about the role of pure intuition in geometry. Gauss's avowed reason for not publishing his work in hyperbolic geometry makes the same point. He wished to avoid the clamor of the Boeotians, that is, Kantian objections of essentially the sort that Frege had. 5. Both hyperbolic and elliptical geometries could, at least at first, be understood to be mere curiosities, abstract possibilities without any mathematical reality. The same could not be said of developments in projective geometry beginning with the work of Poncelet in the 1820s. The extended space of projective geometry with its imaginary points and lines alongside the more traditional one seemed clearly to be good mathematics, indeed to be a natural, even organic development of Euclidean geometry. 6 But it could be in no way reconciled with our supposed a priori intuitions about space. Projective geometry studies non-quantitative or non-metrical geometric relations, and its development was motivated, at least in part, by limitations of traditional geometry relative to the analytical methods championed by Descartes. Suppose, for example, that we are considering a circle and a coplanar line that cuts it. In analytic geometry one first formulates an equation for the circle and an equation for the line, which requires in turn selecting 2 further principal lines to serve as the basis of the coordinates, and then one puts equals for equals to find the intersection points. What is interesting about this analytical method is that one can find points of intersection even in cases in which ordinary visual inspection of the circle and line in Cartesian coordinates suggests that they do not intersect at all. Admitting such imaginary points of intersection can furthermore unify what appear in traditional geometry to be fundamentally different sorts of cases. What Poncelet saw is that this power that algebra possesses is due to the power of its symbolism, which, at least on paper, allows one to subtract a larger number from a smaller as easily as one subtracts a smaller from a larger, and to form an expression for a square root of a negative number and to calculate with it. Synthetic geometry, Poncelet argued, can enjoy the same power provided that the diagram is regarded in a new, less concrete, and literal way. He proposed, in particular, to regard every actual diagram in geometry not as the subject matter of geometrical study, but as a complex sign whose components were to be operated upon in certain ways without demanding an interpretation for them in terms of anything visualizable. Consider again a line that intersects a coplanar circle, and imagine now the line being moved in the plane until it no longer appears to intersect the circle. Nonetheless, Poncelet argues, it does intersect the circle at certain hidden points. Point 7. And as Wilson explains, rather than thinking of the extra points as conveniences, the projective geometers saw the additions as revealing the true world in which geometrical figures live. Familiar figures such as circles and spheres have parts that extend into the unseen portions of six-dimensional complex space, so that when we see a Euclidean circle, we perceive only a portion of the full figure. But if that is right, then geometry simply cannot be limited to what can be intuited as Kant's philosophy of mathematics requires. Projective geometry was good mathematics and a natural development in geometry. If it offended against Kant, then so much the worse for Kant. The phenomenon of duality in projective geometry further undermines the foundational role of Kantian intuition in mathematical practice insofar as it shows that although it is natural to think of space as grounded in points, one can as easily take very different geometrical entities to be the primitive elements of geometry. Plucker, for example, argued that although we first understand an equation such as ux plus vy plus 1 equals 0 as involving the constants u and v with variable coordinates x and y, we can equally well read it with the roles of the two sorts of letters reversed, that is, with x and y presumed fixed and u and v variable. Interpreted the first, usual way, the equation specifies a line as a locus of points, with u and v assumed fixed. The equation determines the points that lie on a given line. But if we take instead x and y, the coordinates of some point not further specified, to be fixed, and u and v as variable, then the equation determines instead the locus of a given set of lines, that is, a point. Although we can take points as basic and understand a line as a locus of points, we can as easily, again, mathematically if not intuitively, take lines to be basic and understand a point as a locus of lines. Mathematically, then, neither points nor lines seem intrinsically more basic in this geometry. And the point generalizes. It applies also, for instance, to the equation x2 plus bxy plus psi2 plus dx plus ey plus 1 equals 0. Taking the letters x and y to function as variables, we understand points to be basic and the conic as a locus of points, but we can instead take the letters a, b, c, d, and e to function as variables, in which case it is instead the conic that is basic. As these considerations show, dimensionality is a function of how a plane or other space is regarded. The plane is, for example, two-dimensional with respect to points and also with respect to lines, but it is five-dimensional with respect to conics, since 5 independent coordinates are required to specify completely a conic section. In general, the dimension of a manifold is relative to the choice of configuration as element. It follows directly that the principle of duality, first discovered for points and lines and points and planes, applies much more generally. Gergon had shown already in 1826 that to each theorem in plane geometry there necessarily corresponds another, deduced from it by simply interchanging the two words points and lines, while in solid geometry the words points and planes must be interchanged in order to deduce the correlative of a given theorem. What Plucker shows is that this duality holds of any sort of equation in projective geometry. When an analytic proof of a theorem is once given, as many different theorems are proved at the same time as there are different systems of coordinates. 8 Because all have equal status mathematically, the fact that some are intuitively more basic than others seems simply irrelevant, an accidental fact about us that has no mathematical significance. It is an accidental feature of the way we happen to learn about Euclidean geometry that some of its parts appear to us clothed in intuitive garb and some do not. As a result, we originally detect the presence of some ideal elements only through the rigid relationships they induce upon the visible objects. But another class of beings might directly intuit the imaginaries, rather than the reals. The study of projective geometry was first and foremost a mathematical advance, albeit one with profound, if obscure, philosophical significance. In the work of Bolzano, it seems to have been the philosophy that came first. Born in 1781, the year Kant's first Critique appeared, Bolzano published in 1810 the Contributions to a Better Founded Exposition of Mathematics, in which he argues that the very idea of a pure or a priori intuition is incoherent, and hence that all appeals to it must be banished from mathematics. Mathematical truths are and must be grounded in concepts, that is, proven deductively from previously defined concepts. In 1817 Bolzano illustrated this new view of mathematical truth with his proof of the intermediate value theorem. He defines the concepts of continuity and convergence, and then proves on that basis that a continuous real function taking values above and below zero must also take a zero value in between. As Kafka remarks, a Kantian would probably regard this as trivial. If the point whose path we are considering is moving from the negative to the positive quadrant and the path is continuous, it must surely intersect the x-axis at some point. Bolzano's problem looks like a problem only to someone who has already understood that intuition is not an indispensable aid to mathematical knowledge, but rather a cancer that has to be extirpated in order to make mathematical progress possible. If Kant had known about Bolzano's paper, there can be little doubt that he would have regarded it as a philosophically incoherent effort to prove the obvious. The paper was, instead, one of the landmarks of 19th-century mathematics. It is furthermore worth emphasizing, as Kafka does, that although Bolzano rejects Kant's notion of pure intuition as incoherent, he continues to think that mathematical knowledge is synthetic a priori, despite its being purely conceptual. Where Kant had gone wrong, on Bolzano's account, was in thinking that only analytic judgments are possible on the basis of concepts. Strictly deductive proofs of theorems on the basis of concepts alone, Bolzano thought, can be ampliative, real extensions of our knowledge. Although Bolzano seems to have been philosophically motivated to ground his mathematics solely in concepts, there were, in addition to those provided by projective geometry that we have already considered, familiar reasons internal to mathematics for such a move, reasons having to do with attempts to understand infinitary notions and methods in the higher analysis of Leibniz and Newton and in Euler's theory of sequences. Berkeley had raised philosophical concerns already in 1734, but they had had little effect on the practice of mathematics. Around 1800, Kafka suggests, mathematicians themselves started to talk about meaning, to try to figure out what exactly was the meaning of continuity, differentiability, infinitesimal, function, and so on. And they did so, Graebener argues, because of the mathematicians' need to teach. Although in the 18th century mathematicians were generally attached to royal courts, their job was to do mathematics and thus add to the glory, or edification, of their patron. In the 19th century, mathematicians were increasingly called on to teach undergraduates following the model of the École Polytechnique, which was founded in 1795. No longer could one rely on the native abilities of mathematicians to be understood. A mathematician could understand enough about a concept to use it, and could rely on the insight he had gained through his experience. But this does not work with freshmen, even in the 18th century. As Graebener notes, Lagrange, Cauchy, Weierstrass, and Dedekind all first did their foundational work in analysis in their lecture courses. In the case of analysis, it was clear what the rules governing the transformations of equations were, that is, what the derivatives of various functions were. It was known that, for instance, the derivative of xn is nxn1. The problem was that there seemed no cogent justification for those rules, hence no real understanding of the nature of limit operations. In particular, it was not at all clear what exactly it means to say of a difference quotient / delta x, that it gives the derivative of a function at the limit s goes to 0. In the case of infinite series it was not even clear what the rules were. Using the rules of analysis it can be shown, for example, that 1 / equals 1 plus x plus x2 plus x3 plus xn plus, from which it follows, for instance, that 1 / equals 2 equals 1 plus 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus. Euler held that it also follows that 1 / equals 1/2 equals 1 to 1 plus 1 to 1 plus 1, that 1 / equals 1 / 0 equals infinity equals 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, and that 1 / equals 1 equals 1 plus 2 plus 4 plus 8 plus, from which he concluded that there must be negative numbers equal to infinity. Others were appalled. In the case of higher analysis, what is wanted is an account of why the familiar laws hold, which requires, again, an adequate understanding of the difference quotient at the limit as delta x goes to 0, that is, at the limit of an infinite process of approach to 0. But precisely because this process must be conceived as an infinite one, because it involves an infinite process of approach, the limit simply cannot be constructed, either computationally as Leibniz aimed to do or by appeal to the motion of a point over time as on Newton's alternative account. What is needed instead, as the work of Bolzano, Cauchy, and Weierstrass shows, is a limit-avoiding strategy. 9 The task must instead be conceived as that of proving of some function that it is the function that is wanted, if, for an increment that is as small as you like, the difference between the difference quotient of a function f and some function g is small, then g is the derivative of f. The task is not to construct the limit but instead to describe the constraints the needed function must satisfy, to provide a conceptual rather than an intuitive solution to the problem. Whereas on the traditional conception of it, a smooth curve is very like a string of very small straight lines, in effect, the limit of endlessly dividing those straight lines into smaller and smaller lengths. On the conception that these mathematicians achieved a smooth curve is not understood on the model of a straight line but is something essentially new. Instead of thinking of a curve as a collection of straight lines strung end to end, we are to think instead of a straight line as an exceedingly simple smooth curve, one whose derivative is a constant. The case of finite and infinite sums is essentially similar. Consider first Zeno, who thinks of an infinite sum on the model of a finite sum, and on that basis generates the paradox of Achilles and the tortoise. We suppose that Achilles can run 10 times faster than the tortoise and that the race course is 100 meters long. The tortoise is given a 10-meter head start, and the race begins. When Achilles reaches the 10-meter mark, the tortoise has gone 1 meter and so is at the 11-meter mark. When Achilles reaches the 11-meter mark, the tortoise is 11.1 meters from the starting point. When Achilles reaches 11.1 meters, the tortoise is at the 11.11 meter mark. And so it goes. Achilles, it seems, can never quite catch up with the tortoise. At each point, the tortoise is ahead, albeit by ever smaller increments. Just as in the case of the derivative of a smooth curve, we have an endless process and thereby an end that can never quite be reached by a constructive, algebraic approach. And as in our earlier case, the crucial insight is that the infinite cannot be understood on the model of the finite. An infinite sum is not merely a very long finite sum but instead something essentially new. As an examination of some cases reveals, to understand it one needs to attend not merely to the successive sums but to the pattern displayed by those sums taken as a whole. We begin with the harmonic series, 1 plus 1/2 plus 1/3 plus 1/4 plus 1/n. In such a series, each term is smaller than the one before it, and because it is, one might think, the series should converge at the limit to some finite number. This is demonstrably not the case. Because the third and fourth terms, that is, 1/3 and 1/4, are both equal to or greater than 1/4, it follows that their sum is equal to or greater than 1/2. Similarly, the next four terms, 1/5, 1/6, 1/7, and 1/8, are all equal to or greater than 1/8, so their sum is also equal to or greater than 1/2. The sum of the next 8 terms after that is likewise equal to or greater than 1/2, as is the sum of the next 16 terms after that, the next 32 after that, and so on endlessly. By taking ever longer but always finite collections of terms, first 2 terms, then 4, 8, 16, and so on, by seeing this pattern in the series overall, one sees also that one can conceive the series as involving the successive addition of numbers all equal to or greater than 1/2. Because the series is infinite, the sum of the series must be indefinitely large. The harmonic series does not converge. Compare now this series, 1/2 plus 1/4 plus 1/8 plus 1/2n plus, which is the basis for another of Zeno's paradoxes because it seems to show that it is impossible to walk across a room, although one can get indefinitely close to the end point, by going half the remaining distance at each stage, one can never quite get to the end point. In fact, this series does converge to a finite number, namely, 1, as the picture proof in Figure 5.1 illustrates. Figure 5.1 picture proof to show that the series 1/2, 1/4, 1/8, 1/2n, converges. Because, at each stage, with each successive sum, the square comes closer to being completely filled, in the limit it is filled, the series converges to 1. And the reason it does is that this series has a property not shared by the harmonic series, namely, that of getting closer, with each successive sum, to some particular number so that no matter what point in the series is chosen, there is another after which all subsequent sums are closer yet to the limit. Any infinite sum having this property converges to a limit. In particular, that of Achilles in his race with the tortoise does. 10 plus 1 plus 1/10 plus 1/100 plus 1/10n plus equals 11.1111 equals 11 and 1/9. Achilles will catch up with the tortoise at the 11 and 1/9 meter mark. Here again, then, the task is not to construct the limit, that is, actually to produce it using the familiar rules of arithmetic and basic algebra, but to describe the property an infinite sum must have if it is to converge to a limit. To understand the infinite, at least in these cases, requires a conceptual approach as contrasted with a computational one. According to Kant, our pure intuitions of space and time furnish truths that form the basis of arithmetic and geometry. Were he right, Euclidean geometry would be the one true geometry. Hyperbolic and elliptical geometries, which are founded on the supposition that the parallels postulate is false, would be a mere play of ideas without any foundation in truth. But other advances in mathematics, such as the development of projective geometry, the rigorization of the calculus, and the clarification of the nature of convergence, seem to show that Kant was not right. Mathematics does not need a foundation in pure intuition and in many cases is hampered, even positively misled, by appeals to our intuitions of space and time. But some of this work, for example, that with infinite series and that in projective geometry, seemed to suggest that Kant was nonetheless right about the importance of systems of written marks in mathematics, although one was perhaps no longer reasoning in such systems of signs but only reasoning on expressions made possible by them, still the expressions were needed. The next step was to see that this new form of mathematical practice relies not at all on any form of representation. In the work of Galois, Riemann, Dedekind, and Hilbert, the demand for a new, wholly conceptual approach, first heralded by Bolzano, would profoundly and permanently transform the whole of mathematics, indeed, the very idea of what it is to do mathematics. 5.2 Constructions banished. Much as problems that are demonstrated diagrammatically in Euclid can often also be solved algebraically, so problems that have algebraic solutions can often also be resolved using a more conceptual approach. And in both cases, the latter solution can seem, relative to the former, to get to the heart of the matter, to reveal what is really going on mathematically. Insofar as it does, the latter methodology is to be preferred. It was in just this way that, over the course of the 19th century, it came increasingly to seem that the constructive methods of 18th century mathematics, even any use at all of systems of written marks, were masking the true nature of various parts of mathematics. This new style of purely conceptual mathematics is, again, most closely associated with Riemann and Dedekind following him, but we see it already at work in Galois's proof of the insolubility of the quintic as it contrasts with Abel's proof of the same result. And as Riemann and Dedekind were, Galois is quite explicit in his demand for a conceptual rather than a computational approach, one that wholly eschews the need for any system of representations. At a time when the perfection of calculational mathematics was triumphant, Galois declared the self-liquidation of calculation as a method. His own position was that, while useful at certain periods, symbolism and masses of formulas are incidental attributes of mathematics. When attributes become ends in themselves and thus a hindrance, then, like raps, they must be discarded, and mathematics itself must be permitted to come forward. The problem is to determine whether there is a general solution formula for the roots of quintics, that is, of equations of the form, x5 plus x4 plus bx3 plus cx2 plus dx plus e equals 0. We begin with the simplest case, that of the quadratic equation, x2 plus x equals b. The task is to provide a general solution for x in terms of the coefficients a and b, and as we might expect, the first solutions were geometrical. What is wanted is the length x such that the square on x plus the rectangle with sides a and x together equal b. What is wanted, that is, the area of the following figure, where the inner square has sides of length x and the four outer rectangles have sides x and 1/4 a. The inner square x2 together with the four rectangles, each measuring x by 1/4 a, equals b. To solve the problem, we first complete the square. Clearly, then, 2 to 42 equals b. Simplifying and adding 42, that is 2 to both sides gives, 2 equals b plus 2. So x plus a slash 2 equals square root 2, and x itself is equal to square root 2, a slash 2. Such reasoning, at first diagrammatic rather than algebraic, led eventually to a completely general solution for the second-degree equation x2 plus bx plus c equals 0, x equals slash 2a. Because this expression involves appeal only to the four basic arithmetical operations, together with root extraction, and because n square root a is known as a radical, we say that quadratic equations are solvable by radicals. The obvious next question is whether we can find some such equation for x in the case of cubics, that is, in the case of equations of the form x3 plus x2 plus bx plus c equals 0, and so on generally for any polynomial equation of the form xn plus a 1xn, 1 plus a 2xn, 2 plus n, 1xn plus n equals 0, where n2. That is, can we find, for values of n2, an algebraic expression involving only the four basic operations and radicals that gives the possible values for x? It was known by the end of the 16th century that the answer is yes for n equals 3, the cubic, and also for n equals 4, the quartic. In 1824 Abel proved that there is no general solution for quintics, that is, fifth-degree equations, though in particular cases there may be a solution. In the early 1830s Galois not only gave a different proof of the same result, he clarified what it is that distinguishes the particular quintics that can be solved by radicals from those that cannot. Indeed, Galois' result generalizes: a polynomial equation can be solved by radicals just in case a particular condition is met, namely, that its Galois group is a solvable group. The task is to express the roots of the quintic as an algebraic function of the coefficients as we did above for the case of the quadratic. Abel's proof to show that this cannot be done is a reductio building on work of Lagrange. Lagrange had seen that the algebraic solutions for the cases n equals 3 and n equals 4 involve the introduction of a certain type of function of the roots that satisfies an equation of lower degree, which can be solved algebraically. Its roots then provide the solution of the original equation. As Lagrange also showed, the fact that the reduced equation is of lower degree can be explained by appeal to arbitrary permutations of its roots. Abel extended these results to the case of the quintic. His proof starts with a polynomial of degree n and the assumption that the polynomial is solvable in radicals. It is then shown that any such solution must have a particular algebraic form, that is, if the equation is solvable then the expression for the roots of the equation will display a certain syntactic pattern. For the case of the quadratic, the solution has the form, x equals p plus r1/2, where p is a simple polynomial and r is a function of the coefficients of the original equation. For the cubic, it has the form, x equals p plus r1/3 plus p2 r2/3. In the case of the quintic, the solution, if there is one, will be of the form, x equals p plus r1/5 plus p2 r2/5 plus p3 r3/5 plus p4 r4/5. By a series of reductio arguments on cases for n equals 5, Abel showed that the assumption that the quintic is solvable algebraically leads to absurdity. 10 What Abel did not show, and given his approach could not show, was just why the quintic cannot in general be solved by radicals. Abel's argument is algebraic and computational, that is, constructive, despite being a reductio, because and insofar as it proceeds by reflection on the forms of the expressions involved, what the algebraic expression for the roots of the quintic would have to look like. It is conceptual but not purely conceptual. What it shows is that a certain construction is impossible. Galois builds on Abel's work but does so by transforming the problem into a wholly different sort of problem. He solves the problem by proving a general theorem about groups that is independent of any appeal to algebraic representations. His proof is not algebraic but instead deductive from concepts. It is as different from Abel's algebraic solution as Descartes' algebraic solutions are from diagrammatic demonstrations in Euclid's geometry. Consider, first, the relationship between the coefficients and the roots of a polynomial, the fact that, for the case of the cubic, equals 0. The roots of which are a, b, and c, the cubic equation is this. x3, x2 plus x, abc equals 0. Because both addition and multiplication are commutative, it is clear that the order of the roots does not matter. Any permutation of them would leave everything the same as Abel, following Lagrange, had already seen. What Galois focuses on is not the permutations themselves but instead properties of combinations of permutations, in particular, whether they are commutative. A quadratic equation has two roots, which are subject to only two permutations, the identity or do-nothing permutation and a switch. Combining them, that is, making one permutation and then another, which we mark using an asterisk, directly yields the following. I asterisk s equals s asterisk I, that is, doing nothing followed by a switch is the same as just doing a switch, which is the same as doing a switch and then doing nothing. S asterisk s equals I, making two switches is the same as doing nothing because it takes you back to where you started, and of course, I asterisk I equals I, doing nothing twice is just doing nothing. Clearly, then, the order in which we make the permutations, say, s then I, or I then s, is irrelevant to the outcome. What Galois saw is that this fact, that the order of pairs of permutations is irrelevant to the result, is the key to the solvability of the quadratic. The cubic has three roots, call them a, b, and c, which can be permuted in 6 different ways: the identity permutation, I, 3 sorts of switches, SAB, SAC, and SBC, and 2 rotations RABC and RAC. 11 But again, we are not interested in the permutations as such but instead in combinations of them, and in particular whether the order of combinations matters, whether it is commutative. Rather than listing all the pairwise combinations as we did above for the case of the quadratic, we display them in a table, table 5.1. Notice that the order in which we make our permutations does matter in this case, as is evident from the lack of symmetry along the diagonal. For example, SAC*SAB is the same as RAC, but if we reverse the switches, SAB asterisk SAC, the result is the same as we would get with the different rotation RAC. So, this group is not abelian. But a subgroup of this group is abelian, if we consider only the rotations together with the identity permutation, that is, the first three columns and rows, we find an invariant subgroup of the whole for which composition is commutative. Because this symmetry exists, the cubic is solvable. Table 5.1 The pairwise combinations of the permutations on three roots. The case of the quartic is more complex yet, and one must dig even deeper to find the needed symmetry. The whole group of combinations of all possible rotations and switches is not abelian, that is, the order in which one makes permutations matters. Nor is there any invariant subgroup of permutations of a certain sort, say, all the switches or all the rotations, that is abelian. Nevertheless, there is, for this case, an invariant subgroup involving three particular pairwise switches that is abelian. Hence, the quartic is solvable. In the case of the quintic, Galois shows, there exists no invariant subgroup, save for mere identity, that is abelian. Hence, the quintic is not solvable in radicals. As Abel did, Galois begins with Lagrange's idea of permuting the roots of an equation. Unlike Abel, he further considers compositions of the various permutations and shows that the permutations of the roots of a polynomial form a group. He then associates with each polynomial equation the group of the permutations of its roots, what is now known as the Galois group of the equation, and shows that various properties of the Galois group properly reflect the properties of the relevant equation. In particular, if the Galois group is solvable, then the original equation is solvable by radicals. Because the permutation group on 5 elements is demonstrably not solvable, it follows that the quintic is not solvable in radicals. Galois theory thereby resolves the problem of the solutions by radicals of polynomial equations by showing not only that these are and those are not solvable, but also why some equations are solvable and others not. It shows that all important properties of a given equation, irreducibility, solvability in radicals, and in the case of solvability the degree of the required root operations, can be determined without reference to the equation from properties of the Galois group. Riemann, as already noted, similarly championed a conceptual approach in mathematics. His style was conceptual rather than algorithmic, and to a higher degree than that of any mathematician before him. He never tried to conceal his thought in a thicket of formulas. 12 For Riemann, proving is no longer a matter of transforming terms in accordance with rules but a process of logical deduction from concepts. With Riemann the shift to a conception of function that wasn't connected to available expressions becomes systematic and principled. Rather than thinking of a function as an analytical expression, as for instance, Euler, that great 18th century master of algebraic symbol manipulation, had, Riemann focuses on its intrinsic properties. Riemann would catalogue the singularities of a function, note certain properties, then prove that there must exist a function with these properties without producing an explicit expression. That is to say, he would describe the essential properties of the function, its behavior at crucial points, rather than finding an algebraic expression for it. He distanced himself from the concept of a variable, and introduced into analysis a new fundamental notion, that of a mapping. Mappings were determined not by expressions but by conceptual properties such as continuity and differentiability. Point 13 Wilson provides this analogy: build a bathtub and specify the sources and sinks where that water enters and leaves the tub. These conditions will completely fix how the water will flow in the rest of the tub. For Riemann, a complex function automatically corresponds to the flow induced by its singularities, etal, whether or not there is any formula that everywhere matches such a flow. For Riemann, the objects of mathematics were no longer formulas but not yet sets. They were concepts. In sum, as all these historians and philosophers emphasize, something essentially new is begun with Riemann, as we have put it following Lagwitz, the tradition of Denken in Begriffen, thinking in concepts. Much as Descartes in the 17th century had self-consciously aimed to liberate mathematics from the constraints imposed on it by traditional, diagrammatic methods, So Riemann in the 19th self-consciously aimed to liberate mathematics from the constraints imposed on it by the language of arithmetic and algebra that Descartes first introduced. Mathematics was to be freed of all the constraints that might limit or hinder it, and that meant that it had to be conceptual rather than intuitive. Investigations which, like those conducted here, proceed from general concepts, can serve only to ensure that this work shall not be hindered by a narrowness of conceptions, and that progress in the knowledge of the connections of things shall not be hampered by traditional prejudices. 14. As Stein paraphrases, on Riemann's view, the role of a mathematical theory is to explore conceptual possibilities to open up the scientific logos in general, in the interest of science in general. Dedekind similarly championed this new mathematical practice focused on the development of concepts and reasoning from developed concepts. He too adhered to what has come to be known, following Minkowski, as the other Dirichlet principle, to conquer problems with a minimum of blind calculation, a maximum of clear-seeing thoughts. As Dedekind explains, a theory based upon calculation would, as it seems to me, not offer the highest degree of perfection. It is preferable, as in the modern theory of functions, to seek to draw the demonstrations, no longer from calculations, but directly from the characteristic fundamental concepts, and to construct the theory in such a way that it will, on the contrary, be in a position to predict the results of the calculation. For example, in his work on the real numbers, Dedekind does not define real numbers as cuts, that is, as sets or classes, but instead thinks of them, as he writes in a letter to Weber, as something new, which the mind creates. And he does so at least in part because, as Stein notes, cuts have properties that numbers do not have. 15 What Dedekind is after is not numbers conceived as objects that one might construct, say, out of other numbers in the manner of Kronecker, but instead an adequate concept of the reals, one on the basis of which to prove theorems. Similarly, Dedekind describes his theory of ideals as based exclusively on concepts like that of field, integer, or ideal, that can be defined without any particular representation of number. 16 In effect, as Stein suggests, it does not matter what numbers are, what matters is that they constitute a simple infinite system, that is, that they form a system with certain properties. Dedekind's talk of a kind of free creation by the mind is read by Stein, then, as referring, on the one hand, to the rejection of any algebraic or representational constraints, a rejection that, as Stein notes, has Dirichletian resonance, since Dirichlet in his work on trigonometric series played a significant role in legitimating the notion of an absolutely arbitrary function, unrestricted by any reference to a formula or rule, and on the other, to the possibilities for developing concepts. Various recent authors have argued that even Hilbert, though he is often taken to be an early champion of the sort of formalism that would become the norm in the 20th century, is better described as rejecting a computational, algebraic approach in favor of a more conceptual one. 17 Hilbert did famously claim that in an adequate axiomatization of geometry one must always be able to say, instead of points, straight lines, planes, tables, chairs, beer mugs. 18 And as Stein notes, this view, that the basic terms of an axiomatized system must be meaningless, is often misconstrued as formalism. In fact, Stein suggests, for Hilbert, axiomatization, with all basic terms replaced by meaningless symbols, is the elimination of the Kantian intuitive, the proceeding to concepts. Of course, if one is resolutely Kantian regarding concepts, if, that is, one thinks that concepts without intuitions are empty, then the elimination of the Kantian intuitive just is the move to an empty formalism. But as we will see, one need not be Kantian about concepts. Although 19th-century mathematicians may not have been fully clear about what an alternative to the Kantian conception of concepts might amount to, nevertheless a great many 19th-century mathematicians, Hilbert among them, thought that their work involving concepts was perfectly contentful despite being independent of intuition in Kant's sense. As Hilbert would write in his Natur und Mathematisches Erkennen, quoted in Corey, we are not speaking here of arbitrariness in any sense. Mathematics is not like a game whose tasks are determined by arbitrarily stipulated rules. Rather, it is a conceptual system possessing internal necessity that can only be so and by no means otherwise. Indeed, not only was Hilbert not a formalist, he often opposed it explicitly. Hilbert's own conception of axiomatics did not convey or encourage the formulation of abstract axiomatic systems. His work was instead directly motivated by the need better to define and understand existing mathematical and scientific theories. In this view, the development of science involves both an expansion in scope and an ongoing clarification of the logical structure of its existing parts. The axiomatic treatment of a discipline is part of this growth, but it applies properly only to well-developed theories. For Hilbert, an axiomatization is a tool for refining one's understanding of a domain, not so much what one knows as how one knows it. What one knows is the concepts of modern mathematics together with their discoverable logical relations one to another, and an axiomatization of the relevant domain of knowledge can often be a crucial step on the way to such knowledge. The diagrammatic methods of Euclid furnished a subject matter for geometry, founding thereby a new science of geometry, a science that Descartes could then take up and transform in accordance with his newly discovered method. For Descartes, the problems of geometry are one and all construction problems. Hilbert rejects constructions in turn in favor of an axiomatization. With Galois, Riemann, and Dedekind, he turns his back on constructions in the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra, on formulae, and on representations generally, to focus on concepts and the relations among them that are discoverable by reason alone. 19 It is with this purely conceptual form of mathematics that we are here primarily concerned. The task now is more usefully to characterize it. 5.3 The peculiar purity of modern mathematics. The practice of mathematics was transformed in the 17th century, and transformed again in the 19th. The first transformation was a metamorphosis from one way of seeing, that of our everyday mode of intentional directedness, to another, as mediated by the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra. Space, which is at first conceived bottom-up, as the relative locations of objects, comes to be conceived top-down, as a given whole of possible positions. And what most fundamentally is not now thought to be perceptible objects with their natures, but is to be understood instead in terms of relations that arbitrary quantities can stand in, and in particular, laws that govern the behavior of bodies as from the outside. The second, 19th century transformation is different. It is, in Stein's words, a transformation so profound that it is not too much to call it a second birth of the subject, its first having occurred among the ancient Greeks. 20 It obviously does not follow that the work of 19th century mathematicians such as Bolzano, Galois, Riemann, Dedekind, and Hilbert would have been possible independent of the work of Descartes, Euler, Gauss, and others in the 17th and 18th centuries. Rather, Greek diagrammatic practice could give rise to the mathematics of the 19th century mathematicians we have considered only by way of the mathematics of the early moderns. And yet, if Stein is right, early modern, that is, 17th and 18th century, mathematical practice enabled not merely a metamorphosis of that earlier practice, yet a second transformation in mathematical practice, but instead a second birth of the science of mathematics as a whole. The whole of mathematics was to be set on a new, purely conceptual foundation. Not only are objects of no concern to mathematics, even particular relations are to be set aside. Nothing intuitive is to be allowed in this new, purified mathematics, and insofar as it succeeds in banishing all intuition, not only our intuitive understanding of space and time but also our constructive paper and pencil modes of mathematical reasoning, this new practice finally realizes the purely rational science of which both Plato and Descartes had caught a glimpse. Relative to ancient diagrammatic practice, early modern constructive algebraic practice is deep insofar as it underlies and explains that ancient practice much as Newton's laws underlie and explain the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies. Mathematics since the 19th century is similarly deep relative to early modern practice insofar as it underlies and explains that practice. Although the science of mathematics begins with the visual appearances of things, it then moves on, first to the symbolic formulae that underlie and explain those appearances, and then finally to the fundamental and essential properties of functions that underlie and explain the formulae in which they are first expressed. But although we have a quite robust understanding of how a law can underlie and explain the appearance of something, how, for example, the law that x2 plus y2 equals r2 induces the appearance of a circle in Cartesian coordinates, it is much less clear how fundamental and essential properties can underlie and explain a formula. Point 21. How can Riemann's definitions of functions through internal characteristic properties be that from which the external forms of representation necessarily arise, as Dedekind suggests? The first step on the way to an answer is to clarify the distinctive purity, the abstract or conceptual character, of modern mathematics. We have seen that although the work of, say, Abel is conceptual in a sense, it nonetheless ineliminably involves appeal to symbolic expressions, formulae. The work of Galois, Riemann, and Dedekind aims by contrast to be wholly conceptual. Functions are not to be displayed, exhibited in formulae, but instead described, thought through concepts, and the science of mathematics is in this way to achieve an understanding of its subject matter that is intrinsic to that subject matter, purified of all the contingencies that attach to the ways that subject matter manifests or reveals itself to us, whether in drawn diagrams or in the symbolic language of arithmetic and algebra. Point 22. That, at least, is the aspiration. Leaving aside for the moment obvious concerns one might have regarding the intelligibility of this aspiration, we need to understand what is distinctive both of the subject matter of modern mathematics and of its characteristic means of approach to that subject matter, that is, both its mode of access to its subject matter and its means of working with it. Although ancient Greek mathematics was taken to be about objects, whether everyday objects conceived in a peculiar way, as Aristotle thought, or peculiar objects, as Plato thought, we have seen that in fact it was about concepts of various sorts of mathematical objects, concepts the contents of which could be exhibited in diagrams in a way enabling reasoning to new results about those concepts. With the rise of early modern mathematics, the subject matter of the discipline self-consciously shifts away from concern with objects to mathematical relations and functions that can be exhibited, expressed in formulae. The formulae of early modern mathematics do not merely represent or stand in for various mathematical relations and functions, they give those relations and functions, and as diagrams do in ancient Greek mathematical practice, they give them in a mathematically tractable way, in a way enabling one to reason one's way to new results. In the 19th century the concern of mathematics shifts again, this time away from particular relations and functions that can be given analytic expression in formulae to concepts. Both Bolzano's proof of the intermediate value theorem and Galois' proof of the insolubility of the quintic proceed not from intuitions but from concepts. For Riemann, it is not any individual functions for which an analytical expression can be given but the concept of a function conceived as a mapping that is fundamental to the practice of mathematics. And for Dedekind, similarly, what matters is not numbers but that we have an adequate concept of number, where the adequacy of a concept is measured by its usefulness in the development of a theory. Because it was generally assumed in the 19th century that every concept determines a class or set as its extension, it was common to use the language of sets in articulating these new developments. Nevertheless, as Ferreros explains, it was the notion of a concept that was primary for 19th century mathematicians such as Bolzano, Riemann, Dedekind, and even, Ferreros argues, Cantor. 23 Talk of sets was little more than that, a mere manner of speaking.